Good day, friends, and welcome to the NADPC day number 12 as we jump into another spiffing day of Dota 2. And I'm here, my name is Nomad, and I'm here with my first full British panel. How's it going, chaps?
Cheerio, sir.
Cheerio, what?
Yes.
Good so, good so. Delicious,
There's
quite.
nothing in here.
Don't break the illusion.
Don't break the illusion.
Because I drank it all.
Oh, yes, cheers.
Good one, fellow, good one, fellow. Excellent,
Golly
excellent.
gee, I love tea.
So do I, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, wonderful, wonderful. Well, we have
done.
quite the day of Dota coming up for you, friends. Oh, there you go. Sheep stick to the teacup. No, I don't need to intro you guys. Yeah, we've got quite the day coming up. But of course, with every day, we've got to look back before we look forward. So let's take a little peek at the recap. We had 2 games just yesterday, and they were, quite frankly, insane. Starting off, we had Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns, and this one we were really hoping was going to be the big match, you know? Nouns finally turning up and delivering it to the top 2 teams, but that wasn't quite how it went down, was it?
Nope, there was absolutely zero pressure on any of the cores of Shopify Rebellion. I think Sableye played an absolutely outstanding Lycan game. He was applying so much pressure all over the map, you know, sending creeps to mid while he farms bot. He's getting the absolute most out of life. He's living it to the fullest. And yeah, I think with the freedom of the supports to move up on the map, it meant that they just had a bunch of heroes sitting on mid, pressuring them. They're there, and Nouns couldn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, T, what's your thoughts on offlane Dawnbreaker?
Situationally can work, but you need a very forward-thinking lineup. I wouldn't really want to pair it with a lifestealer. As I look into this game, I see a lifestealer. And no, I think unfortunately for Nouns, like every single tour, there's always that, this is going to be the time. They're going to take the win. They're going to make it to the major, babe. And then every time they just kind of fall flat and don't do it. And it's been, what I think I've covered in NA on and off for like the last 2 years. It's been kind of the same vibe, at least with the players. Of course, not Nouns, but some iteration of team has always had that same hope. But no, they once again are going to be third, not go to the major. So
well, looking like it. There are certain circumstances that can happen which change that. If Bait beats Shopify Rebellion, then Nouns still have a chance to tie up with Shopify Rebellion and win. But of course, yeah, that would be kind of crazy. Here's game number 2, and this one was a little bit closer. I mean, at least Shopify didn't come through and just absolutely stomp the laning phase in this game. Nouns actually had a reasonably decent laning phase, but it all fell apart when we came to that early mid game, and they just couldn't really play around anybody on the side of Shopify Rebellion, to be honest.
Yeah, Abed just had like a really good game from mid because he was laning against a Ricky, and it's like going from Europe watching 9 stomp it to watching Gunnar just feel like he can't do anything was pretty sad comparison, to be honest. Like you see the idea, you see his vision, but then there's like 4 heroes playing mid in like this tight ball, and Ricky's like, I don't know what to do with this. So he spent the entire game just like playing side lanes, trying to split push with Meteor Hammer and just accrue farm. And overall, yeah, they just felt like they couldn't do anything and got run over.
Yeah, and in so many other teams, you know, when a player gets a rampage, it's like all over the socials, it's on Reddit and stuff. Abed, nah, it's just expected at this point. It's really just like, oh, have I got a rampage? Who cares? Another one? Come on. At least a double. And then we move into the next series of the day. This was TSM versus Felt, and game 1, you know, sometimes you let Brood through the draft, and sometimes you then get Huskard at mid, and sometimes that feels kind of sad.
So I went to bed. You know, I wasn't really watching this series, unfortunately. You know, I woke up in the morning.
It was great.
Let's see what TSM was doing. You know, I load up the Dota buffs, and I'm like, oh, Huskard Brood. Okay. Game 2, I'm like scrolling. I'm like, oh, Night Stalker like a techie. Okay. Like, yeah, these were just some, you know, fun drafts, very aggressive drafts, and ones that a team that isn't really that polished will just get swept aside. And what was it, 24-minute game, 27-minute game? TSM just putting on a clinic with some of these fun picks. Fun with, you know, a big asterisk.
They tried. Like, there was the Morana came and camped mid super hard to try and deal with Huskard, but it just gave so much space to the other cores. There was nothing they can do. And then game 2, I don't know if you saw this on the Dota buff. It was role swapping. It was like Ari playing mid Ricky. It was, you know, a little mildly disrespectful if I had to say, but it felt like both teams were having fun. They were all chatting the entire time. But yeah, no, I think it feels pretty bad when your mid lane is losing to a support player playing mid.
It happens.
A little bit.
I haven't casted for a while, but what a series to come back to, you know?
Yeah, welcome back,
what a series to come back to. This was hilarious. Yeah, this was this wasn't really Dota anymore. It was just kind of having fun, but there was some crazy stuff going on. I don't know. I love this game. I think Fade didn't so much love this game. At one point, he was 10th in the net worth as an offlane Beastmaster.
It's because they just feel so pressured that they can't go Helm because of the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Like we saw Ace go for the Greaves Rush. We saw in this game Fade going for a Blink Dagger. It's just
Into Gem.
so sad. Yeah, there was literally nothing these guys could do. They just got like ran down by a group at nighttime.
Are we going to see this today then? Or are we going to see any of that quirkiness, do you think, bleed into today's series? Or was that just a yesterday thing?
I mean, maybe. So basically the situation for TSM is that they can't really lose their major slot. Well, no, they can't lose their major slot. They are going to the major, absolutely.
Wonderful.
What could
Good job.
happen...
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Good job, TSM. What could happen is that they lose out on their top place to... well, they have to play a tiebreaker for first place with Shopify Rebellion for those all-important DPC points, which is a difference between 400 and 240 DPC points. So it's kind of notable. I think, especially for TSM as well, who didn't really do very well at the major, they will be trying to secure their first place. So maybe first game they're going to be, super sweaty try-hard mode. Game number 2, we might see them loosen up a little bit once again, just like that last series. But this is how the leaderboard's looking, as I was just saying. 6-0 for TSM. Shopify Rebellion at 5-1. Nouns, unfortunately, at 4-2. Their hopes are dwindling at this point. They need Bait, who are just below them, to beat Shopify Rebellion, which seems very unlikely. And then down at the bottom, things are also looking pretty bad. Wildcarder 100% eliminated, which is kind of sad. 5 out 4 staff and Felt still have a chance to swap places, which 5 out 4 staff would love. Felt probably wouldn't love so much. And this is all stuff we're going to be finding out today, friends. So very exciting.
Thanks, friend.
Thanks, friend.
You're welcome. Should we talk about the games we've got coming up today?
Absolutely.
I'd love to.
Please,
Great, let's
direct
do
the
it.
conversation, my good host.
At my will. Okay, well, today's schedule, we're going to start things off with Bait versus Shopify Rebellion. As mentioned, this is a very important match if you're Nouns. If you're these two teams, then it's still pretty important because Shopify Rebellion just want to secure their second place, sorry. Bait, they've got nothing to play for. All they're looking for is DPC points here, to be honest. So obviously a win would be fairly big for them, but realistically, they're looking at next season if they want to stand a chance of qualifying to TI through points alone. They need to pull it out of the bag next season. Then we got DogChamp versus TSM, which is not so important for either of these teams, but as mentioned, if TSM want that top spot, then they should take this match very seriously. And then we have Nouns versus Felt, which, as mentioned, Felt are still looking for that bottom place. Nouns might not care if it happens that Bait don't beat Shopify Rebellion, because then that means they don't stand a chance of going to the major, so their spot is just kind of locked in.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's
It
all
might
about
get
Felt for that
spicy.
one.
Yeah.
Yep. What are your thoughts of Felt versus Nouns, Sheepo?
Felt versus Nouns. Nouns should win. I think Felt, after what I've seen of them yesterday, I do not have highest of hopes. I was kind of, I was rooting for them through Div 2. They looked very good. Obviously, they promoted to Div 1. But it seems like when they're playing against these... Like, the gap is so wide in terms of skill. You reach these Div 1 teams, suddenly everyone's punishing everything you're doing much harder. The strats that they were running back then no longer work. They're getting mega punished. So I'm thinking it's a pretty feels bad, man. And on top of that, your Fade Beastmaster, which was one of your, staple strats, now has this Night Stalker resurgence. And it's like, well, now I have to deal with this, and that makes drafting even harder. And it's, oh, God, I feel for them.
It's a tough spot to be in, and over and over, this has felt like a really bad matchup. I think Fade's Beastmaster is like good. It's just been getting smashed. It's really not looked good red for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let's see what we put. Let's throw up those predictions and see exactly what we expected from today's action.
I'm thinking there's going to be some contradictions potentially from what she just said to... This is, I don't want to say anything, but every panel I've been on, be it Europe, NA, or China, I feel like Sheep's always rooting for the underdog, no matter what, Sheep.
You're wrong. Actually, I put very try-hard predictions on Europe West only.
Okay, I see.
Wow.
But that
Put some
is
respect on the region,
That's not
Sheep.
reflective of how I feel about the regions. It's just, it gets boring trying to predict what...
Could you talk us through your predictions then, please?
All right, so here's the thing. Last time Bait and Shopify played, Bait nearly took a game.
Sure, game one. Yep.
Based on that history, I feel like they would have improved, right? Whereas
They have,
Shopify, there's no way
undoubtedly.
they've improved. So it has to be said that Bait will at least take one game, which could potentially lead to a second game, and getting their victory there.
And then the Nouns Felt that we just mentioned prior.
The Nouns Felt, so I'll be real, that was a misclick. That was meant to be Nouns. But the second one, absolutely meant to be DogChamp. Because here's the thing, TSM, they qualified. You talk about the DPC points. Sure, fair point, valid point. But I think TSM will come in today. They'll be playing with their toes. They won't be playing with their hands. They're going to draft like 5 supports, and then that's how DogChamp's going to sweep the series.
Sure. Elgato does have that pedal that you can do. If you just buy 5 of those, and at least you have some spells, and then I don't know how you use your mouse, but maybe like one of those dance pads or something. But
depends how texturous you are with your toes, I guess. You know, I think I could pull it off.
You could pull it off?
I don't know why I'm just looking at my toes like, I'm going to work this one out.
I'm like flexing them inside my shoes, being like, I could pull this off.
I just pulled off a Tinker combo with that one.
Play Tinker with your toes.
I'm just a simple bristleback.
I want to see it. I want to see someone pull that off. If you guys want some free clout, I don't know, maybe I can talk them into playing that clip on stream of someone playing Tinker with their toes.
Oh.
And then, TSM versus DogChamp. T, very quickly take me through it before we get into the first series.
Again, I feel like TSM's already vibing pretty hard. With all these lane swapping shenanigans from yesterday, I'll be excited to see if that happens again. Maybe some Ari Marcy on a core role, because again, he played that a lot in support, but maybe gets upgraded again today. But I would be surprised if Nouns, Shopify, or TSM are to lose their series today.
Absolutely. And DogChamp, you know, they've been trying things out recently. You know, they played with a stand-in last time, an actual carry player, which is kind of nice to see. So maybe they're going to do the same thing again. I'm not sure. In the interview, they were a bit vague. They were like, oh, yeah, I do want to play carry. You know, this was with Sunlight. He was like, I want to play carry. And then later on, he was like, no, that was a translation thing. I don't want to play carry. Sure. And we're like, right. And then they're like, but we're not getting rid of Russell, but we're using a stand in this series.
I mean, Yuma is very good, though. Like, I remember him playing in some UK tournaments, and then he moved to South America for a little bit. He's now playing in European Div 2. He played some NA Div 2/1. Like this, I think this guy is extremely good. And I think as soon as he finds a home that he can like develop in, he might actually become like that kind of contender of like middle pack of whatever region he plays in. So I think he's one of those players that like if you give him the farm, he knows what heroes he wants to pick. He's not some like tell me what I want to play. It's like I will tell you what I want to play, and I will make sure I have always impact in the game. So having that in a carry play is kind of hard. So I'm excited to see where he lands in the future, but he currently doesn't have a home. He's very he is like the nomad, you know, of the carrier.
Oh, a kindred spirit. Kindred spirit. Alrighty, let's move into our first matchup of the day. Is of course Bait versus Shopify Rebellion, the fan favorites. Shopify Rebellion versus the old school fan favorites of Bait with Dendy's team here. It's probably not going to be that close, but Bait are going to be fighting their hearts out as they have done time and time again. And honestly, this team has gone from strength to strength. They have been improving. But first, I want to talk about Shopify Rebellion, because this team has been so strong throughout the DPC. What's interesting is that Fear said that he believes that this team was kind of looked the strongest just because they've been coming so strong out of the lanes, even though they lost to TSM. I mean, that's
a big take, by the way.
It's a big take, but I absolutely understand where he's coming from, because Shopify have just been so dominant in the laning phases and transforming it into just beat down after beat down.
Yeah, I mean, it helps with the heroes that they're picking, right? They're doing some Undying plus Drown lanes, some Hoodwink plus Tides. They're picking Lycan and Beastmasters and off lanes to play around it. I think when I casted a series the other day, it was some like crit Tusk that broke bot lane, TP'd mid, then suddenly run stopped. So I think just the fluidity of how they move in the first 10 minutes is just better than any other team in this region. And it's why they are able to break teams down. Sure, they did lose to TSM, but I still prefer their early entry to any game.
Yeah, it's like I see Shopify being competitive with TSM, but it's like these other teams, it just isn't there. And I think when you have an offlane as strong as Crit plus any offlaner, right? You see him play with all of these people and they always look so good. Yep. But like, you know, Crit, Saberlight, they'll do so well in the first few minutes that it just means that Saberlight can usually just stay bot alone. And when you have Crit making moves around the map, like you just pointed out, it's like a very common theme. And it's so easy to do it against these teams that aren't good at laning because they just can't contest it.
So what does this one Tusk do to me? It's like, why is he mid? Why is he top? They're TPing to chase Crit around. Meanwhile, like Saber's like, well, I'm now a Nature's Prophet bot lane. Arbed's like, I'm now an uncontested mid lane Storm. Like, I think teams just need to relax against this opponent. And if anything, make sure that you apply pressure in the lane so Crit can't just go, all right, I'm just going to walk mid now. I'm just going to do this. And if you kill him, tell your mid lane. So now it's like bottle refill, then you pressure the side lanes. It's a lot of small things you need to do. If you make that mistake, Shopify will just punish you for the rest of the game.
And that matches up with their drafting strategy as well, which I absolutely love. They always, well, not always, but usually they're looking to give Saberlight the last pick. And at first I was like, this seems kind of weird because, you know, you've got Arteezy, you've got Arbed. These guys are like your superstars, you know? These guys are just going to come through and smash the game. They're the game winners. But as she was mentioning, you know, what they do is they give Saberlight a decent matchup in the offlane so that they know that he can survive alone, and Crit can then make those rotations into the mid lane. So really, you're winning basically 2 of your lanes just by last picking your off lane. That's really, really smart and some clever stuff coming out from Mr. Bulba there. So all in all, the Shopify team, there's a reason they got top 4 at the major. And I think they're on track to get a very nice score at Berlin again. Now on the other side of the coin, we've got the side of Bait. Bait have been going from strength to strength, Last season, they're a bit of a laughingstock. They only managed to win against the bottom 2 teams, unfortunately, who were Alpha and Thuith. And it was looking kind of sad, and I think our expectations were low. But this team came through, they showed some real discipline, and we're seeing a new side of Bait, which is creative, but also able to pull out some wins.
I thought it was very creative when they decided to get 0 kills in a game.
Right.
Because no one's really doing that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Stop messing with my narrative sheet.
No one's really pushing that angle of Dota nowadays, and I just think I respect them highly for it.
It's been done once before on Reddit, It was that kind of the...
I'll break this teacup.
It was the Treant Protector. They did a lot of healing,
Yeah.
and they just sustained through the damage and were able to take towers passively. So it has been done before. Unfortunately, Bait wasn't able to capitalize on actually keeping themselves alive long enough to hit the towers and get the Ancient. But if they are able to replicate that strategy again today, it really is about just providing at least 1 or 2 meteor hammers. If you're going to go 0-22, at least chip down some objectives.
He's right.
Yeah.
We know how to run this strat. We do it very often in our pubs. So
Yeah, exactly. We are the most formidable duo queue in all of Northern Europe. I'm going to reach there by saying Northern Europe.
Northern Europe.
The good old days.
That old region of NEU. Absolutely. But no, they have pulled out some cool stuff. This Alchemist has looked really interesting. Weaver, we kind of made a little bit of fun of Sturmanen in the early days for him absolutely refusing to pick a single stun ever. But sometimes it would work. And when he builds Meteor Hammers, who needs a stun when you have a hammer?
And we're looking on screen now, these team comparisons. It's the difference of a team that is nearly topping the group to one that is middling. Of course, assists are going to be higher, deaths are going to be lower, kills are going to be higher.
There's a win there. That's all I'm seeing.
That's true.
There are some wins to Bait, of course. But again, I think for Bait, they just need to respect the fact that conceding the early game, Shopify will group up. They have Beastmaster strats, Lycan strats, Visage strats. They always have something to break the map as soon as they see a very small timing. That's why their stats are always so high and inflated, because especially within this region, they are able to take the small lead into we have the entire map.
Yeah, I really think that Abed's pool as well. All of their pools lend to it, but Abed especially, he plays so many of these playmaking, like Spirits, the Storm, the Ember, the Puck. I think as well, seeing his Shadow Fiend come out is like terrifying, because it's like he's picking it knowing he's going to have some 40 last hits, 25 denies, right? And then you're just playing from so far behind that it's impossible. But I've seen Dendi win some unfavorable matchups. I can't remember it. I know he played a Primal versus something that he was meant to lose to, and he came out ahead. So maybe my mans can make some magic.
Is he going to pick Witch Doctor again today, though? Because that was the first game against Shopify. It was like a 47-minute game. It was Moose and Dendi together. I remember this to this day, listening to Fear in the cast go, Moose and Dendi, Moose and Dendi, Moose and Dendi, for literally 40 minutes straight. Because these two guys...
That's all he said.
And I would like to see... I don't know if I want to see Witch Doctor again, but I want to see that kind of level of surprise factor. Have really strong lanes and have one element of surprise to then, maybe put Shopify on the back foot, or just draft in a really stable way. But I don't see that will happen, especially against Shopify. They are miles ahead of these other teams, other than TSM, of course.
I think it's really important for Bait to draft themselves and not try to kind of answer too heavily what Shopify Rebellion are putting down. You got to raise your own problems rather than just solving problems, so that's a really important aspect. But Bait, they have been about that, I think out of all the teams, they've been the ones who are kind of just not really too worried about what their opponents are doing and just worried about making their own stuff work, which we've praised them for, because I think that's pretty strong. But, we talked a little bit about Saberlight. We talked a little bit about Abed and Dendi, but now I want to speak about Arteezy and Stonebank, the 2 carry players, because, Arteezy, he is consistency in a nutshell. This guy, you'll probably be able to see from his stats here as well. He's just wrecking. He's having a really great time. Stonebank, on the meanwhile, he has some great games. He has some very poor games, and it's pretty back and forth, but the stats aren't that far off.
I feel like Stonebank might be Shopify's new carry with these stats. They're very similar.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, they win the series, and Arteezy might have some issues at the major. Jokes aside, I think Arteezy, of course, stability is key. And for Stonebank, he's been around the NA kind of Div 1 scene for a couple seasons now, with different teams moving on, of course, to Bait. And I think, if anything, he just needs to find his confidence as a carry, because of course Arteezy has that in buckets and spades, or whatever the phrase is, and Stonebank, you can clearly see it in his play. There are some moments where that kind of maybe insecurity and exactly what he needs to do bleeds through, and that's going to be another issue in this series. I feel like if he can just find a mellow ground, he'll be in a good spot.
All right, well, it's time to shout out our partners who are esportsbet.io, who are offering a new watch-to-earn platform, which is an innovative new way where you can earn tokens to bet with 3,000 free tokens per hour for only $3 just by watching Dota 2 across the NA and Western EU regions. There is no need to place a bet. It's a new way to earn tokens and engage with the community, so head over to esportsbet.io and start earning tokens today. And now we can get in
to the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't going to risk it.
No, I really was scared. That would have been great. It's like,
these are very expensive. They're
fine British.
They are the finest
China.
English China,
Yep.
English home.
Made from the bone of a poor child.
And next series will actually have fluids in them. So if we get angry at a draft, we throw them across
what
the
room. What a word to use.
I mean,
they're going to have fluid in them. Holy.
Really pushing the boat
Leave
out
that for your imagination. But anyways, draft has started, mate.
Let's get into it. Yeah, let's indeed. What have they picked on bait, T?
Undying and Cottle, mate. So,
Wowie.
yep. So draft-wise, Shopify have respected the IO and the Alchemist, of course. For bait, they've been Alchemist in the offlane and the carry role. So, of course, also them being second pick, it amplifies the Alchemist a little bit. If they were first pick, I wouldn't expect this ban. But no, draft-wise, Shopify respond to this with a Lycan. Overall, very good against Cottle and Undying. These heroes, even though they're good defending structures, they're really bad if they kind of ran at behind the structures as well. So yeah, really nice Lycan pick. 3 bans to protect it now.
Yep, it makes a lot of sense. And this Cottle, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What's it supposed to do in this draft? Is this kind of like the heal and run at you style we're seeing?
That's what I would guess, judging by the fact they picked it with Undying. We've seen so much Core Keeper now where they're getting like their Ether Lens and their Octarines and whatever and just spamming heals.
Yep.
And it's very obnoxious, honestly. Like if you don't have enough burst damage to deal with like a Soul Rip plus Keeper healing, and like he's going to buy Greaves if it is Core as well, it's like you can't kill people. They just outlast your spells and then they turn their spells back on you. So I would like to see Bait pick up a hero that is just going to benefit from these massive buffs and be able to just keep fighting and fighting.
Yeah, I think for Bait at least, this opening's been done before by Gaming Gladiators. And that Cottle and Undying has been just running the offlane together. Undying playing as like a +4, Cottle being an offlaner. And because I'm already concerned that because of the Lycan, it devalues this opening in that regard. So maybe they need to flex it around a little bit, maybe have options where Cottle can go to the mid lane potentially, or you just put it into that off lane and now you need to really make sure that your mid and carry can deal with this Lycan, because these first 2 picks have 0 response to Lycan, so they just have to make sure they really give some answer to it.
What about Blinding Light, where you jam both fingers into Lycan's eyes and he can no longer hit you?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lycan's eyes grows back after like 5 or 6 seconds. I don't know how that mechanic works, but it's really annoying actually.
It's blinding.
It's
what
blinding.
about that suggests fingers in eyes?
It's blinding, is it not?
I'm sure there's some cartoon out
There's
there.
other
where
ways
it's
to blind people.
just jamming it in, sure.
Well, it is a tool.
It's a tool.
It's a tool. It's not the greatest.
Agonyms, Ignis Fartus.
Yeah, that's not bad either. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably not going to be seen. But
No, we've seen it. We have seen
we
it.
have?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
They go like the Greaves first into the Octarine, then the Ags, I think, if I
Okay.
recall correctly.
Will the game last that long?
Oh, that's a big question.
You know what could be cool?
Yeah.
You put Cottle 4, and then, of course, we've seen Night Stalker be good against Beastmaster. Same kind of concept works against Lycan. Of course, he likes to buy Helmet Overlord as well. And then the Night Stalker can go for maybe the Ags option, because then you have Cottle Chakra on the Night Stalker Void Ags. It's very old school. I have no idea if it's actually very good nowadays, but it's an option if they wanted to try and do some flex shenanigans. Again, not seen it in any pub. I have no idea if it's good, but it's a random shower thought.
I'd like to see it, I think. I mean, they are experimenters primarily, so I imagine there might be some sort of flex behind this Cottle. I'd hope so, at least, that they're willing to change things around depending on what they've seen, and of course the Lycan did come out afterwards, so perhaps they are willing to flex that. What I want to see is some stuns. I really want to see some brawling, some stuns coming out from Bait, and not all on Dendi, because we've seen that happen a bunch of times where, you were talking about like how Moose and Dendi used to play together. I mean, we have not seen that coming out from Sturm, and he is very much a kind of solo position 4 player. He likes to get out on the map and do his own thing. And that kind of leaves Dendi on his own. He either thrives and plays with his team, or he's just alone getting killed, and it's very sad. Great, stuns. I'm happy.
I'm happy too.
Hooray.
It's okay. It's also nice as well because I thought Shopify would want to take Snapfire here. I mean, they still might, but into like Undying plus having the kisses, which really pressures a Coddle, especially when he's a core, I think would be really nice because it's hard to keep up with like your Lycans when they're ulting and running around and whatever else initiation. So I just think whatever they want to do with that plus kisses means that they can just connect their spells well.
I think it opens up for any elusive mid hero here because Bait have now shown 3 heroes that hate trying to catch heroes. Like Clock can, but you don't pick Clock to kill a Storm or a Puck or any of these Arbed style heroes. And it also shows that Coddle is going to be most likely off lane or mid, unless there's some like weird shenanigans where it's like Undying off lane, Coddle 4 still. Like, I don't know. It's a very skirmishing style opening that is punishable by this type of lineup from Shopify. And again, Bait, I'm still not seeing the Lycan answer right now that we've already seen from the first phase. Maybe some Kunkka or something could be that help. You round it out with like a Tide or something, I don't know, but then you're too static. Again, a little bit concerned for Bait. I'm not really too excited by this opening. And for Shopify at least, they just need to pick up some crit hero here, probably to make some plays on the map, to mirror the movements of Clockwork.
I'd like to see that. I think that's certainly going to probably be the 4 pick here, as they leave the carry for last, presumably. And yeah, is there any way they can really counter this Lycan because it's been picked so early in the safe lane? Are there any carries you're looking at here, Sheep?
Not that are left in the pool. A lot of them got banned out, especially like looking at the Naga type heroes. I feel like I saw them ban like a Terrorblade against it last time I saw. Which could be an option, just to like, you go to lane, you use your meta, you like out CS him really hard. We saw Lifestealer yesterday as a response, which I didn't like, especially because they went for the Radiance build instead of going Armlet, so they were just kind of bullied out. Because you free farm that lane, but you don't pressure him. If you want to pressure him,
10 seconds.
you need more of these heroes that were banned. But
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, well.
I wouldn't mind like maybe like a DK for Dendi or something. I know he's not really played it, but even a Puck's probably fine for him. I just want something that if Arbed comes in, it's then you've jumped to us, I will stun you with Coil or Dragon Tail, and then we can try and kill you after. There isn't really much follow-up damage to that type of stun
I don't like the
turnaround.
lack of damage on the DK.
Yeah,
I want to see
I see why you're
burst
saying it.
They
though,
need that
'cause,
next hero after,
Yeah,
That's why I don't
but-
like that opening. The first 3 heroes, it's like I'd love to see a Puck or a DK or something to put like pressure on the Storm in the draft, especially when you're picking it somewhat blind, giving 2 more heroes, even a counter pick. But because of the skirmish nature of Bait's opening, where then it's not burst damage, it's long drawn out fights where it's like play around the tomb, Kotal will dip in and out, Clockwork's elusive to some degree. It really isn't that, we got the Lycan, you're dead. We got the Storm, you're very much dead. It really is going to be a difficult one, and that's why they're taking a lot of time.
Okay.
I'm expecting something crazy, and I'm not going to get it. It's a Drown coming out for Bait, so I'll leave Dendi's pick for last, and this will be your carry hero.
Sure.
I was thinking that it would probably be nice for them to pick a carry here because the way that their strat is shaping up, I feel like it's getting hard to cover all of the holes that are in their drafts, so they should just go harder on what they're doing, which is ball up and be unkillable. So in that case, your carry pool is going to get limited if they have 2 bans to take out the best carries for that strat. So taking Drow here makes sense for me. I think they are still very squishy. Like, them balling up looks quite scary right now.
Yeah. And Trout doesn't like being cuddled, and Lycan and Storm Spirit are very good at getting in and cuddling you.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of emphasis on Clockwork to be the barrier there, to jump in front of that cuddle and to prevent
Cuddle interceptor.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, lane-wise, it's going to be pretty decent. Clock Drow lane. I don't know how much work it's really going to do, especially with the laning prowess of Shopify. I think when you go against aggressive lanes, you just need to skip the first couple waves, pull them behind your tower, prevent the lane ever occurring. When you get Dominator, you will then push out the Drow from the lane. So it's not as if you pick Drow and it's like, haha, Lycan's got no game now. Like there's plenty of ways to play around it. So it's all eyes on Bait. How do they kind of cover that? Maybe they find ways to connect lanes, take the fight to them instead, but you've already got a Storm to cover Drow as well. Like, you always have a Spirit hero to prevent that marksmanship from activating.
Yeah.
And there's the DK ban, from Shopify.
Yeah, you need some threats on the board here for Bait. I don't know, are they looking back towards their Primal Beast, perhaps?
I would actually like to see Axe, if possible if it looks like a decent game. I think that just them having a blink instant stun is going to work very nicely for them, especially since it's like AoE pull against Lycan. It's just going to be nice. I think if we're looking for stuns, that's probably one of my faves.
If they go for a weak hero on like carry and the lane is hard, I'm still going to double back for Night Stalker. Just because I'd like to see Coddle go to mid. You can buy Orchid to pressure Storm Spirit. Then you have Night Stalker to deal with both Lycan, the silence against Storm Spirit as well. You force him to go early BKB. It cushions your Drow a little bit just because of the vision advantage. But it's so difficult to get through the lane. So Shopify, I think, in the back of their minds, they're probably aware of this. Funnick has played it before. So they'll just make sure they pick a carry that has a little bit of laning presence to prevent that.
All right, what's it going to be for RTZ? Final pick coming out for Shopify Rebellion, considering their options. And again, this is a somewhat important series for them to win, so don't expect to see anything clowny coming out here. This is going to be a well-considered pick.
I think RTZ's hero is like, this is cool. It's like, it doesn't really matter so much. I actually think Shopify have such a strong like identity on the other 4 heroes that RTZ, all he really needs to do is just find farm and carry the game later on.
Just be confident, right?
Yeah. Because they're going to be playing with like the wolf vision from Lycan. They're going to be playing with the Mirana ult to like invade map space. And then you have like ways to make plays literally everywhere. Like this Disruptor Storm are just going to be going around together, playing and picking off.
And we mentioned the lack of lockdown from bait. It's like, it's already hard enough to kill a Storm. Now try and lock down a Lycan. And now try and lock down some 2 or 3 item anti-mage. And yeah, going to what Sheep was mentioning, it's like this could have been a PA, an anti-mage. Like, literally any big core that scales. The rest of the previous 4 heroes look really nice and bait. They doubled down on trying to break the map. I'm skeptical these are the heroes to be able to do it, especially into Disruptor plus Lycan and Storm. It's a lot of reacting rather than being proactive. They don't have tower damage to force the map and to force reactions. They're just going to be able to go, Lycan's hitting our tower, let's TP defend it. But that kind of motion gives Anti-Mage complete free farm. So
yeah. So is there a way to shut down this Anti-Mage in this draft sheet?
It looks a little rough because it looks like it's a core Undying. Which is
Undying as well into the
Anti-Mage. I think Anti-Mage just takes all your mana and then you don't have any way to decay and then everything just kind of sucks. If his lane was able to go well, I would feel pretty good because you can just get this like shard stuff and do a 15-minute Roshan, which is pretty cool, and then you could like turn up the tempo with all your heals. So I'm guessing that's what they're hoping happens for them, but I don't think that lane wins against Anti-Mage.
It seems tough. Final thoughts, team?
Really hard for bait. I think it's going to be just perfect play for them to try and win this one. I greatly prefer Shopify's lineup. And that's it. We can spill the tea after the game.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, panel. Yes, indeed. They are leaning pretty heavily towards the Shopify Rebellion side. As am I would say, but I think Bait do have some tools to be able to take the fight to the side of Shopify Rebellion. Hopefully, we see a bit of life coming out from them, and we're going to see a lot of life coming out from our casters. We've got Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Nomad, looking for this one. Shopify ready to go up against Bait. Fogged, we heard some of the concerns of the panel. Do you sort of resonate with that? You feel that Bait, they've kind of not got all the answers that they may have needed to deal with what Shopify got through with this lineup?
Man, it's looking rough, Owen. I'm trying to wrap my head around the way that they set up some of these like early picks and stuff like that, because I feel like Shopify, they got literally everything they possibly could have wanted.
Yeah, it seems strong.
And like finishing up the draft with a Pango into the Storm Spirit. Yes, mid-game and stuff like that, perhaps we can see some fruition come from this Pango, but this is we've seen a lot of times in the games that we've casted in Europe, in China and stuff like that, Storm is a counter pick to Pango in the mid lane. Quite consistently, you have a pretty good lane versus that Pango, and I feel like they didn't answer really this Lycan too much whatsoever either. I feel like Saberlight, he's got another one of those games where he's got a ton of freedom.
We'll see. I mean, as you said yourself, kind of coming into the draft, right? This was to be expected from Shopify, that they were going to try and set things up to get Saberlight this sort of hero, get the Lycan.
For sure.
So you've got to imagine that Bait, with their preparation, they must feel that what they've ended up playing with this game is going to be able to provide answers that we might not necessarily be able to see ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see something come out of it. I'm just very concerned because I've seen time and time again Lycan as a counter pick to Drow, Storm as a counter pick to Drow, and they picked this into it. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Bait's able to do some type of crazy, astonishing stuff, but it looks incredibly difficult just from the drafts.
Sure. And do you like the decision to sort of have the Kotl Undying the way around that they have? You know, putting Funnick on the core Undying this game?
Not so much, really, honestly. But
Well, what are the problems with it?
their draft is just very limited on this catch department, right? Their entire catch is going to be coming from Lodin. All the catch really is going to be this Clockwork. Dendy, he's going to have a bit of a tough lane, so his catch is going to be lackluster until he's got something like Blink Dagger. But let's see if they can surprise. I mean, the double decay is something we've seen from a few teams before. I believe it was Gaming Gladiators, right? I think who did the Undying offlane with the Coddle support, and they just kept pumping him up to try to pressure. So maybe they're going to be able to do something neat with this. But versus Anti-Mage, it does feel like it can get a little bit difficult as the lane progresses. If they're able to endure the first few levels, then not sure what the Undying is going to be able to do.
Oh. Pause it. See if everything's all good to go. A bit of the old lag.
Yeah. Top is all about like stomping lane. That's what this lane is kind of built to do, but can definitely struggle when it's something versus like an AM who is just going to play around sitting back and just playing passive and getting these last hits until he has Ring of Health.
Really now, you should have seen that coming.
Fly could potentially die here.
He's got to stay.
He's okay.
Yeah, it'll be good. Back on the tower, just trying to soak up some of the focus from Stamanen and Funnick.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking a lot at mid lane because Abed, we saw what he was able to do yesterday. I believe it was yesterday, right? Yeah, versus... Oh, they're having some trouble. I believe it was yesterday versus Nouns, right? He really crushed the lanes. Both games, he solo killed Gunner in the matchup. It was a Puck versus a Pango. Sometimes we see these Pangos able to do pretty good versus Puck. He killed him. And this one, he's already off to an 8-2 last hit, so he hasn't missed a single one just yet. It's a lane where Storm really can dominate and get the solo kill potential onto the Pango.
Sure. And then sort of things going down on the bottom half of the map of this bottom lane. Is Saberlight kind of chilling down here, or can Bait sort of push him out the first few waves?
Bait can do some stuff down here. I think this is their, in my opinion, this is their strongest lane in the early game. It's
Clock Drow, right? Clock Drow, regardless, it's kind of the one of the best pairings to have with the Drow right in the lane.
It's either Undying or it's Clockwork. Those, in my opinion, are the two best that you can actually pair up with, unless you have just some very strong like dual melee or dual range versus like some dual melee. That being said, though, mid game, that's where I have the concerns for Stonebank on this Drow. Getting run down by a Lycan, getting jumped by a Storm, getting surrounded also from like Moonlight Shadow and all the vision that's going to be provided from the Wolves. And what? Who's having? It was
Dendy's
Mr.
having
Dendy's
some
having
issues
some
at the moment with the old lag.
Alrighty. And who it was? Well, it was 2 for 2 bounty runes, and both sides actually did end up getting an observer ward too. So. Ooh, Crit actually started with that's kind of cool. So Crit started with a Blightstone, not something too common that you see on a Disruptor. But they want to play aggressive. I mean, Saberlight is very, very strong at this on this Lycan. So
yeah, I mean, I like it because you know that Saberlight's going to have his wolves out. You know, he's going to keep them under support. Why not add a bit of minus armor in there? You know, you're going to have to deal with this clock running at you. You want to be able to trade nicely back with him, and Blightstone could do well for that.
Yep, he's got a Ring of Protection, so he counters it on Lodin. We do see that he maybe anticipated the harassment that he's going to be taking here. But he does have to be careful if you overextend in this lane at all, especially as a Clockwork too. The Glimpse, we've seen this time and time again now, being leveled first. Does significant damage. It's got very low cooldown.
Apologies for this, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we should be good to go pretty soon. Dendy's back in the game.
Okay.
Hopefully the issues have fixed themselves.
And he's ready.
Let's see, we're in the mid lane. You've got Arbed just having his own courier on the way out. Dendy, a couple of creeps, and then his will be on the way to bottom. Get the glimpse on him. He's going to get brought very, very low. Won't quite go down, but heavy damage here from Crit and Saberlight.
Lodin not going to salve him. He's going to salve himself to be able to try to soak some of that pressure, but that's going to give free last hits here to Saberlight and Crit for a few waves. Yeah, I'm still looking at mid. Let's see if Abed does miss a CS in these, first 4 or 5 waves or something like that. Right now, again, still hasn't missed one. 12-3. Let's see if I jinx him.
Nice, he's not missing any of these. Let's have a look.
He's
Easy CS.
He's on it. Should get both these with the Remnant. Oh
and
my
it's
goodness,
actually bottom lane.
them.
That first blood's going to happen. We'll see if Lodin can get Crit in return. We'll manage to get him there. Gets in under the tower, takes him out, but yeah, the damage already done there was Saberlight being able to claim that first bit of action.
Did I make our observer look mid the whole time? I did.
No, I think if you watch back in slow-mo, we were able to switch down there just in time. Our man was on it.
Very nice. Back to the important things. Oh, he missed one. He did end up missing just one. All right, now we don't need to look at that lane anymore. Nah, he's still going to crush it. 19-3. He's only missed the one. He's doing excellent in the matchup versus Dendi. Dendi does have a wave coming in, should be able to farm, but always under the threat of getting killed, of course, as you see there. Bottom again.
I mean, they're finding these opportunities to drag Stonebank into some very unfortunate positions. He's taking a lot of damage as the Drow here with kind of crit coming in with the good bits of control, good bits of glimpse action.
This is that important lane. I feel like this is the lane that has to kind of win for them, too. A Drow off to a slow start versus heroes that can gap close on top of her. Definitely problematic. Seeing Stormon in, it looked like he was making a rotation toward mid, maybe to like snipe some courage or something like that, but then immediately TP's top to help out Funnick. As they almost actually get Arteezy there. He has to be a little careful.
Yeah, I mean, top lane, right? It's
not bad.
Kotl Undying, it's going pretty good so far. Funnick, he's having free farm, and definitely not a situation where there's any sort of pressure from this, and you know, Arteezy on the anti-mage burning his mana or anything, because Kotl's just giving him more, and he's able to continue to spam the decay.
I guess, okay, what Stoman maybe was trying to do is kill the ring of health on the courier that was coming out, right? Because we see that so often now is a lot of these like AMs and stuff like that. You don't really play to get your ring from their side shop. You get it from your own, and then you drag your courier all the way. So maybe he was able to get it, but Arteezy, he does end up getting his. And Arteezy's actually going to drag wave. He's actually getting kind of annoyed versus this lane, versus the constant decay spam.
Up on him. Loading. Try and stand his ground against crit. But the Wolves are coming in, and well, the Loading, he'll get the kill. And with the help of Stonebank.
Don't body block him. Oh, God, Stonebank.
Was yeah, a little bit risky there, Loading. Nearly tripped up by his own teammate, but he'll make it out.
And I like the skill build. Lodin, he opts to not go for cogs, which I think is pretty cool. This time he's playing versus Lycan Wolves, so wants to have that damage that he can commit to ensure that he can focus fire and kill the Wolves and even kill crit perhaps, so it's working. Not bad. Lane's looking okay. Top lane's going way better than I thought it would. Arteezy, as we said, he's doing something you don't really see in this safe lane, but he's pulling the creeps all the way behind his tier 2, so they're just refusing to play the lane versus this annoying Undying.
Yeah, I mean, the Undying Kotl lane is definitely causing some chaos up top here from Bait. Funnick is in beyond the tower, and he slaps down Fly. Back down bottom, Loading. Sal's there from crit, and that means that this ain't going to be a kill, and he's not even able to stop the Sal from ticking crit up in the HP department.
And Stonebank, he's got what? He's got regen coming out, okay, because he's Stonebank, don't walk up. Wait till your clockwork comes back.
But, you know, all things said and done, 5 minutes in so far, it's a pretty close start.
Yeah, and look at top. They actually are able to... Oh, Arteezy, he short blinks. He might actually get chased out here. There's going to be another
They're definitely going to try and run him down when they see that sort of opportunity. See if he can play his way through the trees. The Mana's got eyes on him. Blinks back up in a second. And, it's another... Okay. A bit of an awkward blink.
He's looking in trouble.
He's struggling.
He might just get hit here. One more play.
They got him. Okay. Yeah, the blink's not working out for Artor here.
Those are very short blinks. I mean, yes, it's only 700 blink range, but he blinked like into trees, kind of like right next to them. All right, gets punished.
That's big. I mean, they're honestly big kill top. There's the Kotl Undying. It's doing what it needs to be doing.
What did Funnick end up losing? His courier actually walked into the tower and suicided. I didn't get to see what was on it. Bit unfortunate for him.
It was the completed phase boots. The blaze of attack and the chainmail.
That kind of hurts. I mean, that would have allowed them to play super aggressive, even more aggressive than they already are.
Sure.
But still, all in all, the lane's looking pretty good. Of course, mid, we're seeing Abed having that very successful time in the mid, but
he's going to come down bottom, come in for a bit of a gank. He's on top of Loading. See if any way Loading can get out of this. Got Stonebank by his side, and Abed running low on the mana. We'll get the job done as they take out Loading. Crit with the Thunder Strike.
How long on the courier? They're going to go immediately onto Funnick, but Arteezy has to back away right away afterwards. He's landing multiple double decays, another one. He's at 24 strength.
They're really crushing it, honestly, Funnick and Stomana. Really strong laning so far.
And we saw Stomanen take the Solar Bind even at like level 2, so looking to just play more around aggression rather than playing any type of farm. Really cool stuff. All right, not bad. Not bad for the early game here.
Yeah, I feel like kind of across the regions, we've seen games where sometimes in these matchups where they're very much as a strong kind of favorite in terms of expectations, you know, the lanes get out of control and then the game seems impossible. But so far with the opening to this one, Bait giving themselves a solid start against you know, the big lads on Shopify.
Yeah. They're slowing down the anti-mage, which is important. The big concern still is that the Lycan and the Storm are having that very good game, and they're the ones who kind of just counter a lot of the real carry potential from Bait coming from that Drow Ranger. So it's great that Funnick's able to apply pressure here, and we'll see what he's going to build into to continue that pressure, but they're still having some issues of catch and control versus Storm and Lycan.
I mean, it's going to be the straight sort of right click here, phase into Echo Saber for his offlane build.
I like that I like that they're going down their own style to try to find something to win versus Shopify here. Getting some stacks prepared too. We see Stormanen getting them ready, pumping up Dendi. Abed actually, he's somehow able to snag the Invis rune. Right under there.
Guessing gets out.
Stonebank forced to TP to base. Saberlight, even without the shapeshift, was able to force him out.
Top lane, they're going for Funnick. He's going to get that extra burst of mana. Will allow him to get one more decay off onto the two of them. Arrow's going to be tanked by Stomanen, but Arteezy's still in on top of Funnick. Won't be able to stay on target, though. Funnick. He's going to be able to get another decay
double
off onto the two of them. Nice. And indeed, even in those situations, Shopify at this moment in time, it's not easy for them to kill this Undying.
Dendi making the move bottom. Shapeshift is available, though, so they will force it at the least. And he does hold the Rolling Thunder, which is nice. So the next aggressive move might be able to find something. Stonebank. Got to be careful versus Abed. This is a level 8 Storm, and he's only level 5.
Yeah, they could dive him in.
He didn't skill the Gust either, so yeah, he's just
they're just going to go straight for him. He shows himself under the tier 1 tower. No hesitation from Abed as Saberlight comes in to borrow the kill.
Saberlight's like, oh, my shapeshift was actually very useful. As I made it to the mid lane to find the Drow anyway. And that's the tier 1 mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Immediately Saberlight just TP's bottom also. Barely ends up missing anything. He's got like a juicy double, triple wave.
Oh, Lodine.
Lodine?
I mean, this weren't the place to be for the Drow, and it's certainly not the place to be for the Clockwork. 2 easy kills here for Shopify in the mid.
He got the Dominator creep, though. You know, he's a little happy at the least. But yeah, more kills being given up. And Abed gonna continue moving around. He's full mana.
He wants to help Arteezy out in this top lane now.
Yeah.
It's ready to swing up towards mid.
Funnick.
Oh.
Oh.
Turn towards Fly. Crit to help out.
Glimpse under the tower. Funnick gets pumped up for mana again. Oh.
With Mana Void available, Arteezy's able to take the kill, and Abed, he's finally turned up and ready to help them secure both of the kills on this top lane. So now Shopify starting to speed things up. They can double the kills, 2k lead. The game is getting faster, and we'll see if Bait are able to keep up with this. Because this is could certainly be when it begins to get scary for Bait.
Yeah, especially if they lost mid tower, they lost their safe lane tower as well. And we see that Shopify, they do have full vision of the Drow Ranger at the moment farming this triangle if they do want to look to make some invasive play. And yeah, I think even though the AM is slowed down a tiny little bit here, as I mentioned, the Lycan and the Storm, who are honestly, they're kind of like the true carries, they're having phenomenal games.
Funnick dropping the tombstone here, just zoning Arteezy out of the lane so they can keep the pressure onto this tier 1 tower.
They don't have the liberty of like some Lycan to just super pressure these towers, though. It takes them quite a bit more time to hit this because Stonebank, he can't go up there. If he shows up in the top lane, they will make rotations and just kill this Drow.
Smoke out now from Shopify. They're ready to try and sweep this area of the map, wrap around behind this push of Bait on the top lane. And at the moment, we'll have the potential to outnumber them. Arteezy ready to get involved. Mana Void is back up.
They got Static Storm.
Set up onto Dendi. As not a chance for him to escape this one. See if Lodine or Funnick can play their way out of here. As Shopify choosing their target. They want to try and find Funnick in the trees. TP still on cooldown.
Uh-oh.
And Arteezy's found him. Gets the vision. Now glimpse him back as Funnick. He's got stick charges. He's got one more decay to play with. But no way out of this one. Mana Void from Arteezy. And the kill will be claimed.
And Saberlight looking for a dive. Is he using a regular melee creep?
He is.
He dominated a regular melee creep to look for Stomanen.
Won't be quite enough, I don't think, to get him. And the heals there as well. Stomanen will be able to escape.
He put a tree down also to block the path. He put a branch down when it was all chasing him to try to protect himself. So cute little play. Good aggressive move from Shopify, though.
I mean, we'll see this as well. I mean, I'm all up for an innovation, but I don't know if it's going to work. Funnick, he's going to actually change up, and he wants to go there. He wants to try and get a Radiance online for the team.
He's like, Stonebank, you're not carrying this game. I'm going to try to move.
I mean, when you're off lane, Undying queues up the Radiance. I think that's certainly what the message is.
Yeah. I mean, I hope he actually doesn't do this, but I'm not sure what he should build either way at this point, just to try to protect himself. Because Undying, when you're playing as an offlaner, it's all about just having like a perfect game. If you die like 3 times, your game is kind of just over, especially with the matchups that you're up against when you have no real catch versus 3 mobility heroes.
We see here on the odds provided to us by our partner esportsbet.io, they feel that this one is not going too great here for Bait. No. And kind of outside the first 5 minutes, I tend to agree. This game, it looks difficult for Bait right now. Shopify, they're making moves, they're getting the catches, they're getting the kills. Killing spree for Arbed. As, I mean, you can see on the KDA, what we've got 305 Saberlight, 304 Arbed. These two are popping off, and that's very likely to give more than enough space for Arteezy to hit the creeps, get his items, and be ready to close up the game when they wish.
He's got the Battle Fury also, so it's not a Treads Battle Fury at the 13-minute mark, which is like the, your ideal. But he's still going to have that Battle Fury and stack, so it's good enough.
It's absolutely still a good time, considering that they did lose the Tier 1 top early, and it just wasn't a very fun lane for the anti-maze to play.
No. Bait, they got to start getting some pairings together with Dendi, looking for some type of aggressive plays soon here to make space, because soon map's going to shrink even more for Stonebank. And it's just Shopify making every single move. It feels like Lodin might actually get the solo kill here. Just kidding.
Yeah, backup comes in. Arteezy ready to get involved. Fly will take the kill though. And Saberlight also making the moves as he dives in. Takes down Stonebank. Dendi's got to put the Rolling Thunder just in an effort to escape this part of the map.
I've seen Saberlight do this so many times with his summon heroes. It's 13 minutes. He's completely taken over the map.
And now in a Roshan. I mean, this game, as I say, I think it was, what, sort of 4-4, and now it's 4-13. Yeah. Shopify, kill after kill after kill. Bait, they're struggling to find anything right now.
They just don't have, honestly, they just don't really have stuns. Like, they actually just don't. So getting these type of easy kills,
they gotta go for a steal.
For Shopify. They gotta go
Clockwork's too far behind. He's too far away though. It's gonna rely on Dendi kind of jumping in.
Can they get the 2 of them inside so they get vision? They can. Let's see, Dendi, can you get it?
I mean, Shopify have stepped like completely out of the pit. And Fly, you'll have to put the leaf to get out Dendi. He's jumping in. They've taken out Fly. They've taken out Saberlight.
They'll get it.
I mean, Storm could go for a steal, but indeed Bait's just going to get it. I mean, Shopify, it kind of felt like they were a bit too scared then. They just sort of stepped out the pit whilst Roche was on 5% HP. I mean, what were they so concerned about? Did they maybe think that Rolling Thunder was back up when it wasn't? They were terrified.
I mean, Tombstone is pretty scary, but he put it right in front of them. So
yeah, well, there you go. Bait, they get the Aegis. They get the kill. Oh, they get the kill as well, right? They get everything.
They do. Funnick's like now. He's like, okay, now I can definitely.
Oh, absolutely. Radiance. He's like, all right, we're getting that relic, boys.
Hell yeah.
Well, there you go. I mean, well, Bait's going to be very happy with that one, and yeah, I think Shopify going to be a bit disappointed they let that one slip.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Dendi now he's got the Fusel Blade. So definitely perhaps some aggressive potential. I want to see them pair up. I still want to see them do the similar stuff where they're pairing up with Dendi, pairing up with this Clockwork, and looking for these type of kills on these easier targets. Yeah, Relic is done. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a Radiance Undying though. It sounds pretty awful. I got to be honest with you, but
I mean, you've got infinite HP if you hit the gaze. It's.
I mean, the Radiance miss.
How can you die? You just
Radiance miss versus Lycan summons.
Radiance miss. I mean, obviously the Radiance miss chance is good, but it is obviously a question of are you going to be able to survive in these fights with just Phase and Radiance?
That is the question. Lodin, point blank miss.
Well, he'll definitely lose his life for that one.
Whoops.
Not sure what he was going for there, but apparently it wasn't anything.
Can they get a glimpse? Crit. Still 8 seconds, so not going to be able to. But they're going to look to invade, it looks like, into the triangle, perhaps. Saberlight, he's running in. Oh, he's found the Black Dragon, the dream.
Oh, that is the dream, isn't it? Beautiful.
So Aegis was claimed, but let's see what they're going to be able to make of it. Because still, we've seen Anti-Mage getting this free farm.
Yeah, I mean, you got, what, top 3 cores on the net worth here for Shopify Rebellion. Yep, sure, you had that bit of a blunder around the Roshan pit, but you're still feeling in a very good spot with how much your cores are getting. You know that you're just getting that little bit more than bait, and with what bait have, unless bait are killing you, they're probably not closing this gap in gold.
No, definitely not. And I'm surprised to see that Lodian actually, I saw him jetpack, right? I'm surprised he purchases that so early in the game.
Top lane, Abed gets a freebie. He's able to take down that Undying alone.
Well, he had a dragon as well. Come
on. Okay, the ancient black dragon was helping, I suppose. Bottom lane, set up here with the static storm from Crit. As they'll glimpse Dandy back into the static storm. That's the Aegis gone. They won't try and take him down a second time. They'll just react to the fact that backup was coming in. Give him some respect.
Fly still in the area. Can't really go for anything here, but Crit is walking back over, so maybe they will look for another play. They have Abed pretty close. He's half mana. Rune spawns top. It's an arcane.
It's an arcane. Glorious rune here for the Storm Spirit.
I feel like Dendi might have to just go for Shard next, so at least he can prevent the Glimpse plays and pulling him into the static constantly. Some type of protection instead of going for the Blink early, even though it does feel like lackluster because of their catch being so limited with no real stuns. I think he still probably has to go for Shard, and yeah, he'll purchase it. As we're seeing that that cheeky ward that we saw earlier from China.
Yeah, this is
also the one by the secret shop. Yeah, we've been seeing this one quite a bit.
Kind of becoming a new popular one, right?
Yeah, I really like this one.
I don't know who kind of started it.
Not sure.
But yeah, so the spot never gets dewarded really. It did that one time because there was a fight in the area, but of course gives great information regarding when stacks are being made.
Yeah, I really like this ward. Because usually you see people put the sentry like to check the ancient area and the high ground area and stuff like that, but you don't really put it on the left side so much. So yeah, it's a cute ward. I really like that one.
Yeah, you see where the pulls go, and also gives you good info on like what people are picking up from the secret shop.
Yep.
Which obviously tends to be big components of very important items. So you get really good information regarding that. That sort of progression.
Dandy being scouted. Roll up. Oh, he canceled it.
He did?
He double tapped.
That's unfortunate. That will cost him his life. And same time, Arteezy was able to take down Funix. So that Radiance is going to be put back a few minutes once again.
Wait, right, he did. Yeah, I mean, he absolutely double tapped, right? Because if he gets pulled out of it, oof. That hurts. That's some big kills now for Shopify again. Getting things back into order after botching their Roche attempt, of course. Tier 2 tower mid. Saberlight cleanly pushing it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, Crit. Crit right now has Shard queued up, but this is a pretty bad Shard.
Wait, Shard?
It's pretty horrible. The old Shard was good.
Yeah, well, the one that you can throw down on your allies gives a bit of boost to attack speed, right?
Yeah. Abed, though, look at this, bullying 2 heroes by himself. Now he's got a friend.
Yeah, they're trying going on him with the hook shot, but nothing to stop this Storm cleaning them both up.
Abed just going for a, crazy stat build, right? He's got the double null, treads, wand, Kaya Sanj, super tanky, 7-0 and 6 on this Storm's build. There's just no, like we said, pretty much no disable to deal with Abed. Dendi, he shows himself up top as well.
That's risky.
He's got to roll up. Fully defensive roll up though.
We'll catch on the replay here, Fog. Check this out. Oh, it's just a move earlier with Abed dealing with the 2 of them on his own.
Just him 2v1ing pretty much. Got a little bit of help, but it was mostly Abed.
Frustrations being shown there by Bait.
And Arteezy, soon to be top net worth. Battle Fury, Manta's done, level 15 online. He's been given, all the space in the world really from his buddies. And wait, he's got another Ring of Health?
He wants to get the Abyssal.
I guess so. And Crit actually does commit for the Shard, so yeah, you don't see this purchased.
Yeah, well, you think that he's memeing a little bit there?
What do you think? Maybe he wants to try it. This would be the game to kind of try, like a concept of Lycan out or something like that for the buff up the summons. But this Shard, it's
if like Arteezy or Saberlight are hitting the same target as Thunderstrike, they're melee heroes. They're going to be close enough getting that attack speed buff.
Sure. If you're hitting the target that's being focused from it, maybe it's not as bad. It's pretty bad, but whatever. It used to be so good. I was so sad when they changed. I mean, it's been an age, of course, since they did change it, but it was always a fun one. Shopify, they're in. Abed, he's on top of Stonebank.
See Loading try and help out with the hook shot. Does give Stonebank a bit of a chance to get back to the high ground. But they'll still find him. And Lodine will be controlled as well. The field's down from Crit. 21-6. Getting into some, quite the crazy lead here. And kills Funnick.
His Radiance. Oh no.
Not going to do too much against an anti-mage, unfortunately. As Arteezy in on top of Funnick with the rest of the gang. It's definitely starting to get a little bit messy this game.
They still have a deep ward too. Abed, he's going to get the jump.
Oh, swashbuckles off in time though. Dendi will manage to survive.
Gem picked up for Fly. I mean, they're just crushing the map, crushing the control of everything. Very limited space now at this point for Bait. As Shopify continue to constrict that, getting absolute free farm for Arteezy as they just keep playing aggressive. I feel like Abed always has mana somehow. He's very good at just using his mana on Storm Spirit. And they are going to scout Roche. It's a long spawn.
Not in any rush here, Shopify. They can hold the map until that's ready for taking. Icy's done on Saberlight.
Oh my god, he is huge. Saberlight's level 14, AC. He's got like all the timings. And AC is so much more valuable when you're playing versus something like Drow, of course, as we always talk about. Plus armor, the dream.
I mean, Bait, they're out with the smoke.
They've got the blink on Dendi. Who can they find? It's just so difficult. Killing all three of the cores is, as we've said multiple times, so damn difficult since they're so mobile versus the limited stuns. And the ward's actually getting dewarded from an illusion.
Lodine, he will take the bait there.
I mean, he knew it was an illusion, right? It's hitting the ward multiple times, so the glimpse, it's on Stonebank.
It's going to get him in the Static Storm. They're trying to heal him up. They're trying to save the Drow, but they can't. Dendi is in with the Rolling Thunder. We'll get the first connection on the Saberlight. Does knock him down to the low ground. Still, he's able to get away from the rest of Bait. They can't control the wall. Saberlight escapes. Jump forward from Artesian with the Mana Void. They take out Funnick. There's 2 dead on Bait. Maybe more here. Dendi cannot TP out in time. They'll lose Lodine to the Black Dragon. 4 dead on Bait. Nothing to be lost here on Shopify.
They just, I mean, how many times have we seen them just catch Stonebank? Every single one of these times. He's 0-6 on this Drow. We did say it was going to be that difficult game. They picked it into a lot of these counter heroes. And they just keep finding him. I mean, the vision, of course, from Shopify has been excellent from wards, but they also always have these wolves to scout and get those glimpse plays as well.
Mr. Manon.
He's seen.
Looks like we may get effectively the team wipe here. The 5th and final member of Bait also taken out. Abed now godlike.
Something we're very used to seeing, of course, in this NA region. An Abed godlike, an Abed rampage, something like that.
I mean, out of sort of the heroes that Shopify have, is there kind of one in particular that when you saw the draft, you kind of step back and you're like, how did they get this hero this game?
It was the Storm and the Lycan. It just felt so damn good versus this Drow. And he picked it into it, so... difficult stuff. The opener for me was just weird a bit there from Bait. Maybe they'll adjust it next time, but just having no real stuns in your draft sets up for a very difficult game to play.
And he's gonna walk and get arrowed.
Farewell.
Let's see what they can do with the shapeshift now. Shopify, they're ready to strike. They have the glimpse here to take Lodine out for safety of his cogs. Lodine's gone. They're looking for Stonebank now as well. Desperately trying to scramble back up towards the high ground. Dendi will be able to blink back up there to safety. The rest will survive. So with that pushback there, Shopify, they've created more than enough space for them to head into the Roche pit. And this time, they shouldn't have any trouble finishing this off without any interruptions from Bait.
And this is where the shard on the Disruptor would look good, but oh, he actually used it on the Lincolns of the Roche, so... Now we'll see. There we go. Everyone buffed up for 1 second there.
Abed with the Aegis. And honestly, not that he needed it anyway. He hasn't died this game. I doubt he'll even lose the Aegis with how smooth of a game he's having.
They're giving vision with the arrow. Does Crick get the glimpse? He does. but he's got the roll up, so we'll be fine.
Oh, that's easy. There's some good aggression. It just walks up into the base, knowing that they can't do anything about that.
Black Dragon to scout. Abed's in.
He'll get Stamanen. See if he can play around with Funnick as well.
Sure can.
With the DD rune, he'll be easily able to get both of them. An unsuccessful kill secure there from Arteezy's Mana Void. As Abed claims the two of them. See Lodine is going for crit, but he can't finish him. Crit's going to live. Lodine goes down. It's 3 dead again, and nobody going down on Shopify. Arteezy's ready to start diving here.
Radiant's top tower is
He's
under
taunting him.
attack.
Just standing in the base, no creeps. He'll just farm here. Thank you.
Ready to play, of course, now with the Ags. Throw those illusions in, which can be very annoying to deal with. And definitely make you think twice about which one's the real one and how prepared you are to jump when you see an anti-mage blinking on you.
They can really do anything. I mean, if you wanna pull up that win probability for us, it's only 28 minutes, but
we got a
it's
1%.
exact. No, it hasn't been already for a while. It's been 100 for about 5 minutes. To be expected when AM is just able to do pretty much anything he wants on the map, and the Storm and the Light can completely control everything. But Bait, they're gonna stick in it. They're gonna keep trying here.
Here we go.
I'm surprised. There's a bunch of things I'm surprised about. Like just not going for 4-step on Lodi, not 4-step on Stoneman too. Obviously, these things wouldn't win them the gamer, but it could definitely make things a little easier to protect Stonebank.
All right, we're going to try and set up here onto the Mirana. It's not going to work out for them. Dendi will get the roll up on in time. That's easy, trying to find a target. He's going to get bitten. He's turned into the wolf, and he's ready to go.
The blinking wolf.
See what he can find. Already TP out for Stonebank. Will save Stonebank. Stamanen, he'll get left behind. Dendi also able to escape with the TP, so...
They're going to call it.
They may have been able to get the majority of them out of that fight, but they respect the fact that this one's at a 0%. There's no coming back in this one. GG's called. Shopify Rebellion will take this first game of the series.
They tried to do something in their own style, right? With the Coddle Undying opener. First, 5 minutes or something like that, they were able to apply a little bit of pressure, but this just looked like a pretty... Like this Drow game. Like, how do you play Drow versus... Lycan and Storm? There's not really a whole lot that you can do. Lost their mid tower. They lost their safe lane tower. Full out aggression from Shopify, and that's without Arteezy really showing up too much, right? They were doing it as 4. They're winning the game 4v5, essentially. So for Bait, I mean, besides just draft, gameplay needs to be fixed, but I think step 1, Coddle Undying, it's a risky move to go for. You have to literally completely stomp your lane, and then they didn't even fix things to have more type of stuns.
I mean, the lane was okay, right? The first 5 minutes of this game, it didn't look too bad for Bait, but every minute after that looked kind of exponentially worse and worse and worse. Shopify looking fantastic. But as you said, maybe there's a chance Bait can kind of give themselves off to a bit of a better start with a better draft next time. We'll see if they're able to do that, or if once again Shopify is able to slam them down as this game 1. They certainly slammed them down hard. Shopify take game 1.
Thank you very much, Owen and Fod. Yes, indeed, there's another Shopify victory here, and this one, unfortunately, was not very close. Laning phase, it didn't go great, and then they just collapsed on them. I mean, what were the strongest aspects of Shopify Rebellion's gameplay in that early mid?
Who do you want to take it? Come on.
No, I was looking at you. That's,
me?
I can take it. I can take it. Me.
I'll let you take it.
Oh my gosh, yay, yippee. Their strongest aspect was the fact that they were able to just make their lanes float fine. I think they actually went better than I expected for Bait, but things all just worked out for them. I think they were able to get the levels they needed. They brought a lot of heroes to mid and started skirmishing a lot with Abed. I think that's the best part of them as a team, is that they can identify who is strong and when and bring heroes to them. Like you saw Saberlight, he hits his level 6, he has a helm, he's running mid with his ult, and he's killing his Drow there. And then like the way that they're able to just start taking more and more kills is based off of the fact that they know exactly how far they can push themselves.
Yeah. Also helps that for this anti-mage versus Undying lane, there was a glimmer of hope for Bait where the Coddle Undying was able to put a little bit of pressure on anti-mage, but they never did enough to really get him out of the lane. There was always that regen getting shipped out. They were running a health, of course, on the anti-mage, and then there was that eventual, wait a second, we've now killed him once, we've now killed him twice. The rotations come into play. So for Bait, it was Undying had a good start, but instantly fell off as soon as any rotation come into play. Like Sheep's mentioning, Saberlight, pretty much uncontested, gets to walk mid, gets to have his own game, pretty much top 2 net worth the entire time, and with all these motions coming in, like we never really got to see an offlaner be an offlaner. We never got to see Dendi make a move. It's just like we just saw 5 bait players kind of on the retreat the entire time, and it all stems from the fact that I feel like when you're going up against Shopify, one of the more stable, stronger drafting teams, maybe in the world, let's say, I don't think you can be an Undying Kotl opening. That's not going to go, Boba, we got you today. You're not ready for this one. Like it's just, oh, okay, you're doing that. We're just going to continue doing our own draft. And I think maybe the prep work coming into game 1 from bait wasn't the best. I think it was a little bit too bait and less who they're playing against. And Shopify, they lapped this one up, 12-0-9 on our bed, just, living the dream.
Absolutely, yeah, he destroyed this game. And let's not forget, this was a first phase Lycan as well, Was there anything in Bait's draft which kind of suggested to you that they did have an answer for this Lycan?
I think the idea was the ball up group thing, right? Like they wanted to be able to hit a point where they are just able to stand together and be strong, because like the longer the game goes on, you have Dendi on Pango. He's going to get like an Ags. You're going to be disarming the Lycan constantly. It's going to be hard for him to play these fights. I think like that is the idea of their draft. The problem is it doesn't execute. I also think it's weird that Funnick went for a Radiance. I think that made him way slower in his entrance into the game.
Yeah.
But he has phase radiance.
It was a massive issue, honestly.
That was if you said I was going to watch an offlane Undying today, who also goes phase radiance, I would have thought you would, pulling my leg, mate. Absolutely pulling my leg, having a joke and
having a giggle,
and it just isn't the one. In a world in which we buy auras and fight, if you're going for a radiance on Undying, someone else needs to alleviate some pressure to allow for that greed. And I didn't really see it. So again, for bait, just a lot of things just didn't work out their way, and it's going to be a big comeback if they want to win game 2.
Well, we need an MVP for this game, and I think that's pretty easily going to go the way of Abed on this Storm Spirit, absolutely destroying this game 12-0-9, completely uncontested, owning the mid, owning the game, running around all over the place. A moan comes out from Sheep. Well, who did you want to give it to?
I would have given it to Crit, obviously.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
Of course I would, because
hipster.
What is a Storm without his disruptor? I watch him playing the side lanes. I see this poor little Pangolier sitting there so calm, and then out comes the Static Storm kinetic field. In comes the Storm Zip. Then he's dead, and it's like, okay, thank you, Crit, for setting that up. I mean, he was everywhere. He was a part of so many kills. His rotations on the map were very solid. He got those boosts of bearing too, and just helps support his team.
Yeah, and for Abed, if he did get the MVP,
he was
He also goes top, and because Crit moves to mid, now mid can move to top. The domino effect that you see in a lot of Shopify games, and for Abed, he utilized this early assistance to catapult himself into game. He slaughters Undying. He gives Arteezy free entry to a game as an anti-mage with no real contest. So again, if you're going into game 2, please put some pressure onto Storm Spirit in the mid, or at least Abed on the mid lane. Don't let this guy just free farm, and also have some oomph in your side lanes so Crit can't just free up the lane. Like we mentioned on the pre-show, we didn't see it in game 1. Please do it in game 2.
Please. That's what we're asking for you. And this opening needs to be different. They need to get some lockdown in these first 2 heroes. Last thing as well is like, do you think Arteezy's getting bored? Because like so many of these games now, he's just not had to really do much. Just kind of farms up, rocks up to the last fight. Abed's already 12-0, and he's like, all right, well, guess I'll finish this one. Maybe he's frustrated that he's not getting MVP.
Maybe he should play more fun heroes then. I don't know. Like Anti-Mage is the farm man. He's not going to be getting involved in the game. You could give him like an Ursa Bear. He could come out with a blink at 12 minutes and just go fight.
I mean, he's trying to have fun. He's played Anti-Mage, Drow, Razor, PA, Morph, Pod, Shadow.
None of these sound fun.
But he's as a carry player, he's got versatility. Maybe it's like Bob was like, "Do you want to have fun today?" He's like, "I know it's not going to be fun. Do you want to play a new hero?" It still won't be fun. Maybe he needs himself to, do something. Because on the camera,
he had a lot of fun on the pod, actually.
Yeah, but on his camera, he really is quite. Okay, yep.
You could pick so many other heroes. You could pick stuff that aren't carries in a carry position. You saw TSM yesterday playing their like off-lane Lycan with the techies, the carry Night Stalker, the mid Ricky.
Sure.
Why not get into that sort of shenanigans?
Because they're not guaranteed going to the major just yet.
Exactly.
Right?
It's also Shopify. Like, do you think Bob was going to go, Arteezy, do you want to play some random carry today. It's like, no, you're going to play your normal carry. We're going to continue winning. And we're going to continue being Shopify.
You know, they had an interview with Bulba, and Fear asked him if he was going to talk to... Oh, no, actually, I asked him if he was going to talk to Arteezy about not building BKB on PA after the game.
That game.
Yeah, and then Bulba turned to Fear and said, what do you think I'm going to say to him? And I was like, this is like two dads talking about how their kid's been naughty. It was a special moment. But we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Bait. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NADPC, where our lovely British panel is getting very excited for another game of North American Dota 2. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Bait in this spiffing series, and I've got two spiffing panelists with me. Guys, what do we want to see coming out from Bait this time around? Do we want to get some stuns?
Oh, bro, that is sick, innit? I cannot wait for another banging game, innit?
God, street sticked. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say it goes that far.
The way that you said bruv, but also backed away from him, bruv.
No, I started swearing, so I was like, oh, wait, reel it back.
We're working. Oh, God. So what was that about stun, sorry?
Do you want to see them from Bait this time? Do you want to see a couple of those abilities?
Just a little bit more oomph.
A little lockdown.
That's what T said, more oomph.
More oomph.
What
Yeah.
that means.
I mean,
Elaborate.
oomph basically means you enter the game with a game plan that looks good and also lanes that feel nice. And when I look at Bait's history, at least in their drafts, their nicest drafts are when they have Disruptor, IO, Primal Beast, because these heroes, they're very good. They don't show a lot in a draft. It's just more like, it's just a hero, you know? But when you're going like the Kottles, these Undyings, and you're lacking the stuns or lacking that kind of glue in a lineup, then it can get really hairy, really quick. So I just want to see them...
Hairy is bad?
Yes.
Ooh, that's
really
a self-report.
Really bad. But no, I think in this game, for Bait at least, just open the game, Disruptor, IO, something. Just something that isn't game one, please.
You know what I want to see? I want to see them pull out their Alchemist again, okay? I want to see them do that, because that hero...
Yes,
it looks good. Here for the Alchemist. Here, okay. And here for the
Huzzah!
draft. Huzzah, friends. Let's get into it. Draft for game number 2 now live between Shopify Rebellion and Bait. And yeah, Alchemist not banned, but Bait are going to get their hands on this Nature's Prophet. Let's see what they can do with it. What's wrong, T? What's
These
wrong?
bans are amazing. It's just like for Bait, we're talking about Shopify being beast and Lycan strategies all the time, pushing their way through their games, and they enter the phase like, all right, just ban out both. Why not? They're second picked as well, so it's easy to pick it on this position. They go Nature's Prophet. if you're Shopify, it's like Primal Beast +1 could be quite a nice response to this.
Yeah.
Don't know about you, Sheep. Any vibes?
Primal Undying, perhaps?
I'm quite vibesing with that. No, they can't pick Primal, I think, because then they just respond with Clock on 8 for bait.
And then, it'd be potentially rough or...
Potentially rough. Maybe not, but potentially. I think Ench is super cool, though. It's nice to see them playing with that, because I think everyone in like Europe and stuff is just going straight for the Disruptors usually, or the Undying. So I'm glad to see Enchantress picking up a little bit more steam in these other regions.
Agreed, yeah. It's a nice pick. And one we're not really seeing a lot of. I think we've seen like 1 or 2 Enchantresses here.
It's in China that it's primarily.
Yeah.
But it's making its way out.
Any region where Baboka is one of the top teams, you're just going to have Enchantresses all over the place.
Shopify's already played it once before into an Age of Prophet first pick against Wildcard, but in that game they had Beastmaster to pair it, or at least pair it with in regards to draft, of course not in lane. But again, Ench, the reason why it is so strong and formidable, laning phase, super hard to deal with. It forces, camps to be blocked. They actually take the clock themselves.
Damn.
Okay.
So smart.
Do you think there's flexibility with Ench? Or do you think this is just going to be like crit clock and Ench on 5?
In Shopify, if it had been bait, I would have been with you 100%. But for Shopify, I'm not sure.
What do you think? It's just fly Ench, crit clock? Is that the vibe?
Potential. That's what I'm feeling.
Potential.
That's what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Is there any universe? I mean, Saberlight's played the offlane Ancient Apparition before, he said in an interview that if I think it was Nouns, if Nouns were to he said in a tweet or something. I don't know. He said basically he was screaming for an AA pick when Nouns are doing this full regen strat. And they didn't do it because they think the hero's bad. Nouns actually said in their interview, they were like, AA is too rubbish to pick, so we're just going to pick healing heroes.
Too rubbish.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have heroes that buy Skadi, it already feels quite nice. Of course, it's not as explosive as an Ancient Apparition, but yeah, it's a very hit or miss hero with that ultimate.
Indeed. Quite literally.
Hit or miss.
Thank you, guys.
He's
Thank
so
you.
funny.
Thank you.
He doesn't miss.
Cheers.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
don't know why. It just makes me feel real at home, honestly.
I'm not sure I can paddle without it now.
No, I actually, it's just so cozy.
Yeah.
I'm not used to it. My fingers are too disgustingly fat to fit in these dainty little.
I've not had to do the
teeth.
pinky hold for time. Wait, hold on. There we go.
Wild card game.
It is
There you
really
go.
small.
It really is.
It's so tiny. Aww.
North American Dota, one of the best in the world. Aww.
It was a good endorsement.
Oh, I tried. Oh, that's it.
All right.
You're
All
back
right,
to being
teacups
whatever
down.
region you are.
Smash the teacups. It's over.
Oh my god, are we allowed to?
Card gaming.
Yo, for a second, it overtook me for a second. I won't lie. The way you said it, I was like, wait, is that permission? I picked it up
You
so
gonna
quick.
smash it?
All right, anyway, draft has continued.
I don't think we
Storm's
can smash them. I think that'll make a mess in the studio.
Sure. Okay.
And you are in socks. Sorry for the call out. I mean,
That's nasty, man. The floor is mega grimy.
Yeah, and Shopify's lineup is also pretty grimy. Again, we get to that Storm Spirit
Nice segue.
versus Pangolier matchup. We saw how Pangolier didn't really get to do much in that matchup, at least. Abed was just kind of popping off. And it's all about the rotations as well. Pango can, pre-Storm 6, have some kill threat, but when Shopify have Ench and Clockwork, two extremely potent heroes on the map, making kind of sweeping plays, I'm already going to be a little bit skeptical on how Bait can mirror that with the next picks for themselves.
I think the nice thing, though, at least about when they pair it with Disruptor in game 1, is that you have the silence from the ult that means that you can kill pretty much anyone.
Sure.
Whereas Clockwork Ench are pretty low in terms of, hardcore lockdown or burst damage or stuff like that. So I think it's a lot, maybe potentially harder. I feel like Bait have ways here to abuse these heroes and how much they can do.
Yeah, they have avenues. I don't love their opening. I still don't like this Pangolier, to be perfectly honest. And I would have preferred them to go in a different direction with it. However, we're going to roll with the punches, and it does open up Sturman for a slightly more specialist pick. And he's going to take that opportunity, and he's going to go with the Skywrath Mage. And this is something which we have been asking for him for a long time. He plays it very, very well. A bit of a specialist. Does it work in this game?
10
It for sure against Storm, yes, pre-BKB, but against Clock and Ench in the side lane, these heroes actually play really well into a Sky. If you're some Clock, you can get some boots, move speed. As soon as you get on top of him, some Cogs, there's kill potential, especially with some Drow or some range carry on top. And then if Ench is laning into the Sky, I just send a creep at you. I'm gonna body. I'll get Nature's Attendance. I'm gonna heal up my carry. So this Sky pick, it's like. But they need the offlaner to kind of get it into the lane. The Sky alone, it's not going to be the best side lane here, I feel.
Yeah, if you play it against Ench, you have to like block all of the camps.
Yep.
You need to bring like 3 sentries or something. And then I guess if they laned it with Nature's offlane, then maybe it could look alright because you were able to just trade with the concussive plus Treants onto Ench and then just focus on CS. Potentially, I could see ways that it works. I mean, Sky is meant to be a strong laner. I like it more against Ench than Clockwork. It's just hard.
I just like that it gives them a silence, but now they need some lockdown, and I don't think Jakiro is really what we're looking at. I mean, all right, Ice Path of Storm, easy.
This is the easiest Storm game I've ever seen in my entire life.
Exactly.
No, he's going to Ice Path him.
Sorry,
He's
what the
fucking
hell?
So
cracked on this hero.
So bait a first pick, and when you're first picking your draft, you need to make sure you're just picking really strong pairings. Because you never have counter picks down the line, you need to make sure it's like, if you're trying to counterplay, you're counterplaying into such a strong laning phase combo that it's like difficult to play into. And bait, they're not using this like concept at all in their draft. It just feels like they're picking heroes they feel like playing. And now Shopify have heroes to respond with. They could easily, against this, like it could be another anti-mage game. It could be a Terrorblade game. It could be a PA game. Like literally any of the big cores that Arteezy wants to play, he can go here. Because bait haven't kind of grounded their draft with some Tide plus something, some Centaur plus something, some combinations, some Undying Drought, something where it's like, if you play poorly, we will always be able to excel in lanes because we are first pick. It's a really interesting draft for decisions.
I would say like the only thing which bait are really kind of preemptively countered is perhaps an illusion-based lineup. That could be kind of tricky against Jakiro and Pangolier. One individually is not enough, but together it should be enough to control something like a Naga Siren. But this is Arteezy. The man's more flexible than a yoga instructor. He's just going to go for the TA, and he's going to be very, very happy about it.
This is first TA of this tour. Let's go.
Another unique hero, my man.
Will he be smiling though when he potentially gets another victory?
I hope so.
You'd hope so, but yeah, it's
I don't know. He didn't really smile in that first
smile when he
game.
wins a major.
Pepper hands.
Pepe hands.
Oh, well. I feel like Shopify at this point are looking very strong because you're playing not only with the flare, but with the TA traps. You're going to be able to see bait when they try and make moves for you. You're going to get this shard on TA. Her traps are going to silence. Heroes like Jakiro and Skyroth are going to literally explode alongside the Storm. Like, they have such explosive jump on Shopify versus a team of squishy heroes that don't like being jumped. Like, the worst that Pango can ever look in a game is when he just gets caught in a silence or a stun and then it dies before rolling. And the problem with their draft so far is there's no one to go in to set up for him to roll from outside of the fight and then get into it. Like, I think the way that bait take team fights is so awkward and weird and hard, and they need like a blink on Pango to achieve it right now. So this last pick is going to have to fill 100 million holes that we've lined up so far here on the panel.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing to say is that, you know, these heroes can be punished. If they make a misplay on the side of Shopify Rebellion, they have the damage, they have the lockdown, they have the tools to be able to answer that on the side of bait. So there is that potential there.
Yeah, for bait, once again, it is the whole draft is based around finding a way to get advantage in the lane. And then it's like Nature's Prophet TP's in, you continue the fight. I think you'd like to see the Ursa, but I'll show the banned out Ursa. I'd like to see the Nature's Prophet go into the offlane, potentially in this scenario. I don't think putting Nature's carry and then going for an offlaner here feels too great. Again, it's so difficult for bait. They need to just crush the lanes and break the map before Shopify get to play Dota. And that sounds very hard to do.
It does, rather. It does, yeah. That's a challenge and a half. We'll see if they're able to pull it off here. Do they have the heroes to be able to control up the lanes? We already talked about Skyroth being a little bit sketchy. Jakiro, not really known for being the strongest laner in the game, that's for sure. And now they're going to end things up with the Trolls. So this is a hero which can give them
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
a little bit of control, at least. You know, a little bit of lane dominance, at least. So I don't mind the Troll, honestly. It's probably one of the better heroes they could have gone for right now.
We saw it earlier this morning with IG picking up a Troll Warlord. The concept is very much run and gun. You get Battle Fury +1, you join your team, you take the fight. It is going to be a decent matchup into TA. As the game progresses, Troll, if he can lock onto this TA, will feel quite nice. It's just about setting up the map in that way. And for Shopify, their last pick just needs to be some Tide Underlord-esque hero that can body the early aggression to buy time and to dictate when they want to really take the correct fights.
Yeah, and of course, free up crit, as this is what Shopify Rebellion love to do with their last pick. Pick Saberlight something favorable, and free up crits rotations. Is Troll versus Clockwork kind of difficult, though? Is the control kind of annoying? Control?
Yeah, it's I think you can work around it, but it is annoying. I was also thinking about Clock as someone who could probably buy a Yule's Scepter this game as well to help deal with the troll.
Give me a Darkseer.
A Darkseer?
It sounds horrendous, but I just want it for the game.
Yeah, no, I mean...
I hate saying it for lane, but just for the game. I don't know. I want to see some punch from Shopify.
Centaur?
Alright, down.
Hey!
Heroes.
Can I get a high five, boss?
Beautiful, beautiful. I like how you went for it down low.
Why don't we have some celebratory tea?
Yeah, sure, please,
Excellent.
please.
Oh my
a Darkseer has
gosh,
been
everybody.
picked.
Thank you, good
Yes, thank
sir.
you.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
To Darkseer.
To Darkseer.
Cheers.
Yes.
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 Huzzah!
All right.
So the pointy-headed men of the world.
And I have a pointy head
Indubitably.
and a receding hairline. Sorry.
Yippee!
Oh, greatest of us all. Sheep, who's going to win this game and how do Bait come back?
Bait come back by, as T quoted, break the lanes
Yes.
and open the map before Shopify can come online.
Yes.
Indubitably. T, Governor?
Yes.
They're fucked. Putting it bluntly.
I see.
They are quite
Yes.
railed this game.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, bad news from the panel, unfortunately, folks, but maybe some of you chaps do believe still in Bait. There is a possibility of them being able to snowball this game with the heroes they have, but of course, it's going to be tricky, especially against the force of Shopify Rebellion. So now, good folks, we're going to send it over to our spiffing casting duo of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, game 2 ready to go here between Bait and Shopify Rebellion. Fog, what do you make of the draft? Because overall, I feel that Bait, they've given themselves a better shot here, right?
It looks better.
It's without a doubt, it's a better carry matchup.
Better
right?
carry
They
matchup.
Considered, the situation they picked the Drow in last game. Troll, it's definitely got its strengths against the likes of a TA and a Storm, right?
Absolutely. They're still missing quite a bit of lockdown, I would say, for
Sure.
Abed, who is literally just playing Spirits almost every single game, and he gets away with another one. So that's definitely a bit of a concern there for me. But I would say this is an infinitely better draft and a much more well-rounded draft, I would say, because it's not like someone dying off lane and stuff like that. Let's see if they can utilize it. I feel
Let's have a
very
look.
weird hearing 4 people with their like beautiful little British accents, and I come in with my ugly American
Oh,
voice.
no,
so
I like the American. You sound like you're in a movie.
I sound like I'm in a movie.
There we go. Oh,
There we
crit!
Crit!
It's got the cogs down.
Can they kill him?
No.
Wait, they're actually not going to get him.
Yeah, Cog's going to save him.
Huh. All right. Well, that happened.
He's out.
They're going nice and aggressive. I like it. At least play aggressive. You're playing versus Darkseer, so the level 1. You're playing versus Darkseer and Enchantress, so the level 1 from Shopify is pretty atrocious. You forced Cogs being skilled too, so, a nice little move at the start of the game here. As who paused this time? This time it's Abed.
Shopify this time. Yeah, Abed just hopping in and out.
I like how we have the he reconnected now. Last tour it was the he disconnected the whole time. Now
Wait,
we
I
have the
thought it
he
was-
reconnected.
There wasn't any he disconnected this tour.
I haven't seen anybody spamming it. You know the meme. You know the meme, right? Have you seen the clip of the he disconnected?
No.
You'll
what?
find it later on.
Oh,
You'll be able to
okay.
watch it. It's a good little funny clip.
But then he reconnected as well, or this is just an
No, this is-
adaptation of the meme.
I think someone's just trying to sell some packs there, so they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this one was popular."
That's
so.
good. Yeah, that's true. I certainly was.
Yep.
Smart. It's very smart.
Okay, and let's see what goes down.
Teasy.
Oh, what?
Being sneaky here.
The battle
Not going to get any
That's it.
chance to strike though.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah,
He's a little slow on the
close to
back.
the tree and nearly been able to deny that one. But no, Arteezy's got it.
Let's watch the block in the mid lane. I'm going to watch Abed. Is he going to get a very good block here as Radiant? He's usually very good at blocking.
I
on
mean,
Radiant.
Dendi's block's pretty good here as well, honestly. But yeah, Abed's is definitely better.
Abed's is better. I mean, Radiant is definitely
better.
easier for more. But Abed let a
he
melee
let it
through.
slip.
Oh, scrub.
Dendy! Here we go.
Dendy wins it.
He's got the best position here for the creeps.
But again, it's the same matchup we saw before, so Abed should pretty much get every single last in the first 3-4 waves. We
Okay.
don't have to really watch that one this time around since I made our observer almost miss first blood last time.
What about these side lanes? What's looking spicy?
Honestly, the lanes, I gotta be real. Bait's lanes don't look bad. The side lanes look pretty strong in the first few levels. Top is gonna start getting a lot more difficult once those levels do come out on Crit and on Saberlight. And Shamanin, is he just, okay, he's okay. He's got Stick and Fairy. But yeah, the lanes look much better this time around. It's just in the mid game, if it's actually gonna have any answers versus the Storm Spirit that ran completely rampant last time. Yes, they will have a Ancient Seal that can trip stuff up, but they don't have ways to really keep him inside the fights with any further lockdown until way later on when Dendi has level 6. Just again, yeah, pretty much no stuns that they've gone for.
Top, yeah, both getting quite low here. Stamanen trading with Saberlight.
Yep, and we see bottom, Lodin tries to get a pull off. He will get the range creep at the least, but that means that they left the pull open, and there's an Enchantress on that side for Shopify, so he finds a very beautiful Satyr Mind Stealer. He's going to be able to burn out the mana, and it's actually very strong when you're playing versus double int heroes.
Top lane, Crit. He's got Stamanen in the cogs, and that'll do it. First blood for Crit.
Can't let that happen. You got to keep your distance a bit there. I guess he did get vacuumed into it, so a bit difficult to avoid that. But dying only to level 1 Ion Shell is a pain.
Mid.
Whoa.
Heavy damage done there by Abed. Dendi being kept low, but the bottle's out.
Abed, well, he missed the last hit this time around on this 4th wave. Looks like he should be able to get all of them. Dragging the wave to his water rune. We'll fill up his bottle. Get poked, but we'll be able to get those 2 extra last hits.
Top lane, obviously. Ooh, I tell you what, that'll do it. Yeah, bit of help from the neutrals there as well. Punching into Saberlight. Stamanen, he returns to lane. Of course, back in with full mana, ready to start spamming the spells. And in fact, he gets both. Okay, no, it was
deny, yeah, but.
Yeah. But still, I mean, Stamanen will feel good about the fact that it's showing off a double kill at the top of his screen.
For sure. Wait, what? I don't like what he's queued up when he gets that double kill, though. I really hope he doesn't actually purchase a Bracer.
Okay. I mean, wants the stats, but you feel that's just not the way to go if you're trying to buy survivability for the lane?
No, not a fan. If you want health, let's go Fluffy hat. Because you're going to be able to turn it into some type of... Oh, double cog.
It's a good vacuum. It's a good vacuum here. I mean, Crit's going to be able to get and do a fair bit of damage to Stamanen, but not quite enough. They are going to get pushed a bit on the tower here with the creep wave coming in. Crit's still trying his best to get in on top of them.
He's level 2 Ion Shell now, so it's a lot more damage. They're going to glyph the wave. Stonebank.
I mean, Stonebank's, he's gone, and I think Stamanen as well is also in a lot of trouble. I mean, that's all it takes, sort of just kind of good, you know, knowing when to go with the creeps, and Shopify, they execute that perfectly. Double kill for Saberlight with the Iron Shells.
They didn't go for, like, early boots or anything on this troll. I think he went for, what, Magic Wand and stuff like that? So, yeah, he just gets run down. They both went for boots on Shopify, so easily able to get on top of him.
That's true, yeah. I mean, one of these games where you don't quite like getting the upgraded ones as soon as he did?
Most times I don't. You know, I always tell you. I always yell at you about that one.
Yeah.
I yell at you about that upgraded Magic Wand all the time. And he gets punished for it immediately. So
yeah.
They also stood together, so they got double vacuumed and caught. A good aggressive play, though, Shopify. I mean, they know how to play these lanes, so they glyph the wave and dive with the Ion Shell. Nice rotations, though, this time around. Putting a little bit more emphasis to help out Dendi, since we know what this matchup looks like. For the Storm Spirit, they're going to double-check the runes. They will be able to prevent Abed from getting that fill up. And Crit, he's going to suicide again. Bottom, funny, because not able to get too many last hits, though. They are getting a crazy amount of denies on RTZ. Always is difficult versus an Enchantress in particular. And I'll bet he's going to ask for the fill up in the mid lane. So Crit with a nice little suicide. And okay, Stonebank. I guess, okay, so that's where his gold had gone. He bought the Ring of Health from earlier, and then now he does have boots.
Oh, Lodin.
Lodin will drop.
Trying to step up there towards RTZ, but a quick hit back for the TA and help out from Fly. Easy kill for the two of them.
Lane's still looking quite a bit better than last time, I would say.
I'm sure. Well, last time around, 5 minutes in, the game was in an okay spot for Bay.
That's fair.
That's what we're getting once again here. As last time around, it really was kind of everything beyond the 5 minutes that went rapidly downhill for Bay. So we'll see if this game follows a similar trajectory or if they're able to get something different out of these next few moments.
I guess that's true. I just usually, it's just like I see the Undying and I'm just so ready. The Undying off lane when you're playing with like versus a Storm Spirit always just feel bad as Abed.
And they're trying to put pressure on him pre-level 6.
They might get him.
He's just hit the 6. But it doesn't matter. Easy snipe. TP's over and make sure they take him out. I mean, that was close to Abed being able to play his way out of that with him hitting the 6. But yeah, Bait choosing, literally the last moments there to possibly strike the Storm Spirit and catch him by surprise.
Top, Stomanen is going to get vacuumed in. It's level 3 Ion Shell now, so he gets incinerated.
That's so much damage.
And they will be able to grab a regen rune as well, too. So denying that one away from the Storm doesn't mean Dendi doesn't get the fill up, but... Funnick, very low level, though. I did not expect that bottom lane to go so poorly for them. We'll get a courier snipe here, but he's level 4, and Arteezy is 5.5. So it's going to be a bit slower than we usually see this Wrath of Nature coming into play.
Radiant are scared.
Stonebank's still farming well, though. And yeah, he has boots. He's got the ring of health now, so should be a lot safer up top.
Arteezy just able to trade really nicely with Funnick now at this point.
And Shamani, he's level 4. He's got Ancient Seal. They could maybe get Abed off guard here.
This would be a pretty big catch. There's the opening with the silence. Dendi. Follow Rolling Thunder. Not quite enough damage straight up, though. Couldn't get the full control. Obviously, at this stage, Lodi not having any points in the ice path. So the Storm will be fine.
Not quite level 4 on Lodine. If he's 4, yeah, they probably just get that kill with an Ice Path. And Funnick now, he'll be able to step himself away. I like that they're helping Dendi more, though. I feel like last game, they didn't put any attention to help out this Pango.
Top.
So some nice stuff as Stonebank.
They're going to be able to drop the wall.
He's got stick.
It's enough for him to press ult. So we'll be able to get the off, and now they're able to look to turn. And take out Saberlight. Crit is going to try and get back in after the ult comes to an end, and we'll manage to make sure that they still get the kill onto the troll. And is he actually going to be able to walk out alive from this one? Mr. Manon, see if he can find him.
Concussive.
It's going to go the wrong way, but he does still get the arcane bolt off.
It's probably just too little damage.
It is indeed. So Crit is at least able to make the best out of the bad situation there. Meanwhile, down bottom, Arteezy taken down. They'll throw the tips out on him.
Okay. I mean, now that's going to give Funnick that early level 6, and nice move. Set. All in all, bait. Now it's the first 8 minutes that are looking pretty okay, though Dendi will stay top. He'll get his bottle filled up. Also, I think he could linger around here and perhaps go for a kill onto Saberlight again.
I mean, yes, Manon. He's ready to help strike.
I think I want Dendi to stay up here. He's got Rolling Thunder, so let's see if he can get a kill.
I mean, here we have the opening. Ancient Seal, the cogs. It's kind of making it difficult for Dendi to get in. Yeah, Crit there with the block.
Beautiful cog.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Glyph being popped to protect the bottom tower. But yeah, Funnick, he's about to hit 6, so Wrath of Nature is about to be online. Dendi.
See if he's got enough mana to commit for Dendi. He's not going to try for this. Meanwhile, top, Stonebank.
So aggressive.
Getting dove there. Tries to come back to the lane, but Ultimate still on cooldown, so no chance of surviving against the dive from Saberlight and Crit this time round.
Saberlight is 5-2 this game. He's level 7 already, so max Ion Shell on 2 melee heroes. It kills almost any of it. Funnick with the aggressive TP forward.
I mean, Lodine's starting with the setup. He's taken off the refraction charges here from Arteezy. Fly's trying to come in with a heal. The refraction is back up.
The body blocks.
These treants causing issues for Arteezy's escape. Fly attempting to slow the two of them down, blocking off the distance here, and in fact might get Lodine in return, and he does. So we'll be able to get the trade between the two of them. Big save though being that Arteezy still alive.
And Abed actually got a solo kill onto Dendi in the meanwhile in the mid lane, so a pretty massive kill. And he's going to be able to fill up his bottle and play around Saberlight, who already, as we said, level 7, level 8 now. He's got mech on his way toward those Guardian Greaves very early. 2k lead now for Shopify.
Top lane, no longer a place that we'll see Stonebank looked ahead.
Not many heroes can go up there versus these two. And Crit, he has solo kill potential all the time as this Clockwork, because he's going to have that level 4 Ion Shell on him all the time.
Go for Dendi in the mid.
Timing the pull.
Still be able to get the ults off. And actually gets a connection onto Abed. Ancient Seal to follow up as well. They got any follow-up damage? Lodi not quite able to find the angle with the ice path. They'll turn for Fly instead. They'll take him out. The wall's there though, and it's going to catch on to the three of them. Abed, he's able to jump in, take the Invis rune away from any potential pickup of bait as they take down the 4 of them.
What a wall. Saberlight connects it on all 3 perfectly. He's having a crazy performance on this Dark Seer. He's part of 10 kills. 7-2.
As you say, he's going to have a crazy timing on these Greaves.
Yeah, crazy timing on the Greaves, and honestly, very good heroes to throw Ion Shell on. The Clockwork, but even Storm. Honestly, Storm is not, as a ranged hero, he's probably one of the better heroes that you can throw Ion Shell on because of how his, jumping on heroes and pulling them into him works.
Saberlight back to business on the top. Ready to continue to farm this area of the map, keep the pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Indeed, yeah, Greaves out, so 11-minute Greaves really on this Darkseer. It's going to be very difficult for Bait to fight into if Saberlight is involved in the team fights.
I love that rotation from him toward mid. Like the top tower, he didn't even finish it off. He just gets to mid and finds some huge pickups on the 3 with the wall. Funnick, I think this is the build we've come to expect most of the time from the off-lane in Nature's Prophet. Unless you're Ace, who always just goes carry style that we've seen in Europe. Just the Aghanims build. Pretty good Axe game too versus Storm. Always having that extra bit of control is nice. And yeah, they've definitely slowed down Abed a lot more than the last game when he just ran rampant.
Hook shot from Crit. Now to get in on top of Funnick. Funnick caught in the cogs. So get the one of them.
Saberlight.
And they'll be able to chase down Loading as well. Arteezy. Takes out the Jakiro. Bottom lane getting outnumbered. Not quite prepared there for how well Shopify were going to be able to take them in a fight head on.
And I like how Saberlight, he still had the Ion Shell and crit, so across the map he still gets that kill involvement and gets that last hit. 6,600 gold on this Darkseer.
We'll see again with the odds provided to us by our partner, easysportsbet.io. Once again, I feel this is a tough game for Bait.
And here comes crit.
And they'll get the catch onto Dendi. He's able to swashbuckle. Abed not able to quite continue diving for more, so Dendi will be safe this time.
Crit was very sneaky there, hiding in the trees, gets the tumble and lands that cog onto 2 heroes. Stonebank getting closer and closer to the Battle Fury, but they're starting to bleed.
Oh, and in the mid.
Crit.
He's going in under the tower.
The Ion Shell, it allows him to do stuff like this.
See if Stonebank can take him out in response.
Should be able to.
Crit. See if he's got the jukes in. Oh, Tumbler's toy up to the high ground.
Oh, no way, he lives.
He's out with the TP.
Oh my god, Tumbler's
Goodbye.
toy. What a tier 1 neutral item, by the way. That was beautiful.
Looks to try and hold to the tier 1 tower bottom. Dendi clearing the waves.
I mean, beautiful space from Crit. Just forces Stonebank away from farming any neutrals, just wastes his time. I really thought that they would have him there, but yeah, Tumbler's toy, sometimes a bit of an unexpected item. As now Shopify, they're just looking for these kills constantly. Abed, just waiting. See him Ion Shelled even. I feel like anytime Funnick shows on the map, he's just almost immediately dead.
Yeah, I mean, Crit's just pretty much always been in the position to go. And hovering around the jungle, and hook shot back up. He'll be looking to jump in again.
He's got back
very
up.
Shortly. Try and turn with the Ancient Seal, but the Ice Path's going to be off the mark. Won't clip Abed as Abed can jump back to safety. Crit pushing back Dendi with the cog placement.
And the Rolling Thunder lasts for like 0.3 seconds, dies immediately afterwards. And Abed finds a rune as well. Haste rune, they're going to top him off with the salvo as well. Roshan soon on the menu for Shopify.
They haven't quite got the completed Deso on RTZ, but it's not necessary. They can definitely do it without hit. The meld hits alone. It's Bait, they've scanned it out. No sort of movements being made over here. Yeah, all the big ultimates unavailable, so they'll have to let this one go to Shopify.
Immediate smoke as well. And yeah, no, Abed with an Aegis, with a haste rune, versus these limited stuns, the haste is going to allow him to just zip all over the place, and he's on.
And he shows around the mid lane. Can't keep him covered with the Ice Path, but Chris still able to get across with a hook shot. Dendi's gone. And Abed with the body blocks, making sure that Loading also has no escape.
Well, it was
he's not done yet either. He's looking for Stamanen.
Oh, haste rune.
Silence will only do so much, as Abed still got plenty of mana to play with.
Oh, I just noticed Stomanen's skill build as well. I was wondering why the silence was so low level. When you're playing versus Storm, if you're a 5, you definitely don't want to max
Saberlight diving in. He forces Stonebank to have to pop the ultimate. And this ultimate is not going to save him.
Oh, God. I mean, yeah. It was a good first 8 minutes.
Which was, you know, an improvement on game 1, which was a good first 5 minutes.
Very true.
But still seemingly far, far away from the level of performance that Bait needs to be able to bring out to be able to challenge a team like Shopify Rebellion, making this series look pretty simple.
Yeah. And I mean, Stomanin, I don't like the skill build whatsoever. I do have to say.
So
like,
what would you feel is
you want to
get more in the Ancient Seal?
You only usually put like 1 point in Arcane Bolt at this point with this hero. It's very underwhelming leveling it up. If you're not playing a core, which just doesn't happen, you're playing this hero all for the silence. And yeah, having only one level 1 silence. Maybe if they had more points in the silence, they could have maybe caught Abed 1 or 2 more of these times. Again, maybe not a big difference maker, but I'm nitpicking a little bit because I think these things do add up sometimes.
There we go. We got the shard on Saberlight.
I love this shard actually. I think it's very underused.
It's the trail is annoying. Especially if you have these mobile heroes that are able to kind of straw it all across the team fight.
Look at Abed go.
And they do catch him with the ult.
Do they have a level 1 silence?
See if they can lock him down. Rolling Thunder in the Ancient Seal, and they've got him. All right. We'll slow things down a little bit.
Please put the 2nd point in silence here. No, he maxed Arcane Bolt. Oh, whatever.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Abed getting a little too over-aggressive, but doesn't matter. Space is made. Arteezy, top tower.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Yeah, it drops.
Dire's
Still a top-tier farm on both him and Saberlight.
Yeah, Saberlight, really no funny business this series.
Yeah, dropping the wall down onto Dendi. No Rolling Thunder, no escape. Dendi goes down once again. Saberlight now unstoppable. This is putting Crit very close to having the goal for his completed Aghanims.
Holy moly, he really does, huh? He's 7-2 and 12. Yeah, him and Saberlight are just killing everybody. As now Funix shows bottom, and there's Crit again. Hello. Another one for Crit, and yeah, that's pretty much the Ags. Also in mid lane.
Well, they nearly bring down Fly.
They're on Arteezy.
Heals will save him. They'll get the bigger kill.
All right.
Arteezy. Caught out in the mid. Nothing that Fly could do to save him there.
Tip him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I love it.
Arteezy, look like he's still waking up there. That's a bit of a stretch and a yawn, Arteezy.
I mean, they're toying with him a little bit, of course. Everyone kind of playing their own. It looks like Crit and Saberlight, they're playing a different game than everyone else. Abed still, of course, jumping in, but feels like Arteezy, he's in his own world in this game. He's only part of 6 kills. Everyone else is part of like 20.
Radiant are scanning.
Do it with
Dire's
flair.
middle tower
And yeah, there we go.
is under
Crit.
attack.
One of the earlier Aghanims I think we've seen on a Clockwork. Level 13 as well. He's the same level as Saberlight.
And there's the blinks out for the two of them, Saberlight and Arteezy. They got the
Funny.
blinks done. See the replay again here in the mid. As Stonebank just able to close in onto Arteezy. Of course, nothing that Arteezy can do to get away from him. So there's some big smiles there coming out.
I mean, they're having fun, right?
smiles
They
all
know.
round.
They know the way.
Smiles all round.
They know the state of the game. They're just there to kill Arteezy maybe for the rest of the game. Now Stomanin puts the 2nd point in silence. All right, whatever.
Looking for Funnick here, but
Funnick.
Funnick, he's actually able to...
Oh, he is looking very dead this time around.
the TPs are coming in, yeah. They're not letting him get out of here alive.
I mean, I think he TP'd out and then TP'd back in or something like that. His TP's on cooldown. Still trying to play aggressive steal farm from TA, but very likely to get caught.
It's easy as well, feeling good with the find as he gets a Grove Bow.
Back to business.
See what they can do here. Crit. He's looking for his target, and he's found it. Straight for loading. Goes for the quick kill.
Meanwhile, Dendi also gets jumped in. Arteezy's in the
He's
base.
ready to dive.
Dire's
Takes a bit of damage from the Mystic Flare, but not enough to stop him from killing off Shamanan.
Oh, I still can never see the Mystic Flare lately. You could see it?
Oh, yeah, we could on ours, yeah, but
mine was
indeed
invisible.
does sometimes have that visual bug.
It's like Shadow Demon Disruption and
Feature.
Skywrath Flare. Does tend to be invisible sometimes as the tower.
Dire's
We'll drop.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Crit even just gonna shove lanes in with the rockets.
Rock it on.
As anyone who shows on bait
Flares here.
is just gonna die. Stonebank getting closer and closer to BKB, but he's also just probably free kill if he steps up too far.
31 to 10. Yeah, we're just 20 minutes in. It's definitely another rough one.
It's very similar as the last time around.
I mean, how many minutes did we get to last game?
Uh-oh, Phonic, he showed top, and look at Crit. He's already on him. Ion Shell's on him still. Can Phonic pushes himself out? He can for now. Can he distance himself?
He might live here. Oh, no. Okay, not with Arteezy around. No chance of TPing out before the damage is done. Oh, maybe.
There's another cog.
I tell you what.
Yeah.
He's still dead.
He's still the 3 rockets, you can usually only land them if you are that close, so he does land it perfectly. Nicely done, Crit. The smoke rotation, though. Can they catch Arteezy again?
They might get Arteezy.
They gotta get him. Get Arteezy.
Get him and tip him.
Tip him.
That's the plan here for Bait. They'll catch him with the ice bomb. They'll catch him again. Where's the tips? There
it is. Look at him. He's like rubbing his eyes. He's like, come on,
guys. Come on. Just let me win.
They're going to look at the KDA at the end of the game. Everyone on the side of Shopify is going to have a positive score except maybe Arteezy. That's a win in their book, probably.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do it with flair.
Yes, oh, Crit. Continues to just be
hitting these hook shots every time.
Godlike, beyond godlike.
Beyond godlike. What, 11, 2, 13, yeah.
He's higher level than Saberlight.
And Abed finding Dendi. Stonebank and Lodine, they've got to try and run. Lodine, he'll get left behind. Saberlight is in on top of Stonebank. And Stonebank will put the BKB in the ult. Where's the root? There it is.
He gets it.
He's going to need a little bit more than that, though, if he wants to have a chance of taking down Arbin. Now with the BKB coming to an end. Shopify, they'll jump back in onto the troll, and Stonebank is gone.
And Crit steals it with the rocket flare. He deserves it, whatever. Crit, almost the same level as his Storm Spirit. I believe he's higher level. Well, same level, but higher experience than his Arteezy TA, too. So, trying to keep padding those stats. Whoopsie. Statting those pats. Are they going to catch Arteezy again? They're pinging him. They're smoking.
Smoke. Yeah,
go get him.
Smoke. Kill Arteezy and tip him. That's the game plan here from Bait.
I think this time it might be a smoke, kill Arteezy, and GG out.
No. They're not going to GG out in this one.
Really?
This one, there's still... This one, this isn't a 0%. This is a 1%. Absolutely. I'm telling you.
It's actually a 2%.
There you go. They're going to play on for sure in this one. At least a little bit longer. Ice Path from Macropire laid down by Lodine. Fly. He'll try and heal up, but he's going to get caught.
Gem on the floor.
1-for-1.
Can't recover it.
See if Dendi's able to get away from this, though, because Saberlight is starting to chase him down. Swashbuckle's back up. Dendi. We'll get up to the high ground. Arteezy's got blink up in a few seconds if he wants to go for something crazy. But he won't.
They'll tip him again if he jumps into the base. They'll kill him. Oh. Phonic showed his face. Abed out of mana. Does he have the pull? He has enough for it.
Oh, just run. Just run and hope for the best, Phonic.
Oh, he's got the pull. And here comes Crit. Hello.
Now the question is, will Crit be able to secure the kill?
Hook shot.
Oh, Abed gets it.
He had the hook. He could have gotten it.
He could have. But, he's a gentleman.
This is actually very true. He's keeping up. He's really keeping up with those cores. Level 17 clockwork. It is pretty awesome to see how fast they are moving around the map, though, of course. I mean, Crit and Saberlight really decimated this whole game. Part of like 30 kills. Roche, back up, Crit, scouting out.
And another hook shot's in. Abed zips the back lines. We'll be able to get him with a Hex, but he's out of mana. He's out of mana.
He's dead.
And he's dead. All right, see if Stonebank can find anything else. He turns over towards Saberlight. I'm going to get a root prop, though, onto Saberlight, so Saberlight can get back to a safe distance. Now Stonebank, he's got nothing else to save himself. They get Abed this time, but it cost them 4 lives.
But at least they got him. Back to business. Roche, it's up. Do they want to go for it? Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? They've got the Deso already, what, plus 12 here for Arteezy, so big damage.
Phonic has to hide in the trees. Can't show his face. He's going to go for the risky position here. Looks like he's TPing. It's right on top of a TA trap. They see him instantly. I believe Crit is going to start making the immediate run over to this Nature's Prophet, but Funnick, he actually just TPs out himself. And yeah, Roche is gone. A free shard for the TA.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Almost
attack.
the BKB on Arteezy as well.
And then they just can't kill him ever again. I really want to see Crit surpass Arteezy and Abed in levels. He's keeping right there with them.
Funnick, where's he off next?
The very risky positions.
I guess just the positions where you know they're not going to have wards set up, so you're just sort of going here, hoping that there's not a hero there.
I love that they're tipping him for it, too. They're just like, go for it, man.
Like, good luck. Good luck out there, Funnick.
Full Aghanims for Saberlight. He's got the punch.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dream build. And back to business. Top. Kind of get that push started in bait. They're not on the base.
Tower is under attack.
Someone's going to want to do something about this.
I think whoever shows, you got to be careful. There's a ward there. They might just get instantly gone on.
Well, you got to look out for those hook shots from Crit.
Lodine, he wants to go for the D ward. Is he going to be able to live? Oh, ice
Gets the
path.
ice path off. There's still a hook shot in on top of him. Lodine trying to at least get the macro path as well, but won't be able to. Stoneback, he's forced to BKB. Thinking about turning. Got the root off onto Crit. Crit, he's up in the air. He's got his own Yules to finish, so buys some safety against the troll, but it's not enough. Still goes down, but they get the big kill. They take out Stoneback. Diving for more. Abed in with the zip, closing the gap onto Funnick underneath the tier 4 towers. Arteezy has lost the Aegis.
Abed's out of mana.
Lodine, he's got any set up for round 2. Abed will be able to TP out of this. The Ice Path won't catch onto Arteezy, but Dendy's chasing him down with the Rolling Thunder. They get him down to the low ground outside of the base and blinks back up. Arteezy will manage to escape. Saberlight, he jumps back in and gives Funnick a big old punch there. Takes out the Prophet. See if they can go for more here. Saberlight in with the vacuum. Onto Lodine, but the Ice Path is there. Making it a bit tricky for Shopify to continue diving. Arteezy's toying with the idea, though, charging in at them.
Saberlight's got another punch in a second.
He's in again. Jumps in with a punch onto Lodine. Lodine's gone. Dendy tries to lead him with the fact that the Nature's Wrath there. Gets the control onto Arteezy. They're trying to get him, but he's out with the TP. There's nothing to stop it. And it looks to be the same for Fly. Nothing to put a stop to the escape.
All right, they'll stay in it, though. It's a 30k gold lead, of course, but they will hold the tower alive there for a moment. 3 heroes TPing out in their face. That feels kind of bad, though. Abed 0 mana TPs out right in front of them. TA TPs out right in front of them. All of them do, really. Saberlight back in with Abed. A normal punch has to be... I think it's the most satisfying thing in the game. I know in the past people used to say anti-mage like the mana break, but I think the punch is the most satisfying.
He's going to get found here as well by Crit once again.
And look at that Ags go to work. The battery assault's hitting everything, and bam!
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight and Crit, they are definitely having a lot of fun this game.
Yeah. Next. He's got the pull. Oh, gets silenced.
He's going to be able to get the ult off. So they'll be able to force the Storm back to safety, and Abed, he's ready to get straight back in there. It's 4 dead, no buybacks. Demana, the last one left alive. He goes down as well.
The punch.
And they'll
GG.
call it GG. As Shopify Rebellion showing no signs of difficulty today in taking both of these games, and with that, the series against Fate.
Just a tremendous team difference, of course. Shopify came to play. I mean, Abed got his Storm Spirit again versus Limit Disables. They toyed on him, really. The Darkseer and the Clockwork kind of, I feel like they almost took 2v5'd almost in a way, just running around killing literally everybody.
Yes,
looked like a fun game.
Yeah.
Looked like a fun game for him.
It did. As we said, we saw Bait give it a bit of a better shot this time round. They're able to hold off a little longer overall. The kind of closeness to the laning stage lasted a bit more, but yeah, really every point onwards from that. Shopify Rebellion, just knowing exactly what to do. And honestly, Bait with the heroes they had, they just didn't have the best ways to kind of keep that game under control, right? Once Shopify Rebellion gets ahead, it's kind of game over from that point.
Yeah, and there's tons of little things, of course, you can nitpick with skill builds, item builds, something like that, perhaps from Bait. But they went for they went out in their own style, going for their own heroes again. And yeah, Shopify, of course, is that much better of a team. So Shopify, clear and easy victory.
Yeah, absolutely. They turned up today expecting the victory, and they get it. 2-0, clean, Shopify Rebellion. The wins are all theirs today.
The
Thank you very much, Owen and Fogged. And yes, indeed, that win does secure Shopify Rebellion a place at the Berlin Major. And I, Nature's Prophet, am joined by Darkseer and Sniper here on the panel.
Oh, haha, shrapnel.
I just punched Bait into an oblivion.
You really did, T. You really did. Excellent drawing,
I wasn't even in the game. I just...
What's happening, guys?
Everybody loves Sniper.
This was such a reach. What are we doing?
We had fun with it.
I will say though, this was my Darkseer, right?
Yeah.
Can I get a close up? Which one? No, this one. No. Okay, this is my Darkseer. Ready? And this is him surging away.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. But let's talk about the game we had. It was, of course, Shopify Rebellion securing their major slot against Bait. Of course, it was pretty much secured at this point, but all the same, Shopify Rebellion, they wanted to go out in style. They wanted to make sure that this last performance was an absolute banger, and it absolutely was. They turned these guys inside out. Bait, they did show a little bit of life in the early game. You know, we had some glimmers of hope, but overall, the game plan just looked way too good from the side of Shopify.
18-26 Darkseer. He did, 24,000 damage, crushed the entire game. Of course, he does need Crit, who finishes the game 13-3.
Crit, the MVP Crit. Oh
there
my
we
God.
go. But like these two players in tandem, 13-3, 24 Crit, like I mentioned, 18-26 Darkseer. They went from top lane, they crushed the entire map, they sweep through the game. We finally don't have to see Sableye on some Zoo hero. We can see him on some Darkseer, but yeah, this was just night and day difference between the two teams.
Yeah, but Bait doubled their kill score +1 in this game, so actually it was a much better game for them. You know, it's because of the overconfidence that Shopify brought to the game. They're splitting their heroes up. You know, there's maybe 2 heroes mid while there's 2 heroes bot, and because of that, Bait were able to swoop in and get them kills.
Absolutely, absolutely. It looks so clean. And I mean, again, I do want to focus a little bit on the positives of Bait, as you were saying there, because I did feel like that Skyrath actually unlocked a new side of Bait, which we haven't really seen.
The
Being
tipping
that kind
on Nature's Prophet, or
no, the damage coming out from him in the early game allowed him to get. He started the game with a double kill. Like, that's pretty pog.
It is pretty pog. Again, it wasn't a Skyrath pick that had, I think, clear intentions. It was a blind pick with 2 more coming down the line, but. Yeah, I think for Bait at least, I would have been surprised if they were able to beat Shopify today. Of course, for this team, it is now, recover, look towards Tour 3. And, of course, they're staying in the division, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's difficult. I think Bait's drafting today just wasn't up to scratch to be contenders for top 2. Of course, they aren't contenders right now. But yeah, if they continue this drafting style, I think they will always be this kind of middle pack team.
And I want to ask kind of spicy question here, Sheep.
Okay.
Bait or Nouns? Who looked better against Shopify Rebellion?
Nouns, for sure.
Okay.
Nouns for sure, yeah.
Good.
Not even close, actually.
Yeah, that's a pretty mild question, actually.
Okay.
That's like
I just thought
that's like a butter chicken type, simple, no spice, very,
Shopify Rebellion, but won both lanes against Nouns. I guess you could kind of consider that Bait actually came out pretty well out of laning phase against these guys. It was after that point where it went horribly. And actually, Arteezy and Sableye were always pretty loaded after like the 5-minute mark. I don't know. They killed all cores on the side of Shopify Rebellion at like 6 minutes, and then 2 of the cores from Bait died almost simultaneously, like 3 minutes later. I was really Shopify kind of clapping back. But when it comes to MVP, Sheep, I know you want to give it to Crit. Always
Crit, always Crit.
Can't be Crit this game.
It can't be Crit.
It has to be. It has to be. Right, okay, do you want to say it after 3?
1, 2, 3.
Fly.
Sableye.
Yay! There's our boy.
There he is.
The little purple pointy-headed guy just doing absolute work in the off lane, really going to town. And yeah, they started this lane with a double kill and was still able to come out with like a ridiculous advantage, huge amount of money. He was owning. Sableye, massive performance from him. And yeah, I mean, anything specific you enjoyed about his gameplay, Sheep?
Yes, I enjoyed the way that they killed everyone. I mean, it's a Darkseer when he's having a good game. It's like you see the Bait safe lane try and like go on him, and then he's able to get like some nice vacuum into like the clock cogs. I think it's nice when you can play with Crit on a melee hero like that, because they're just abusing the lane. They're just abusing the enemies. They're running things down. They're like getting, you're using your support to help you farm more. So you're just kind of like accelerating your lead further and further. But it's so beautiful.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
so
I
cute.
actually forgot we were on camera for a second.
Yeah, you're good.
Just doing your thing.
Yeah, I was really enjoying just like yeah.
All right.
But he's doing good Darkseer things, and it's nice when you're just able to run everywhere and just kill everything.
Would you say that to his face?
Would I? No. I
Okay.
would never compliment him to his face.
Where would
that's
you
good.
rank him on offlaners in the world? Quickly go.
Like bottom 4, maybe.
Bottom 4.
Well, that's
Yeah.
great because we have an
There you go.
interview with him right now. So let's move over and talk to Mr. Saberlight from the
Uh-oh.
side of Shopify Rebellion.
44th best offlaner in
Hello,
the world
guys.
from Sheep. There you go.
Oh shit! Hey, bro.
Hey.
So you've qualified for the Berlin Major officially now. How does that feel?
Feels amazing, yeah. I think everybody's super happy. It's very close to Prague, so I'm glad that I can go to Berlin. My family will visit, everybody will visit. It's going to be epic.
Oh, that's very cute. Sheep.
Cool. So, Saberlight, tell me more about your qualities as an offlaner that makes you the 4th worst offlaner in the entire world.
Okay, well, I am a very calm person, so I never tilt. That's how I managed to be like above the other 3. And yeah, very creative, very good zoo hero. You know, I block with wolves and stuff like that. So I think that's the difference between me and the 3 that are below me.
Now everything is sliding into place. And real question: how do you feel like your rate of improvement has gone since you joined Shopify from the beginning to now? Like, was it an explosive amount of improvement at the beginning and now it's a bit slower, or do you still feel like you're learning a lot of new things every day?
I mean, it was the most in the beginning for sure. I think just like coming into like a new environment and playing with everybody who's like super experienced and, you know, has been in the scene for some time. It's been very enlightening. And now, I mean, I still learn. I think there's still like concepts and stories that Bulba has ready for me, so I can keep learning.
Great, T.
All right. Okay. Congrats on the series win, Saberlight. In drafts, at least in this tour, there's been a lot of like Lycans, Beastmaster, a lot of pushing. Is that something you're just doing because of it being the NA region? You're trying to just be very aggressive. You know that your opponent's maybe not as strong as you, or is it things that you really believe is going to be your kind of international performance as well when you move towards the major?
I would say mainly the first thing. I think everybody in this team is just like really bored of playing Dota, so the sooner we can end the game, the better. So Bulba just told me to practice my Lycan so we can push really fast.
Okay, nice. All right, cool.
Easy peasy. Hi, Saberlight. How's it going? Do you feel
Hello,
like Bait
hello.
have improved this season since last season?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And how did you figure them out? Did you masturbate individually, or did you come together and masturbate as a team?
Did we... Okay, guys. Anyone has any non-stupid questions?
What's your opinion on offlane Undying?
Not the best.
Are you the best Lycan in the world?
Yeah, you know, sure.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
In 5 years, on the top.
Okay. Where do you see yourself in 50 years?
I mean, probably still there. Yeah.
Who's your favorite Dota host?
My favorite Dota host, I would say Slacks.
Okay. Who's your favorite NA Dota host?
And Dota host, Nati.
Okay. What about your favorite NA Season 2 Dota host?
NA Season 2, I actually just don't know any, so I don't have one.
Okay. Would you like this interview to be over?
No, you know, keep going. No, but keep them coming. I'm sure that you didn't have any more questions prepared. So, you know, now is the real challenge. Okay, what's the next question?
Do you play Fortnite?
I put you on a spot, and that's the question you come up with. Wow,
That's what I come for.
That's kind of cringe. Oh
I
my God.
know. You cracked me, dude. You cracked me. Any final thoughts on this season before we say goodbye?
Yeah, thanks for everybody who was cheering for us. You know, not the best start when we lost against TSM, but you know, thanks for supporting us. And you know, now hopefully we'll see most of the EU fans in Berlin, and you know, I'll high five you all, and we'll have a great time there. Thank you.
Damn, there's a lot of high fives. Thank you very much, Saberlight, and best of luck in Berlin. Adios.
Bye bye.
See ya. There we go, Saberlight from Shopify Rebellion with
Dude,
a very
he got you
normal
good.
interview. He
He
did.
got you
I knew he was
great.
going to do that.
I thought you had way more prepared, honestly. I thought you were prepared
Yeah.
for him
To do the double back,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
To go for, yeah. I mean, I didn't. What can I say? I'm a rubbish at my job. It's
happens,
what it
man.
is.
I mean, that's why none of us know who our favorite NA season 2
host,
is.
Because technically there have been 2.
Yep, T-Founder did a bit of hosting.
Yeah, so he had an option of 2, and he somehow went for option number 3. So
Yeah,
that was also
which
an
is
impressive answer. Yeah,
He dodged hard. Well, that's going to just about do it for this series. Bait, I do want to ask what you think their chances are coming into Season 3 next season.
Realistically, I think they're destined to always be 4th because their ideology from Tour 1 to Tour 2 has always been the same. And I think they'd need someone else to come into the mix to shift that a little bit. And yeah, that's about it.
I think if you look at their name, it's Bait, right? So they need 8 seasons to get
That's true.
to do well.
They did that in Europe with Crystallis, and it was, they had some good records that they also kind of want to forget.
Yeah, so
So
they're ramping up.
ramping up for what?
Life.
TI.
Wow. Are they going to win it?
Yes.
This guy's learned from my interviewing skills, I got to say. He's learned from the best. Yeah.
That was great. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry
grilling
for putting you on the
people.
spot there, Sheep. Sorry.
Oh no, I love being interviewed about Bait. Please.
All right, we done the standings. Now let's take a look at exactly where everything stands because we will be seeing Shopify Rebellion now joining up at second place for 6-1. And as you see now, I'm sitting at 4-2, meaning that they are no longer able to catch them. And that's going to secure TSM and Shopify Rebellion in our 1 and 2 positions. That also means that Nouns no longer stand a chance. Therefore, their next series will purely be for pride and some DPC points as well if they want to keep that 3rd position. And this is how things are settling. I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised to see TSM and Shopify Rebellion at the top, and these are our next series. We've got Felt versus Nouns coming up later on, but next up, we've got DogChamp versus TSM. Guys, I will be saying goodbye for you two for this series, but what do you think is going to happen in DogChamp versus TSM?
I already put down DogChamp as my
Hell
prediction, so I
yeah.
ain't backing down.
TSM.
But how's it going to go? Did DogChamp stand a chance? We're going to get to see RCUI pulling out some dumpstering Brile mid.
Do you want me to give you the honest answer or the one that makes the viewers think it's going to be a great entertaining
Build the
series?
narrative,
Yeah,
lie to the
yeah.
viewers and get them excited.
TSM are going to absolutely slaughter DogChamp
No!
this camera here. And if you want to watch an absolute bloodbath just like you playing ranked, then you're going to want to watch TSM versus DogChamp. Can I throw it to a break or do you have other things to do?
Yeah, you can. T-Governor, you can throw it to a break. Go for
After
it.
this break. Bye.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
my friends, and welcome back to the NADPC. And we do have a little bit of a break. It's going to be about half an hour until we're back with our next series. So we thought we'd fill you in with a little bit of break time content. That's it. We're going to be doing the NA Game Show. My name is Nomad. I'm joined here on the panel by T-Gov and by Sheep, who are going to make up our panel contestants. What's up, T?
Already have a question. So because the panel were just losing every time, did you have to bring me and Sheep in to try and get the panel finally a dub?
Yeah, we had to make some. They did win last time.
They did?
They did. Yeah, took a few rule changes, but we got there.
Wait, rule changes?
I mean,
Over in the casting desk, we have Owen and we have Fogged looking. Yeah, this is Fogged not on his stool. Oh, he's back on his stool again.
There we go, back on the stool. Hello.
How you guys doing? This is a test of friendship. Do you guys feel like you stand a good shot at that?
I think so.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. We don't talk to each other outside of casting.
Never.
We hate each other's guts.
Yep.
Just
I think-
business only.
Everything I tell Owen, he just forgets anyway.
Yeah,
so.
they have to pay me to get to me, get me to talk to him.
Yep.
So we'll see how we do.
Good, very nice, very good friends. It sounds like. And
I
you guys
don't
are both-
even know his real name.
Do you actually not know my name?
Yeah, of course I know. Your name.
What's my name?
I was.
What's my name? Test right now. This is literally make or break for the entire game. What's my name?
Don't
You
write
can-
it down.
You can write it down.
We're on a time schedule here, Sheep. Well done. No points. No points. No points. This is easy.
Well,
All
what's
right,
his
let's
middle
get
name?
into it.
Yeah.
The first
Great
round
friends.
of this quiz is going to be a general knowledge
I don't
quiz where every single answer is the name of a hero. So they're kind of tricky questions, some of them, but you can always figure it out because they're always Dota heroes. So we're going to be going first the panel, then the casters, then the panel, then the casters, and there's no stealing points. So once you've answered, you've answered. So starting off, panel, are you ready? And you get to talk
Wait,
to
we say
each
it
other.
out loud or we put right
You
down?
can discuss it with each other. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
whatever.
You can have a little
What is
convo.
it? What is it?
Yeah, no clipboards needed. All right.
Oh.
So, first question.
Shit.
What do you call a firearm muzzle attachment that reduces acoustic intensity?
Huh?
So, say again.
Was that
sorry?
any of that English?
I know the answer to
I mean, Owen's got this in the
What, This
bag.
isn't a Dota quiz.
This is an easy one for
What
Owen.
is it?
But the
It's
answer
super easy for
is
him.
a Dota hero. So,
Oh, it's a Dota hero.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
firearm muzzle attachment that reduces acoustic intensity.
You know it.
Oh, it's silencer.
Yeah.
It's silencer.
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 Correct. Good job. 1 point
Phenomenal.
to the
Is it who says it first or is it back and forth? Sorry.
It's back and forth. It's back and forth.
Wait,
so
so
next
it's
one
there
for the
for the-
casters.
oh,
Oh,
right,
okay,
yeah.
okay. So we
Yeah.
got nice.
Yeah, nice.
Good
nice.
job.
Okay, cool.
Great job.
There we go.
Teammate, best friend.
Best friend.
Best
All
friend.
right, over to the casters. And for you guys, I'm going to ask, what is the name of Jupiter's innermost moon?
I mean, the only.
Wait, is it? You said hero name?
Is
Or
it hero
ability?
name? No,
It's a
hero
hero
name.
Name.
Jupiter's inner moon.
Yep.
I mean,
Think
the
of-
only
what-
person with a planet name. It's not the guy with the planet name, right? Because that's another planet. Or is that the name of the Jupiter's moon as well?
You can say they can't steal your points. You
can't
can
steal the
discuss
points.
it
What do you
We
mean?
openly.
can't.
They can't steal our
well,
points.
is it Mars?
Do you know it?
That's
That's it's a space name, isn't it? I don't think any other Dota heroes really have a name that could be like.
What are we using? Real hero, like hero names, or are we using?
No,
like,
don't. You're overcomplicating hero names. It means hero names for sure.
Well, could it be Icarus? Icarus is Phoenix. So
No,
what if it's Icarus?
that
Okay,
is
fine.
absolutely
No,
not what it
it's-
means.
no.
Okay, well, I'm
Anyway,
reaching.
no,
I'm
it's not.
reaching.
Hero's given name, yeah.
So
Mars
we could
is
just
a
say
good line.
Mars, but
You going
I
for
don't-
Mars?
Yeah, we'll
I
just.
mean,
I can't
sure.
think of
I
any
can't
other
think of anything else. I
Dota
don't
hero
know.
name that's could be a. Wait, did you just
Do you think
react
you
to
know
that?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Host.
You can't think of anything else?
What else would it be?
Other
Let me
hero
think.
names that could be like a planet or a moon.
All right, I'm going to have to speed you up here, guys. I don't think you've got anything.
Wait, I'm going through hero names in my head right now.
For God's sake.
It's been our answer, guys.
Yeah. Do you guys think you know on the panel?
Of course we know.
What? I mean, we'll put Mars. Is it Mars? It's not Mars.
It's not
go
Mars,
for
but yeah,
Mars.
sure, why not?
What do you think it is, Sheep?
Weaver.
No, I'm afraid the answer is Io.
What's it
really?
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's the name of Jupiter's moon.
Never would have gotten that.
All right.
All right.
Panelists, in Greek mythology, what was used to slice Zeus's head open and free Athena? What was used?
You're the one that did Greek at
No, I
thingy,
didn't.
right? Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Don't lie. I know you, best
No.
friend. You
Well, we
know
don't need
this.
to.
Best friend, I didn't do that at school. I didn't do much
So
at
what
school.
sliced his head? Okay, so
a weapon.
think of hero names that have like weapon-esque things in there.
I guarantee you chat is spamming the right answer right
I think we
Of
know.
course they are. They're better than us.
Is it Razor?
Oh.
It's not Razor. What do you think, casters?
Oh, yeah, it's
It was a good guess,
Thank
though.
you. Thank
I
you.
mean,
Fuck knows.
it should be axe, right?
Correct!
Oh,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
weapon.
To be fair, that's, yeah.
That's
That
good.
makes.
Just imagine some like small little dainty razor. Come here, Zeus. Okay, fair play. Sorry,
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
No, it's fine. I wouldn't have got it.
Okay.
Casters, when you're playing ice hockey, what do you hit?
It's a
That's
puck.
so easy.
Oh, come on.
What kind of rigged ass question is that?
You hit a weaver.
Holy shit.
We need points. Don't joke.
Okay, it's a puck. Thank you.
A puck. Good
Sure.
job. Good job, casters. All right, panelists. Last question of the round.
Go
What
on.
Marvel villain is known for his superhuman strength and unstoppable momentum? Marvel villain. Super villain.
Oh, for us? Oh.
Oh, yeah, it's for you guys.
Did you say super villain?
Yeah. Strength, unstoppable
Juggernaut.
momentum.
Juggernaut.
Yay, good job. Good job, Sheepo.
Thank
good
God
job,
you got
Sheepo.
that.
Thanks, guys.
Did you not
watch
know
any of
too?
it. I don't really watch Marvel, to be fair.
No?
So,
He's
yeah.
not in any of the mainstream movies,
Yeah.
really, to be fair.
He was in X-Men and Deadpool
Yeah, but those are like...
as a side character.
I'm talking about
yeah.
like your Iron Man type shit. You
I was just
know?
thinking Hulk. My
Oh,
whole
those
brain
were
was
actually
screaming Hulk every
pre-Marvel
time.
before they actually owned it. So that was like.
Oh, it wasn't your
before Marvel.
question,
Yeah,
Fox.
yeah.
So,
All right. Well, Fox. Here's another one for you. What word's dictionary definition is a brightness so intense that it temporarily blinds someone? So what word would that mean? A brightness so intense that it temporarily blinds someone. I love watching them think.
I
You can
love it.
see the cogs moving.
Pain.
Nothing's
Focus.
moving.
What?
Nothing's moving.
To blind someone.
Nothing's moving.
Is that meant to be English? Wrote down?
yes,
What is your-
scribblish.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
I
of
don't
that.
really even know what that
Kind of
sounds.
light.
Wait,
Oh,
we
I
still
think
on?
I know.
Are we on the same round? Oh no,
Yeah,
this
it's the
is-
same round.
Okay.
Yeah, if they get this
Yeah.
wrong, we won this
Can you
round.
say it again?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Brightness so intense that it temporarily blinds someone. Temporarily blinds someone.
That's Owen and Fogged casting.
Oh.
Aha. Mm.
All right,
Minus
guys.
1 point.
Go on. I'm gonna have to push you for an answer now. Go on, figure it out.
I'm useless. I don't know.
You're gonna kick yourselves on
Blinding would be like Phoenix.
Like
Like,
a-
like I don't know, but that should be blinding. I don't know. It's a terrible guess.
Dazzle.
Hey!
Nice.
Well done, Owen. Very
Thank
good,
you,
very
thank you.
good.
I
That's
wouldn't
going to
have.
even it out for the first round. Well done, Owen. And yeah, good job. That's going to even it out. So now we move on to the second round. Everybody's favorite round. This is voice lines. So what's going to happen here is one of you are going to choose to pick up the card in front of you. It's got a list of heroes on it. You have to make up a voice line for the hero on the cards, and you've got to get as many right in 1 minute 30. What you can do is you can use an existing voice line from the hero. What you can't do is reference the hero's name or an ability name when you're trying to create the voice line. We also prefer it if you don't just say what the hero does. So, for example, if you have Meepo, I am many small people. That would be kind
would
of
be
cringe.
bad? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, try and use a bit of creativity, but we're pretty lax here. Sheepo, I think you're going to go first here in the panel.
Oh, okay.
Am I?
I'm not understanding
Do
what's
you want
happening.
No, you,
Well, we get
you
to see
please
them do
take
it.
it away. I was
Okay,
hoping
sure.
casters would go first, but
No,
Oh,
you guys
cast-
are going first.
Okay, so I get. Okay, hold on. Can I just
You ready?
roll that like that?
I will stand this side.
Hold on, I'm just trying to prop it up so I can act. I can act, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can act.
Wow,
Okay,
you're
cool.
right. You're not, okay,
All right, cool. I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, 1:30 on the clock.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Marcy.
Yep.
Wait.
Oh, so
Brewmaster?
bubbly. Yep. I'm a fairy.
Phoenix. No, oh, Willow.
Nope. I'm a. To be or not to be, I do not know voice lines for this hero.
I just go next. We'll come back to
okay,
this
we'll
one.
come back to it. I hate trees so much. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so
Timbersaw?
different. Yep. I happen to be a tree. Like-
Tree and protector.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes. Next one.
yep.
Man, I look so cool on my throne next to my wife,
Ra-
the Queen of Pain.
Wraith King?
Yep, that's
Okay,
the one.
cool. Okay.
I'm such a lovely woman with my red hair. Oh my
Windrunner?
gosh. Yes. Was that description? I'm sorry. Next guy. I control. Oh, no, I'm just describing at this point. I feel bad.
Yeah, come on, just give me a
The
line.
animals of the forest come under my control.
Enchantress.
Nope.
Chen.
So
Yes.
theatrical. I
There you
love
go.
Yes,
it.
okay.
Oh my
Thank you. Yeah.
goodness.
Damn, she's good at this.
Beep boop. I am a
Clock-
robot.
Clockwork.
Yep.
Yep.
20 seconds.
Oh, oh God. Come here and I will save your life. Into the.
Could you do me one more please? Is that Omni Knight?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh God, I'm just gonna go to the
1
next one.
second. You're out of time.
Oh Jesus.
You're out of
Oh
time.
good Lord, that was
For
sorry.
context, who was Blossom? Who was this person?
That's not bad.
Wow.
There's a lot of heroes. I panicked when I saw
Yeah,
the
Can I
you
have
did
a
great.
gander?
You did great. That was fantastic.
Who was the fairy?
That was Puck, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Ah, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, I should have got
I
that
thought
one.
to be or not to be would really cinch the
That
deal.
really
not.
just took it off to
Yeah.
the left field, if anything.
No, it's like if you know the Shakespeare references and Puck's kind
Yeah.
of voice lines, then you may have got it. But
Sure, if you just said hockey, then maybe I'd have got it.
I was going to say for Puck, not for Puck, for Dazzle, I was going to say the one Owen just got, but I thought that might be cheating.
that would be
That
cheating.
would have been
That'd
cheating.
Be very
Yeah.
meta. That'd be very
Okay,
meta.
well,
All right,
good job.
casters. Which of you is going to do the voice line reading,
Which
and
way
which
do you
of
want
you?
to do? What's
I
better?
think I'm going to be pretty
Yes.
bad at guessing, but up to you. You choose.
You choose.
No, you choose.
No, you choose.
No, you choose.
No, I don't know. What do you
Okay, I'll do it.
You want to do it? I'll guess. I'll guess.
You'll
I'll
guess?
guess.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Oh, God.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, folks. You have 1 minute 30 on the clock.
Yeah.
Wait
Okay.
a second. Wait for it to
I have
pop
to
up.
act it out, right?
There you go.
Well, what can you do?
What can I
you
do?
could-
Just
We
to
didn't
break-
listen to the rules.
I didn't listen to any of the rules.
Okay, the rules are that you've got to create a voice line for the hero. That's the idea. You can throw in a bit of acting, throw in a bit of flair.
Okay.
You cannot use the hero's name, and you cannot use their abilities. Okay, so
Just say something they would say.
exactly right. Okay, are you ready, folks?
Not really, no, but sure.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Burn as you follow me.
Phoenix?
No. Burn as you follow me.
Doom.
No.
It's easy.
This is good. This is a good one.
As you
He's fallen at the first hurdle.
Owen, look at it.
Leave
Look in the
it
eyes.
What is he doing?
Okay, I'm skipping it.
Okay, yeah.
You turn to stone as you look at me.
Medusa.
Sure.
Primal Beast.
Sure.
Beautiful.
I can't think of this one. This one's too hard.
You can go next.
Pudge.
Yeah.
Nice.
My God, some of these are really difficult.
He's cooking.
Bounce, 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 bounce. Ping pong.
Lich.
Ping pong.
Hoodwink.
One more.
Who else does the bounces?
Oh.
Yeah.
Bounce, 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 bounce. All right, whatever. Next. Jesus, I'm horrible at this.
Come on.
I can't act out voices and anything
Come on,
like that. Freeze in place.
It's Chris Maiden.
No. Another one.
Winter Wyvern.
Yes. Okay. Cool. My God, these are. I'm terrible at this.
Wind Ranger.
No.
Medusa.
No.
Sniper.
I consume and then do more. I'm just describing the damn hero.
It's okay.
Goodness.
Okay, keep going. You
I
got
got
1
nothing
second.
else.
Come on.
There's that. That's
No,
it.
no one.
He's
No,
out.
come on.
He's out. Oh my
on, come on.
goodness.
Was that?
on, Tom.
Fog, was that Clinks at the end?
It was.
Was it Bat Rider at the start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was the ping pong-
Follow
was the
me as
ping
you
pong in
Who's
Witch Doctor?
following a bat rider?
Yeah, but you get pulled. You get lassoed. I didn't want to give the full
Following.
tip of it.
Okay.
I love how
Giannis.
this game has gone from voice lines to
Who
charade.
was ping
Yeah, it
pong
really
Witch
has.
Doctor?
Yes.
Oh my God, Owen's just bad.
Oh, yeah, I guess now.
Why you
And then I didn't know how
Yes, you
to.
won.
One of them was Terriblade. How the hell do I act out Terriblade? I was just gonna be like, ooh.
You could have.
Yo, I hate
Listen,
my
like, your
brother
health is my
anti-mage.
health.
I
That
didn't
would've
want.
been great.
They said I couldn't
Brothers?
describe it like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know.
I didn't listen to the rules. Okay.
I felt stupid because I didn't know how to make any voice line for half of these.
Terrorblade hates
I think
everyone.
you did pretty. Look, for the standard of this round,
We
you
do.
did
We might have got
incredibly.
more points than
The
Sheep and
standard-
Tea. We don't. We haven't had the. We
let's
haven't had
not
the
push
count
it.
yet.
I mean, she used the word fairy with describing Puck, and he didn't get it when she's
Yeah,
literally,
I didn't
literally
count
a fairy
that. I didn't
dragon.
count that. I did spoil.
Well,
it.
you didn't get it anyway,
Come on,
so-
that was one bad go, all right? Folk,
Bro,
all right.
yeah.
Well, he didn't get it. So
Overall,
overall, I had like 7 bad goes. I got
For the
nothing.
scores, the panel got 9 and the casters got 6. So
that's not bad.
that's
not
the
bad.
overall scores right now. So
I think we had hard heroes. So
I think you guys did well. And now we move into the
Good
friendship round, which is the final round. Scores here are worth double, so each answer is worth 2 points if you get it correct, but it is much harder. So pick up your clipboards and make sure that the other person cannot see your clipboard as you're writing your answer, because that would obviously ruin
I
it.
unplugged my mic. I can't
No,
hear
didn't.
everybody.
You're
What do you
fine.
say? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
I can't hear anything. Okay, there we go.
Okay. So you want to keep your clipboard separate from your teammate so they can't see it, and I'm going to ask you a question about one of you, and then you have to answer honestly about what the answer to the question is. The other person has to guess what the answer is going to be. So it'll be a subjective question about yourself, and you just have to give you information. Okay?
Stressful.
So, yeah.
Super hard, yep.
It's tough stuff.
Yep.
All right. First one is for Fogged, and is for T-Governor. Okay.
Okay.
And the question is, what?
Wait, am
was
I
the
guessing or?
No, you're answering honestly. I'm
You're
guessing.
answering about yourself.
Okay, got it.
This question
Okay,
is
got
about
it.
you.
About
This
you.
person.
Got it.
And
I
for
got
the
it, guess.
panelists, this question is about T-Governor.
Got it.
So, What was the first event
I can
they
see your
attended
clipboard.
in
I'll do it in a
person as talent?
Oh, okay.
First Dota event they attended in person as talent.
What if we don't know the answer?
Well,
the
just go what
answer.
you think. Yeah.
What you think? What
Wait,
you believe in your
sorry,
heart?
wait. As talent, so it's working.
Working as talent, yeah.
Shit, I don't fucking know.
Can I put down 2 because I don't really know? Because I legit don't know.
No.
Okay. Well,
Sure. Whatever you think is right.
okay, I'm gonna put down
Man's
2.
done
And
so
I'll
many
give you a
events. You
chance.
can't remember
I know, it's
the
such a long-
first, yeah.
Wait, sorry,
behind the
was it
scenes.
I was a
LAN
player
tournament
too.
with the
Thank you.
crowd?
I don't remember even what I did.
Just any event.
Just any event in person.
Okay.
As
As
talent. Could
talent,
be
yeah.
studio, could be LAN, could be...
There you go, host. You can look if you like.
Yeah, I knew that.
What year
You
is
did?
it? 2023.
Okay. Are you guys look like you're ready to OD? What do you think it is?
It was one of the Dream Leagues. Dream League.
Okay, so you just heard Dream League. Okay, I think I'll take it. Fogged, what have you gone for?
It might have been that actually. I don't remember. I put a summit. I put a summit, but I think I was still playing. But I was there as a talent for that.
Yeah,
one.
that don't count.
But I was a talent. I wasn't playing at the
Oh,
tournament.
maybe it does.
If you weren't playing, then that does count. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlucky. That was close. All right.
I think it
Sheep,
was.
what do you
Maybe it
think
was.
T Governor's first event was?
I don't know. I just put ESL DPC 2020. I have no idea.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're all gonna do bad at this.
ESL Birmingham 2019. I got to work an
no
arena
points.
event as my first
Well,
event.
I
It's pretty cool.
Got ESL correct. So.
No points.
True.
No points. Not giving it.
That's a shame.
Nope, not doing it.
Yep.
All right. Second question. What time do they? Oh, sorry. This one is for the other persons. This one's for Owen
Yep.
and Sheepsticked. Okay.
Cute.
Hopefully this isn't a bit of a call out, but what time do they normally wake up on a non-work day? So you can give this. I would say probably as the nearest hour.
Easy.
Easy. Wow. Confidence from the casters. Panelists.
Oh, but these.
Concentration.
Yeah, but they're sophisticated adults.
Debate.
And we're
not sophisticated children.
I'm gonna up the ante here. I'm gonna
Okay.
go quite volatile with this answer.
Okay, casters, let's see what you put.
Okay.
Fogged first for you.
I put 8 a.m.
I put it says 7 a.m.
Oh, close, so close. I'll give you 1 point
You
for
said
that.
within an
I'll give you
hour.
1 point
That's
for
an
that.
hour.
Yeah.
You get up at
technically-
You said you give it an
When
hour.
the hell do you get up at 7?
I
1
do.
point.
I get
1 point.
quite early. Yeah,
All right. So you Governor, what time do you think that...
When I asked Sheev about that.
I'll do 7.
I put,
Well, honestly, it's more like 7:30. But
I put 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
It's close. It was 2 p.m. That's when I strived. Well, 2 p.m. is when I set the alarm.
Yo,
but then I'm
yo.
in the bed till about 3:30.
See how I crossed out 2?
You wrote
See that
2.
I wrote 2 and I
Yeah.
upped it to 3:30. I did have 2, but
Unlucky.
well, what can you do?
Close. Nice try. Nice try. That was so
in
close.
the afternoon, some like NA gamer times here.
Well,
Yeah.
an NA gamer.
Your
All right.
time is correct for when I get out of the bed, to be fair. 2 p.m. is just when the alarm
It's
goes
wake
off.
up. The question says wake up.
Yeah.
If
Sorry.
this was Panda and Fear, you'd give them the point.
Probably, but they're useless, so...
And so are we right now. So can we get the Panda
You're
Fear
ahead.
buff?
You're ahead.
We need the buff.
All right, guys, next question. Okay, this is the last one. Okay, and this one is for
70
T
points.
Governor,
Oh.
and I'm going to go with OD.
All right.
All
Focus
right,
up.
T Governor and OD. The question is, how many siblings do they have? How many siblings do they have? Now, keep in mind, casters, if you get this right, you could even things out and go to sudden death.
oh,
I know. Still looking at each other. Wait a minute. What's going on in the panel? What's going on?
We were having a staring contest. We're like, we're trying to like get it through our brain. Oh,
I didn't look. It's
yeah,
fine.
it's fine.
Okay,
Sorry,
we'll see.
I
We'll
forgot.
see. All right.
There you go.
Sheep, how many brothers and or sisters do you think T Governor has?
1.
1. Okay.
I
T
have
Governor.
1.
He puts 1.
I have 1 older brother.
Congratulations. All right. Well, that means you win. But let's see what our casters put. Fogged.
1.
yep. I have 1.
1. Very correct. Good job. You guys do know
Now
each
do we
other
have to
very
guess
well,
if it's
so-
a brother or a sister? Can that get an extra point?
It's a brother.
Teacher?
He already said.
Oh, that's
It's a
cheating.
brother.
He already said.
He lied.
He lied. He bamboozled. Yeah.
Yeah. I have nothing else to say.
Okay. I mean, do you think, I assume you know if he has a brother or a sister.
Yeah, he has a sister.
Okay. He has a sister. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Well, that's going to just about do it then. Congratulations to our panelists. You are today's winner. Congratulations.
Great job, best friend.
Well,
Oh, clink me.
sorry, I messed up on the acting.
Yay.
Maybe I should have let you do it.
Cheers.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Cheers, Owen and Fogged as well. Thanks for
go.
coming on. Hope you enjoyed the show. And that's going to just about do it for today's game show. And make sure you guys stick around as we do have a next series coming up here at the NADPC very, very soon. So we'll see you for that.
Hello and welcome back to the NADPC. I hope you enjoyed your break as we get into our next series of the day. That's right, we just saw Shopify slam down Nouns and slam down Bait. Slamming down Nouns was yesterday.
They did that too, though.
They did. They've been slamming down a lot of people. Now we're into TSM versus DogChamp, a matchup for the ages, except probably going to be TSM tearing another team apart, because that's what I've been doing, but it's always fun to watch. What matchup are you guys looking forward to between these two teams?
Between the two teams?
The matchup between the two teams would be...
Oh, okay. Depends on the hero matchup, he means.
Probably.
Of course. No, I think
that's
this
open to interpretation.
I'm trying to interpret it, right? So basically, I think I'm very interested to see Kasane play techies again. That is what I'm most interested in, to see if he's upped his game a little bit. I wasn't super impressed by his techies, I'm not going to lie. So hopefully he's going to bring his A game today.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the potential tiebreaker scenarios. There's 4 different ways this can end up, and it involves TSM 5 Ratfelt and DogChamp taking wins. So, everything is kind of open right now. Despite, that Bait and DogChamp, they're already locked in for the next tour. Same thing with Nouns. No chance for the major, but you still got a little bit of points and a couple extra K of cash also in between, so...
Yeah, it's very important for all of these teams, of course, to get as many DPC points as possible if they do plan on trying to make it to TI, which, of course, is the goal. And then, of course, for some of the other teams here, they're also still fighting for relegation. Looking at Felt and looking at 5Rat, these two guys could possibly trade places, but, of course, in this series, it's all about TSM and DogChamp. So let's get into it by talking first about the side of DogChamp. For people that really haven't been following this region so carefully, what would you best describe? How would you best describe DogChamp in this team's journey?
DogChamp, it's been like a team without a true identity. They lost their main roster coming from Div 2 into Division 1. They brought in another offlaner as their carry and swapped things around, so they couldn't figure out who their carry players for the longest time. So they had 2 offlaners. Both offlaners tried to play carry somewhat successfully. They're not doing the worst in the world, but it isn't the results they're looking for. So they're really just trying to find their identity. Then in their last series, we brought in Yuma, a real carry player. They actually look like a good team now. So the problem with the team is very obvious. Finding the fix for it is not so obvious.
At least there's something positive going their side, which is they are looking to be the best of the rest. They're not competing for top 3, but they could potentially end up 3rd in the best case scenario, but looking more like a 4th and 5th, get a bit of points on the side and still stay in the division and get some of that experience for the team. But the roster, you said it, it's in a very interesting situation. Playing with that double offlane duo, can they find their place in it? And how is it actually going to fill in for the future? Are they going to do roster changes? Looks like a very likely thing they might be looking to.
Yeah, and I think I would hope so as well. No offense to either of the players, but Sunlight and Russell, they've both proven to be excellent offlane players, and even some good carry games coming out from the both of them now and again. But
it's just a brutal truth.
It's a brutal truth. And also it comes down to, as we've mentioned, drafting for this team as well. It is so hard to draft for your team when you don't have that many options when it comes to what you can pick as carry, when you constantly have to think, it uses up a lot of your mental power as well. And drafting time isn't unlimited. You are going to have to spend time talking and saying, who can play this? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do it? And bloody night, he just doesn't have the chance to really construct proper drafts, but at least he's got RCY in the middle lane who has been a bit of a shining star. We'll talk more about him a little bit later. But first, let's move on to TSM, because this team has been one of the highlights of the region. They are currently at the top of the leaderboard, having not dropped a single series. They've even beaten Shopify Rebellion in the opening series, and quite frankly, they've been wiping the floor with people, even to the point where they've been letting loose a little bit and having some fun recently.
They have, and TSM is actually building a pretty interesting record here. TSM haven't lost a DPC series since July 22. If they win DogChamp, they would be the 3rd team in current DPC history, the current DPC format history, to 7-0 back-to-back. And there's only 2 other teams who've done it before, VP in 21 and Thunder Awaken in 22. And of course, there's the SA team Beast Coast who's looking to do the same thing, but 3rd all time. That's quite the record that you're building here.
It really is, especially when you look at this region as well. And, Nouns and also the side of Shopify Rebellion, they're not easy opponents. But even then, when we talk about this team, Fear, you've mentioned still kind of favoring Shopify Rebellion as like the overall more successful team. And they did do better at the major. So why is TSM just so strong online?
Oh, TSM just run the region, basically. And I think when they play against Rebellion, Saberlight doesn't have his best games. Maybe it's because he is playing versus his former teammates as well. But I think this team has a lot of potential. They play really well online, but they seem to be a little more nervous in like a LAN environment. And that's why normally we see Rebellion do a little bit better in that LAN setting. So that's where TSM really need to show up, and they need to be able to put wins against teams that they're not so familiar against, especially in an unfamiliar playing field such as a LAN.
And I think especially when we look at these two teams in conjunction, Tomato is just so damn consistent. You know, like a lot of these carry players have on the top side are just always having good games, and Tomato in particular for me, he just always stands out. I mean, surely he's got some pretty good stats behind him by this point, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Tomato, like he's constantly been looking better from game to game. He's also been able to go up to 11 different unique heroes, only behind Bryle, who's currently the leader with 12. So not that far behind. That's a lot of versatility that you're able to bring, but not only just versatility, good performances on each of those heroes.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. They've been absolutely brutal. And we can see the team comparison here between these two teams. I imagine this is going to be favoring one team over the other.
You don't say.
Maybe the team which is currently 6-0, but actually, it's relatively close on
Not
this
the
one.
deaths, that's for sure.
That's
Nice, that's a win for DogChamp.
Yeah, DogChamp, they've been really good at stretching out games. Their mid to late game, they've got 4 out of their 6 wins in plus 50-minute games. So we talked about Veld being able to stretch out those games just like 5-Rat. Well, DogChamp, they win them in the end.
Yeah, and that's because they've been relying a lot on this Naga Siren carry, right? It's something which they've been able to go back to for Russell to give him a consistent game. So I am wondering if that's going to be something which TSM consider banning, or maybe just making sure that their picks have good answers to the Naga Siren early on. Is that? Do you think that's going to be going through Moonmiender's mind?
Depends on who's playing for DogChamp starters. I'm not sure if what they're gonna do as far as their roster for this specific series, but you don't want to give Naga away when Russell did get it in like a perfect Naga game. I think they're just not that afraid of his Naga. They're going to first phase ban or even second phase ban it. But if it's a good game for it, surely he'll know about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when it comes to matchups as well, talked a little bit about Tomato and Sunlight or Russell, depending on who it's going to be. Yeah. Consistency versus violently inconsistent, even regarding who's playing the role. But over towards the mid lane, I think that's where DogChamp really shines. And, this is a kid who we've been watching a lot. He's one of the youngest players in the DPC. RCY in the mid lane for DogChamp versus Bryle. I mean, I'm sure this is another matchup you're going to be very excited to watch, right?
Yeah, he has been worthy of all the praise that we've given so far. At the start, we were like, all right, we're interested to see what RCY does. And like after every game, like, oh, RCY looking good. Oh, RCY looking better. Man, this guy is actually great. And that is a lot said for a very young player. And you especially, Fear, you've been watching this guy for such a long time. He's really has filled the expectations, but has he gone over that?
Probably not over the expectations. When they built the squad, they even mentioned it before, they built it around RCY hopefully carrying them. And the one strength that he does have, which is a good place to start, is mechanical skill. I haven't seen him lose to anyone in a 1v1 matchup, not against Abed, probably not against Bryle, not against Gunnar. He actually schooled Gunnar one of the games. So his individual skill is there. The one thing that he may be lacking is just knowing how to win the game, push his advantage while he has an advantage as well. And his team hasn't really helped him out too much either with their side lane situation or in the mid lane. So I think when they did add Yuma, someone who does know how to play a bit more independently as that carry role, farm back to the jungle, be like, oh, I'm okay here, go help mid lane, he started to look a lot better.
Yeah, and Yuma was their carry before, but if you're wondering why he's left, then the correct answer is we don't know. They said in an interview, the people didn't want to play with each other. And that's about all the insight we get. So just NA things, I suppose. But alas, that didn't really work out for them. And yeah, I mean, what can you expect in terms of matchups for the mid lane? Because we have seen some teams trying to ban out RCY, but then he's happy to just pick a Void Spirit or something and still have a game.
Yeah, that's a good question in a sense, because of course they've put like second phase bans, and if he still has his hero open, going to the third phase, still banning out RCY, just a full focus on it, and it could just allow maybe Sunlight to have a good game. It might allow, if Russell's playing or if Yuma if he's standing in, get those openings for themselves and get themselves at least a laning matchup they will win. And I think that impacts a lot with their support duo, right? With Flea and Bloody Nine. How much rotations can they make? Do they need to save their mid because they have a bad matchup? RCY winning a matchup he probably shouldn't. Impact into a lot of things. And on the other side, there's one real highlight here. It's Ari Rubik, 9 games.
Yes, sir. The pride of UK Dota.
He likes his Rubik. I mean, Ari is a player I'm learning, I guess I have learned throughout this tour, has a very specific set of heroes. There's a lot of heroes he doesn't know how to play, but the ones he does know how to play, he's really good at, and he'll pick them for as many games as you allow him to have it. So we'll see what happens with that. I won't be too surprised if we see, Ari Rubik yet again. Maybe they'll bust out the Ricky potentially again, but I had a chance to talk to him at the Major, and they played a lot of Ricky at the Major, and he was like, wasn't as good as he thought it was going to be, and unfortunately that didn't help him out there. So I think he's going to stick to what he knows is good for this tour.
Are you concerned with the idea, they are going to the Major now, and also the ESL League. Are you worried at all that his shallow hero pool is going to make him perform worse against better teams on the international stage?
No, I don't think so, because I believe if you are a team and you're a support player specifically, you can have a very small hero pool. It's totally fine. As long as it's like 5 heroes, I want to say, you probably need 5 heroes. And then you're totally fine. You just pick your hero early, you build your strategies around the heroes that you're picking for your supports, and then you can just have a good chance.
Yeah, I think the 5 hero rule is actually pretty good considering how many bans are going to be used against you, that you actually have something you can still bring on the board. If they're just fully banning you out, that allows the rest of your team to shine.
It does indeed, and you can shine with tokens as well if you use a new esportsbet.io's You Watch to Earn platform, where you can earn 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is the equivalent of $3 per hour, simply by watching the games. All of the games across the North America and Western EU regions of the DPC is all you need to do, and you just make an account. And you don't even need to place a bet. You can start earning tokens straight away, engage with the Dota community. So head on over to esportsbet.io, start watching and start earning today. But right now, right here, we've got game number 1 coming up of DogChamp versus TSM. So let's get into the draft for this one and find out exactly how it's going to go. One thing which I feel like DogChamp really got kind of beaten by with Shopify Rebellion, especially when it came to mid, is their way of abusing the middle lane. And we saw this last game as well. They always leave, well, not always, but, you know, about 75% of the time, they leave Saberlight's pick to last. They make sure he has a good matchup, and that frees up Crit to go and cause shenanigans in the middle lane. I'm wondering if TSM are going to be heading the same way, but not if they're given the IO. And the Leshrac is through as well. Uh-oh.
I mean, they can definitely do that, but Ari and Crit are completely different players. Ari's been talking a lot about in the interviews how he's trying to stack more, get runes more. He's still like exploring how to move across the map, whereas Crit, it's a muscle memory at this point for him. He knows when to go, how to go, and he's just superior roamer. That's just what it is right now. So like TSM has not been a team where they've had to rely on like ganking Bryle's lane and making sure the enemy mid laner has an issue. Normally Bryle takes care of that himself in most of the matchups. But this is going to be a matchup where I think he definitely can do it, but we'll see what the matchup is first as hero-wise goes.
Yeah, especially TSM banning-wise, they do know that RCY is going to be the target for the next phase. They just lock in on the side of DogChamp, a lane that they know that they can pretty much brawl with a lot. They can find some kills and maybe even slow down the enemy carry if they, say, for example, saw a Drow or something like that come out, which is very common coming out in the first phase. But they lock in the Bloodseeker. It's been handy versus some of the Primal Beast players, especially when they're played core, right? I remember seeing Dendi running around with Rupture, Onslaught. Oh, yeah, that's not fun. That's not something you don't want to do again. So 2 very mobile heroes, and then you have an ulti that kind of counters mobility. It's a good call.
Yeah, I like it a lot. One thing they are lacking on TSM at the moment, I guess, is stuns with this opener. I guess that's something they could address later on, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. They're going to pick a lot of stuns or cheese their way to victory, as we saw their last series, where they pick Brood and Terrorblade and Huskar and just end early. That is a possibility, but the Bloodseeker, it's also something a lot of carry players like versus the Death Prophet as well, because in the laning stage, you do get a lot of HP back, you're pretty fast, you can outrun Siphon, pop Exorcism, just drop the Rupture, and it's kind of sad to just sit there as a DP, and you have the Silence, of course. So it's good versus both these heroes. Depending on which one is going to be core, doesn't really matter. Even if Primal isn't a core, just getting a Rupture on him in any situation, he can't really charge out. He'll just die, so it'll be like a free kill. So the pick is good, but it's a bit unconventional to first phase and definitely has some weaknesses that they're going to have to probably spend a decent amount of bans trying to fix. And I don't think you can ban all the things out that are pretty decent for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and also like you've kind of got some sustain already going out with this IO. On the side of TSM, Kasane's hero, he gets a lot of options basically here. Do we need to reduce their physical damage output? We go for Lycan. We have the Howl to work with that. And we also have the extra micro.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
But if we need stuns, if we really do need stuns, right now, and an Enigma right now is kind of uncountered. So
yeah,
we'll see what route they decide to take. The ban on the Morphling as well. That's interesting.
Do keep in mind, though, Brood, Lycan, Beastmaster are all out of the pool now, so I guess there's Enigma and Visage if you really want to force that like Zoo style. But I don't really consider Enigma like much of a Zoo hero anymore.
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
I don't think he is. I think he's more like a bit of a Tide Hunter in a sense.
Yeah, I could see that. Some
he's a
team
petting
fight.
zoo.
Yeah.
Buys Greaves.
Zookeeper.
Yeah.
I mean, this hero just isn't going to snowball the game in the same way and enable Roshans. It's just going to maybe win at lane, if it has a good lane, buy Greaves, and then from there you kind of want to be a bit more greedy, get to that team fight, make sure you can make that black hole work.
Absolutely. And how How surprised are you that they didn't go for the Leshrac? Because this has been TSM's bread and butter for the past, like, for ages, the whole year pretty much, whole seasons. But they choose a Bloodseeker instead.
I think personally...
They can still fall back to it, yeah.
And it's banned now.
Yeah, it's banned now, yeah.
I think personally, if this was a match where it mattered a lot, they would have taken the Leshrac.
Okay.
But I think given this circumstance and after seeing what I saw yesterday, I think they're still want to win, but they want to experiment a little bit and see what else could be good. No, that's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be good with the IO. Does a spell amp
gonna happen.
work with I don't know. Nobody buys that item. We don't know the mechanics.
It should do. The spell healing stuff should
but
work out.
we do know the mechanics of Witch Doctor IO. Yeah. Okay, buy the Ags now. You've got enough heal.
It's actually
you're good to go.
possible.
You literally take
just
no
immediately
damage. You take no damage when you're playing with this IO Witch Doctor in the early game. It's pretty OP. But once you die on Witch Doctor, you're pretty useless.
Every hero is useless when they're dead fit.
That first, this especially Witch Doctor, that first death where you're invincible, you got the Greaves, you got the IO, then you die that one time to like some Drow or something, and then all of a sudden you have no more purpose in the game.
Yeah, kind of like
That's kind of how that feels like.
But holy base, Dogchamp are going to pull out the Tinker.
For the third time.
Wow,
not even surprised anymore.
They're really not. They're really not. I just wanted to, people haven't been watching Dogchamp going like, whoa, it's Tinker. I thought I'd lean into them a little bit. But yeah, when they pick up the Clockwork, you can bet a Tinker's coming next.
Yeah, I like the Clockwork was in a way a bit of a block pick. Not to only get the Primal Beast countered by TSM, but because of the reason they wanted to look for the Tinker opportunity. And they do get it. Seeing Witch Doctor Tusk, I think you're kind of fine with this Tinker pick. Still the threat of the Bloodseeker, and of course the relocate, if well-timed, well-placed, can catch the Tinker off guard, but I think it gets harder and harder with competitive games to actually find him with just a relocate, because you need to plan it like 2 seconds ahead, need to land there before he uses his 0.5 second rearm to blink away again. So that vision that TSM kind of needs is actually coming out from their carry, Bloodseeker, potentially a carry at this moment, unless they shift things up and Kasane pulls it offlane. I don't think that's also out of the picture. But I mean, I'm okay with this Tinker here.
It's interesting because like you can look at it two ways. Where like Tinker kind of does like this chip damage, spams rockets. You're gonna have zero issue with that if you're playing Witch Doctor IO.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he does give you Ashivas really early. He does have burst damage, so you can heal a lot of it. But if you drop like a Cogs on top of Primal going in, maybe some Crib Swarm, and then like Ashiva's Tinker burst, that could be what you need to actually do enough damage. Because the big thing we notice is people don't want to pick healing reduction too much against it, and they also don't have enough damage. So they're trying their best to get as much like raw damage as they can to outburst the heal, which is not an easy task, but that's like what they're going for right now.
Yeah, and do we think RCY is going to adjust its gameplay for this then? Because the Rockets just aren't that strong against all this heal. Maybe they stack the Ancients, smoke up, laser it down, get that Shiva's timing a little faster.
He loves to do it for sure. Just smoke up and laser spam on the Ancients. Yeah, he'll probably do it this game.
I mean, you level your laser and rocket no matter what now. Rest in peace, March of the Machines. We don't get that anymore.
Thank God.
So there's no other choice in your build unless you're going Defense Matrix early, which I've never seen.
And also, concerning the draft, basically in the side of Dogchamp, if they really want to get to potentially third place, they need to win this series. It's just down to this one series. Might as well play the best heroes that you have, even if some of the matchups are going to be tough, especially with the counters, the laning stage. You've got Primal Beast and Clockwork who can help out this Tinker a lot on the side of RCY. Secure, you get an early blink timer, looking at 9 to 12 minutes potentially. Then Primal Beast, he's already got pulverized by that point. Supposedly your support Clockwork also has hook shot. You can make a lot of plays happen. Use Exorcism for pushing down towers. Tinker can push out the waves. TSM, what do they do at that point? They try to stop that snowball from happening and get their own going with Witch Doctor, Tusk, Bloodseeker, and with the help of the relocate. So it's about shutting down the Tinker so he doesn't get a good start for the game, but at the same time, Dogchamp also want to rely around this hero to gain map control for themselves. And TSM has been really good with map control so far.
Pudge.
Yeah. Okay, all right. It's fruity, that's for sure. Are they going for the lit strat of the Pudge Ags plus the...
Heal through the rock.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker Ags, and then also a Witch Doctor and an IO. I mean, that's...
All you need is an Alchemist.
10 seconds.
That could be lit. I'm here for it. Fear it's processing.
No, yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what their mid's gonna be because I would personally want Tusk to go mid in a game like this.
Has Brawl taken some tips out of the Dendi Witch Doctor. I don't know.
so.
I don't think, but it could be.
I mean, they have a lot of options here. I would like Tustiel mid because he's your best catch for a game like this.
It's true. It's true.
Actually, it's probably Brile Pudge. That feels
Probably
right to me. If he's having fun, that's the hero he's going to pick.
Can you play a support Bloodseeker at all?
No.
Because that's what I'm also thinking. Like, you can't. Because I can see a world where Pudge, Tusk, and Witch Doctor are your cores, and Io's a support, but the Bloodseeker just doesn't fit into the picture in that case. So you kind of force it to be a core, and then it's just the Tusk and the Witch Doctor who goes 2 and 4 technically, or 2 and 5 in this case with the Io in the lineup.
I mean, this is definitely interesting. It's probably Pudge mid. I think that makes the most sense. And of course, why not just 24 pick NP?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's wild. Not sure how that got through, but yeah, that's going to be the Russell Nature's Prophet going to be there. And it's going to be Brile Pudge. Nomad was right. Yay. And Tomato on the Bloodseeker. And now the only thing left is the Witch Doctor to be picked up by Mr.
Kasana.
I thought you were wondering who was playing offlane there. I'm like, is it Io offlane or is it?
I'm surprised we
Witch
actually get a
Doctor?
24th Nature's Prophet. I don't think this hero should have been let in the pool for this long, in a way. You got yourself a good carry matchup as well. And then the Pudge kind of sits in. You've got the scaling on the side of TSM, but Furion, I really like it brought up into this game. And Russell, see what you can pull off with this NP.
Whitemon's got the new IO skin as well, so that's going to be
Wow.
sick. To keep an eye on the icons in the game as well, because it's got custom icons for it, and it looks really cool.
Do you work for Valve or what?
Wish. I'm open. Send me a message. But yeah, that's going to do it for this draft. I mean, TSM, again, looking like they're going to have some fun with it, but does this draft actually fit together for you?
It's a little weird, but it can work.
It can work.
I'm just not sure how the Pudge Tinker matchup works. If you can get the hooks onto the Tinker, sounds easier said than done, or harder than it sounds. I have no idea what to expect in this one. I think TSM are experimenting a bit here.
Yeah, I'm a believer, but I want to see DogChamp win. I really want to see them win here.
The one thing we didn't talk too much about is Nature's Prophet. It's not a free Nature's Prophet game. You're against Tusk, you're against Pudge. You know, they have plenty of ways to catch you. However, TSM are just so damn good. I don't know. I know one thing. It's going to be fun. It's going to be extra fun with our casting duo. We've got MLP and Lizard to take you through this one.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. It is definitely going to be a very, very fun game here between TSM and, of course, DogChamp, Lizard, TSM. They don't really have anything to play for.
Man, I missed you.
What?
Missed you. We didn't cast for such a long time.
All right.
Missed you.
We don't have to be so wholesome when we get into it. It's nice. I miss you too.
It's fine. I saw you casting with Cinder, and I saw you casting with everyone else.
Did you get jealous?
Good. I did.
Oh, we'll just wait till John
You
comes
have to
back.
win me back out one.
Talk to me about these draws.
What is there to talk about, man? There's a Tinker on one side with the Nature's Prophet last pick, and on the other you have like a Pudge and Witch Doctor cores. I mean, it did work, like Gaming Gladiators. They made it work, like on the offlane, the Witch Doctor with all the heals plus the IO. Like, you can never kill anyone.
Hold on. We're not giving props to Gaming Gladiators, right? Moo's the offlane Witch Doctor we know, right?
Okay.
It came from NA. That's what we're saying.
When in NA, praise the NA.
Exactly right.
When in Western Europe, shit on NA. 24/7. Sure, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
No, it's an interesting lineup overall on TSM. When I say interesting, it's very experimental.
Yeah.
Usually when you're playing into a Tinker, you at least want some hero that can jump him or catch him from distance. They don't have anything like that. Perhaps a Blink Dagger on a Pudge, and then you can do it. Blink on Tusk, maybe. You Rupture him, maybe, perhaps. But it doesn't look that great. Like overall, like I know they can play well, but the draft is wonky as hell.
Yeah. And if you're wondering why you're still staring at us, we are currently paused at the moment.
Because
so.
we're very, very handsome.
I mean,
especially.
No, you're handsome. Stop it. This is way too wholesome.
This beard.
Oh, at least
the game didn't start, so that's
fine.
There we go.
Production saved
Production
us.
was like,
get these idiots off the screen.
Even if the game didn't start, we'd rather watch the pause the game screen than these two.
Anyway, going into game number one here. So we talked about it. There's no real pick-off for the Tinker apart from maybe the Tusk and maybe if you can land the hooks from Brile. Again, I mean, I don't want to be that kind of guy, Lizard, but there's nothing to play for here for TSM. You know, they've already qualified for them. They're going to have some fun.
Well, and they're allowed to. Like there are no rules that are preventing them from picking whatever the hell they want to.
True.
They can still play out of their mind. They can still practice something. You know, I believe that every game that you play officially should be taken with with a certain dose of seriousness, because you never know. Like if you win with Tayo and Witch Doctor, and someone is glancing over your games in a month and a half,
yeah,
they might get scared of one of these, heroes and ban them.
Could you imagine being in a MOBA where you get in trouble for picking something that's not meta?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine that.
Imagine that.
I believe it actually happened in another MOBA, by the way.
I've heard some stories, but that game has to be so bad, man, that you can't even pick out of the meta. Imagine how bad the game has to be if you only have like 10 heroes.
It has to, I mean, it's a stretch to even call that thing a game, I'll tell you.
A game is like, it's a compliment already.
Yeah.
For that thing.
This is why I like you, Lizard. This is why I like we share the same mind when it comes to certain things. I appreciate that. Still, game one. Well, what's your prediction? Like, if you were to look at just drafts and you could not see the team names, who would you say has the better draft?
Are you kidding me? Is this a real question?
Yes, it is.
It's as real of a question as TSM's a real draft. I'd say DogChamp 100%, right? No matter what. So we'll see. Like, because I'm so certain they're gonna lose, most likely. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
But when you look at TSM, yeah, the Witch Doctor thing, it is interesting. Like from the offlane, the amount of heals with the Pudge, maybe you can just be this unstoppable force in the mid game.
Oh, three for one bounty rune trades. Well, there you go. DogChamp already off to a brilliant start. It looks like Flea was able to sneak one from the side of TSM on that jungle spot in the Dire. Happy days here for Flea. And while we're at we should look at the mid lane, I should say. Bryle, he's going to be on that mid Pudge against RCY's signature Tinker. Something we always talk about. Lizard, how the hell is this lane meant to go?
I think Tinker should do quite all right, unless he gets hooked. This is one of those lanes, right? Like for a Pudge. If he gets a couple of good hooks on the Tinker, he can even kill him. But overall, it should be Tinker favored. So that's how I see it. And that's mostly how it goes for Pudge mid, right? Like if he gets some good hooks, he just completely balls out of control. If he doesn't get those hooks, it doesn't feel that great.
Are we expecting the standard build-up as well? Like, he's already queued up Ihurut Defiance, which makes enough sense because you're against the Tinker, but...
Yeah, that's already different, right, from what we used to see on the safe lane with the Aghanims rushes. We'll see. I don't know what to expect. Like, I haven't seen a lot of Pudge carries recently, unless it's versus some Naga or something like that, and then you definitely do get that Aghanims very early on. In a game such as this one, you could make a case that a Blink Dagger would be better, you know, some initiating play-style kind of
Bloody Nine?
Build.
What's Bloody Nine doing here? He's pulling the creep wave over, it looks like. So is Ari. We've seen this before between these two kind of supports. Different games, obviously. Ari in particular always seems to do this. He's going to meet the creep wave, I think, by this tier 3 tap.
Do they kiss if they meet? Like somewhere?
We'll see. Bloody Nine puts the hand up, a bit of a wave, as Ari's just going to keep running. No high five back.
Yeah, it's a problem for Bloody Nine. Like, he's not really managing to catch up to him. He's trying to.
So what's the idea, though? Where does Ari... Like, he's going to go behind his own tier 1.
I think he should... Well, he should go behind the tier 2 even, but it looks like tier 1 is the case for him.
Okay.
Because behind the tier 1, you get hit, I believe, a couple of times. Or he'll find a way.
Top lane, Whitemon. He's been caught out on the IO. Still going to tether back towards Tomato. And the Bloodseeker IO lane, obviously a pretty potent one here, even against the Death Prophet. And, of course, the Primal Beast. Tomato already 12-0 in terms of CS. And
I don't know, man. I feel like Primal Beast plus Death Prophet should be the stronger lane here. But Bloodseeker so far doing quite all right. Like you said, 14 CS.
Uh-oh. Sunlight. That's not going to connect. The Blood Right will not be there, but TSM proving to be very aggressive already. Tomato going to pull the creep wave over, and I think you've mentioned this many times, like just the lane shenanigans you can do in Dota right now. It's just kind of ridiculous, and TSM's kind of just displaying that all across the map.
I mean, it's much better than it used to be, remember? Like when we had Earthshaker fissuring creeps under a tier 2, when we had Enchantress. Oh,
here we go again. Onslaught is there. Sunlight going to get silenced by the Blood Right, but did have the Siphon.
He used the other Siphon on the creep, so he healed up very fast. How many things did we have? Remember when heroes such as Enchantress would pull creeps under the tier 3 even? Like you'd wait under the tier 3 and then you just play around there, pull like 2-3 waves and then go into the lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
That was the time.
we fixed. I think most of those things were fixed, and all the lane shenanigans that you can do right now are punishable. So I think the state of the game is kind of fair.
You know what I don't like, Lizard? Like, one thing that I would love to be removed is this whole sentry blocking the camps.
Really?
That annoys the crap out of me.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it adds an extra depth to the game. Like, I get it. And I know pulling is, like, so important that it, like, makes sense to have that kind of added issue in the laning phase, but...
I appreciate you, MLP, but you know, like, not all of your opinions. So.
Come on now.
Like, it's like an individual. You know, if you adjust to every bad comment about yourself, you're going to disappear.
Yeah.
So I think there are some niceties in Dota that shouldn't be changed. Like, the game is complex, but I like it for what it is.
Okay. Fair enough.
If it wasn't this complex, then we would be that thing you called almost game before, you know?
Oh, come on now.
Almost game.
All right. I'll give you that. Still no first blood happening here. 3.5 minutes into the game. It's like Flea's already started rotating, maybe even looking for a bit of a gank in the mid lane, but probably not because Braul's underneath his own tier 1 tower. RCY having a really good time here in the mid lane, as you kind of predicted. 17 and 10 in terms of CS at the moment on the Tinker.
Yeah, he's bringing the Pudge really low. Like, he's not really able to just sustain himself versus all this. But at the same time, he did get Ring of Health now. And the hook is there.
It is there, but the problem is Bloody Nine's moving in, and the onslaught is there from Flea. Almost a bit of a bait. Brile, he dropping too low, is going to go down. Ari and Whitemon, they do show up, and maybe they can pick off RCY, and they will finally get him. But Bloody Nine with a very nice cog's going to lock them in, make sure they can't go for any more. And ultimately, it's still a win for the side of DogChamp.
Yeah, those cogs were really nice. Like, they almost saved the Tinker. Like, if there was no range attacks there, like, he'd be able to maybe just run away. But unlucky in that way. Lucky with the fact that he killed the Pudge. So, like you said, big win for them.
Yeah. Who got the first blood, by the way? That was Flea. Fair enough. I mean, why the hell not, right? Still nice in the Primal Beast.
Yeah, as long as he dies first. You know, as long as the Pudge dies before Tinker, I think DogChamp is happy.
Yeah.
Actually, Pudge doing some stacking and he's just killing some creeps with the hooks. So overall, the mid lane isn't that bad for him. Like, he is still, what, only 100 gold behind the Tinker. So, yeah, it's all right.
Certainly is.
What's up with the Witch Doctor? The Raid Band and the Boots of Speed. And that's pretty much it. Just farming under the tower, healing himself up. 2 levels of Voodoo Restoration. Like, I love this, man. It's like...
This is Witch Doctor, dude.
Yeah, a true Witch Doctor. Like, he comes and he heals. That's it.
Well, that's the thing with the value of the level 2 Voodoo Restoration. Like, it's over double the heal value. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's one of those spells that definitely does get impacted by level 2 quite a bit. I'm just looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do. I guess it's going to be like Soul Ring Greaves kind of a build for him on the offlane.
I mean, it could be. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe it's Armlet Desolator, you know.
Bloody Nine, mid lane, going to be ganked here by Ari as a nice snowball as well, landing onto RCY, but the Cogs is going to force Brawl away with the onslaught as well. Flea able to secure the kill onto the Pudge.
And he gets a Regen Rune as a bonus.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah. Brile did not have the hood, like it was flying over, I believe, so he couldn't really utilize that. And so far, Primal Beast, nice rotations from him. Like, the top lane, is the DP suffering? He's finding, Sunlight is finding farm. So is Timado, but I think you're happy with just leaving the DP here alone.
TSM. Bit of a struggle here at the start of the game. DogChamp already doing a fantastic job as Whitemon now going to get spotted out here by Flea.
Yeah.
Nice little tether away. Onslaught, however, still going to connect on 2 as Bloody Nine's going to try and close the gap. Can't get in range for the Cogs, so we'll have to let them go.
On Prophet ult.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature was there, but it's not going to be enough. Not really connecting on Whitemon either. Zari shows up now in the Tusk. Bloody Nine still having a look around here, trying to give the vision over to Sunlight. TSM also trying to find out if they can get something going for themselves, but they've gone a bit too far, I think. walk away. Chance, Ari gonna set up onto Bloody 9, but Sunlight is still zoning them out. Onslaught through as well, and Ari, he is gonna drop here on the Tusk. There's TSM still hanging around, still ready to defend this tier 1 tower, but they're so low on Tomato. Hook is there though. Bryle gonna connect onto Sunlight, but Dogchap, they are still just bigger in numbers.
Nice cogs, but still gets the DP.
They do get Sunlight. That's one. TSM, they'll want to keep going here. Dogchap, look at a run. Bryle has Hook in 1 second. They'll just need to clear the way for him, but they won't even need that. RCY getting caught by the snowball of Ari, and somehow TSM make that team fight work.
Yeah, they brought every single hero up here, so that's how it worked. Really nicely from them. Pudge came from behind. The Blood Right was really nicely placed. The fact that he hooks the DP instantly kills her. I think that's probably the most important part, right? Everyone else was just kind of coming in afterwards. Tusk also resurrected on time, came in there, used the snowball to get close enough for the shards, so Tinker falls as well.
Uh-oh. Top lane, Sunlight. I mean, he dodged the hook out, but it won't matter. He's still being caught here by the Rupture of Tomato, so he just cannot move. And Briar will take another. His bottom lane, Onslaught is going to be there. They do at least find Kasane on that Witch Doctor, and he will go down. So a nice little trade across the map here for Dogchap.
Yep. At least they got the enemy offlane, right? Which is pretty solid for them. They recognize that the whole focal point for TSM is the top lane, so they decided to do kind of the similar thing on the other side. I don't know. I'd still rather be shutting down this DP than the Witch Doctor, you know?
Yeah. So it certainly feels more important. I feel like the Witch Doctor with Io just still has impact no matter what.
Yeah.
As long as you got the max voodoo up, you don't really care too much.
You get that max voodoo, you get like Greaves, suddenly no one absolutely is dying, but it looks like they will keep the Greaves on someone else. Like he's queuing up a pipe on Witch Doctor, which is also fine. I think Io can buy it, right? Like instead.
I mean, why the hell not?
Yeah. He probably benefits a bit more from
Yeah, I'd say so. I'll see why. Oh, Brawl, if you went for a... Oh! What?
Oh, he steals the pick ball.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
RCY, I guess he just chose his life over the neutral item. That's fair, but does cost him a neutral item, and the pick ball's not a bad item either.
It's not a bad item at all, but, you know, if I got to choose between my life and that item, I'd probably give them the pick. It's fine. Doesn't it always happen, you know, when you're about to dodge the gank, an item drops?
Yeah.
And then you move back for it, and you know you're gonna die, and then you die because you moved back.
It's classic, man. It really is. RCY, Snowball's gonna be there, and they just rush in with this IO. Dismember out, they'll try to TP to help out, but it's too late, and now Russell probably gonna feed his life away as well. It's TSM just not slowing down, but a nice onslaught. Gonna ensure they at least get the Pudge. The thing is, you've popped Exo for this. Waimon, he might go down as well, but he's got a tether target. He's fine.
Yeah, they're getting away. So like you just said, they popped Exo and they popped it on their side of the map. The moment it runs out, TSM might fight top lane. They might go for this. They're still sticking around. They're not bailing top lane at all.
I mean, you could just wait for the Exo to run out.
Exactly. You just wait it and then you fight.
They will back off at the right moment here, Dogchamp, but they have smoked up. Flee and Sunlight, I'm not sure what the idea is here for them, but...
Yeah, it's not really the best combo to smoke up with. The top lane is completely free. Even if you... Let's say you kill this Pudge here. I still don't think it's you're getting enough. Like, you should be farming.
Well, Sunlight got spotted there for a moment, I believe, as the smoke did break, and he was underneath vision.
Brian.
They are going to onslaught. Bryle is going to be the target, but they have the snowball to buy a little bit of time and allow their team to try and close the gap here as Bryle is just taking through all the damage. The rod is doing too much, and now Waimon's here. Sunlight's in trouble. RCY is trying desperately to take him down, but he can't do it. Dismember, relocate, everything going the way of Tomato.
Can he get an ultra?
I mean, he might. Oh, he barely misses
close.
out.
Yeah. They didn't really pay attention to Io getting level 6. Wisp got level 6, he relocates in with the Bloodseeker, and that whole fight that should have been yours is so easily lost. Pudge also surviving on a sliver of HP, using Dismember on the Tinker. Like, everything looks great for TSM. I mean, they are doing it. The draft does not look great, did not look great, but they are making it work, definitely.
I mean, absolutely. And that's the thing as well. Like, it's very rare these days you see a Pudge pick up a Hood of Defiance and just start roaming, but with an IO behind him, he's just not taking any damage. You know, he pops the Flesh Heap, pops the Hood of Defiance, has an IO with the overcharge, and suddenly it's like, well, you can't really kill me anymore.
And they didn't even have Witch Doctor, right? Like he's not.
That's true.
He's not around. He's not healing anyone. He's just chilling on this bottom lane, farming up. Like that's literally it. Like he's been just pushing, and he hasn't really been successful at pushing. He didn't take the tier 1 tower, but what can a Witch Doctor do?
I mean, the thing is, he is farming for a pipe, right? So it's like the value you're going to get out of that pipe against the Tinker is always going to be huge. And speaking of the devil, RCY is gone. This is a very upsetting game for a Tinker, I'm sure.
I love how Ari secured that kill. Like very well done by you, sir. Like it was obviously very close. Tinker might have lived. So
Meander will have a few words with the man later on, I'm sure. Let him know about it. It's TSM. They are going for the Greaves build on Kasane as well, by the way. So
okay, so he is the one getting. Okay, it's fine. I think so. The IO can get it, but he's always gonna get it a bit later than your core, obviously, that's in the lane. That's why it's better to get it on the core.
Oh, Brown knows RCY's in the tree line. He has Hook available, but he can't see him right now.
RCY does have a blink, so it should be at least a bit more difficult to kill him off from this point onwards.
Oh, he's trying to get to that Shivers guard timing. That's the timing everyone always talks about with these Tinkers. The blink Shivers, and then you can really start being a nuisance. But they have been just picking him off left, right, and center as, oh, RCY, don't show yourself now. He's going to be all right. Dogchamp, they are kind of coming into the mid lane to try and help out as Bryle is going to get tethered here by Whitemon. And look at the hills coming out. Bryle is still okay as now in comes Kasane, and now you certainly can't kill him. Bryle is not dying. A nice hook shot, threading the needle, but Flea's onslaughted in. Problem is he doesn't have the damage output, but he's giving the vision for RCY to get these rockets out. Pulverize as well. Bryle running. Whitemon, he does go down, so suddenly you don't have those Imber Hills coming in, and they might finally have the Pudge in their hands, as they will take him down. RCY finally getting some revenge on this Tinker.
I feel like all that this Tinker needed was a Blink Dagger. The moment he gets this Blink Dagger, the game is kind of hard for TSM because they don't have any ways of catching him properly. As long as he's careful enough, as long as he's keeping his distance, you should not be killing the Tinker. So the whole team fight, the whole way you play this game changes.
I mean, it's just huge if you can kill the IO as well, right? Like, as soon as Whitemon goes down, suddenly you actually can deal some damage. And
I agree completely, but I feel like for TSM, the way you play this early game while Bloodseeker is farming, and he is farming very well, by the way, he has Radiance completed. So basically, how you would like to play this is...
Wait.
You just...
Blood? He's going Ags.
He's going Ags with the Pudge. They were right on the panel. It's not a joke. Like, they're gonna use the shard, they're gonna eat the Bloodseeker while he uses Aghanim's, and they're gonna run around with Pudge splurting blood everywhere.
I mean, I gotta give props to the panel then. I mean, I would have never guessed. This is...
I mean...
John would be so happy. You have no idea. He's been annoying me for a year about this build.
I literally played this once in the pub and never again. I was like, this build is garbage.
I mean, it is garbage, but TSM... I mean, they might be able to make it work as mid lane. They do make the jump in on Sunlight. He is just dead. Man, I actually look forward to seeing this.
Of course.
I can't wait. I mean, I talk crap about it every single time it gets brought up, but I'm excited to see how this one pans out.
I mean, look, it's not something that you see very often, so it's always nice to see new, interesting things.
Sane. Whitemon trying to save the day. Look at the hills coming out. Oh no, Kasane's walking out of there. The cast just doing so much. Did you see that?
I saw it. I saw it, MLP, I saw it.
It was 1/4 HP.
Yeah, it's just a holy locket used by IO together with the Voodoo Restoration. It was something else.
Oh, I love this. I love this meta. We're in IO Witch Doctor meta. It's amazing.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, meta. Sure.
Sunlight. Yeah, he's died a few times. Hookshot again is going to connect here from Bryle. And I say hookshot, I do mean hook, because there is actually another hookshot in the game. TSM, 8-15 now, 4K advantage their way. even looking towards the mid-tier 2 tower. I mean, they don't really have great sieging damage right now, especially without their Bloodseeker, but...
I mean, look at the smoke. They just smoke on the 17 minutes in, you're smoking on your own high ground. The game is not looking great, but they might run into either an Io or the Witch Doctor. I guess they spotted Kasane. Now definitely.
Here we go. Russell, he's all right. Kasane, the one getting jumped here. Flea did not connect with the onslaught though, and well, Bloody Nine, well, a big relocate him from TSM means Bloody Nine is just gone.
Yeah, they didn't want to... You could see that they were a little bit reluctant to completely initiate on the Witch Doctor because they knew the reload will come, but now they can fight.
Yeah, they reload the Pudge out, so Brao's not going to be there to help out. They'll try to TP back over to Kasane to help. Cask is there. Kasane probably not going to last long enough. He does go down, but here comes Tomato. Rupture is there. Sunlight in huge trouble. Zari does land with the snowball and Tomato able to take him down, but now Russell rotates in. Tomato, can he keep fighting? It seems like he can. He'll heal through it, and now the hook into the dismember from Brile. Not going to allow Russell out of there. A triple kill for Tomato once again. And he's 200 gold off. He's got the X soon.
He's got it, almost. He's almost got it. You still do need a shard, if I'm correct, so... You need a shard on Pudge. Gotta wait for that.
Okay.
And he's not really far away as well, so we'll see the fun times. They're coming.
Oh, TSM, what are you doing to me? This is too much fun, I think.
You think?
I mean, you know, maybe they do it at the major. Who knows?
Maybe they're just... This is the testing ground for the major, right? Nah, he's pinging himself. Look, guys, this is how it works.
I've got it, boys. I've got it. Well, show me. I mean, Tomato, I never get to see this.
7% of your own HP per second.
Do you think it gets buffed in the next patch? Like, surely Valve know this Ags is a complete joke.
It's a complete joke, yeah. I don't know. Maybe they have some idea of how it's supposed to be played. I'm yet to see the right way.
Oh, hook shot, Bloody Nine. Cancelling the TP of Whitemon, but that's about it. Just trying to be a little bit annoying here towards the IO, but obviously no chance of actually killing him off on his own.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage right now. They need his Shivas on Tinker. How far is he? He's got the Mystic Staff and he's moving towards Plate Mill. They really need the Shivas. Like, at the moment, they just don't have the damage to take any of the fights. Like, you will not kill Io and Witch Doctor when they're healing everyone up.
Shards is on the way for Brawl, by the way, Lizard.
There we go.
All right, so let's see it. Let's see this combination. There we go.
Okay. Here it comes. Let's go. I'm so done with this game, dude. This is great.
Well, we don't get to see anything yet, so...
Wait, does he have to... Is it activated?
I don't know yet. I have never seen this before. He's activated it on himself, so it's definitely active. I just don't know if it's going to do any damage.
Yeah, I feel like he needed a blink here, you know, like... Was it hitting the creeps? Does it hit
It was a siege creep, that was the thing, so I'm not sure. I know we're going to sound really stupid here, Lizard, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I've ever got to see an Aghanim's Bloodseeker with a Pudge. Ari. Hawk not going to connect. He was trying to hand the vision over. Bloody Nine. Oh, here we go. Rod is there. I'm not sure if it's the actual damage, but it's quite a lot of it. Brile going to take down Bloody Nine as Sunlight has popped the Exo. They will chase down the Pudge, but Brile is going to go down. Tomato forced to come out. In goes the Witch Doctor, though. Kasane with the Death Ward should have Flea. The Melodic will pop him, surely. In fact, Defense Matrix. It's blocking enough damage.
Nicely done by RCY.
Very nice.
And the tip, yeah.
What a hero.
Well, it was fun, guys. Good combo. Did a lot. I mean, they forced it. They forced the fight so damn hard. Like, they just got the items right, and they were like, I don't care. I need to test it right now. It doesn't matter that the fight is terrible for us under the tier 2. I just want to go and use it. It felt like it didn't do that much damage, at least.
It really didn't.
Right? The Clockwork was the only one getting hit, really, by it. But it didn't feel that amazing.
No, it really didn't. I mean, that's kind of the consensus, Lizard, that this Axe is not very amazing, to say the least. I mean, even his farming speed, like, it doesn't feel that crazy. Like, looking at him now, he has it on. It's very underwhelming.
And there was a Radiance as well, remember. So
Right.
Radiance and this Blood Misting. I guess it's percentage-based damage, right? Like 7% that it deals to enemies.
Which is terrible for the side of...
It's terrible because they have no farm.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Right?
That's the problem. Like, you have to rely on the other team actually being farmed for this axe to do anything. Like, maybe a bit of base damage would help.
It's like he's dealing, what, like 140 damage to the Primal Beast. That's the tankiest on their side. Maybe 140-ish.
I mean, he's doing more damage to himself. It's...
Exactly.
Here we go. Roshan's going down, but it still feels kind of underwhelming.
They want to fight this.
Yeah, they do. Thing is, they're nowhere nearby. Like, you've got Tomato, or rather Bloody Nine and Flea, hanging around. Rocket Flare, oh, it's too late. Had it been a second earlier, you might have had a chance to steal, but...
They might catch Flea here. There's a blink on Tusk, remember? Okay, he decides not to. Okay. Blood Mist time, let's go.
Here we
There
go again. Let's see it, boys.
I really want to see the damage now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a blink, so that's kind of underwhelming. He has no ways of getting close to them. It needs to be someone else that initiates.
It'd be nice as well if there was a better animation for it. Like if there was something that really displays what's happening.
If you could see it around the pudge.
Exactly, yeah. Here we go, relocate, bottom lane. Russell gets caught out. BKB is there, and he's just blocked himself off with the shards.
Yeah, they couldn't hook. Like, the Tusk was blocking.
Yeah, Ari.
Or will they come back? They're coming back.
They're coming back, and they're going for the fight. Bloody Nine, he is melting pretty darn fast. He is gone. All right, this is some damage.
All right, this is damage.
This is damage. Here we go. Can they keep Brawl alive, though? Flea is suffering. Never mind what we said. This is a lot of damage.
Yeah. We didn't see the real thing. Okay, it actually works. There is some substantial damage coming from the pudge. I was blind, but now I can see.
What is this?
Oh man, I don't know. Like,
I struck. What if we upped it to like 15%? I think that would make it more worthwhile, right?
yeah, just imagine a spell dealing, I don't know, 300 damage per second.
I mean, seems balanced.
Completely.
Brawl? Hook? Not on the mark.
Close. Hook shot.
So
No.
Tomato's just never gonna leave now. Is that the play? Like your
mean-
Posmon's so confident they've won this game.
He's gonna get an abandon. He's hero right now in the pudge. You know when the hero is gray out in the fountain? His Bloodseeker is gray at the moment. Like, even if you wanted to, you cannot hit him. He's got a Bloodstone, by the way, on the Bloodseeker, I know. Bloodstone, Agonies, and Radiance.
I love it. I love it. Go on, someone try to jump Brawl, please. Do it for the memes.
I don't think they wanna.
The other thing is, as soon as they spot someone on the map, here we go. TPs are coming in. Brawl is there.
Oh,
No, does cancel.
I think what you need on Dogchamp right now is you just need BKBs. Once you get those BKBs, all of this gold invested into Pudge and into Bloodseeker stops really doing anything.
Oh, jump in. Bloody Nine. He's trying to run, but he's gone nowhere. See you, Bloody Nine.
Hook? Yes. Yeah, before that happens, they're gonna get some juicy kills on Clockwork and whatnot.
The thing I like about this combo is the amount of slow it does as well. Like 30% added slow. It's
quite a bit.
It is quite a bit. Like there's no running. No chance.
But they are getting their BKBs. Like Primal Beast almost has his, Prophet has his obviously, Tinker just finished.
Bot lane, jump in, Russell. He's going to TP from the backside onto White One. He goes, but the relocate has been popped. I believe as Kasane is going to try and go for the fight with the Death Ward. Forces a BKB out of Russell and just gets out of there. Very, very nice. And Brawl's rotating. I think he might try to save White One here.
You mean Braille and the Bloodseeker, they're rotating.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
You forgot there's a whole person inside of this Pudge.
Here we go. Hooks off the mark. Tomato, he'll hand over the tip, and I suppose that's the one downside. is if you're playing Pudge Bloodseeker, you're always going to get tipped and kind of harassed by your Bloodseeker every time you miss a hook. It happens.
I mean, he's got like...
Look at this. Right, hook. I mean, why even hook? Just walk in. Like,
right?
You don't even need the hook.
At this point, you don't have to really. They have to run away.
Blink in. Bloody 9. Suffering quite a bit. Flea, don't go in there. Flea, it's not safe. Maybe they can take him down, though. The Spirit Vessel, it proves to be enough. They do get him. So they go for more now. Sunlight, Suffering, and this axe is actually doing quite a bit. They'll take down the Death Prophet. A beautiful hook out from Brile.
Ari?
Yeah, this game is well and truly over, ladies and gentlemen. TSM, stat padding this Bloodseeker axe. You love to see it. Nerfs incoming.
All they needed was to dodge any fights until the BKBs are up.
RCY, I don't know if it's safe like that, sir. He'll blink away.
Is anything safe?
I don't think so.
Is the fountain safe at this point? What's safety? Define safety.
Everything's dangerous. Everything.
We need to ask ChatGPT about this build. What he thinks about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, this was some wild NA Dota. This is exactly what I missed. I've been working China, I've been working Western Europe.
I'm so sorry.
You know, like, it's boring there, man. Like, I needed some fresh NA.
There you go. That's the kind of spirit I like.
With the Bloodseeker, yeah.
So what's next draft for TSM? Like, what are they doing next? In fact, hold that thought, because Flea's going in. Brile says, thank you very much, sir. I'll take that. Flea is gone. RCY shows himself in the tree line of the snowball. He's going to chase him down. Brile, he doesn't have the hook, but it won't matter. He'll find sunlight instead. Russell is just melting. Hawk is on target as well. Perfect hook from Brile. RCY's gone.
Yeah, this might be it.
Go on, Bloody 9. Hawk him.
There's a tier 2 on top lane still, right? So, I mean, everyone is dead.
I feel like DogChamp appreciate the state of the game.
You think? You think they're enjoying themselves? GG.
Yeah, I don't blame them. What can you do?
What can you do, indeed? Ah, man, what a crazy match.
Yeah, beautiful game.
Pudge, Bloodseeker, worked out only in NA. Boys and girls, we get the Bloodseeker Pudge combo with the Aghanims and the Shard and the Radiance.
Yes.
We also do get the Witch Doctor on the offlane, which is another thing. So only in NA, these kind of drafts do get picked up and do get to win, but they're very enjoyable.
Yeah, and I think if there's anything we did learn, obviously a few buffs necessary, maybe 15% damage,
at least double it.
I think BKB piercing as well. While we're at it. With that though, let's pierce over to our panel, which doesn't make any sense, and see what they had to say about Game 1.
Please don't pierce me, Mike. But yes, indeed, it was, in fact, DogChamp who go down in game number 1. Not to many people's surprise, but in the way it happened was certainly very surprising indeed. But Pudge and Bloodseeker, pretty dank. Are we going to be seeing any of this on the major stage from TSM?
On the major
if
stage.
you get something like that through and make it work, highly doubt it. They also had the Witch Doctor and the IO heal on top of Radiance, Rot, and Blood Mist, which is already a crazy amount of DPS. And then you also have the Sustain heal. You get to that point with a build on a Bloodseeker. You start to wonder, should I have gone carry build or not? But since you have the time and the net worth to build that, might as well just go for it.
I mean, if Tomato went any other build, this would have been less fun. So
agreed.
I'm totally down for what happened there. I watched the Pudge blink in, and they would take damage, considerably a lot of damage, I would say. But how much net worth was invested into do that small AoE rot damage on top? It was a lot. If let's say Tomato bought some real items, had a blink dagger, they would die in 2 hits.
Yeah,
with the net worth he had. So it was a fun build. It was cool. And you can see TSM is really just kind of just relieving stress here from the season and just having some fun.
Yeah, it's like you talk about the Shard on Pudge, that's the easy buy. And then Bloodseeker spent, what, 13,000, 14,000 gold on this build to work. But once you get it, seems to work just fine.
Yeah, I really did. It was just a fun game from start to finish. There was some moments of hope from DogChamp, though, I want to point out. You know, Flea actually had a really good early game on this Primal Beast. Yeah. Like, that actually looked like a reasonably good pick for them.
Yeah, the Primal Beast worked out really well. I think the rotations he made in the mid lane, he got the first blood, got another kill on Bryle in the mid lane. I thought he was really going to start snowballing a bit on this Primal Beast, but TSM had different plans. It was very difficult to deal with this Pudge IO combo specifically, even before the Bloodseeker came into play here. Just it's the amount of heal you have for this tanky hero. They kept trying to bring him down, and we got to the point in critical mass, they couldn't bring him down anymore. Guess who came in? Your boy Tomato would come in, clean up, get a lot of kills, accelerate that Radiance timing. And overall, their draft, it wasn't just all memes. Like, maybe Tomato's build was a bit of memes. Maybe the last pick Pudge was to enable the Dream as well. But it worked out overall. They had a lot of heal-based strategy here. And Tomato 14-0. Well played by him.
Ooh, and the 13 on the end. You know, give him a couple assists in there as well.
It was this Bryle's KDA too, because Tomato was just sitting inside of Bryle.
Can I just say something? We're missing out on a point, and I'm looking at the post-game screen, and I'm seeing a very interesting number here. Not gonna lie, Bryle. We talked about how much healing the Witch Doctor did. Bryle did 49,000 healing on Pudge in 29 minutes. That's 7,000 more than Moo did in a 36-minute game on an offlane Witch Doctor. How the hell does that even add up?
Because the Bloodseeker's constantly damaging himself inside the Pudge, but is instantly getting healed to full.
Yeah.
Therefore, every second he's inside him, he's doing about...
a fuck ton. A metric fuck ton of healing. 48.7k healing. Wow.
Okay, and let's keep in mind as well that Whitemon also had like 25k healing, you know, Kasane had 25k healing, so it's safe to say there was a lot of healing going on this game. I think that would be a fair comment to make. That is insane.
That is insane.
Wow, okay.
I'm speechless here.
New records then. New records for TSM with this big meme draft and overall looking pretty swell. But of course, we've got to give our MVP, and that will be Mr. Tomato on the Bloodseeker. Nobody's surprised. You can't go 14-0-13 without getting MVP, I'm afraid. It's just not possible. And he did a great job being eaten by Pudge and then going AFK.
Yep.
Can't be killed if the Pudge stays alive. So the funny thing is, Pudge is doing all the hard work, and he's just, you know, AFK chilling. We saw a camera cut of Tomato. He's just like, you can only see like half of his head. He's just leaning back in his chair, like, all right, you do all the work.
Oh, at one point he was behind making a meal. He was making a lovely tiramisu, and then reading a book
too. I mean, like this Bloodseeker, they built everything around it, so it's fair that he got the MVP. It was the first phase Bloodseeker. It was a good Bloodseeker game too, so I don't think this was pre-planned, which kind of goes to the credit of the team right now to be able to find a meme that quickly just based off of their first pick, right? So they kind of built it around him, made the whole draft around him with the Eye, with the Witch Doctor, and into the Pudge too. So it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Me too. And,
something different for once.
Yeah, and I enjoyed Ari's Blink Dagger triple Wraith Pan build as well on the Tusk. That was pretty lit.
No, I didn't enjoy that.
No? Well, okay. Screw you.
Plenty of armor at least, but I mean, in the sight of Dog Champ, what happened last series with TSM played? Now you're a victim of that as well. That's gotta feel kind of hard on you.
Yeah, to just get memed on like this, you know, just be like, you're such an easy win that we can... And in game one as well, you know, last time, at least they waited for game number 2, you know, they Huskar brooded them game 1. Oh, man.
They got a taste, you know, from the last series, last game. They're still hungry. They want to win with style.
They do, absolutely. And poor old Dog Champ is getting absolutely styled upon. Yeah. Hopefully they can put a bit of a threat to them and, you know, prove themselves to be a bit more of a threat in game number 2. But unless they could do that, unfortunately, it's going to be a clean and spicy 2-0 for the side of TSM. And guys, do not forget to check out esportsbet.io, where they are offering an innovative new platform called the Watch to Earn platform, where you can earn up to 3,000 free tokens per hour. And that is the equivalent of $3 per hour just by watching the game. So head over there and check out your favorite teams across the Western EU and NA regions, and you can earn tokens to bet on those teams and boost your earnings. It's a new way to earn tokens and engage with the community in a fun, new, innovative way. So head over to esportsbet.io, start earning tokens today. And there is no need to place a bet for this, by the way. So you can just go over there, start earning tokens, and get to it straight away. But right now, we're going to be throwing it over to a break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of Dog Champ versus TSM. What are they going to pull out of the bag next time? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out. Dog Champ's chances of a fourth place finish are rapidly dwindling. Meanwhile, TSM's chances of a top place finish are looking inevitable at this point. They absolutely clown on Dog Champ in game number 1 with a spicy new strat, and that's going to secure them game number 1. What are they going to put out in game number 2? I don't know. Let's do some theory crafting. I mean, me personally, I want to see the IO, I want to see the Witch Doctor. This time, I want to see the Oracle with an X. Oracle mid, give it an X. You know, that's like healing amplification whilst damaging the enemy. That's what I want to see. I've never seen that in a pro game or a regular game.
That's a pretty hot mixtape.
All right, then I got one. I thought about it. You pick Lycan, and then you pick Grimstroke, and Darkseer, and you just send the wolves to assassinate people.
Okay, so you don't do any gameplay yourself. You just let the wolves go and do
exactly.
It. All right.
It's a fair attempt. I like No Man's Plan more.
Have you got one?
Not right now.
Okay,
I
you
enjoyed
can do
what I
some
saw.
Thinking. Yeah, you enjoy what you saw. You're just waiting to be told.
I'm just an enjoyer in general.
Just an enjoyment enjoyer.
Yes, enjoyment
Strong.
enjoyer.
Well, you enjoy TSM's games then because they're having a little fun. I'm interested to see if they're going to swap up the roles again. You know, the last time we saw TSM play, we actually saw Ari playing it in the middle lane with the Riki, and then we had Kasane playing position 4 on the techies, and we had Bryle playing the off lane, which was kind of cute. So, you know, the musical lanes again would be pretty fun. Tomato and Whitemon not getting involved with that, which kind of checks out because those guys, I don't think have ever played a lane other than the lanes they're in right now in their entire careers.
And that's a bit of a nightmare situation if you're playing on Dog Champ, right? Like, how do we read these drafts? What are we expecting? What kind of Dota are we supposed to be playing? Do we just jump on the same ship and sync together? Or do they just continue playing their regular Dota with their comfort heroes and hope it works against any strat TSM brings out? It must not be a comfortable position to be in.
I think the harshest thing about this is that Dog Champ don't really get to learn a whole lot from this either. Because they're just getting styled upon.
They're just getting
like,
stomped, yeah.
And it's very difficult for them to break down the game and go, okay, what went wrong and where? Well, we had a Bloodseeker running at us with, I don't know. Oh, is that incorrect?
I don't know. I just think right now for Dog Champ in particular, they don't have a trump card, pretty much. RCY isn't the type of player that has a big hero pool and he's going to last pick something that's going to carry the game. Russell, very limited hero pool offlane player, same with Sunlight. So it never feels like they can pick that perfect hero for the game that's just going to win them the game. They just kind of have to like outplay their opponents by picking their own heroes. And you're against TSM. That's just a strategy that's probably not going to win you the series.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And, you know, RCY, he's had some good games, but he's not this kind of player that can just, as you say, pop off on something weird and outshine everybody and take control of the game. You know, he is ultimately still a mid player, and he needs carries to come online with him, and that's not really what Dog Champ have been offering him throughout the season. And in this season, in this game in particular, it's just getting abused pretty heavily. What about individual picks for TSM? You know, some heroes which you want to see them play.
At this point, we're going for fun, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Well, what's a fun hero you want to see them pick up?
Fun hero. Honestly, not even talking about fun heroes, but I would just want to see Kasane Beastmaster topping net worth out of all the cores in the game and just show what he's really made out of. Come up with maybe a little bit. The drums of Slom. Yes. Let's go for that.
Bang the drum.
I want to see some Spirit Breaker. I don't know.
Also, not a bad idea.
I want to see some Spirit Breaker.
I think that's an option. Yeah. Maybe some pocket Spirit Breaker, jump inside them, go for a ride. I'm always down for that. I always thought that Spirit Breaker, this is something I've asked for like the beginning of time, but I want Spirit Breaker's Ags to give him a conga line where he can like choose a target and then there's like a countdown of like 5 and then like you can choose to right click on him and you'll join the conga line and then he'll charge and then the next person will charge and then the next person will charge and then you'll all go together and then you'll all go bam 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 on the target like one at a time.
Stunning them?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds great.
Like, it sounds super broken. But it'll be able to be really
it's like
funny.
6 seconds of chain stun. Yeah. Definitely reasonable.
Yeah, Dota NASCAR.
Absolutely, yeah. The whole gang just charging in. I mean, it's worth it though because it'd be counterable. Because if you saw like 5 heroes heading in a line towards one target, and you had like a Darkseer, put a wall down, and we're gonna die. You know, people traveling that speed into a brick wall.
You think that's more OP than being able to like globally charge as your whole team?
I'll get back to you. I haven't seen it in action. Let's not judge it too early. We'll see it in action. Yeah, I don't know. That's another fun one. I think though TSM in general, you know, coming into the major as well, I think this is going to be really good for them. You know, relaxing, having fun, enjoying their series. You know, they're about to go on the ESL tour, then they're into the major, then they're back onto Div 1, and then they're back onto the ESL tour again. So it's very intense. It's a lot of Dota. And if you can't unwind during that time, if you can't have a little bit of fun, if you have to take every single series seriously, you're going to burn out.
I think they should also be expanding too, because Kasane, every game, he plays like the Beast, the Lycan, the Brood, and he owns really, really hard in these games in NA. But that wasn't really the case at the Major. So he was getting shut down in the laning stage. Games were a lot harder for him. And I think that's going to be the case in international play still. You can't get away with like the games he's been having on these type of heroes. So him able to expand and try new heroes out in an environment that's less competitive, I think is a net positive.
Yeah, and also I think a good moment to kind of not ruin the pubs, but bring out the last days before the potential patch waiting room starts, you know? So just play around some stuff, see what is still potentially broken and hasn't been noticed or has been noticed, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's a legit point, though. Like, when you're heading into a new patch, you've got to be ready to start changing things up, get ready to start improvising, and, you know, there is a way to prepare for it. And that's
expect anything.
Doing this, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and sometimes
theory
the
crafting.
core concept doesn't change, and you're waiting for the next patch.
But don't be a doomer, Fear. Come on. No, this next patch is going to be amazing.
Yeah,
It's gonna
I
be the
know it's
coolest
always
thing ever.
amazing, but sometimes the core concepts don't change. But
Yeah,
sometimes they do. You never know.
Oh, do you think it is going to change this time?
I hope so. I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Yeah. There's one thing. Actually, I wanted to ask around you guys. What's the thing you waiting most from the patch? I want a mini-map change.
Okay.
Mini-map.
Some like yeah, like quality of life stuff. You know, bring out some new animations for pings or something like that. Just rework it a a little bit. You know,
that is
cosmetic stuff.
That is a small request, my friend. You are not ambitious, and I respect that. Keep it humble, King.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I definitely want to see an actual map change, like things being restructured, like where the warding spots are, where Roshan might be, something that just spices things up, because everyone knows where the ward spots are, where to counter, where to deward, where to play around on the map. Once you change that around a bit, that's where things are going to get a bit spicy.
I want another layer. You know, we've got like
another lane.
Another layer. Fuck it, get another lane as well. I don't care.
All right, guys, I'm going underground.
Yeah.
You can find Nick's burrow somewhere.
I did talk about that actually, didn't I? The second realm, which it's a new counter. But we now have a draft going on. We've got the first pick coming out, so let's jump into it. It is Dogchamp versus TSM. In case you'd forgotten, you silly old goose, it is TSM starting things off with an Undying. Not very exciting. This is very normal for them.
White Mon's hero pool. He doesn't partake in the shenanigans here. He just plays. The thing is, if all 5 people clown around, you're going to have a really bad draft. But if there's only a few of you, like, doing something outside the box, that's fine.
I mean, there's that one kind of semi-experimental Undying that has been falling off more and more.
The Radiance Undying from Funning.
The Phase Boots Radiance Undying.
I was going to say the Aghanims Rush Undying is what I was going to go for.
Even less
just
spicy.
a lot of strength and just building up to be
Oh,
big.
dang!
Okay, Dogchamp,
Let's go,
thank you.
Dogchamp.
All right, let's go. They're going for the same route as TSM in last game, doing it their way of playing Dota, the heroes that they want to play, and figure out a draft that potentially also works. But the thing is, what can we expect from this techies? Anything special outside of the ordinary techies?
I will say, the old roster at the beginning of Division 2, they had a player called Yaren, who was a techie specialist and was amazing on it, which does not apply to this whatsoever because he is not playing here. So we'll see.
Thank you, Fit.
You're welcome. Which means Bloody Nine knows how this hero works, at least, and RCY.
Yep. Okay, already TSM.
All right. Looking
throwing-
promising for the Undying Axe with this Alchemist pickup.
Yeah, that's true. Possible curveball. But yeah, I kind of respect Dogchamp. You know, if they're just going to climb around on the side of TSM and kind of like, you know, not give you anything to learn with, then I think it's probably better for your team's mental health and just general
in a way,
vibes.
And you know who this is also really good for? All the people that are watching right now, get your friends to watch this game, honestly, because I feel like there could be some wild drafts coming up with some wild itemization things. If you want to have a bunch of fun, this is the time to tune in for NA Dota. Honestly, I feel like this is a prime time to catch in.
Nice. Good.
I'm taking all advantage. Tell all your friends, tell your family, tell your dogs, tell your cats. Everybody tune in for
Tell
this
your
one
dog.
because,
Yeah.
you know, take a lapdog and just watch some
You
Dota.
don't tell them, you just bring them, right?
Force your dogs to watch this game.
You don't have a dog?
Not anymore. Mine died.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was a bad
T-Panda.
question. I was just thinking that like you called for the dog to tune in. I'm a cat person, so
God damn it.
too
Oh, so you
soon.
don't care?
Yeah,
Jesus
I don't
Christ.
really care. I'm a cat person.
Oh my god. Anyway, Techies and Ember Spirit, so they're going to give RCY his first pick hero, something he's going to be happy and comfortable with, having fun on this. And as you say, Techies, you know, might not be the total clown pick, which you might think it could be if it's hero they've experimented with as a team before. Meanwhile, the Alchemist, that could be anything. The possibilities here are endless. It could just be a boring carry Alchemist. It could be a position 4 Alchemist or a position 3 Alchemist that farms Aghanim Scepters for other people.
So why do people consider Techies a clown pick nowadays? I don't get it. I feel like he's a legitimate pos 4.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, is it still just people are stuck in the past of like the old Techies that the meme will just never die?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really see the hero being like super kind of, yeah.
I mean, it's annoying as usual, but that's kind of like
Yeah.
how it's supposed to be. But it's not like the old Techies where you're level 25, you make 300 mines and you slowly send them to the enemy base. And there's like death and
There is one thing that did not change with the techies, and that's the chasing mechanics. You usually follow around a guy like low HP, he pulls you into the tree line, and so many people just fall for it. That you just want to get that easy kill, and you hear, dude.
5 seconds.
That is true.
PTSD.
So
But at
that
least
hasn't
you don't
changed.
go up to a lane and you're just farming and you have 3,000 HP and
Yeah.
you're
Oh,
dead.
yeah.
That was
obnoxious.
Those were the fun days.
Remote
Oh,
mines.
the fun. You
Those
had
were the-
fun in Dota. Fear has had fun in Dota. Who
I
would
mean, I
believe?
wasn't the techies. That was me as a carry player that's owning the game. No way I can lose. And then I die because I stood on some random part of the map. That was the techies that was infuriating to me. I
Right,
hated playing
right.
against. This one, it's just annoying. That's it.
The worst thing about the old techies was like you'd win a team fight and your whole team would be like, "Yeah, we've done
we
it!
did it."
Woo, let's go
5-man high
push!"
ground.
And like you're like, so rarely does my team after a fight actually go and push,
10 seconds.
and then there's just explosions and you all die, and they're like, and you're just like, oh well.
See,
I
it
guess-
wasn't Dota. You can't do that anymore as
Yeah.
techies.
Or the classic. Let's go Roche. We just wiped them.
All right, so I'm spreading the gospel. Techies is a normal hero now.
All right, sure.
That's it.
Okay.
Welcome
Enough
to
time has passed.
Welcome to the
Wow.
Church of Fear.
Yeah.
Old man fear is turning a new leaf. How unexpected. Redemption.
You were deemed as a bishop not too long ago.
Yeah.
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 On a certain website.
Yeah.
Sounding weird.
That's
This is sounding sus.
It was Reddit. But
so
yes.
we found
Thank
out
you for
Husker.
clarifying.
Yeah, just in case.
We found out Husker, which is the only kind of semi-cheesy pick, because we did see TSM play out the Husker. Dogchamp didn't want to end up playing that hero with the Ember Spirit picked up. That was a good analogy, which I think Sheepa was talking about yesterday on the broadcast. Like, if you pick up the Ember Spirit, you do not want to play against the Husker in no way. You're just going to straight up lose and not have a good time. So something at least provided for Dogchamp, which is Ember Spirit having a, well, not an absolutely horrendous laning stage. Doesn't still know the matchup, though.
Yeah, I mean, RCY tends to do pretty well in most of his Ember matchups. I remember he like drew even against a Shadow Fiend, and then also even Abed's Death Prophet. He got murdered by crit shortly after in that laning, but the laning stage he did fine. So he knows how to play Ember. His laning, as we saw in last game too, his laning's fine. There's nothing wrong with the laning. But just going even versus these top teams versus these top players isn't going to win you the game, right? So not really afraid of like, oh, he's just going to get stomped in the lane and have no chance. It's more of like, can he get out of the lanes? Can his whole team get out of the lanes and make something happen on the map? Which generally the case has been no. You can't, you just can't draft for that either. You sometimes just have to play a bit better. And I feel like the one weakness Dogchamp has now that they're playing with Russell instead of Yuma here is they don't have any like scary picks. We talked about, oh, NP, how'd that get it through? But NP has diminishing returns. The later you pick it, the worse it kind of is, in my opinion. Because this is a hero that you can just pick right away, and that's its strength. It's strong in the laning stage, no matter what you pick. It farms fast. It does everything pretty well.
Flex it.
Yeah, you can flex it, but once it's last pick, you lose all that value, and now it just comes to that one-on-one matchup where it doesn't really gain any value either.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very good point. And we have Treant Protector coming out for the side of Dogchamp, which is a little bit interesting, actually.
Oh, we're getting some ags for
Techies
sure.
Tree.
Yeah, we are getting definitely some axe. I mean, back to the
hate
Train
this one.
Protector, at least you get some extra armor versus the Acid Spray. So you do kind of neutralize that scale. There's a lot of like the Sven versus Tusk stuff where Tusk has tag team damage and Sven just like, or I'll just pop my Warcry and get some extra armor. So Treant kind of counteracts the Alchemist in that perspective, but not too much outside of it.
Anyway, the reason I hate Viper Rags.
Go ahead.
And Valve, you know, I sold you like 100 keys for your last chest to get the IO because I praised the IO.
100?
So
Oh, all right.
I reckon around that number, give or take. So you can let me off here, but the animation for this is just so silly. The belly flop from Viper with
But
the
it's
Agonins.
so good with like, what is it,
So
the walrus one? You can chain them together.
Yeah, you just go like do like a little snake. I've seen
It's
that.
really fun actually.
And
that's what
it's
TSM's
stupid.
going for. They want to win, but they want to do it while having fun.
Shouldn't we all?
They want to humiliate their opponents.
Two sides, I guess.
Yeah.
Two sides, whatever you want to look at it.
Can Dogchamp's draft humiliate TSM's draft?
I am not a fan of the coddle. I'm going to come out and say it. A very brave take, I know, but I've seen this like 3 times already here in the NADPC, and it's been a little bit.
I heard it had some success in Western Europe, though. So
I don't care about that.
Seems like the only region that
that's fair, but
made the coddle work.
You can't be biased like that. You have to look at the hero objectively and what it can do.
You're an analyst. I'm a host. I can do what I want.
I mean, it's an interesting lane if you think about Solar Bind plus Blast Off. It's a lot of damage. Plus so you do have the minus magic resistance from the mines as well from techies, and the Solar Bind. You're going ultra negative magic resist in this lineup with a lineup that doesn't have a lot of magic damage right now, but maybe their last pick can bring a bit more. As to carry, Morphling coming out, I guess. You need something that can like play off this minus magic resistance here, because there's a lot coming out for it. It's a ton.
Yeah, it's definitely notable. And I mean, is that what you want to pick up versus the Viper though? That magic-based carry. I mean, kind of risky. If only they had Moeta. Unlucky.
The thing is, it doesn't really matter that much because he has a little. What's your take on that? Because like you have magic resist on Viper, sure, but when you go into the negatives, it's not going to help you that much anymore.
TSM.
So yeah, I don't know.
I'm just kind of looking at the uncontested hero pool at this point because you can't expect anything that they're going to pick right now. I'm just going between Clinks and Arc Warden.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, 2 reasonable suggestions. And I've yet got that.
Very far because the Underlord comes out. Exactly. Like, it's hard to expect what they're really going for here.
I mean, this hero might be mid. This is a mid matchup. I mean, Viper would crush Ember more, but Underlord does really well versus Ember in the mid lane.
Yep.
And one of these heroes is going mid, almost certainly.
You have some good roots against the Ember, which he doesn't like.
So they're kind of decide, based on what Dogchamp picks here, where they can put this hero at. Is there a Slark band? I mean, Slark in theory could be really good here against the Underlord and the Viper.
Yeah, certainly an option. You don't want to go for like a strength hero now, really. So,
but it is Dogchamp. They don't really play carry heroes, so...
Razor?
What offlaners are in the pool?
Yeah, I'm looking at Razor.
You can't
I think
pick
I'm
Naga
looking at
into Underlord either, so...
Oh, perfect. Then we just got an Invoker.
Techies carry...
Yeah, Ember carry against... Who's playing
Russell Ember.
It's Russell
Ember carry, yeah.
Sunlight Coddle and RCY Invoker.
There we go.
Okay, and then over on the side of TSM,
Carry
we have
Undying.
mid lane Underlord, Whitemon Viper. Yeah, Carry Undying. What the fuck?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Offline
Well,
Alchemist.
there you go. He's going to get an axe. He's
You
going
might
to be
just get your Radiance
Moonstone, punching people. No, he's going for attack speed with the shard. I'm telling you. That's what it's going to be. And then he's going to get a free axe.
He's getting an axe for free.
It's going to be lit. And yeah, I don't know, another wild swing coming out from TSM, and I like they're solidifying themselves as this team, which is willing to do this. You know, like it's another threat, it's another possibility. Dogchamp, their draft actually looks pretty normal by the end of it. So
not really.
I just want to hear actually what
Carry Ember.
What is what is the most fun
compared
hero?
to TSM.
Sure.
I just want to hear like what is the most fun hero that the casters think each is in this game. Like I know Mike's gonna say techies, but I don't actually know what Lizard likes the most in this game.
Well, he's a strong boy, so he'll like the Undying. I think.
That's a strong bet.
Yeah. Is there a way Dogchamp can win this? What do they have to abuse on the side of TSM?
Everything. Just abuse everything.
Abuse everything, abuse everyone, win the game.
Exactly.
Simple. It's going to be a game of abuse, but who will abuse whom? Let's find out. We've got our casters of MLP and Lizard to jump into game number 2.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to go into game 2. Lizard, I don't know what kind of analysis you're going to provide me, but start by answering T-Panda's question. What is your favorite hero in this game?
Look, Nomad knows me way too well. It's gonna be the Undying carry, for sure. Like, I actually spammed that shit for quite some time.
I'm on a 4-game win streak.
On an offlane, though, not the carry. Offlane, wait. You're on a 4-game win streak as a carry Undying?
No, as a support Undying. I have standards.
I was worried.
Come on now.
What the hell is happening? No, like the offlane Undying with the shard and the Echo Saber is pretty legit. Like it's come on, man. It's like strong. You spawn zombies, you hit people, you kill people.
Come on, bruh.
Come on, bruh. Come on, bruv. No, I honestly think it's like alrighty. It's not amazing, but it's all right. Like in some games it can work. Like you slow heroes down very hard with all the zombies that you're spawning and hitting them with the flash golem. The shard also, I believe, 35 seconds of reduction on your ultimate on the Undying. So that's what I'm expecting. I'm actually expecting that build.
Let's see how it all pans out. What I'm intrigued in is like what's Brawl doing on this mid Underlord? Like
he's owning the Ember if Ember is mid.
Okay.
Like, but it's Invoker mid, so.
So I feel like everyone on like the coach, like Moon, probably just said, "Hey guys, what do you want to play?" Like, and some like Brawl actually said, "Give me mid Underlord." Like,
you know what the worst
fun.
thing is? Like this draft of TSM looks pretty damn legit. If they didn't just swap everything up the way they did. Like if they didn't do that, like their lanes and their heroes actually are solid against what DogChamp has. But then they decided, okay, never mind, the Dying is a position 1, you know. Or maybe they're switching. They're switching up. Is that what's happening?
I mean, maybe we'll see.
It is. Look, Timado is playing 5. He has mangoes and he's going for boots. Meanwhile, Alchemist is the one farming on the safe lane.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is really just flexing now by TSM. It's like, hey, we can switch positions. It's all good. Wait, hold on. Who's POS 3? Whitemon's playing POS 3. Would you look at that? Oh, I never thought I'd see the day.
Okay.
Ari's one of the only guys here that's just playing his role. Like him and Brile are just playing what they want. Speaking of, Sunlight now top lane in massive trouble. Very fire up. Probably not gonna matter unless they can't get the final, but they can. Whitemon, the newest POS 3 in NA. Already showing how great he is.
Gets the first blood on and off lane. Viper, pretty damn solid already from him. Now I'm kind of disappointed.
They're going for more. Bloody 9? What are you disappointed about?
I'm disappointed it's not the carry Undying. Come on, man.
Bloody 9 also gone. Ari, are you actually going to find a way out? Not quite. He's going to drop.
Yeah, he could have eaten that tree, but I'm pretty sure he dies anyway at the tango. Yeah, okay, whatever. Sure. They're playing a normal game after all, just with not their normal positions.
Oh, how long do you reckon it took them to convince Tomato to not play POS 1?
Probably. It was very difficult. Hey man, do you want to carry the game and actually have fun, or do you want to play Undying, run around, spam the cave for 5 minutes and then be a tombstone, literally?
I heckin' love Undying.
I love Undying as well, but after the laning stage, you're literally a tombstone, so it's not really a hero that a carry would enjoy afterwards, but it is what it is.
It is. What about this mid lane? I think you already said Brawl should have a very good time, and so far he is.
Yeah, I think he has a good time, no matter what hero goes mid here.
As I say that, he's taking a lot of tier 1 tower hits.
Too much.
Cold Snap is there. Brawl, are you going to make us look really silly? Yes, he probably is. No, Fairy Fire is there, Bryle. He's all right. He saves the day for us.
Just as planned. He was never in any real danger, right? We're too good, MLP. Making all the right calls. Top lane, Bloody 9. I think this is a dead tree, maybe.
Certainly is. Poisonous Viper here. Poisoning this poor old tree. Bloody 9's going to drop. Sunlight trying to run, but they have Snowball. This is the kind of thing Whitemon loves, right? Like, he loves spamming voice lines, and he loves playing these heroes that just drive you nuts, right? This is the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, definitely. And he's having a snack while he's doing all of that.
Quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. So the lane is the top lane isn't that easy for Kotal and Treant, even though Kotal and Tree are a pretty strong lane. Sunlight might be dead again.
Yeah, maybe it's time for the walk of shame. Ari, oh, nice shot. Sunlight. I feel very, very, very bad for this Kotal, unless he can survive.
He's living.
Is he?
He's
oh,
living.
he is.
Yeah. He's living barely, but he does live. So it's a big deal that he actually managed to survive this time around. He's not getting anything, though. That's a different story.
No, he's not.
4 CS.
I mean, it's better than 0 CS, is what I like to say. That's my positive outlook on this game so far for the side of DogChamp.
Yeah, and the fact that he's running to the jungle already, minute 4, doesn't really inspire confidence, but you do what you must. Absolutely. When the lane is really that bad.
Mid lane, Bryle, he has Tomato there with him now. Tomato, obviously a very new POS 5 to the scene. Maybe not sure what he's doing here as this Undying. Does have Tombstone though, so he might just drop it here on RCY. And there we go. RCY is just going to run. Tomato, probably saying to himself, I do not like playing POS 5 as Top lane, Whitemon's gonna find Bloody Nine again. He's having a great old time. And the worst part is, like, he's literally voice lining them every single time he gets a kill, which is classic SEA, right? This is what you do in our server.
Is that what you do?
Oh, every time, without a doubt.
Just spam voice lines?
That's how you win. You get into their minds. They get so upset. Bottom lane. Kasane's down.
And the Tombstone for the Invoker, I believe you got it. But nice little pickup. Well, not little. Nice big pickup on to carry Alchemist. Ember, actually, this is going Meteor Hammer. So it is something that I have seen in other regions, not in NA yet. But it's a different item build. But helps you a little bit with objective taking at least. So you have that. And the build-up itself is quite decent.
I mean, it is an offlane Ember after all.
Is it? Or is it just a carry on the offlane, right?
I mean, it must be at this point, right?
Yeah. Bloody Nine.
Yeah.
I mean, they just need to stop the bleeding on the top lane at this point. just stop. They have way too much.
He went for the Illuminate. They had the ward to scout him out. You say they need to stop.
They're not stopping.
They're not stopping.
Man, at this point, Whitemon is gonna feel so cocky, he won't want to play support anymore. He's like, damn, this 7-0-0 offlane is easy, why am I playing support, guys? Come on.
Kasane's sweating right now.
Exactly, like, meanwhile, my offlaner is feeding with the Alchemist. Come on, guys, step it up.
RCY mid lane. Ari has rotated on the Tusk.
This is more likely of a kill. The one with Undying was very, very difficult to accomplish.
I would have got it done, honestly.
I'm sure.
Yeah. RCY.
Sunlight.
Oh, he doesn't see him. Sunlight, top lane also getting ganked. Kills all across the map right now. Sunlight is probably just dead. RCY looking like he is also gonna die maybe, but no, he's okay. The Ice Wall is there. Bryle now the one maybe in dangerous. Flea does rotate, taking down Ari. And Bryle, Bryle might just be gone. Bloody Nine chasing him down. But the bottle is there. High fives out, but they do land the sticky bomb. And so Bryle is still going to drop. Bloody Nine able to secure the kill.
Just as he waved as well, so karma strikes instantly.
Unfortunate.
I don't know, like RCY for me is feels like the only sane so far in this game. Like he's just playing his game. He has a rough matchup versus the Underlord, but he hasn't fed. He is kept up somewhat with the CS as well. All the ganks have failed on him.
Russell. Sticky bomb again onto Ari. Will duke it out with the snowball. Nice little snowball backing onto Russell, but he is level 6. So he should be fine to back out if he needs to, and he will. But he goes right back to Kasane. Kasane does not have stun available, so Russell is still okay as Tomato rotates, but can't do much as the Undying.
Yeah. Usually you do get that stun a little bit early on, but okay, Kasane, as a seasoned position 1 player, he goes for 3 levels of acid and just Grievel's Greed.
Yes, of course.
He might be dead.
He may be. Nice little blast off there from Flea securing the kill as Tomato's trying to chase down Russell. Decay is out. Russell out of mana, but it won't matter. He's still fine as... Oh boy, Dogchamp, they're kind of fighting back. 2k advantage toward TSM, but they're doing it here, Dogchamp.
I wouldn't call this they're doing it, but they're doing something at least.
They're doing something.
Right. Yeah. The top is being kind of defended by Bloody Nine as well. Viper isn't able so far to take down the tier 1 tower, and I think that's important. Considering Viper is sitting on 8-0-0, it might be 9-0-0 now.
Oh, Bloody Nine. Yeah, he's gone. Can Whitemon survive through this though? Flea has rotated, landing the sticky bomb, Sunstrike blast off, everything being thrown, and they do get him.
RCY, man, he just got a ton of gold.
That's the thing with RCY though, like everyone else is having fun. But in, classic SEA fashion, he's trying his absolute hardest. It's not fun unless he wins.
He might get another one. He's getting close to killing Undying mid lane.
I mean, why not? They're still going top lane though. Ari trying to run his way out. Sunlight chasing him down. Ari hiding in the tree line, but is completely blocked off. Or is he? Nah, he's dead. No chance of survival. He's gone.
Something for the Sunlight. Something for the horse. Mid lane, RCY this time around though. They brought the right hero. And that's a Viper with a Blink Dagger, by the way. Like he just bought himself a Blink. Why the hell not?
Bloody Nine?
Oh, hello, another one.
Bloody Nine. He's just standing like, yeah, okay, I'm dead. Bye-bye.
Figured out the best place to use that living armor on and accepted his fate.
I mean, the blink kind of makes sense when you're this far ahead, right? Like, Y1's top net worth, he's like, every time Viper strikes off cooldown, somebody's gonna die.
No, blink on Viper used to be picked up quite often, long time ago, so... you know, there are games in which it does make some sense. It can backfire heavily, but why not?
Mid lane, Ari trying onto Sunlight. Sunlight already having a very, very tough time on this Coddle. Is going to be able to survive. It's now RCY taking a fair bit of damage here from Bryle. Will not go down though, he'll be just fine. And I've got this theory that White1's going to try and get like 20 plus kills this game just to prove a point.
I mean, he's on a good path. He has more... His kills per minute are what, like better than one? Like it's over a kill a minute.
Tomato, oh, he's going to go down. Nice Sunstrike from RCY. I think it goes back to what Crit said on his stream. In fact, hold that thought, because White1's being targeted here on the Viper. He'll go for the TP play out, and they've actually got no... Oh, they've got the damage.
I feel like the Blinding Light actually was crucial there, because he would have TP'd before the Illuminate hits.
Yeah.
Maybe he'd still die, but yeah. Nicely done by DogChamp. There you go. They can get some kills.
What was a Crit said on his stream? He said if I was playing mid, I'd be rank 1. I believe is what he said. And White1 trying to prove his point apparently is RCY. Overgrowth is very nice from Bloody 9. Locking down 3 of them. Rotations out from Russell as well in the Ember. They'd love to pick off Bryle here, and they've got the Sticky Bomb to slow him down. Bryle cannot survive through it. DogChamp.
Fighting back.
They're fighting back here, Lizard.
Yeah, DogChamp strikes back. Alchemist is farming still, so I guess that's the silver lining for TSM. And the Viper is just still doing Viper things all alone on the top lane.
Tomato. Sunstrike is there. He will decay. Still kind of healthy. So the Soul Rip as well. And yeah, it looks like Bloody Knight's a bit left.
Timado shouldn't have lived there, but okay.
Russell's just like, bye.
Yeah, Russell didn't really care enough to stick around and finalize the kill.
Oh, what can you do? It happens.
Yeah, look at White1. He's his own team, man. Like, he's got the blink, he's got the smokes. He's just ganking alone. He doesn't care. Puts in the dust just in case Invoker has Quas Wax to go into Invis.
Imagine that, a core buying dust. Mid lane, RCY. Getting caught out. And looks like Ari setting up a very nice kill here. Once again, as Bryle will secure the kill with the Firestorm.
Yeah, he dished out a ton of damage on the Viper, but there's a Soul Rip, I believe, that they can heal him with, plus the bottle charges.
He'll just get out. Bot lane instead. Chase is on for Russell, but Russell's going to be okay. Surely. So the blink forward is there from Whitemon, but the remnants are available.
Yeah, he used the remnant already, so... Let's see.
Mid lane, though. Bryle, I mean, he does have Tomato around. If he does need the help, the haste rune is popped. Russell, oh, he'll miss the Sleight of Fist. So obviously will not be able to land the chains either. And excuse me, the haste rune was on Bryle rather than Russell. And Bryle, I mean, he's still chasing. Pit of Malice? No, he won't expend it. Meanwhile, top lane, RCY, he's trying to go through the portal. He doesn't want to be here anymore. He's trying to get out of there. Can he make it? Not quite.
Almost, not quite though. He tried.
Here we go again. Whitemon's back into the mid lane. There is an overgrowth out. Whitemon securing at least one kill, but will go down to Sunlight. Finally, he gets some revenge here on this Keeper of the Light as Tomato. Gonna get Meteor Habit in the mid lane. Nice Pit of Malice out from Bryle. Still, it does seem like Tomato should go down and will to the Illuminator Sunlight. As he might even have a triple on his hands. Bryle's still trying to fight, but Russell does take the kill.
Yeah, this is the problem with the Viper's itemization, right? Like, he went for the blink, and it is great. He's getting a ton of kills. He's doing stuff on the map at the same time. He can't die. Like, every time they go on him, they catch him. Like, he's a Viper with boots and blink. Like, you can't kill that hero.
Ari was being ganked, but he's okay. His mid lane?
Yeah. A little bit of a fight between him and Yember.
Oh, it's still going. Russell, he'll be okay. He'll hide on the tree line. So 16 to 14, 2k advantage. Mind you, this is with an Alchemist on the side of TSM. This mid lane again, Jimmy Russell. He'll go for the Meteor Hammer. Sunstrike gonna come in, but Whitemon does not care. He'll just secure the kill.
Yeah, he had the Remnant back, Wait, RCY should get back. So he had the Remnant back, what he didn't account for is the fresh Atos built on the Underlord.
Oh.
Yeah, so that kind of caught him. Pit of Malice into Atos into another Pit of Malice is always nasty to deal with.
Top lane. Tomato has to do with some mines right now. Does at least get one of them down as Flea is still chasing with the Sticky Bomb and Sunlight. It's going to be there with the Solar Bind and the Illuminate. It will connect. Sunstrike as well from RCY.
He's on point with these Sunstrikes.
He certainly is.
Even when they don't get the kill, his Sunstrikes do connect across the map, so he's definitely helping them out in that way.
The thing is, you kind of left this Alk alone for a long time.
Yeah.
Kasane, I mean, it's been a bit of a slow start, but now with the Radiance up,
but
bottom, they're going to make the jump in on Bloody 9. He'll try for a TP, but there's just no chance in hell of that happening.
Yeah, mid lane, they have this Invis Underlord.
Uh-oh. And, well, Russell, oh, he's going to get perma locked in. Remnant away. And does he die to the poison? No, he jukes out a little bit.
Yeah, he still managed to survive. Nicely done by him. Nice little drawings on the map, how they should be playing. You can see very informative for all of us. Maybe a little bit mad he died and Ember didn't. Overall, the Alchemist is farming, like you said. He's coming back, but he's buying an axe. Like, he's not doing anything like...
oh, the memes continue.
Yeah. He's not... like he's basically the offlane factory, Aghanim's factory.
I mean, who's it for? That's the question. Like, who's the axe going to?
Oh, you meant like who's position for? I don't know, man. I don't know who's what position. I don't know who's the axe for. We'll see.
I mean, is it the Pit of Malice axe, right? Like, can we see that happening? It seems kind of busted.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I think adds a slow, then gets a global Pit of Malice. That seems kind of nice. Ember, it's going to be caught out.
Why do that when you can get nosedive?
That's very true. So here we go, Bloody 9 now. The one in danger is Waimon, looking to secure the kill. We'll be able to get it. Ari trying for the steal, but can't quite. As Russell was locked down for a moment, taking a fair bit of damage here from Waimon. He's going to be able to back his way out. He's okay. They will at least find the Tombstone as well here for Flea.
Maybe Bryle.
Yeah, Bryle, he's a big kill.
Yeah, they have a vessel on him.
Happy days. Bryle going to try and man up here. But so much damage flying in. Russell able to secure the kill. And now Waimon stuck her out. So Dogchamp, they've got another.
Yeah, 3 kills. Now I'm worried for TSM, considering Aghanims is being built on Alchemist. Like, if Alchemist was doing some normal, like Blink, BKB...
Wait.
He carries this. Oh, to Undying?
He's buying an Axe Bliss. No, he gave it over. Okay.
He gave it to Undying.
Okay.
So Undying has increased strength steal. Sure. Position 5 Undying is gonna steal your strength now.
Even though he's not playing pos 1, you know he was still telling him, like, you better give me that damn axe. That's my axe.
But the problem is he's building another, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna fill the whole team with him. There's no way you don't do that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why the hell not? You started with...
Nice blast off. Flees in. There is going to be the Fiend's Gate coming in from the back, though, as they do try to focus on Tomato, and he will go down, but they have lost Sunlight. Still a very nice Sunstrike. Whitemon going down. Is going to drop here on the Viper. It's Jimmy Russell being focused by Brawl, but will continue trying to fight the Underlord. As he locks him down into the Chaos Meteor of RCY. Ari going to jump in with a nice snowball. Going to go right back towards the north of the map. Brawl, which way are you going, sir? Pit of Malice out. He's still trying to man up through this, but he can't get it done.
Yeah, he couldn't really run, right? So he decided, what the hell, I'll just fight. Good decision by him. You know, like, I'm looking at this TSM's draft, and if Alchemist was building normal items, they would be able to end this very soon, like 25-minute mark. However, he isn't. So I'm even worried that they might not be able to take this game. And then I look at Dogchamp, and they don't really have a true carry. It's like Ember with the Meteor Hammer and then Invoker. I guess RCY can be the one.
Oh.
But, yeah, it's a crazy game. It's maybe even crazier than the last match.
Oh, it's a great game, to say the least for me. I'm enjoying myself here. And I don't know what you're talking about, Kasane not able to carry. He's getting the bonus 25 attack per Ags, 5% spell amp. This is the way to do it as the Aghanims, rather the Alchemist.
Okay, that's the new age Aghanims.
Yeah, it's meta.
Factory. I see, yeah.
You love to see
some SCA/NA meta. Right
well, I've never seen this in SCA. I'm going to say that right now. This is new tech from NA.
Probably for the best, right?
Top lane, big group up here. Dogchamp getting ready to fight, but Ari's just right in. He could not care less. Onto Sunlight he goes, but he needs some backup. He's kind of gone in the zone. Meanwhile, Tomato's just dropped. Ari's gone as well. Bryle trying to get through the Fiendscape, but can they cancel it off? Yes, they can. Blast off in time.
Yeah, you see, like, they're starting to crumble a little bit. That was nice.
It's great. Yeah. By the way, where'd the second axe go? Who's got it?
Did he give it to anyone?
Whitemon's got it.
Whitemon, okay. Sure, he can nosedive. Let's go. No, nosedive. Come on.
Oh,
do the trick. Ah, there we go.
There it is. Wow, wow, wow.
He did it.
What a spill.
It's not that bad, right? Like, the disarm is nice. Like, I mean, it's pretty bad for an Agnes, but I've seen it purchased and work in some games.
Flea. Snowball going to follow him through the blast off. Tomato going to drop the tombstone, and the Soul Rip will get the job done. Nice pick up there from Tomato. But the problem is they are going to try and secure that tombstone, and they will.
Not a big deal, right? Undying's still going in, though.
I mean, he thinks he can get through it with his Ags, and it is a lot of strength still through this decay.
Dude, he's got 3,000 HP.
Go on, Tomato. Keep going. Oh, that's a lot of strength. 48 now. Tomato.
More.
He can't survive. More. Almost 4K now, but Tomato can't make it through. He will drop.
He had it off cooldown. Like, he almost was able to do it again.
If he could get a BKB or something, then he'd basically be unkillable.
But that would... Yeah, that would require him buying normal items.
That's true. We don't do that around here.
Yeah, it's not happening in this game, at least. How far is the next axe? Very close. Okay, so when everyone gets the axe, Alchemist will carry the game. I guess there's enough time. Just purchase all the Aghanims in the game and then go blink BKB or something.
If Kasane is a real man, he'll give everyone Ags and then go Divine Rapiers.
Or just buy Dagons.
If Mumiand is watching, tell Kasane right now, Divine Rapiers after Ags, please. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not actually allowed to do that, so don't do that. Kasane. Gonna go on to Russell. Russell just oh, that's a lot of damage coming out from Russell. Sunstrike, oh, it's off the mark.
He dodged it, yeah. I think he was expecting that one this time around.
I want it now.
TSM smoked up here. Dogchamp still just grouped up. I think, considering the state of the game, they just understand if they remain as a group, they are theoretically the stronger team in terms of the draft at the very least.
I feel like all they need is a couple of BKBs on the Ember and on the Invoker, and the team fights should become fairly simple for them. Every single fight, that is. They see they see them farming across the map, but they're not gonna do anything. I have a feeling Dogchamp is just happy with farming themselves as well.
Ari gets an Ags now as well, by the way. Which kind of makes me sad, because the only Ags I wanted to see was Brawler's Ags. But we don't get to see it.
He's gonna get it. Wait for it. Like, he queued... Oh, he didn't queue up another one.
No, he didn't. So the one thing I wanted is not gonna happen. As we do make the jump in on Bloody Knight. He's gone. I don't know if you want to fight Tomato with 4 HP. He's a tanky boy.
Yeah, I mean, with the Vessel, he still falls, right?
Okay, here we go. The Vessel is doing a hell of a lot of damage, and they just lock him through the Chaos Meteor. Very nice.
It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't have a way of dealing with the Vessel, he will die. He needs a Yule's, BKB, Manta, whatever.
Top lane, Whitemon. Massive target here. He's the highest net worth on the board for the side of TSM. Sunlight still getting chased down, but is going to make it seems, as RCY able to secure the Viper, but no. Sunlight's still gone. Never mind.
Yeah, this time around he does fall. There was just enough of spit from Viper on him. And the Viper has queued up the BKB, so...
Kick back. Flee. He'll be removed from the map, I believe. He'll try to run, but he's got no blast off to try and escape through this.
Brawl securing the kill. So Brawl has a BKB as well.
Very nice.
I believe Viper is queuing up too.
Bottom. Tomato's going to drop again here on this Undying. 1-9-3 is the scoreline, which is not something you see very often when you're watching Tomato.
Yeah, he's just breaking some records for himself. I feel like.
It's a personal best here for the man.
No, you know when you open up your profile and then you go to those like best hero, worst hero, best amount of kills, worst amount of deaths and stuff.
Yeah.
It's gonna be his.
Amazing.
Everything worse is gonna be this game.
Jump in again from Ari. Pit of Malice is there. Onto Sunlight. They love picking on this Coddle. Sunlight is gone. RCY still standing his ground, trying to fight, but it's not enough.
Brian is big right now.
He's huge.
Plus 186 damage. Should be careful.
Ari, nice juke. Snowball, kickback.
Oh, the kickback.
Beautiful from Ari. RCY just getting locked in. Look at Brawl. He's just messing with him now.
Oh, wait. Ari just saved him.
He kind of did. Blastoff is there.
Ari saves him.
Oh, the shards blocked him off.
You couldn't really see the shards, right? Like, they were a bit hard to see.
Yeah. I'm blind. Bottom lane. Russell goes down. White one able to secure that killer's top lane. They still want to fight. RCY is still being chased here by Tomato. It looks like RCY is going to be okay, and Flea is actually going to stick around at the top lane. Maybe prep for a bit of a defense.
Yeah, maybe a mine or something if Underlord goes in. Or he's actually waiting for the Kotal. They want to fight this. You don't kill Underlord that easy. 30 seconds for BKB, so maybe.
Blastoff is there, only landing on one though. Brawl will take out one of the remote mines as well. Never mind, Chaos Meteor's in. RCY, he is doing a lot of damage on this Invoker. Tomato, caught as well, is going to drop. RCY's godlike now on this Invoker. 11, 3, and 12.
30 seconds without the BKB on the Underlord, so they could go there, they could fight. And with the Invoker, they do get the kill on this pesky Underlord that was annoying them for all that time. What's happening with Alchemist? How's the farm?
I mean, he's going towards a BKB now. Kasane has been completely left out with the Ag's blessings, so he's not going to get one. Mid lane.
I feel like they gave up on thinking about the Alchemist even, you know, like they're like, whatever, this guy's just building Aghanim Scepters anyway, just let him be.
Roshan though.
We play our game.
Roshan has been started by Dogchamp, and they're going to get away with this for free, it seems like. It seems like TSM have no idea this is happening, or they just don't care.
I have no idea what's happening as well, but Roshan will be taken by Dogchamp.
And indeed, they did not know because they do scan at the last second. So there you go, Dogchamp. They'll find the Aegis now. Very, very pog for them.
So big on the Invoker, right? He has that BKB now to save for the second life. He can always go in a bit deeper, use all his spells. It's a really nice thing to get on Dogchamp. How's Ember doing, by the way? Gleipnir, Meteor Hammer, and building that BKB, getting closer to it.
He's getting there.
I feel like BKBs are crucial on both of these sides, but of course, the normal item build for someone like an Alchemist is 4 Aghanim Scepters and then a BKB.
I mean, he does have that bonus damage now, like plus 75. You can't complain about that. Nice overgrowth. Top lane going to set up. Chaos Meteor going to fly right through them, and Ari's gone. Can they trade? Whitemon, he's in. He'll find at least one. A nice Viper Strike as well onto Russell, but he'll remnant away. 1 for 1. Whitemon's still in the chase. Flea going to be able to TP out just fine. The Sunlight does reveal he's still around the Keeper, but he is a very, very fast man on a very fast horse.
Yeah, kind of hard to catch him with the travels, right? Like, you probably will not make it. He defends the tier 1 tower, but it should fall.
Kasane takes care of it. No problem.
So you're telling me that these 3 Aghanims granted, aka 75 bonus attack damage, were worth, what, like... well,
what? He spent
12,000 gold?
12,600 to be exact. Bryle trying to fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, more action breaking out as they do find Flea. Bryle's still fighting in the mid lane against Russell, but Russell wins the fight. In comes Ari to try and save the day. Russell TP out. Ari, oh, he's not going to see him.
He got juked.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Tomato's going to go down now in the Undying. Too much action across the map.
Crazy just how insane this game has been from the get-go. But yeah, the Underlord, again, dies when he doesn't... Well, he used the BKB, so it wasn't the only problem. But for the Viper, that's definitely the reason. Also, the fact that he has Boots of Travel too.
Kick back. Russell gonna remnant away. Snowball actually gonna land here from Ari. Chains are out there from Russell, but in comes Whitemon to try and help out. Still, there's so many heroes from Dogchamp. I don't think Whitemon can do this on his own.
He's trying.
He's actually forcing them back though. Bloody Nine. He's gonna drop. There you go. Another 1-for-1 as Russell now trying to find a way out.
Oh, the BKB.
He only has one Remnant, but he has the BKB TP. So Whitemon will do the same. RCY went for the Chaos Meteors. Now the Fiend's Gate's going to be expended. In comes Bryle. Who's Bryle going after? Apparently nobody.
I love that they went for Whitemon, tried to stop his TP, and he just TP'd even deeper. Like he wasn't...
Yeah, he's just like, I'm not done, boys.
He just went even deeper just behind them. So they're still hunting him. They will see him now.
Flea gonna spot him out. Nosedive is there. Flea will probably just die to the poison damage. Won't even be able to get the blast off if it's in fact Whitemon.
He's killing them.
Oh, the ignition god. He keeps going. RCY.
He's killing all of them.
RCY's gonna die, Whitemon. Giga Chat Whitemon just continues the fight. Russell in the meantime, dying to Bryle. Looks like Whitemon should be dead here. Come on, Whitemon.
Oh, Sunstrike.
Oh,
the
nice blink out. He's alive.
Tornado? Not even the tornado. Oh my god, and here come the boys.
Here come the boys. RCY's gone.
Dude, Whitemon is legit. Like, seriously.
That's why they call him the Ignition God.
Yeah, well, that and some songs that he sang. But what's up with him being on position 5? Give this man an offlane. Stat.
I mean, that's why he doesn't play core, because if he did, every game would be too easy.
Ah, I
You know?
see, I see.
He needs
So
a challenge.
He's merciful, that's what you're saying.
He's a merciful god. Sunlight,
Tower is under attack.
he's okay. Whitemon, Bloody Nine,
Dire's top
hanging around each other.
under attack.
So Bloody Nine's had a few bad experiences here with his Viper. Probably doesn't want to engage if he can avoid it.
You mean 13 bad experiences so far in the game.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, pings are coming out. They want the Viper. We've seen this before.
Yeah, but they want the Kotl.
Yeah, Sunlight. This is going to be a very deep dive from Ari. I'm not sure the kick's going to matter here, Ari. In fact, it may. Bryle, he set up the Fiendscape very effectively. Right in the position he needed to be in. Even finding Flea now in the techies. He'll try to run with the disarm. It looks like he might make it, but the Firestorm connects. Meanwhile, Russell goes down. Flea at least gets out.
Yeah, he's got like, what, plus 300? He had plus 300 damage on the Underlord, so he almost triple shotted the techies. He needed to get out. And when you're thinking that the Tusk, that Ari is too deep, don't fret. Here comes Viper with the Blink Dagger. Here comes Underlord with the Fiend's Gate.
Look at him. Look at Whitemon.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier.
Whitemon's the kind of guy that'll dive, by the way. Yeah,
He
he's
will,
diving.
He's going in.
Whitemon,
sure.
go on. He's 26-9. Whitemon, I think you may have gone a bit too far this time. Oh, nice man to dodge. RCY still going to fight back. Whitemon has indeed gone too far. RCY should have him, though. Nosedive? No, he goes into the tree line. Hold on a minute. Tornado, but blink away. TP right in front of the fountain.
Oh, there's no cold snap.
Oh, the
TP.
flex. He flexes on it.
And the flex with Boots of Travel too, just TPing away. Blink TP. Can't catch me.
Dire's middle tower is
How does it? Like, he's just having so much fun. I'm just enjoying this show, right? Like, you're just sitting back watching this Viper own.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really, like...
And I think the only person not smiling right now is probably Kasane. He looks very serious at the moment, like, oh, my pos 3, my position. Flea is gone.
Anyone else? Whitemon is back.
Ari, very, very deep. Does have the help around him. Here comes Whitemon. Right after RCY. Misses out on the first one, but does go after Bloody Nine instead. Meteor Hammer's all going to miss. He jukes them out, but he will eventually die. They've got him.
Eventually, Sunlight gets the kill with the Illuminate.
Bryle. Sunstrike does connect. BKB. Whoopsie daisies. He's going to drop it. Here comes Tomato. This is Tomato's moment to shine. Decay's out. But he can't survive, it seems. Sunlight's just controlling him up right back into the ice path. Soul Rip again. But the Spirit Vessel's making it so hard to go through this.
He really needs some dispel. Like any sort of dispel for the Vessel, and he'll be so fine on the Undying. Meanwhile, Alchemist, by the way, just doing Alchemist things. Still farming. The game has how many kills? 77? Alchemist has been involved in 5. Okay, Well, if you count his deaths, I guess more than 5-7 total. But yeah, Kasane is having none of this. He's just farming PvE right now.
I love these end of tour games. Like I know some people are like, oh, they're not as exciting because teams don't care. But the beauty is with teams like TSM and Shopify, they have a bit of fun, And NA is good like that, like DogChamp, they'll have fun with them. I respect that. You don't get that in other regions.
Yeah, DogChamp are like, okay, you're gonna play that. We're gonna just pick some techies, like respond alike. So yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I respect it too. After all, if you lose to some Pudge and Bloodseeker combo, you probably don't want to play normal Dota anymore.
Ethereal Blade now out on Sunlight, so his recovery's been quite nice.
Yeah, Flea is getting 1-2 as well soon.
Oh, here we go, Kasane. Whoopsie daisies. Ends up going down here on the Alchemist. Not going to be feeling too good about that.
So be honest.
Yes.
Who do you think has this game, even though 10k advantage on TSM?
I'm pretty sure TSM's just going to win. But
do you think?
I mean, DogChamp could do it. I mean, it's like TSM, they have messed around quite a lot, but they're still just outplaying them in most ways. Russell, man, that is some fast attack speed.
That's a moon shard, by the way, or an Underlord. Give this man an Aghanims, please. Alchemist, come on.
That's what I'm saying. Kasane's just letting the team down. Where's the Axe on the Underlord? You're telling me 40% slow doesn't sound like a good deal for Pit of Malice?
I mean, yeah, of course. Plus the fact that you'll be casting Fiend's Gate in the fights. So
yeah.
That helps with damage reduction and bonus movement speed.
What of Atos? Lock down Jimmy Russell. Russell's gone. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, they might have a chance here with the Scythe device up on RCY. They'll try for Whitemon. He's just so tanky. He'll be okay. Is Flea still sticking around? Meanwhile, though, the cavalry is incoming. RCY has been left behind. They do have dust available. They'll take him out.
The attack speed from the Underlord, the AHP from the Undying, everything stolen.
Oh, this is so horrifying. Snowball in from Ari. Now he's gone a bit deep this time around, but in comes Whitemon. Whitemon's always got his back. Blast off is gonna land. Just doesn't matter. Means nothing. So going to Sunlight, maybe another. Why the hell not?
Buyback from the Ember.
They
Here
should
we go.
at least find one. Then maybe even another. Brow's very, very deep at the moment. He will drop on the Underlord.
Yeah, he is too deep. And you get a ton of damage from that. So the buyback, I think, is kind of alright for DogChamp. It's not really changing the state of the game. They're not back in it completely, but it was a decent comeback.
It certainly was a fantastic game so far between these two. Really enjoying myself with this one.
Alchemist has a Hex, by the way. He could initiate on Sunlight, but unfortunately, the 75 bonus attack damage that he got from giving Aghanim Scepters is not good enough.
Or rather, the Dire Jungle, Bloody Nines had such a hard time. Such a tough time.
Yeah.
They couldn't give him any other hero, like he had to play Trine in this game.
Right? Like, you'd play anything, but I guess Tree, at least you can hide from all these monsters.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it this game.
What are you doing there? Googling some Whitemon?
Yeah, I mean, I may as well. He's just carrying the game here as Fleet. It's going to go down.
Are you trying to find his phone number or what's happening here?
I'm saving a photo so I can hang it up in my home after this game.
Okay.
All right? I want to cherish this moment.
Above the bed, right?
Of course. Kasane, he's in. RCY is gone. Russell. He's going to be maybe okay. They're not going to blink in that deep.
Dire's middle tower is under
Sunlight TP is back. Have to start defending this. Yeah, eventually, like you said, they just found enough farm. And all of their heroes, the hexes are there now.
Here we go. T4 towers, no problem here for the Viper. He's right in. Russell, he'll be able to get out just fine as Brawl just manning up right through Bloody Nine. He takes him down.
Oh, the
Jimmy Russell. Oh, he's remnanting back the other way. At least they will find Ari.
Yeah. There was no Atos or Pit of Malice to catch Russell twice. But if he comes close, there's a Blink Hex from Viper. And the Blink Hex from Alchemist.
Absolutely. Well, there goes Jimmy Russell. He's down. Fleet could go for a bit of a run. At least has the disarm off onto Kasane.
Can you believe all these heroes are like level 25 or something? That's because we've had 89 kills so far.
This is my kind of game, Lizard. This is what we love to see.
Yeah, this is literally a pub. No, this is worse than a pub.
Here we go. Bottom tier 2 tower. They're going to go for Megas, it seems. They're not going to just rush tier 4 towers. They'll savor this game for themselves here, TSM. Zari, very nice setup once again, this time onto Fleet. Fleet not enjoying the game, I'm sure. He does not look very happy right now.
You think?
Well, you know, he's playing techies, so some people would argue he deserves it.
Every techies player enjoys misery.
True.
On either side, so he's happy, I'm sure.
They're going deep. Kasane's down. Kasane just goes in by himself.
Will he buy back?
I mean, he might. That could risk the game if they do die again, but nevertheless, it seems like they're just diving tier 4 towers. Who the hell cares? Right in. Waimon, maybe taking a bit too much damage on the Viper. Should die, will go down, but in comes Tomato. Tomato's going to carry this game for his team. Double kill on the Undying. Might be a triple. RCY is gone. Eventually, the POS one will come back. 56.
He's still not buying back. Okay.
Made that 64 now. Stolen strength on Tomato. How much HP does he have? 7k HP. That's a big Undying.
That's a pretty damn big Undying.
GG.
they call it. Oh man, what the hell was this series? What am I witnessing? You know what? We're getting the best games every time I'm here with you.
That's true, Lizard.
So we had the first week of DNA. And the last one, look at Whitemon just chilling.
He always takes a sip after the game. Always.
Just one sip. And
Yeah.
that's it.
Drinking the tears of his enemies.
No.
We get the best games
of
because you
course.
deserve the best games, Lizard.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm blessed.
You know who doesn't
I
deserve
can say
it?
I'm blessed.
You know who doesn't deserve it?
I know.
This
the
damn panel. Let's throw over to them. Let's see what they have to say about this game too.
Thank you very much, Michael Lizard. Yes, indeed, that was a hell of a series. The first time I've smiled whilst listening to MLP Cast before. And overall, TSM just pulling out the stops and having a lot of fun with it. Great series, I mean.
Wait, you smiled?
Yeah, I know Fear. I know old man Fear. Very
didn't get me on
grumpy.
that one.
You know, very very disgusted by everything you saw today. But
The things we do for Blizzard.
the things we do for this, indeed. But I mean, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? You have your options. You know, do you want to talk about Tomato position 5 Undying, getting the first Aghanims of the game? Do you want to talk about Bryle on the mid lane Underlord?
I don't really want to talk at all. I think that game said everything that needed to be said about this series as a whole.
I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people who were both enjoying this game, but also molding super, super hard somewhere around the world. Because this game was, you know, it wasn't your 50-50, all right, one team was just better than the other. I feel like there was a lot of enjoyment, there was a lot of tears, there was a lot of question marks, there's a lot of laughter, maybe a couple
everything.
tears. It had a bit of everything.
All right, so actually I would do something
All right,
I
go
don't
ahead.
want to talk about. It's going to be Whitemon this game.
Hell yeah, that's what I wanted to get to.
So we had some early game. I guess the only thing we can really analyze here is the early game until like the whole game
Go
turned
ahead.
into something else. So Whitemon playing offlane this game, absolutely amazing. He was godlike at like 6 minutes into this game as an offlane Viper. It was quite incredible to see, but Tomato though on the support Undying, I was not impressed. He might need to.
What
shape up.
needed improving about Tomato's gameplay?
I didn't watch very closely on his exact gameplay as I'm watching, of course, just the stream here. But I did notice that an Ember should not be getting this much farm versus a 5 Undying almost ever. So he might need to work on his zoning capabilities, maybe itemization, and lane mechanics as a boss fight.
Going down that road. Yeah. I mean, he was at the Wyman more than weighed up for it, though. Like,
Yeah, he
holy
did.
crap. This guy's got skills, man. Like, I've always thought that he's like a very mechanically skilled position 5 player, but god damn, he was mana dodging. He was
Imagine
fucking
this
spinning
man with
in.
items, right?
Dude, this is, Mike was right. That's a power which you don't want to unlock.
Yeah, just a flower waiting to blossom, basically. But Whitemon, not only was he really good this game, this series, this tour as a whole, because this was their last game, basically, here in the DPC for this tour, at least. It just kind of comes back to the having fun part. Maybe they feel a bit relieved they actually won this game because it was slipping. It was definitely slipping out of their hands for a while, and oh boy, that would have been embarrassing. Like letting DogChamp back in the series with a bit of a...
it wouldn't. No, honestly.
No, clowning around and losing is embarrassing.
These two in the green room, they're like, oh, if TSM loses one, that's going to be embarrassing.
I'll say it out loud. If they lost while clowning around, that is embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing. They're a game up. They can afford to do it. They're having a bit of fun, and they happen to pull out the win as well. We agree to have different opinions on this.
Yes, we do.
And if DogChamp then...
But there is something we probably do agree on. Sorry, after your...
Yeah, I mean, if DogChamp actually went to win the series from getting a tie in a game like that, that would have been even more embarrassing.
Yeah, but they were like, there's no like mental strain on TSM after losing the second game to come into game 2 and be like,
covering up.
oh no, we might lose again. Like, we just clowned, we almost won even then. You go into game 3 smile and just be like, all right, let's just show them some respect and wipe the floor with them. But yeah, tell me.
I'll take your
what
job.
else do we agree
I'll take
with?
your job for
Thank
a minute
you.
here. The one thing that we probably agree on is the MVP. Right?
Wowee.
Yep, the MVP definitely is going to be Whitemon in this game. There's no way he is not the MVP. Look at all those feeders on his team minus him.
Disgusting behavior from everybody else. But yeah, I mean, you watched the game, guys. You know how good he was. Like, when he got that axe, it was just so funny watching him kind of spin into fights. I've never seen anyone use that ability quite this much. He was having a great time. 21, 8, 18, 62.8k hero damage. What the hell? That is way too much damage. That's an illegal amount of damage.
Yep, that's...
For a Viper, that's very, very high.
Over 33% of the whole team damage, which was 166k, so very good effort.
Yeah, and I would wager that most of those kills were solo kills as well, because he was playing alone for the most part. Like, occasionally towards the kind of mid-game, he had Ari with him, but for the first kind of 15 minutes, he just running around doing his own thing. He was just having a great time and chasing heroes down, running at the Invoker under tier 4 towers at like 20 minutes into the game. My guy was on something. That was very, very fun to watch. So bring on more Whitemon core, please, whenever you get the opportunity to do it. I want TSM to dominate now, and because if they have more of these series where things don't matter, we get to see this again, I'm here for it. I've loved these series from them. It's been a lot of fun. DogChamp, the grim question of what needs to improve for them from this game.
I mean, as much as I was clowning at the draft that we're having from TSM here, they're also running a carry coddle and an offlane ember.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say from this game. Like I think they're just settling down, realizing this match might be a bit too hard for them. TSM is kind of showing from game 1 that they're going to mess around a little bit. They don't want to damage their egos, try really hard and lose to something clowny. So they fight back with a little clown themselves, and we got ourselves one hell of a game.
Yeah, and we're also going to get a guaranteed tiebreaker now between Bait and DogChamp, but there's still a third team that could squeak in. That is Felt, if they can pull off an upset in their series. So one tiebreaker guaranteed.
One tiebreaker guaranteed. Love to hear it. And yeah, I think for DogChamp as well, we talked a little bit after game number 1 about how there's just not really much to learn from these kinds of series because you're just kind of getting styled on. You know, maybe you can pick up some things from the laning space, but when it comes to the mid game, I think against like this Pudge and the Bloodseeker and all that stuff, it's way too hard to come into the game and actually take something away from it which you need to improve on because you're not playing real Dota at this point. It's not really that much of a competitive game, so it becomes very difficult. And I think in game number 2, they probably made the right choice by just taking it back and trying to match the pace of TSM in the way they were playing the game. So I kind of agree with that one. But we can now take a look at how this affects the leaderboard and have a look at where everybody stands at the moment, because with that win, TSM have done it again. They are 7-0 across the DPC, and well deserved at that.
Back to back indeed, and now tied to third place for the longest win streak in DPC history.
That is a great position to be in.
Fact.
Yeah, they could maybe even take the victory themselves in Season 3, but of course we've got a League and a Major to go before then. I think that's what they're going to have their sights set on pretty firmly before that point. Shopify Rebellion also confirmed going to the Major. Meanwhile, poor old DogChamp are going to be stuck now down in 5th position, and that likely will not change. There's a possibility they play a tiebreaker with Felt for the 5th and 6th position. Meanwhile, Felt and 5 out 4 staff are still battling it out, potentially for the relegation spot, but Wildcard are still down in the dumpsters, unfortunately for them.
I would kind of like the scenario if Felt was able to somehow beat Nouns, which is the last series of this day, because a 3-way tie where 2 get DPC points in the last just gets to stay in division. It's not a huge bet, but it's something because when you get DPC points, at least even one, anything more than one, you guarantee yourself a spot at the regional qualifiers for TI. So that goes your way at least.
Yeah, that's definitely something to take into consideration. A bit of dosh as well, a bit of don't ever hurt. And for the final series today, we've got coming up is going to be Felt versus Nouns. This is going to be a pretty important series for Felt here. Their last chance to secure their position up in the Division 1 for the next season. Meanwhile, Nouns, they are playing for position at this point, I believe, or does this loss change something, T-Ban?
Wait. What was the question?
For Nouns.
For Nouns? Nouns basically are sitting solo in third. Nobody can overtake them anymore at this point, so they've guaranteed third place pretty much here.
Okay, all right.
Nothing can change that or take it away from them.
Might see some similar shenanigans from Nouns this time around. Strap yourselves in. Yeah. I'm sorry, Fit. I'm sorry, okay. But that's going to just about do it for this series. But stick around as we will be back for Nouns versus Felt coming up after this break.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
saja bro.
Hello and welcome back to the NA DPC. Thank you for being so very patient as we jump into our final series of the day, and it is time for Nouns versus Felt. But Nomad, what does this really mean? Great question. Nouns, they're stuck in third position. Felt, meanwhile, could go anywhere. T-Panda, please elaborate. What could happen to Felt?
What could happen to Felt? Hopefully better things in the early game compared to what they usually achieve. There's one thing I did like to bring up about this team is not only just their standings and the battle for the tiebreaker situations, but I will hit you with the hard facts on the numbers, of course, because you love them. Fear does as well, hopefully. Felt has only 2 tower kills per 10 minutes. Only 2 tower kills, Nouns of 7. So,
wowee.
Could push a bit more earlier.
Big difference, big difference. And of course, Felt, they are going to be fighting here for their relegation spot. If they do lose this series, and they'll have to play a tiebreaker, most likely, versus the side of 5-rat 4 staff. Now, it's possible if 5-rat 4 staff are able to, aren't able to win their series, then they will just be relegated anyway. So Felt will be in a bit of danger if they do lose this one. So this is kind of their chance to prove it, right?
So, counter argument to T-Panda.
Thank you for joining the conversation.
Yeah, no problem. I've been here. So how do you push on Felt when your offlaner is picking pushing heroes but gets dumpstered every single game in the laning stage beyond belief that he cannot push?
How long did it take? It was like the first thing he said to call out Fade and his lacking performance so far.
I'm not just going to blame him alone. It's a team effort and a lane effort. So him and Solji is the best way to say their laning's not working out right now. Unless when they play the Centaur with the Mirana, then it looks good. The thing I'm criticizing is the Beastmaster right now and the Lycan.
It's been weak.
When he's been trying to pull these out, he's at support levels net worth. Series after series against different teams. And if you can't get online, can't get the Helmet Dominator, then you can't push. But they've had the ability to. They've picked the heroes to be able to push. They just can't execute.
And that's the thing. Like Solji, he likes to rotate out to help kits pretty early on into the game. And he's kind of forced to also rotate around getting hit immune in the game early, leaving Fade kind of alone and all by himself. So is there something Solji could do better to buff up Fade? That Fade could buff up the team. I think that's one of the most important things is actually watching the Felt offlane duo work in the early minutes.
Yeah, I think we should be talking about Solji more honestly, because like just going by likelihood, you know, this guy used to be the mid laner for this team. He moved to position 4. It is very likely that he is, you know, missing out on some fundamental aspects, which, you know, we don't just have time to look at one hero out of 10 during the laning phase. But I feel like we do need to kind of share the blame across Solji and Fade, because we've seen Fade do very, very well in some situations, especially last season. This time around, though, it's just not working for them. It's really not. And I think, yeah, that offlane is where we're looking at the moment. So really looking to see some improvements in that area from Felt. Meanwhile, I still think Burner or Hit Immune has been very impressive in the carry role overall. Yeah, he has, for sure. We've seen good things from him.
Yeah, I mean, first tour, I wasn't really impressed with him. I'm like a broken record at this point. Like, first tour, he was like picking some CKs. His last picks weren't very great. But coming to this tour, he was like early picking the Nature's Prophet. And now it seems like whatever he picks, he's seeming to deliver on. So he's really stepped up on his hero pool. But not only that, his participation in the game.
Yeah, and I think Albino Zabra has a...
Wow. It's evolving.
We're trying new things, you know, taking a new direction. Right. Has a role to play in that as well. You know, we talked about Solji not having that much experience, but Albino Zebra has a huge role to play. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to say it in different ways. I'm trying to get the NA way of saying it in my head, but it's just not working. Yeah. Screw it. I'll be who I want to be.
Yeah. Exactly. You do you. I mean, you know, the thing is exactly the point that you're trying to say, probably what I'm understanding is to fundamentally believe, perhaps, maybe. Okay. So Albino Zebra and Hit Immune, they've worked out some pretty simple combinations that work in the lane, right? Albino Zebra also has a couple of heroes that allow them to scale somewhat into the game, or at least help some of his other cores. Say Dream Protector, you have the extra armor to provide if they go on these big skirmishes. The Gyrocopter that needs a bit of time to get the shard to work, but when it does do a lot of work. And then of course the Disruptor, full scaling throughout the game. So their safe lane is good, their off lane is kind of weak, and then Kits, he just plays with the cards that's available and usually has a pretty good performance. So all in all, I think Felt still requires a bit of an upgrade in all of their 3 lanes to get the game package and the execution on point.
We'll see if they can get their package on point. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, we have Nouns, who are the competitors. This team have been trying time and time again to break into the top 2 of the NA region for years now, to be quite honest, and it's just not working. This year, we were kind of hoping that we were going to see a new, fresh version of Nouns, which would come through, but honestly, very lackluster in their series versus TSM and versus Shopify Rebellion. Just 2-0s, no real threat being brought by Nouns, unfortunately. And I, for one, was very disappointed. In one of the series, they did have a stand-in, but against Shopify, I wasn't impressed.
Don't worry, next tour we'll be hoping as well. But hopefully that will be the tour. I think this is a team that's exactly that. They're always this close. They never go below that 3rd spot. They can't get quite into the top 2. And they're kind of like indefinitely stuck there. It must be kind of maddening from their position. You kind of have to go on every tour being like, this is the one, keep trying. Maybe something will stick, or maybe the other teams will underperform and then they'll get their chance to go to a major and show what they can do on the international stage. But for them as a whole, they look really good against all the other teams, just like Rebellion will, just like TSM. They dominate in similar fashions, but when they do meet up a team of their caliber, I have to say a little bit of nerves might get in the way when they play them. It's like they can play up their level individually. MMRs kind of like mirror each other in a lot of way in a lot of positions, but it just doesn't work out as a team strategy-wise most of the time.
Exactly, and Nouns, there's one thing that they're doing worse than the worst team in the region right now, and that is below wildcard, being the lowest KD per minute in North America, the lowest amount of action is in their games. Can they still find a way to kind of amplify the way to get early kills, to kind of polish those pickoffs that you're looking for and get a faster snowball going on your way? And secondly, North America is the only region out of all the other regions where Radiant has a higher win rate than Dire, and Nouns, 11 out of their 12 games have been on the Radiant side.
It's because all Americans are Radiant. They're powerful,
Seems like
strong.
Not everything is all
shining
Dire.
with American
Checks out.
pride. Yeah, that's it. And of course, we can see the team comparison here, the stats between these two teams, but I would imagine it's probably leaning towards Nouns. They have quite a few more wins under their belt. And to be fair, when it comes to punching down, Nouns are very good. When they come against a team which they consider worse than them, they just seem to come out and, I mean, I would say they've taken more convincing games than TSM in some situations when they land on these strats.
Yeah, I think they came with a set of strategies, and their idea to play the game it's good. It's very cheesy in a lot of ways. You pick a lot of heals, and this is probably why they don't have like a lot of kills in their games. They're just like grouping up and ending the games pretty early. They're not really focused on killing the enemy heroes here, and you'll kind of see like in their average deaths incredibly low, but their average kills is about the same as Felt, which means they're just playing games in which they're not dying very much and they're ending fairly soon.
Yeah, for sure. And what else do you recognize about these stats, Steve Bender?
Basically, what I'm looking at is somewhat even, actually, in terms of like the building damage difference is definitely there. We kind of touched upon it already. Nouns does get to push early, get those pre-10-minute tier 1 towers, and just take over the map faster than what Felt does. So if they can't score early with objective damage, makes so much harder to contest Roshan, to actually fight in front of any tower which you've probably lost and the opponent still has, making those minor skirmishes really difficult for Felt to approach.
All right, let's bring up a player comparison between the two teams here, as we are going to go for the position 5s this time around. We got Husky on one side and Albino Zubra on the other side. These two guys, obviously, you know, I would say they're quite similar in the way they play. You know, every now and again, we see them playing a high-impact position 5, and they do get involved. They do get stuck in, and I think the stats obviously leading quite significantly on Albino's side for damage is kind of interesting to me. But overall, I would say very similar players.
Huskies only played basically
3 heroes, two, and he was forced to play the Disruptor,
And then the heroes he plays don't do damage, right?
Yeah.
IO just doesn't have a single damage ability in his kit. Nobody levels the spirits up anymore.
Undying does damage with zombies.
Yeah, I mean, he takes damage, and kind of that's his thing there. So Husky has really like solidified himself as being like the heal bot in a way for his team. I think he played Disruptor one time. That didn't really work out, and it's sure he can play the hero, but Nouns has definitely made themselves a strategy that I feel like they have to stay within the boundaries of that strategy for them to look like the Nouns that is so dominant that we've seen in this DPC.
So do you think there's anything which Felt could have learned from Shopify or TSM, which they could now bring to this matchup to help them beat the side of Nouns?
In their own matches or in Nouns versus Rebellion matches?
in Nouns versus Rebellion. They saw what Nouns got beaten by. Is there any lessons to be learned from that which they can now apply to this matchup?
Well, at least what you can take from the last series, which was Nouns versus Rebellion, Nouns was kind of lost. They picked up some last phase Dawnbreakers, which is like, all right, does this hero really fit into the picture? They were forced to pick up another support hero for Husky because they didn't get their Leshraks, the Isles or the Undyings through. And they haven't really gotten to play that Io Leshrak actually at all, which was their go-to bread and butter, basically, which had worked so well, just like for TSM it did. So they just haven't really found a place. And for you to be as Felt and try to scout that out, it's like you're looking at pretty chaotic games in a sense. It's kind of hard to compile the things that Nouns was doing bad. Maybe something what Rebellion did well, and can we replicate that?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the question. How much can they take from this series?
Well, there's a lot of factors that aren't going to go their way this series. Like one being Nouns playing Rebellion. Maybe Mu chooses his hero differently because he knows he's playing against a team that's stronger laners than him. He's not going to do that for Felt. He's going to be like, can I make this work? Oh, it's Felt. I can make it work. Or against Rebellion, he'd be like, yeah, maybe I can't do that. So there's certain things that aren't going to go their way. And I think what Felt really just need to focus on more than anything, make your off lane work. Because it has not been working. And when they look good, their off lane works. When they look terrible, their off lane just doesn't work. And the other lanes, like Hitmune's really stepped it up. Kits, I think, has been an upgrade for the team as well, playing really good. I mean, no offense to Solji, who's a good mid laner, but Kits is reliably stable every single game. Sometimes pops off too. But we're not seeing that from the offlane. It gets to the point where they're ready to play the game, but Fade is just so far behind that it's very hard to recover when you're playing against teams that are of your skill or better.
And most importantly, Nouns doesn't really have anything at stake here. It doesn't matter for them, do they win or lose? They're still going to hold on to third place. Potentially might see something that TSM pulled off in the last game, but for Felt, they can still fight for a three-way tie or fight for a relegation tie, which is still open. So yeah, they have something that's still kind of on their, like a monkey on their backs.
It's kind of scary in a way for Felt as well, because you don't know what's coming. You know, you could be playing against full clown mode like TSM ran, or you could be playing against a Nouns which just want to make a statement and want to absolutely drag you through the mud. You know, you have to be ready for everything. But
Shouldn't matter though, in my opinion, because like if a team is choosing to play a strategy that is out of the box and kind of weird, it's not their it's not their go-to, right? It's something that's probably they haven't practiced much, probably isn't that meta. So if you have something meta yourself, you really want to win and you play to your fundamentals, you're already at an advantage.
Also, the fact that Lelis is probably still playing with an injury. Apparently, it's a somewhat serious situation he's in, but he's still able to play.
This isn't boxing. Probably, you can't hit him in the weak spot.
just want to get those games like, let's go for a quick 20-minute stomp. Go for a quick 20-minute stomp and call it a day.
Pick Ricky, backstab, straight in the back. Unfortunately, Lelis did have an injury which stopped him playing in that TSM series. Hopefully, he's feeling okay and he has a speedy recovery from this one, but he was still in some degree of fixing himself for the Shopify series, so one can only assume that it's still carrying on. But it does look like he's here to play this time around, so we'll be getting Lelis back, which is a good thing. But yeah, I mean, there is that theory of like playing without stakes, which can really release some teams. And for Nouns in particular, I think that would be good because they've proven to us a lot that they do let the pressure get to them. And they say in interviews as well, they say, oh, we came against Shopify, don't really know what happened. We weren't playing like ourselves. This happens time and time again. So
how does that favor them here, though, when they're literally playing with zero stakes? They're going to show the best really Dota of their life.
And also, I think Yamsen was saying something that, the situations haven't been based enough in terms of how he's approaching them. Like maybe he really wants to show some flair in this series.
Wow, he wants to turn into a based Giga Chad and pick some mid lane Undying or something.
Yeah, he went on a rant last tour.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm ready for it, and I'm ready for esportsbet.io's new watch to earn platform where you can earn yourself up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is equivalent to $3 per hour, simply by watching your favorite teams across the Western EU and North American Dota DPC regions. There is no need to place a bet to start earning tokens. Just head over to the esportsbet.io website, make an account, start watching, and you can start earning tokens and engaging with the Dota 2 community over there right away. So head over, make an account, and start right now. But right now, we've got the draft, and we're going to jump into it. It is Nouns versus Felt. Game number 1. Let's find out what Felt can bring to the table and what kind of Dota Nouns is going to be playing today. Starting things off, well, they've actually banned out the Beastmaster, which has been pretty unsuccessful for the side of Felt so far. I did have a theory on why they keep going back to this hero, though. Because of the triangle stacking meta which is kind of developed, it does mean you have to rely on your lane a little less. That means you have to rely on Solji a little bit less. He can run around and do Mirana things and have fun, not being the super experienced 4-player he is, and you can just kind of retreat to the triangle on the Beastmaster,
Yeah.
but planning on losing your lane has not been a successful strategy for them so far.
They need to re-implement the real triangle, because we keep calling it a triangle, even though there's 2 camps, but I have yet to find... Sorry to not disrespect, to not answer your point at all, but like the triangle itself, no one has found a good alternative of what to call that.
I kept calling it biangle for the first few months. I got death threats, so...
I mean, no, you are right, though. The fact that the problem is they know it's good, but the enemy knows it's good too. So it'll get infiltrated at the same time, and when you lose your lane, then you also lose your biangle status there. You're in trouble.
You're already using it.
Yeah.
It's catchy.
It's better than triangle because it's not a triangle.
It's not a triangle.
Thank you. This is what I've been saying.
I've been saying
finally.
that, but I don't have no one has given me something good to replace it with.
What if the patch introduces us a square?
We
that's
just call
fine.
it the square.
But the square. I'm okay with that.
Let's call it they're going to the enemy square. You know, this sounds like...
I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's normal.
That's fine.
All right.
It's better than calling it a triangle.
I would love it if people started calling it quadrangle, though, just to be consistent through patches.
All right, so I don't think anything's really changed here. Disruptor first phasing and Solji for the Mirana. It's just that has Solji really adapted? Has he adapted any type of different playstyle with this Mirana, especially concerning that laning stage that we talked about? And is he going to make a difference today, or has he made a difference before? Because right now I feel like he hasn't really made any adjustments to it.
Yeah, it's hard to say what he'll do in the game. He likes roaming a bit. Fade loves his Lycan and Beast. He'll pick it no matter what. But the one thing I did want to talk about was that Nouns would have never done this before. They would have taken the Undying immediately.
Yeah.
It was in the pool, so they're changing their strategy a little bit too.
I love how in North American Dota, where other regions would go Enchantress most of the time, where we have only had one Enchantress pick, we love to pick the Night Stalker, which other regions really don't go for.
Oh, it's been going in popularity, especially in Western Europe. Like Skeeter, we saw him playing it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
we're just not playing it.
Yeah, we're behind the meta as usual. Of course, we're gonna be the last region to pick up things that are trending. That's pretty normal.
We're old and slow. We've got fear.
But we are here. Yeah, exactly. In the wheelchair over here. But moving on here, like this is kind of the limitation of Fade in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying he can only play these heroes, but I'm saying Fade on Felt will only play this way. And it's very telegraphed. It's very easy to read. And now you can pick your Night Stalker, which is good versus Lycan. It's not an unplayable matchup. It just makes you, as a Lycan player, have to be smarter. That's simply it. You have to know the matchup. You can still go the HOD, it's fine, but you don't upgrade into the Dom or the Overlord Helm. So you do have to soon after that decide, do I want to Wraith Pact? Do I want to transition into a bit something different into some auras? You have to, it's really going to depend on the game. And a lot of Lycan players are just like, ooh, I'm Lycan, I build same items every single game. Let's go. And not a lot of players have experience playing this.
The funny thing about like the offlane comparison between the two players of Fade and Moo is the fact we already kind of talked about the Fade struggles in the laning stage, and it shows that his last hits at 10 are much lower than Moo. But he also has more last hits per minute total compared to Moo, which means Moo can, with the early farm he picks up on the offlane heroes he plays, to start just playing the map, playing with the team. And Fade is forced to farm mode. He's always in recovery.
Just based off the heroes he's playing in general, right? Like, you see Moo play more heroes like the Witch Doctor, who like to run around the map and make things happen.
Well, Kasana today was kind of like, I'm not leaving this lane until I'm level 11.
Yeah, I mean...
just chill in there for 15 minutes.
It was a bit different. Like Moo was like grouping up in the mid lane, using his early farm to help his team. Fade's kind of just on recovery mode. And Moo hasn't been playing as many of like the Zoo heroes on this tour that we see Fade. And that's just the nature of, I'm going to say, the Beast here. Like when you play these Lycans and you play Beastmaster, you just farm. Yeah.
You love it?
I love it. Nature of the beast. It was a banger. Just sliding in there as if no one's going to notice.
Of course not.
What a guy. What a guy. Yeah, so these bans coming out so far now to get rid of the Bloodseeker and the TA, and now the Ursa as well. So really targeting the carry role with these bans. They want to make sure that the Night Stalker has as good a game as possible. Meanwhile, Felt doing a similar thing. They'll get rid of the Riki and the Druid, so just kind of targeting more the Noun speciality heroes, which they don't really want to play against, rather than direct counters to the Lycan. Does this leave anything in the pool which could be a really good answer to the Lycan?
For Nouns?
Yeah, any major counters.
Terrorblade. That's a big one.
Yeah,
Naga's a big one.
The high armor illusion
Bloodseeker's a good one.
That's
Banzo.
That's banned, though. I was thinking the heroes that Yamsen has
Whether
played.
banned or not, no concern.
Not necessarily the Slark, but I'm feeling like the Monkey King Lifestealer Axel, because if you look at the way Nouns would play and shut down that lane, they get heroes that are good when you're ahead. Lifestealer and Slark especially are those types of heroes that you just hate to play from behind. You don't really have any playmaking capability as your cores if you have those as your +1s. So you just rely that we're going to get a good lane out of this. We're going to make Fade feel really miserable. And we have a carry that's active and online and is able to do stuff. And even if this Night Stalker ended up being that carry, it could also be an option. And I'm actually somewhat surprised that they brought this Enchantress up, but happy it's getting a bit of love.
It is, yeah. By the top teams, at least, they are going for it. So this is going to give them the Ember Spirit in the middle lane, last pick for the carry player on Nouns, and yeah, pretty strong safe lane, I would say. I mean, whatever way they decide to run this, whether it's Enchantress 5 or Disruptive 5, I'm pretty confident that's a good support for the safe lane, and both of these combo up very nicely with the Night Stalker, giving you lots of ranged damage along with your Night Stalker, which is important.
I'm curious if they'll pick SF here. If I recall, Kits really enjoyed this SF versus Ember matchup. Because Gunnar put himself in a position where he's just like, you know what, we're not going to show our carry. We're going to flex this Night Stalker as long as we can. Counter me. We value this Night Stalker flex more than anything. And it's really the balls in Feld's court here to really try and punish. Oh, there's a DP. That works too.
Yeah, they played the first phase Shadow Fiend, if that was the one you were going on about, which was against the Ember Spirit, and then they just won that game. It was the only game he played it, but it was a good performance.
Yeah, I mean, last tour, I believe I saw him do it a couple times as well, just going off the top of my head. But Death Prophet's a lot more safe than Shadow Fiend for sure. So if it's the same build, this hero does not lose to Ember. You punish him a bit. You can take the tower if Ember ever leaves. It's quite good. The SF would have been definitely a lot more risky, as it's just a hero that's glass cannon, adding another carry that doesn't have any control, where DP doesn't have the best control, but you at least have that silence for the Ember.
And a very good BKB builder as well in this game, because you don't worry too much about the damage output Nouns really has the moment you have it built up. So Disruptor and Enchantress can definitely help out the Ember Spirit in killing this DP. I don't see Night Stalker having too much of an effect. This hero has a lot of armor. Then you have the Lycan added into the mix. Lycan Howl also reducing the physical damage dealt, making Disruptor and Enchantress pretty good at bursting this DP at least, even if they don't get to kill this hero.
I mean, to me, I would put Night Stalker offlane here, and this is like the freest Terrorblade game of your entire life, in your whole existence of playing Dota.
Drow.
That is true. That is true. You ban out Zeus here?
You ban out Drow at least.
That might set it up too obviously.
They can't pick Zeus here, can they? How are they going to pick Zeus? Lycan carry?
Lycan carry, yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting. No one picks that anymore.
No. Fair enough. No. I called you old earlier. I'll take it.
I gave it a try as well last time I saw this Lycan. Like, you could play carry, but nobody really does it anymore.
And even if you do that, I still don't think you're going to win.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if they pick Terrorblade now, like, what do you do? Because you have no magic damage on this team at all. You have no, like, control for the illusions. You just kind of lose. And that's why you're suggesting it.
Exactly. You pick PL.
Just to make the game be over faster? Yeah. Plan.
I mean, they banned Naga themselves. I was really thinking that Nouns wants one of the two. And they'll leave it in there, but I know there is this craze right now for the carry Night Stalker versus the Lycan.
Okay.
I really feel like this is a missed opportunity, personally speaking. I think they're tunneling too much onto Night Stalker being a carry, maybe because other regions did it. But I feel like that would have been an absolutely free Terrorblade game. However, they do pick up the Enigma. Now you have the option to pick your own carry here against that.
Nouns can also just flex around their draft now.
There is no BKB cancel at the moment for the side of Felt, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to get one from their carry.
Anyway.
And yeah, well done. He called it about 2 picks back, but nevertheless, Felt go back for it, and that will be your hit immune hero as a final pickup for the side of Felt. So they've got a ton of team fight, not a ton in the way of lockdown though on the side of Felt. Nouns, meanwhile, well, they're kind of relying on the Black Hole for most of that, but they do have some big ultimates coming out from this team. Felt, I think they stand they stand some kind of a chance in this one, but yeah,
I mean, it goes back to, will Fade have a game or not? They're going to win mid lane. They're going to win top lane. So they're going to have 2 lanes. As long as Fade has a resemblance of a game here and doesn't build the Helm of the Overlord and itemizes correctly here, I think they have a good chance in this game for sure.
Nouns have a massive vision advantage with this Night Stalker into the mix that you're going to get a lot of items on early, making Moo's game a lot easier on the Enigma and the Ember Spirit. Well, we've all seen Gunnar on Ember Spirit, so I'm heavily weighing on Nouns here, but I do agree Felt has a chance, and I think their timing is kind of early this game as well. If they can come out shining in the laning stage, all eyes on Fade, really. Can Fade and Solji really pull off that miraculous laning stage for themselves and score Felt and win, perhaps, for that way?
Yeah, a Silence, a Requiem, an Arrow. That's all they've got on the side of Lockdown when it comes to Felt. Indeed. Well, probably not enough, I would say. I think this is looking like Gunnar's going to have an absolute free time on the Temper Spirit, and even Yamsun to an extent as well. You want to pick up some control versus this Night Stalker. You can't just let him sit on top of your heroes, beating them down, keeping them silenced. So I think it's looking pretty free from now, to be honest, even though they didn't go for the Terror.
I'll put it this way. If this was Game 5 of TI Grand Finals, I would go Felt's draft.
Okay, all right. Why is that? Can you elaborate?
It's better.
Quickly. That's better.
You want more?
Okay. No.
They should win their lanes. They should snowball this game. And their heroes, they don't have the best lock on. They can build into it. Lycan eventually should get an Orchid this game because you're not getting the Helm Dominator. Yep. Shut down the Ember. You have a lot of tools if you use your brain.
Okay. I don't appreciate that. I still think Nouns draft is better. Let's find out how it's going to go down. We got our casters. We've got MLP and Lizard for game number 1. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 1 here between the side of Nouns and, of course, the side of Felt. Lizard, I mean, these drafts, do you have a brain? Can you explain to us who you think has the best?
I have it, but I don't use it, so it's not...
All right.
I can't really explain. However... yeah, I can see where both of Nomad and Fear are coming from. On one side, you have a draft that kind of looks easier to execute, honestly, and that's the Felt's draft. Like, you have this DP Lycan, just run over them after the laning stage. It looks easy.
Good luck's being handed out. Good luck, Victor. Good luck, have fun, Luke Wang.
Good luck, Matthew.
Good luck, Matthew.
Good luck, MLP.
Thank you. Shout out to...
Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Santos. Who's
and
Pascal?
him as well. Who's Pedro Pascal?
Yeah, who's that?
It's my crush.
Thank you for that, Lizard. Moving on, game number 1. Nouns versus Felt. Seems like Fear believed the Felt draft was better, but obviously in terms of teams, I'm sure he kind of leans the way of Nouns. You were saying, I mean, your brain may not be working, Lizard, but I'm sure you've got an opinion.
Yeah, like the DPSF lineup with the Lycan seems easier to play, like easier to execute. The thing is, in the current meta, like having this Lycan offlane and DP mid into the Ember with the silence, you can itemize into an ATOS, something like that, and you're happy with it. However, at the same time, I feel like Nouns will execute this game a little bit better, right? Like it's like that last game. On one side, you have no carry, you have everyone switching up roles, but they're still executing way better, so it doesn't really matter. DogChamp still loses.
Execution is game. DogChamp. Hey, DogChamp, this series is over. That's enough, Lizard. They've had enough.
It's still haunting me. Still haunting me. But when it comes to Nouns, like Mu, eventually I feel like he wins this game. He's the Enigma, right? Like, he's uncontested. You can't deal with him. So, eventually, if he finds all his farm, the Black Hole will win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we should start with the mid lane at the very least for now. You've got this Ember Spirit versus Death Prophet matchup. Kits playing something a little bit different. Like, we're used to seeing him on Ember or mostly Pango. DP versus Ember, do you think he has an advantage in the matchup?
Oh, for sure he should have. Like, this is a matchup in which DP should do quite all right. Let's put it this way, if you do see kills, they should happen for the DP.
Top lane, of course, you're going to have Hidden Mune and Albino Zebra They're going to be against Lelis, who's currently dealing with a creep wave in the Dire jungle, and Moo on the Enigma, like you kind of mentioned, as Lelis. Well, this is a very interesting scenario now for Lelis.
Yeah, he's got Undying on his back.
Hidden Immune would love the double raises, but...
And an SF now, yeah.
Can't quite get it. Almost baiting him to try and put a sentry on that high ground, I think. Lelis will stick around, he'll be just fine. And while we're at it, we'll talk about the bot lane as well. You're going to have, of course, Solji on that Mirana. He'll be there along with Fade on the Lycan. And you're going to have Husky on the POS 5 Ench and Yamsun on that position 1 Night Stalker.
Yep.
Are you a POS 1 Night Stalker believer?
I am, but this lane is sort of a lane in which Mirana, Solji, he doesn't have to do a lot. Like, he can just farm the jungle, honestly, stack up. As long as Enchantress isn't in the lane, as long as the camps are blocked from Husky, Lycan can solo this.
Thank you very much for that, Lizard. By the way, I do have some insider info as well, which I will share. Neff has advised me that Coach Astini, apparently his prep for this matchup, in fact, Mu, is going to go down. Very nice pick up there from Hidden Immune. First blood to go the way of Felt, so happy days for them already. Apparently the match prep was Coach putting in food photos and muting himself in Discord. So that was their prep, just taking photos of food and sending it through Discord. Did not say a word. Nouns asked me to flame the coach, but I would never. He's a great coach, Astini. But that was their match prep for today.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty solid prep. I don't know what you want.
I think he had sushi as well, if that makes a difference.
The coach had sushi.
Correct. Not the players. The players will starve until they win.
I mean, that's a pretty good prep.
Yeah.
Like you starve them until they win the match. If nothing, it's a really good goal to play for, right?
Exactly right. Albino, bit of danger, gonna be okay.
It should be fine. Like, these lanes are kind of a resident sleeper, really. Like, the top lane is probably the most volatile one. On the bottom lane, Lycan shouldn't be dying, and you shouldn't have real kill potential on either of these sides, unless someone really is out of control. And the mid lane as well. The DP just chilling, not really pressured. Kids having a decent time, but so is Ember. Like, he's finding farm. He's pressured a bit more, sure, but he's finding his levels and farm.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's kind of Ember Spirit. Like, this is a classic for the man. He knows what he's doing. One of my favorites to watch him on at the very least, but definitely a great start for Phil. Like, Kit's having this great mid lane, obviously going to feel really nice as a Death Prophet. Not that the hero really loses lane very often, but you know, a good start is a good start. It's 0-1, 4 minutes in. Hidden Immune's also having an extremely good start. Like, we saw the first blood coming out earlier from the SF, but in terms of CS, he's not really being as contested as you would hope. Like, there's 8 denies on Mu right now, which is nice.
Yeah, he's got some Eidolons there, but he's still having a really good time on the lane.
Yeah.
Like, the Undying has completely zoned out Enigma so far in the game. And they're looking to perhaps go for Mu. But he's aware, you see the wave. Cheeky little wave on Enigma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a cheeky man. Double raises, though. They might try to punish him for that. They won't. He'll be able to walk away. Lelis, make sure they're kind of zoned down in the meantime. But, oh, nice glimpse back. Albino. The problem is he does have Tombstone up and he has that level 2 decay, so chances are the turn potential is always there for Albino Zebra.
Yeah, nighttime bottom lane Fade is dropping low, but probably might fall, actually.
Arrow. No, we'll zone him out. But Yamsun, he wants to dive. Fade, not going to be safe, is going to go down underneath his tier 1 tower. That's the old beauty of the Night Stalker. Once you see that nighttime pop up, you're a very happy hero.
Surprised he didn't try to go for Mirana, because he had a lot of stick charges there. The Void was coming off cooldown, but there was a raindrop. He noticed it, so probably better not to try and kill Mirana under the tower. This top lane, by the way, with the glimpses that you called out a little bit earlier is interesting, because you just glimpse into Enigma with a bunch of Eidolons and you right-click heroes down.
Yeah.
But as the lane didn't really start off well, they missed that opportunity.
Mid lane, a bit of an arrow attempt here from Solji, not really going to pan out.
Oh, it was for the catapult, I feel like.
Never mind, Gunner. Not going to be able to take any runes. The haste rune was picked up by Solji on the bottom lane, and Yeah, it was for the siege creep. They do pop the Exo here mid lane. A big group up here from the side of Felt. You love to see this, trying to find a very early mid tier 1 tower.
Bottom lane Lycan is dying, actually.
Fade, he's going to drop. Another great kill for Yamsun, but
Top
I think
lane as well.
you've got to try and address the mid as top lane. They lose hidden immune. Okay, maybe you don't have to address the mid lane. If everyone else is just dying across the map.
Action everywhere. You're like, they need to answer to this. And I'm like, top lane, bottom lane, jungle. Everyone dying. But they are losing a tier 1 mid. So you do get some kills on the side lanes on both of those cores. But you just have lost tier 1 tower 7 minutes in. And this is a scary lineup that you're playing up against if they start taking your objectives early on.
That's my thing. Like, do you not care as Nouns to lose that mid tier 1? Because it just opens up the map now for Phil.
Well, there's no one on your side that utilizes the triangle that much.
Okay.
So for me, tier 1 on mid lane is also very important when it comes to protecting that area. There's no one farming that on your side, so maybe it's not as big, but you never like losing mid tier 1 early on. Like this early on, it's never cool.
Oh, we are going to have a few Discord issues here for Albino Zebra. Hopefully that gets sorted out. Maybe
I
it's...
I thought that he disconnected, like this, disconnected. But okay, yeah, it should be Discord.
I
You're
mean,
right.
it could be either. Maybe he's disconnected from Discord. There you go. Discord kicked me out randomly.
Disconnected, kicked his random.
That might be Astini. Astini might be in there just posting photos again of his food. So you never know.
Yeah, the server fell apart. Too many.
Too much sushi.
Too many pics.
No? Chased down by Albino. Kits is also around, so they are going to try for the life of the Enigma. But nice little glimpse back there from Lelis and Mu. Immediately voice lining the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, bottom lane Fade's in huge trouble. Fade is gone. This time Husky to take the kill. And this is such a tough lane. Like against Ench and Night Stalker, it just feels like this Lycan could do nothing.
I feel that the moment the Knight hit, he needed to be way more careful. By the way, he's still going for the Dominator.
Oh, against the Night Stalker?
Yep.
Okay.
I've seen, what was it, like a Beastmaster even switch up for Greaves. But I guess when you're a Lycan, you kind of have to go for this build. Just, you have to understand that all of his creeps that he's dominating will be eaten instantly by the Night Stalker.
You know what would have solved that, Lizard? If Necrobook was in the game. That's what would have solved everything. But nonetheless, we don't have it anymore. So Lycan's
It would have solved that, but it would have brought many old problems.
They weren't problems to me, Lizard. They were blessings.
Happy little blessings, yeah?
That's what I called them.
Bottom lane Mirana, okay, he does manage to leap out.
Top lane, Albino. Bit of a chase here from Lelis. You do have the glimpse back. Moo's going to set up for this one, and Albino really has no way out, I don't think. We'll try to use the sick charges, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. He's gone.
He actually was popping Tombstone as well. Almost popped a Tombstone. That wouldn't have really done much, as you don't have any follow-up control, which is something that panel has talked about. They didn't get many things right, but they were right about that one. The control on Felt isn't really substantial, right? Like, what do you have? You have an arrow, and that's it. So getting kills isn't that easy.
Jump in. Solji, very close to dying, and they are going to find him. The clap does miss, but it won't matter.
Yeah, top lane.
I mean, this is starting to become real dominant from the side of Nouns. It's 6-1, and both side lanes are being forced in. And I suppose this is kind of the thing. They're like, yeah, okay, you got our mid-tier 1 tower. Enjoy.
Yeah.
We'll find every other tower.
I was thinking maybe they will dive the SF, but okay. Instead, he TP's mid. He was safe enough, playing it safe enough to just TP away.
Yeah. The only saving grace right now as well for Felt is Kits. Like, he's top of the net worth board, but you look at the rest of the calls on the side of Felt, they're falling a little bit behind, which is not exactly what you want to see, especially for that Lycan, who kind of needs to set a tempo in this game.
They are TPing bottom. They actually want to defend this. No nighttime, though.
It's a rough defense. Moo's going to show up. You have got Black Hole. He'll commit it immediately. No hesitation. And this goes back to the free game he has. Kits, though, he's still going to fight back. He gets the siphons off, but it's not enough. He's down. Maybe they can at least trade Moo's life away, and they will find him. Yamsun sticking around here with a Dark Ascension, giving the vision to his team, but he can't really reinitiate. He's too low, or maybe he can. He'll try onto Albino Zebra. Meanwhile, Husky does go down, and now a nice arrow. Solji landing onto the Night Stalker. They will still find the tier 1 tower here on the side of Felt. And I think overall you call that a win.
Yeah, with all of this craziness, 3 for 3 plus you take a tower. If you're Felt, I think you're fine with it. Like Lycan obviously survives, he gets a kill. You get a kill on the carry Night Stalker, who should be farming. Who's actually building a Radiance, by the way. Like that's his item build, which is something that I have seen in Europe. Like that's what they do. Overall, a win for Felt.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, considering the state of the game, for you to actually pull off that team fight is... I think it was Yamsun coming back in and getting arrowed from Soldier that kind of made it go their way.
Seal the deal.
Yeah. Lelis. The Soldier's going to kind of stalk him here with the Moonlight Shadow. Help is incoming from Hidden Mute. You've also got Albino Zebra showing up, so Lelis should just be dead.
What a love triangle there.
That's one way to die. Mid lane, there is going to be a chains on kits, but no real follow-up to it. They're just going to have to back off. I think you always kind of have to wait for Dark Ascension before you can go for any kind of big pickoffs anyway, so...
They don't have a ton of damage on Nouns. That's definitely true. Like all their damage is kind of poke and prod until Night Stalker becomes really big. So taking these fights head on, not that easy if the Tombstone isn't killed instantly.
Well, here comes Gunnar. There's a creep wave over on the Ember. He's going to run into Hidden Mune here on the SF. Not going to try and interact too much, though. He might steal the creep away. I think that's exactly what he wants. And Gunnar will do it. He'll just take the creep from Hidden Mune. That's mine, thank you very much.
He's got regen as well, so...
Oh, of course he does.
He's gonna go run back in with the Disruptor.
Oh, it's so unexpected. Hidden Mune would not expect this to happen. Jump in with the Static Storm. That is unfortunate for the SF, but he's man fighting. He's trying to fight back, but he still will go down. Lelis will take the kill. They will at least find a stun with the Disruptor. So they do take Lelis down. Gunnar trying to make his own way out. Meanwhile, top lane, Moo's going down on the Enigma, and he will drop as the chase is still ongoing for Gunnar. But the stun will not connect. Gunnar has no remnants. This is a very awkward scenario for him. Chains out. There's no way he can fight back against Albino, can he? He's trying. Sleight of fist again. And there's your remnant. He does get it in time.
Now he gets back, yeah. And he's had that one. He was just waiting for Lycan to move away.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Lycan was in the wolf form waiting for him on the other side. So he had to buy a little bit of time, run away, run around, and then move out. Yeah, they got what they came for, right? Like, they did lose the Disruptor, but they did kill the SF, so... They got the kill that was necessary. Meanwhile, Yamsun, he did complete the Relic. So he's getting closer and closer towards that Radiance.
On the other side of things, though, Kids has got the Greaves up now. Like, in this kind of aura meta, that's a huge timing for Felt. Question is, can they actually make anything happen? Like, you've got Exo on cooldown for 80 seconds, so chances are you won't want to move too much right now as Kids.
By the time you get that Exo, it's going to be minute 15. And the Radiance might be up. Well, probably Radiance won't be up on Night Stalker, but he'll have the nighttime to fight with at least.
That's fair. Thing is as well, Yamsun, like right after the Radiance, looks like he is just going to queue up the shards and take it. And it's going to make the Lycan feel kind of annoyed, considering you look at the Lycan's item build, like it is literally just right into the helm of the Overlord with a Quelling Blade.
You invest so much gold, you get that helm of the Overlord, and then it just gets eaten.
It's literally directly countered, as long as it's nighttime.
Your whole item build countered by 1500 gold item.
14.
14, yeah.
Albino Zebra is going to drop. Gets a little bit of a D-ward before he does go down at the least. Seems like he's all right with that. Fun fact as well, the Dota Plus odds right now favoring Felt. 70% their way.
They just heard Fear talk on the panel.
That's just how that's how Dota Plus decides. Like, what did Fear say?
Yeah. What does the panel say, you know? Listens, evaluates.
Valve takes it very seriously.
It's an AI model, you know, that we didn't know about.
Of course. Well, 11-7. Very, very slight net worth lead the way it felt. Nothing to write home about. Yamsun, he's got the Radiance on the way. Just needs to combine the old ingredients, and there we go. Radiance up now. Meanwhile, Moo being stalked at the moment by Solji. Wolves blocking his way as well. They can set up perfectly, but no, the Tumbler's Toy Gonna allow him to get over that bridge, but no, a nice arrow from Solji. And they'll let the creeps do the job. Outplane to outplay.
Yeah, mid lane though.
Oh, they found kits. Problem is Yamsun, he's lacking the damage. Gunner, he's out of mana right now. He's got some stick charges available. I'm not sure if they're going to be quite enough to actually give him a remnant, but he's fine anyway. He just walks his way out.
That's a extremely hard kill for them to make. Mirana with the haste should get away by the glimpse. Oh.
Yeah, he still runs away though, and Kits will zone out Yamsun.
Yeah, kinetic field doesn't form fast enough. Yeah, like DP is just a hard kill for them. She's got Greaves, like you mentioned earlier, level 12, ton of armor, ton of HP. Oh, arrow.
Nice arrow. Solji threading the needle with this creep wave. Gunner, oh, he's gonna drop.
And
that's a beautiful arrow.
Albino hits him with the no brains afterwards. Yeah, exorcism. Yeah, exorcism off cooldown. They could use it for Rosh. Just go into the pit with it.
Yeah, why not? Tombstone drop. Units in as well.
There is a blink on Enigma. It's still nighttime, so maybe this will get contested.
They also have the Dark Ascension if they need it.
Yeah, they smoke up. They want to fight this. Oh man, this could be a disaster for Felt.
Oh, they're in. The Eidolon's giving the vision. Roshan, it's going to go down, but hit immune. The fingers are too fast. The SF's got the Aegis. And it seems like they'll back out of there. They do not want any part of this fight any longer. I mean, props to them at the very least. They get away without giving up anything. But they do not get away with the Aegis. Still Yamsun. Might try to do something a little bit cheeky here with hit immune, but just a casual nuke. Nothing too surprising.
Enchantress bought the shard, by the way. Little friends.
Against the Lycan? Yeah. Makes sense. Solji? I mean, I say it makes sense. We don't really get to see it very often, and I thought the counter was just the Night Stalker anyway.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I goddamn hate this shard. Like,
why?
I always think it's like cool when it looks like a perfect game for it, and I buy it, and then it still feels so lackluster. I'd rather have a Dragonlance than it right at this point.
I mean, this might cause fights between him and Yamsun. Like if he uses it and Yamsun just eats the creep anyway, then it's like, oi, Yamsun, what are you doing? That's my creep now. I mean, there it is.
I mean, it's still good for your creeps as well, right? So Eidolons are gonna hit a bit faster. So that's the positive side.
Okay, that's fair. We just saw that Helm of the Overlord creep getting eaten, by the way, so an instant plus 250 for the Night Stalker. Basically a Midas for him at the moment, just even better.
Imagine buying Helm of Overlord.
Oh no, Kits. Oh, that was a very long TP, Kits. He's the one dude that does not want to die right now on the side of Felt. He's still going to try and run, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and he didn't really use Siphon. So he didn't use any of the Spirit Siphons, so he couldn't stay alive a little bit longer. That's why it felt like he's that squishy.
Yeah. What was it you were saying, Lizard? I interrupted you.
I can't remember.
It's getting old.
Pretty much, yeah. Was it about, yeah, Helm of Overlord?
Correct.
You invest all this gold just to give Night Stalker a Midas.
I mean, he's the one that made the choice. Obviously just feeling like he can't play without it. And to be fair, there isn't many alternatives for Lycan at the moment. Solji. Moonlight Shadow will be popped. They might be able to turn this one. Keep in mind, Black Hole is still up. They never used it for that Roshan fight. So Albino Zebra, he'll be targeted by Yamsun, but that is so much damage. Holy. Hidden Mune just stood his ground as Black Hole was just never used. Our Observer was not very happy about that. And Felt, they're going for a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, maybe if you don't have that Aegis there, Enigma just jumps in and black holes. He doesn't care, right? But because there's an Aegis, like he's reluctant. Your Night Stalker moves in all alone, tries to bait something, and there's no follow-up. Like it looked, like that move of his, it looks really bad, right? Because he's kind of in the center of everything. He's just being wailed by the SF. But usually what's happening there, he is just setting up. If they go on him, then the black hole follow-up will wipe them.
Oh, Felder doing a fantastic job here. BKB now up on Hidden Mune. Tips out.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And Felt, 2k advantage now. They don't look stressed whatsoever. They're doing a fantastic job. Top lane, Nouns. I mean, they'll see Solji, but Kits is right behind him. It's not going to be that easy of a kill if they want it.
Oh, they're rotating from behind as well.
Oh, here we go. Husky, did he get spotted? I think he did, but they don't have the cancellation. Oh, they did. They had the Yules, they just didn't have the vision. Unfortunate.
Happens to all of us, right?
It does.
Like that self-fuels when you're trying to chase through the fog.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Like one thing is, usually with this nice Stalker, when it's picked in EU, it isn't playing versus these high right damage dealing ranged heroes such as SF.
Yeah.
It's usually picked into something a little bit easier to play against, plus some puck on the mid lane. But like he doesn't really have the best targets to go on until he gets a couple of items. They need some armor for him on their side, some utility in that way, and perhaps some basher so he's able to hit the very big SF.
Tier 2 top tower now under siege. Now still going to group up from behind with the smoke up. They'll get the chains off. Hidden Immune, he's got 10 seconds on that Aegis. Not much time left. They're trying to time it well, I think, here for Nouns. They'll find a courier for their trouble, but felt they're setting up for a fight. They want it, it seems.
They want it. Definitely. Aegis is reclaimed. SF, though, he doesn't want it. TTP's out.
Yam son. Double damage is up, but they are still around on Felt.
Hero
is not going to connect onto the Night Stalker. Still, they are slowly making their way over to that Radiant Triangle. But no, they do back off in the end. They'll play it safe here on the side of Felt. I mean, they are the team that are ahead right now, so just no need to throw the game back the other way. No need to take risks at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. You know that you are playing into the black hole at the moment, so it's difficult to fight. Any glimpsers? Nope. Just a very short one.
Gunnar down a bot lane by himself, but there's only Hidden Immune around at the moment. I believe Hidden Immune going for a butterfly on the SF as well.
Yeah, he completed the BKB, by the way.
Yeah.
So that BKB is done with the Mask of Madness and Dragonlance. He's ready to fight. They're all ready to fight on the side of Felt. They just have to find a way to poke and prod this Enigma. Make Mu waste his ulti. And there is a way. Like, usually the way would be, as Lycan, you pop your ulti and you just send all your creeps at him. That's it. Like, you make his life miserable. Even if the wolves are hitting him, he can't really blink in, he can't use the black hole, so you can fight elsewhere on the map.
I really want to see these little friends get to work as well. Like
you're not gonna, it doesn't do anything.
I'm an inch player too. I'm aware.
Okay.
I've never bought these shards. Every time I look at it, I'm like, it's not gonna work.
I have to say, I did see like a couple of times when I used it, like an Enigma almost kills himself.
Right.
Like almost it happens. It's never quite enough, but if there's a lot of creeps and they're getting attack speed, sure, it can damage you.
Well, I suppose, to be absolutely fair to Valve, they probably don't want to make like a shard be like a Winter Wyvern ulti, That'd be kind of ridiculous. Though, it'd be kind of fun to watch, I'm not going to lie.
Or a shard that's basically a Midas, right?
Right. I mean...
That allows you to eat ancients.
That would never happen.
Yeah, that would definitely never happen. You don't want that in the game.
The prize is mine.
Midline Shadow again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Phil, they'll take the outpost to the Radiant side. T2 Tower is under siege. The Dark Troll Summoner, one of my favorites.
Yeah, all these skellies.
Oh, remember when they first made the changes? And it was like infinite skellies?
Yeah, three every time, right?
That was so much fun.
3 infinite skellies.
And then they'd rally as well, so you'd give them more bonus damage. It was amazing. They're still kind of busted. Like, if they're allowed to do this, they do force out a glyph with it. Still felt they are grouping up mid lane. Lelis.
A glimpse. Yeah, the skellies were always spooky as hell, man. Like, because they have such a high attack speed, and it's kind of like you don't see it Because they don't hit when the sword falls, they hit as the sword is going up or something.
Exactly, yeah. That's what it is, kids. Exo's gonna be popped. They'll go after this tier 3 tower. Not gonna be the easiest defense, but moves in. He found the two primary targets. They stood right next to each other. Hidden Mute. He's gonna try and man up. Yamsun, he's forced to back out of there. The Satanic's too much, but Gunnar, he'll man up instead. He's the Giga Chat of the team. He'll move right in onto the SF. All right.
Ember survives.
I know you said it's a free Enigma game. I didn't realize it was that free.
I mean, it shouldn't be that free. You're not supposed to be hugging one another. Versus Enigma when you have absolutely no ways of dealing with the black hole. Like, okay, if you're baiting something out and you have a silencer with global silence, sure, like that's how you stand.
Wait. Was that Little Friends? Did they pop Little Friends? I know, PTP wasn't Little Friends. It was Little Friends. Oh, I missed it. I didn't get to see it. Is there a replay? Here we go.
Just for you.
I need to see it. I never get to see this item
Just
used.
for you to see the little friends, that's all. Because Lycan didn't do a lot, right?
Well, there's the black hole. When's Little Friends used? I'm waiting.
I guess after the black hole right now. Let's see. Oh,
there it is, yeah. Albino Zebra's getting attacked. Well, that's fun.
It's something.
I just wish there was more of an animation to make it like really obvious. I guess, you know.
They should have little uwu faces above them.
Little uwu faces. Oh, that'd be amazing. Thank you, PTP.
Goddamn weeps.
You're such an old man.
I'm not.
Roshan's
maybe a little bit.
Roshan's gonna be targeted.
Straight into the pit. They're still strong, and if there's no black hole, I think this is the right decision to take. And there is no black hole, right? It was just used. Mo even forced to BKB, damn.
And Roshan's going down real quick here, Felt. Should be able to get away with another. Gunnar is in an invis room. Maybe he can make some magic happen, but no, it's too late. Aegis will go the way of Hidden Mute. And now Gunnar, well, he's got 3 remnants available, plus a BKB and a TP. So he should be just fine, but a nice Yules. Arrow, no, BKB's there in time. They'll keep chasing. They'll make life a little bit more challenging for Gunnar, but he'll get the TP away.
Yeah, he's fine, he's fine. Basically, I think what Felt did was really damn nice. They understood, okay, we lost that bottom fight, but we lost it with the black hole used. So if the black hole is used, what's stopping us from taking a big objective such as Rosh? Absolutely nothing. They go straight into the pit. They get it kind of for free. And they force a couple of BKBs away from Nouns, so nicely done.
Nouns, grouping up. Ascension has been popped. Immediately onto Albino Zebra goes Yamsun. Trying to burst down the Undying before the Tombstone can come out, and he does. In fact, Kit's now in massive trouble. And this is the team holding the Aegis right now, but they get caught with their pants down in the mid-river.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was. He just pops Exo and look at Fade now.
Yeah, Fade. Nice little Wild Wing Rip and push away, but it's not going to make the difference. He will drop Husky with a double kill.
They kind of did exactly the same thing that Nouns got punished for.
I'm with you. Like, you get the Aegis up, you think they'd group up, right?
I mean, you couldn't group up. There was no Lycan ulti. Like, you needed to chill out for a little bit. And if you grouped up, you have to understand that you're playing again into the black hole, so it's kind of hard. Like, the best thing that Felt could have done is possibly just move back and find a fight somewhere else once the Lycan ulti is up.
Well, Nouns fighting back. Felt, I mean, it felt like 5 minutes ago it was their game to lose, but suddenly it feels like a much more even affair between these two teams.
And look at this now, like, you're all up on Felt, right? But now you don't have Exorcism because you just popped it on that mid lane. So, the game is still in, just for the creeps.
Okay.
Yeah. That mid lane Static Storm, that's what you're wooing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, 3k advantage now for Nouns. Skullbasher up, of course, on Yamsun. So now he's got a bit more lockdown here for the side of Felders. Kits, gonna see him, but it's just clearing the creep wave casually. No glimpse back here for the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I feel like this is exactly the item build that Yamsun needed. Maybe an AC before Basher, maybe a Basher before AC, not sure. Because you need a a lot of armor into the SF Lycan, like they hurt quite a bit. This is like one place where I feel Felt might not be too comfortable pushing it, because it's a ramp again, and you're versus an Enigma. Like he'll find these angles.
Chains down. Again, the Aegis is up on Hidden Immune. They'd love to take it away right now if they could, but
without using a black hole, obviously.
Naturally.
Right? Yeah.
It's like a side of Felt they are going to back off. There's still a minute and 45 on this Aegis. See if they find another opportunity, but it's that fear of God with the black hole, right? Like you just...
Pretty much fear of God, yeah.
There's no counters. Like you've got a Yule Scepter, but with the BKB up on this Enigma, you have quite literally nothing in the way of cancelling it.
Yeah, but you can also just use this Aegis, farm up a little bit, choke out the map, close it, wait for... look, Mirana is buying Wind Waker. Like that's pretty nice. Like you can save a target out of it.
That's fair.
Instead, maybe you can get an Abyssal eventually on someone. But right now, I think you don't have to force it. If forcing means death, and it certainly does, just delay the game a little bit, find the fight somewhere else. By the way, Undying with 4 smokes on him.
Oh,
just chilling.
Refresher Orb incoming on Mu. What happens if you miss one black hole? Simply pop the second one.
Just use it again, lol.
XD. Almost has it too. You look so upset, Lizard. What is it? Have you seen something that's upset you?
Yeah, my game crashed.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize. You look so disappointed. I was like, what's wrong with him?
Yeah, usually I'm disappointed when the game crashes.
Shiva's guard now up on Gunner. Mid T3 going to be under siege. They even dropped the Tombstone preemptively. Keep in mind, there's only 10 seconds for this Aegis to expire now, so Hidden Immune does have to be somewhat cautious. Does have the full butterfly up now, so very hard to take down.
He's big, but if the black hole connects, the items he's got don't really matter.
What are these lines that I'm seeing? These dark lines, what are they?
They're very dark lines.
They are very dark lines.
Yeah.
What is that?
I can't really tell you when it comes to this. This is more of a different analyst type that can explain it.
Yeah, you can't explain the coding behind the game.
Exactly.
Well, we'll have to do a bit of a performance review on you, I think, Lizard. You have to up your skills a little bit. Phil?
I'll diversify.
Thank you. Well, nice little glimpse back on Albino. Obviously, you just pop the Dark Ascension, make sure you secure at least something.
He's just standing there, yeah.
Well, what's he gonna do?
He didn't move for a second. He didn't even try popping Ghost Scepter or anything. Mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Arrow. Gonna connect. Easy dodge there for Gunner.
I felt it's just dodging these fights so hard. As long as they don't see Mu, they don't really want to get even close to a team fight. And I think that's fair, understandable. Like, at this point, if you're Felt, I feel like the only thing you're waiting for is for Mu to make a mistake. And that's it. Like, you can't even do the good old let's fight against the black hole and then buyback play, because there's a refresher.
It's tough. It's a very, very tough game now for Felt. Like, every time you want to go high ground, you're just like, yeah, but there's this big problem on the high ground at the moment, and his name is Enigma.
Yeah. His name is Black Hole, I would say. The rest of the skill set is like, man, whatever. But
they do smoke up. Heading towards the top lane, Yamsun's a nice one. He's got BKB TP, so he should be alright, because there's no Basher available, I don't think, on the side of Felt.
I mean, the two of them aren't going to do a lot to a Night Stalker.
I won't even pop the BKB.
Yeah. Just doing south. He's completely fine. Getting closer towards that AC on the Night Stalker.
I'll take the outpost back. Felt. They have a very, very slight net worth lead. Very even game here between these two teams, 35 minutes in. Dota Plus is literally sitting at 50-50 right now. You could flip a coin and choose the winner.
50-50.
Well, it's 51-49 now.
Let's see with the smoke. Will anything change? They are... Oh, look at the drawing on the map. Like, Hitimmune is on point with his movement so far this match.
Absolutely. Sight device also available now on their Lycan, so a lot more lockdown, especially against December. A nice way to cancel Black Hole if he doesn't pop BKB as well.
Oh, they
oh, that's a big one. Hitimmune. Gonna be spotted. Yamson gonna move in. Not too much damage, but now with the glimpse back of the Static Storm, they'll lock him down. Still, he pops the BKB, but now the Black Hole. Moo's just gonna lock him down on his own. The Wind Waker, it's gonna buy some time.
No mana.
He'll refresh, but Moo's got no mana. Oh, boy.
He messed up.
He did mess up, Felt. They can move in. Lelis will go down with him.
That's all they needed. They needed a mistake from Moo. At least they do have a black hole still on the Radiant side. So once he respawns in like 45 seconds, he might use it. But by that time, you might lose a side. Let's see, there's a double damage.
He was lacking 17 mana.
17, I saw. Yeah, he didn't do the maths.
Unlucky.
Quick maths, not done.
NA maths.
Straight into the pit though.
I mean, why not? This is the third Roshan of the game. Feld have gotten away with literally every Roshan this game, and they'll try a third time.
Yeah, with this double damage, you cannot contest this. It falls under 10 seconds.
Refresher Shard now available. That means Kits will have his double exorcism now.
You know why he didn't have mana, literally? What change did it? It was the BKB mana cost.
Oh, no.
Like 50 mana on that BKB. If he didn't need that, like back in the good old days, he'd be completely fine with just the arcane boots, but...
Oh, well, you know, just a couple in, you'll be right. Just get a level or two, skill up some stats. Here we go, onto the Lycan they are. Root is there, but he'll pop the Wolf Form. In fact, now with the Yule's up and Hitimmune with the Requiem, Yamsun. He's running the right way at the very least. He can pop his BKB if he wants. He'll heal up by eating the creep, and he is making it out for now. Hitimmune still sticking around, but Yamsun just kind of messing with him as the little friends. He's going to attack Hitimmune, but literally does 0 damage.
If you do fight now, as announced, you're planning to fight into Aegis and Cheese, so it's an uphill battle. But they do have the actual literal high ground. Let's see, SF moving in.
Well, they know he's there. There's a Sentry Ward scouting him out. Chains, Malefice, everything locking down the SF for now.
Gunnar used his ulti.
Another minus usage here by a Night Stalker, of course.
Yep, with that creep eaten, with that dragon eaten, he should have an AC completed. It's flying out to him, so at least that's nice for the next high ground push. But it's looking rough, like there is no reason for the SF not to just completely bait out the black hole now.
Hitimmune, that's a lot of damage being dealt.
Oh,
he does have the Aegis.
Holy shit.
Husky. Husky.
And now you can black hole.
Oh, he's got the Hurricane Pike. That's why Moo's gonna jump in. Black Hole is there. Wind Waker will save from Solji. Do they have a second? Not quite. Hitimmune is okay. Solji saves the day. Kits in the meantime. BKB about to wear off. He's gonna get glimpsed back into the side of Nouns. And it seems like they might at least have him, but he does have a secondary Exo. Problem is he's lacking mana now.
He's got cheese, right? On that Prophet, so if he wants to, he can fight.
Oh, Yamsun. He's all right. He'll cop a couple raises now. Moves, Black Hole again. He'll refresh, but the Wind Waker! Solji will not allow it. Solji will save again. Moves is down. And now without the Enigma, without the Black Hole, surely they can go high ground.
They should be able to. There's no BKB on SF. Exorcism halfway through. So this should be the first set of Raxes, but let's see. Maybe Nouns can defend.
Very, very tough defense to make. I mean, you saw how hard Husky hits, but he's got to be able to stand there and actually hit people. Hitimmune, he'll find the melee barracks, should be able to find the range, no problems either. There you go. That'll be enough for Feld, it seems.
They have to be careful how they go back. Glimpses.
Is there. Fade. Does get caught. Yamsun looking to try and move in, but gets hexed immediately.
Wind Waker. Again,
coming out from Solji, really doing so much work as they landed an arrow. Yamsun's down. No buyback available for him. It's all up to Gunnar now. He'll try his best on the Ember. Right back into the loving arms of Hidamune though. He's also going to drop. No buyback available.
What was supposed to be only one side, because of that glimpse, might become a game even.
All right, Husky, this is your moment. We saw Whitemon last game. It's your turn to be the carry, sir. Let's see what he can do. I mean, they're just taking the mid-racks in the meantime.
Yeah, Sev's just going ham.
Husky's still trying to just find out Bino Zebra, but he's going to drop to the Soul Rip. There goes Lelis. And it seems like Felt, they may have done it here for game number 1 of this best of 3. Like, there's still no buybacks. It's just such a hard defense.
30 minutes without the Ember, 20 minutes without the Night Stalker. Only a question of, does Felt want to go for this? I think they do.
I mean, absolutely. Like, this is your best shot. Even without the Aegis up, there's 2 cores down. Moose still does not have a black hole. And there you go.
Yeah, mega creeps. I guess if you're Nouns, you don't necessarily have to think this game is over. Like, you can continue playing. You still have the black hole, right? The double black holes. Your heroes, when it comes to defending the high ground, aren't that terrible. Like, you have the Ember, you have the Night Stalker with Radiance. So you can hold uphill. Even versus the Megas, that is. It's definitely hard, but it's not the worst lineup to defend against Megas.
21 to 17, but a 19k advantage. Mega creeps up for the side of Felt. Blink Dagger being built up here on Hidamune. Wanting that Arcane Blink initiation with the Requiem, always nice as the SF.
And damn, look at them smoking up. They pushed out just a tiny little bit.
Is this the kamikaze smoke?
It's the desperate smoke, definitely. Ember gets broken instantly.
Here we go. Hidamune immediately targeted. Yamsun though immediately feared. They've hexed him up. They've got the Night Stalker. He still gets out. Black Hole is there. Moo, he's got the SF. Gunnar, he'll try to get the damage in. The Wind Waker, it was not there in time. But where's your secondary Black Hole?
No mana
Moo,
again.
he needs to back off. He's got no mana. Gunnar's been left alone. He'll try to remnant away. Chains out. Back on a Solji. They'll find the Mirana, but they've lost the Ember. Oh, it's not a good fight at all for Nouns. The mana issues. Don't know he's hit again. He gets a 3-man black hole. Can he get it done though? Yamsun's trying, but the Satanic. Oh, it's too much. GG is cold.
GG is cold. Okay.
Wow, wow, wow. Felt have shown up today. And you know what, Lizard? This is why you don't build Enchantress shards. I told you this. These little friends, they aren't really your friends, right? I mean, it's not Husky's fault. Obviously, I'm having a bit of a meme here.
Of course, little imposters. That's what they are.
Little agents.
Yeah. They just make you waste 1,400 gold. But man, this Mirana panel, you have one job. That's give this Wind Waker
Solji
an MVP.
The Solji Mirana, it's something to behold. Let's throw back to our panel and let's see what they have to say.
My button is stuck.
There
we
you
go. My button got all gummed up. Sorry about that, but don't worry. We have lubed up the button. Everything should be fine from here.
You have been released.
Yes, indeed, from my perpetual prison. Wow. Holy shit. Felt. They took a game off Nouns. I mean, I didn't think that was going to happen coming into this series, but they absolutely deserved that. I mean, that was just...
I told you if you use your brain, they could easily win this.
Exactly. If you said it, they did it.
Was the brain engaged fit? Is that what happened?
It was a battle of the minds, right? In a sense, like, how does Felt find the strongest answers basically this game to answer up against Nouns? And they definitely did. Early game, all right, this was somewhat even. Let's put it that way. Fade lane, not going to be the most remarkable lane that he has, but you still got Kits and you still got Hidamune having a pretty good time. Hidamune in the games where he's played Furion, he gets to free farm, he will deliver. And Kits did a lot of heavy lifting in this game to get this Shadow Fiend online, keep him online. Despite Fade going for the Helm of the Overlord and gave like almost 2,000 gold away, didn't matter.
Yeah, to be fair here, like this was one of Fade's better games as of recently. It didn't go well by any means. He ended up dying 3 times in the laning stage, but still got a decent HOD timing. And when he did get it, he joined the bottom fight, got a couple cleanup kills. But I do want to go back to Kits. He won mid lane, took mid tower, went to bottom lane, started that fight, which allowed Lycan to get that recovery there. So to me, he was all over the map, winning the lane, making rotations. making things happen on the map. And Hit Immune, I think Kids and Hit Immune for sure were guaranteed to win their lane, no matter what. It was just lopsided. It was more of just like, will Fate be able to get into the game? And he did. He got into the game. I don't really agree with finishing the Overlord against the Little Friends, always funny to say, and the Shard of the Night Stalker. But it didn't matter at the end of the day because he had enough farm to get to that Hex, get to that AC, and that's all they really needed from him.
Yep, and across the board, I think there were some really standout performances from Felt, and performances which we've wanted to see for a while now. I think Solji as well, really stepping up here. Bit of a, usual story for the first half of the game. Not really a huge amount of impact on the Mirana. Landing arrows is incredibly difficult against a Night Stalker who has this 1,500 AoE flying vision. You're not going to arrow anyone during that, especially when there's creeps all over the place. But pick up that Wind Waker and you suddenly become the god of the game. Moo can no longer play, and Moo struggled so much. But MVP for this one, I mean, we could really give it anyway, honestly. I think Hit Immune deserves it. I think Kits deserves it. I think Solji deserves it. Like, it could go across all three. I mean, which would you each go for? Just tell me honestly.
Honestly, I mean, any one of these three that you just said.
I mean, so like Solji, his early game was fine, but he bought the game-winning item. Not that hard to execute, of course. You just press a button on your teammate. Hit Immune, he got his farm where it mattered, turned the fights, and then Kits for the early game dominance. So if we could divide it into sections of the game, I'd give it different MVP.
Honestly, I mean, let production choose whatever the MVP is, just show us the MVP. But to talk about how that whole kind of came together, especially from Solji, we talked about his aggressive positioning. This man, like, basically does have some Sammy Boy-like things going with him, especially when he's playing with this Mirana, but bringing the right item choice. You already got the Yules for arrow setup and preventing opponents from getting close to you, especially against the Night Stalker. You really see you smirking here. It's like, what is this guy going on? I mean, honestly.
No. I know your point is absolutely valid. That's what it was for. In practice, it didn't really work. It worked like twice, I think. There were just too many units around, and then sometimes just misfiring.
It is true.
Continue.
But it does slow down the Night Stalker, at least to some extent, because he is the run-at-you hero. And when you get this Wind Waker, and Moo's itemization is fully about just black holing. He didn't build any other type of item that could give him some different kind of approach into these fights. It's literally just black holing one or two key core targets, and Solji with one item, he can prevent that from happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of insane, just brown boots into the Wind Waker, but this item is just that good. It is just that good, and it was absolutely the right call.
In the right game, of course.
In the right game.
I wouldn't say that item is that good, but in the particular game when you're playing these big team fight ultimates, it can be that good.
Yeah, and it absolutely was this time around, so that's going to give him the MVP. Nouns, I think there's a lot to work on coming into game number 2. What are some of the highlights for you, which, I guess lowlights, which you want them to pick up on?
Some lowlights? Well, I think the drafting side, the Enigma pick was very forced. I think the Night Stalker, its function, sure, you can play it as carry. I think it was a perfectly fine game to play carry on. But I also believe there was a better carry pick here that could have just won them the game, and that was the Terrorblade. And they could have just thrown Night Stalker in the offlane, buy the shard, deal with the Lycan in the same way you do as a carry. So I think they could have worked on that, but at the end of the day, it kind of was a performance issue here. Yeah, we missed a lot of black holes on Moo. He didn't calculate his mana. That was like the big thing of how they could have won this, and a lot of their small macro mistakes.
And also like the unison between the team of how to stretch out team fights. You don't really have much to force out BKBs from your opponents. You pop your disruptor ulti. You would like to use in a much stronger fashion to catch off heroes off guard, allowing the Night Stalker to re-rotate. Maybe the information given to the Enigma to get like 3 heroes into the black hole because they're rushing in to save your teammates. They had nothing to really force out, basically. The initiation, even with a very heavy-looking initiation type lineup, looked super hard for Nouns to actually execute.
Yeah, we're looking at Moo a lot and saying, like, the black holes didn't land. Like, he was countered by this Mirana. But also, you have to consider the fact that Mirana had one item. She had brown boots into Wind Waker. Surely someone else on the team could come forward and pressure that Mirana, chase her back, try to give them the chance to actually land black holes. Because ultimately, this Mirana's not going to do much with an Ember Spirit on her or something like this. These are plays which I feel like we're really missing from Nouns this time around. The
and
fire.
They had the vision in the draft, like, hunt her down.
Night Stalker, Ember Spirit. There's no reason this Mirana shouldn't be slapped in the face, but she was chilling, able to jump in and get off the Wind Wakers.
Or they could have bought a Nullifier on the Night Stalker and committed to the idea.
A lot of options, and none of them really taken here. So Nouns are going to fall behind one game. Will they be able to recover, or is it going to be Felt with a surprising 2-0 to keep themselves in the division? We're going to find out after this short break. Felt are on the brink of being able to take down Nouns here as they beat them in game number 1. And now we move into game number 2. Of course, our outside sources say that Nouns aren't really taking this too seriously. They already have their slot confirmed. They are third, no matter what. Did that reflect in this first game, do you think?
I feel like they were trying. They looked like they were trying. Their draft was pretty try-hard, too. So I think Felt just played good.
I would agree as well. The fun fact is, considering the stakes that they had coming into the series, especially on the side of Felt, Nouns has only got 2-0s or 0-2s. They've never played in this tour a map 3. So
that is a fun fact.
Is this the time to turn the tide and, try something different, or just go full more try hard? Can you get more try harder than try hard? Is there a brain dead mode?
Turbo nerd.
Turbo nerd.
Giga nerd. Maybe. I mean, again, the win doesn't mean a whole lot to them, but at the same time, I don't think this is a team to kind of just roll over and accept it. I do think that maybe though this Nightstalk was a bit of an experiment for them, something they were trying out and seeing how it could work. But again, it doesn't necessarily mean they weren't trying. That just certainly means that they had a different idea. And I think being closed off to the idea of taking it another direction might have been their biggest downfall in that draft and then inside the game as well. And Felt, they have a lot to play for here. So they're playing at their absolute best. And I'm excited to see them play this game because I think Nouns, even if they're not at 100%, it's still a huge challenge for Felt. And I think they're going to be very happy they're able to take at least one game. Hopefully they can take 2, at least from their perspective.
I think Nouns also, they'd like to be in a spot where they've only lost to TSM and Rebellion, So being in a situation where you have that extra loss doesn't really look good. Even though it doesn't matter so much, there's definitely a little bit of pride involved.
Yeah. Absolutely. Alrighty, we do have the draft available, so let's jump into it. Game number 2 of Nouns versus Felt starting right here. And just to recap, you guys, Nouns, obviously, as we mentioned, this win doesn't mean a whole lot to them. They are stuck in third no matter what. Felt, meanwhile, are fighting for relegation. If they lose this series, then there is a possibility that 5-Rack can beat their team and come up and face them and try to climb back their spot.
That's impossible.
Yeah, and the thing is,
Felt for literally anyone else in this region.
The thing is, Felt could be 7th, but Felt could be 4th if they win this series because they get to play the 3-way tiebreaker with Dogchamp and Bait. So they actually get DPC points technically if they win this series. Technically, because it is between 3 teams of which 2 get points. So Felt is, they're feeling pretty good after that win. I'm not gonna lie, that is probably what they're going with right now. The momentum, the hot streak, and beating a team like Nouns must feel good for them because always expected with Rebellions and TSMs and Nouns is that if you go up against them, you're probably thinking, well, let's give it a try. But Nouns definitely now showed that they're mortal against these lower seed teams. Felt came from Division 2 to now beating one map off of the top 3 team. So they're probably going on a very high ride right now.
And any team which goes from Div 2 to Div 1 into a points earning slot is going to feel very good.
That's pretty big, right?
That is pretty big.
So what I thought was interesting about this series is, I guess Husky does have a loss on, was it IO or was it Undying versus one of the top teams? Either way, the fact that they beat every other team that wasn't TSM or Rebellion with the Undying, with the IO, and now they lost, not picking it. I wonder if they're kicking themselves just a little bit from straying away from that strategy. Felt kind of realize it, and they just take it away right away from Nouns. So they're going to have to do something new here, and they're going to go for the Moo Beastmaster into the Layless Rubik. Strong combination, for sure. Will Felt pick up something that has terrorized their Beastmaster forever as the Sniper?
The Sniper, yeah.
It could be something that they consider right now. Or they could just do Pango. I think that'd be pretty good for kits as well.
Yep, or maybe they look for something which can, the Pango's definitely one of these, which can go into the triangle, and maybe support, which can go and look into that stacks and see if they can mess with that. Or they'll just go for what they know and love, and what carried them through the last game, the hit-immune Shadow Fiends.
And it's a good matchup. At least the Shadow Fiend, you pack a punch, you're up against the melee hero who's kind of forced to go Axes again in a way. If you want to get some last hits in the lane, Shadow Fiend just right-click super hard. You have double slow with the zombies and the raises, so it's very hard to disengage by the time Beastmaster Rubik overstep a line in the lane.
Yeah, it can work. I think it's definitely slightly different for sure than the Enigma matchup, because you can just double raise the Eidolons. You have no choice but to go Eidolons here. And if you do go with the Axe build, you have the lift. SF can't die here. There is definitely a difference here. So I think for Nouns, they have a better lane matchup than they did last game at least, so that favors them already.
Yep. And of course, we could see some Mirana, some Wind Waker shenanigans coming out again, but ultimately, you're probably not going to do that against a Beastmaster. It's entirely different kettle of fish, so they are going to have that raw opportunity. If they do just have this solo carry thing again, like Felt had in game number 1, where Hit Immune was basically the everything hero in the late game, raw is also a very good option to deal with that.
Yeah.
Also, much shorter cooldown. You can sometimes get off 2 in a fight, depending on how long it goes on. So, there are options, for sure.
Yeah, and I think Felt, I hope they're aware, because it's pretty universal at this point. These heroes like to stack, and you got Undying, you got SF. These heroes can infiltrate stacks pretty easily as well. So if they do get to a good laning stage, because Undying should be the X factor here, because Undying, as it's not very good versus Enigma last game, it's much better versus the Beastmaster. So you should have a pretty decent game on Hit Immune as long as you don't die to like this. Just being out of position while Undying's pooling or something like that, their lane should go fine. If they can contest the stacks and shut Moo down, that is a good avenue for success here.
I also am wondering a bit, does Solji finally steer away from the Mirana? I know he had a good performance on it. I know it's the most played hero that he has, and his Rubik is also taken away.
He plays Tiny, right?
I also see a Tiny, I see a Coddle, I see a Tusk, and I see a Skywrath that he's also played. So does any one of those kind of strike into your mind when you're leading a series?
Skywrath, and what was the last one? Coddle.
Maybe the Tusk.
Can we cross out the Coddle, please? I've hated that hero so far.
I want to cross out the Skywrath too, because they don't have enough stuns. So Tiny, that sounds good, right?
Tiny,
Toss back into Requiem. We've seen it before.
What about Tusk?
Also okay with that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I like Tiny more though.
But then again, it just could be the Mirana and just not shift too many things around. Nouns is going for a support pick. Felt gets to answer. Maybe something that's a bit open, something they probably need right now. A stun, like you said. Maybe they don't need to worry about. Yeah. Nouns is looking for a hero, and then Felt basically just kind of trying to look for the response. What do they really want to fill in the gap?
I mean, Husky's gonna take the Mirana away from them. So what choices do you have now?
All right.
Yeah, pretty good against the Undying. Can clear out that Tombstone. You've already got some setups with the Raw, with the Lift, which we don't really see Felt prioritizing, but something which Nouns are going to look for.
Yeah, I like that pick. It's like a good with their lineup. Also taking it away from Solji.
Yeah.
And now we're going to pick the Tiny or the Tusk probably.
Give us the Tiny, because then we have the toss back into the Requiem combo. That is somewhat easy to execute. Even the lower seed teams have managed to make it work. So it gives you a bit of everything throughout every stage of the game. And the word that you love to use as well, the pseudo carry, that you can also build into Aghanims later on and get yourselves a bit of extra damage in terms of support transitioning into core. And Shadow Fiend, a hero that already packs a lot of punch, drops the minus armor onto your opponents. Tiny is also good for pushing in a sense, not as a support necessarily, but it does have synergy.
Oh, they go for the Sky.
They go for the Sky. Okay.
Oh, that was Fizz veto.
I vetoed it because normally Fade would pick something that doesn't have a stun, is very Zoo-like, but he's looked really good on the Centaur, and I think he's going to be that stun for you, which is something that Felt has done a few times, maybe just twice actually, but it looked good both times, and Skywrath can benefit from that. So the Tiny would have been more for if they wanted to go the Fade Enigma route, which he also loves. That would have been better, but if you're going for the Centaur, I think the Sky can definitely work out.
Yep, and also when you do get the Centaur rags, the Skywrath can jump in the back. Usually a very squishy hero, but he can just ride around and cast spells. I'm kidding, that's not going to happen.
Sounded like Muerto for a second.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that yet, but I kind of want to. Imagine a Muerto riding around on the back of a Centaur.
What I do like is the
drive-by.
The simple combos you want with Mystic Flare, right? If you want to look for simple pickoffs with smoke, which allows you to play quickly in the map, look for a smoke kill into a potential follow-up objective, is a stun into Mystic Flare. You usually have maybe dual Sunstrike, maybe Centaur Stomp with Ice Blast, something like that. You have a long enough duration stun to use an AoE damage combo for a pickoff, and Skywrath is pretty good with this Centaur, so that works.
Next up on the list for Nouns is going to be this Templar Assassin. That is going to give them a lot of damage, a lot of anti-armor coming through. This is kind of the style of hero they needed. Is it going to stay alive in this game, though?
I mean, Sky and Shadowfeet can blow through this TA very fast. Not only Shadowfiend's attack speed, but the Requiem. If you get it anywhere near the TA, those souls will rip those refraction charges apart for sure. But I think this TA might actually have a lineup that allows her to get online a bit faster, and Nouns can play on the TA power spike timing lineup about, well, if he has a good game, let's say roughly 21 minutes, where Shadow Fiend is looking all right at that stage. You can fight back. You've got the Stampede to worry about, but you have 3 stuns in your team, making TA's game so much easier.
And it's important to mention as well that you do have some sort of save already on the Nouns lineup. You have the lift from the Rubik past 15 minutes to be able to get people out of that Requiem zone, which usually is quite a small factor, but it can make a huge difference, as we saw last game. Saves are important.
I think you're in a situation now where if you want to out-carry Nouns, you can. Because at this current point in time, I think TA on paper is going to be the best carry in this game. Skywrath hates playing versus TA. Centaur hates it in laning stage. Later on in the game, if you outfarm the Shadow Fiend, you are going to beat him in 1-to-1 damage with the BKB on, of course. If they wanted to pick an illusion hero and throw kits on the SF mid, you have that Centaur who's going to go Blink Dagger. You could be like, we have the better late game. You guys answer this. And it's not very easy to answer an SF mid, especially, I mean, it might be okay with their supports. You're really going to have to shut it down. But if they pick like a Terrorblade in a game like this against the Beastmaster, against the TA, you solidify the late game. You're absolutely going to win it 100% here. So I think that's an option that they should definitely think about, because when I was looking at this draft as well, as like they could flex the SF all the way to the end. I would like that instead of picking their offlane at the Centaur position. And now they have a good opportunity to use this SF in a way that could be really benefit them, because if you have last pick on Nouns and there's an SF as your mid laner, there's not a lot of things you want to play against that. It's very difficult. SF is a lane dominating hero, and then you could also just counter the beast here. So I want them to keep the options open, but it looks like Nouns doesn't think they will, as they ban the Pango.
I kind of know, or feel like I know what Nouns is looking for Gunner's last pick, because I believe that is Yamsun with the TA. I'm just figuring out what does Feld want for that mid matchup, unless...
Well, don't hold out on us. What is he going for?
It's the Gunner Ricky that I'm looking at right now.
Ooh.
Just blindly before he sees Feld's matchup?
No, I mean, he answers Feld, so...
Oh, okay.
It's the Feld hero I'm questioning here.
Right,
What does he want?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm telling them that if they pick another carry here...
Oh, Ricky's banned, never mind.
They're going to be in a crazy good situation if they pick Ricky. Then you have to put the TA mid versus SF, and that's a fine matchup, but then you're playing really slow, and your offlaner is also pretty greedy, and you're sharing the triangle, and it gets really awkward, I think, if you're on that situation where...
It's crowded.
Yeah, then Centaur doesn't really need it.
Yeah, out of the heroes that are still available in the pool for Gunner to pick are Leshrac and Ember, so Felt is probably on the lines of most likely either one of those is going to be going through. I don't think the Lesh is going to look too great. Could work with the TA. Could also benefit TA getting faster item timings with the Tower Gold they can accumulate, but I like the Ember a little bit more here in this game, especially because
for
the Stampede.
For Felt?
Again for Gunner.
Oh, for Gunner.
Because I really don't know what Kits wants to pick. He could also take the Ember.
I think he's
Spirit,
probably looking at Ember or something along those lines.
He could definitely go Ember here in Kits.
It's fine. I still want him to play SF mid. He's a good SF, and pick TV. Win the late game. You just... It's going to be a situation where you just counter the offlaner and you counter the carry. It's amazing, but they're not going to do it. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play in their comfort. It's fine. I'm not mad.
Yeah, you sound a little mad, but that's okay.
Maybe 20%.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
You're that guy that types out like 20 things in post-game and he goes, stop crying, bro. I'm not mad.
I mean, the thing is Lone Druid banned, it is. So good for that. We'll see what else Gunner has in mind to counter an Ember Spirit mid. But they do kind of need a hero that moves around the map, but a lot of them are banned right now.
Lesh
so
is
Storm,
the only one
Spirit,
that he's played so far.
Storm, yeah.
Storm is like, it's not the best Storm game you're going to... I mean, the Ember is... Some people like it. It can go both ways, basically. But you are playing for Sky, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah. This is any high mobility hero. We're probably just going to say Sky is annoying for it.
Can Gunner play Monkey mid?
Does he play Monkey King? Yes, he does. He's like master tier on it. But that shit sucks, so we're not going to play that.
Okay, Tusk coming out.
It's not good.
So, meaning it is going to be Gunner on the Tusk in the middle lane. A bit of a throwback to a few months ago, maybe last season, when this was a bit more popular. Haven't really been seeing it this time around.
You know what people counterpicked it with?
Ember?
Yes.
Don't tell me it's Ember. Oh.
It is. And Batrider.
Uh-oh. Well, that's tricky. What are you saying about this Nouns draft? Fear, is it good enough?
Yeah, it's good enough. Like, they have everything you need. It comes down to execution. I'm sure Gunner's not going to get owned mid, but Tusk used to be a hero that would not lose anything and punish a lot of heroes, but you can't really punish the Ember, and the Ember can punish you. You can't snowball during the chains. You can't really break the shield very well as well. So it is a tricky matchup for the Tusk, but I think they really just needed some hero that maybe cancels BKB Requiem from like the Shadow Fiend here. So their lineup makes sense. It's pretty good. They got a lot of physical damage, a lot of burst. It's winnable, but I still like Felt's lineup more.
T-Panda?
Felt has a bit of everything. They've got 3 slows, they've got plenty of stuns, they have some roots. Solji Skywrath Mage, that is the one that I'm very curious about. How does he perform in this hero, and why has he kept it in the darkness for such a long time? For the potentially last game, brings it out. So I'm excited for this.
Indeed.
I'm believing in Felt a little bit here. I would love to see a 3-way tiebreaker.
True. Yeah, is it going to be an 8 card or is it going to be a Joker? That's the question. We're going to have to find out. Let's get into it. Game number 2. Can Felt pull off the upset and 2-0 Nouns? We're going to find out with our lovely casting duo. It is MLP and Lizard.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 2 here between Felt and Nouns. Lizard, you see the drafts in front of you. Do you think we're going to a game number 3?
It's possible, right? Like, it looks like Nouns have got everything that they need if they can play the game fast enough around that Beastmaster TA, take some fast Roshans, play the same way Felt played in game 1. I think it's possible. Yeah.
Okay.
We can see game 3.
Okay. I mean, it's a very serious kind of draft here from the side of Nouns. I don't think they were too happy by the look on their faces after that game 1, maybe.
They have Skyrat. What? Sorry, the other team has Skyrat.
Yes.
Never mind.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very serious one. There's no messing around. It's literally just right click, go in, TA Mirana, you have your Beastmaster, even the Tusk.
Is Skyrath just not serious enough for you?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go. Skyrath hater here.
I am a little bit. Yeah.
I hate it too. It's okay.
It's a little bit out there. The hero. Yeah. A little bit different, but you have some setup with the Skyrat. I suppose the Centaur is there. Like, the lane is super damn strong.
Please have fun, says Yamson. I think they did have fun last game, Mr. Yamson. I'm not sure if he's talking to his own team or the other.
As long as you have fun, that's all that matters in the end.
You know what's fun, Lizard?
Winning is fun.
Now I can build my home in peace. Yo, Fade, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Fade.
He probably won't, right?
No.
Is this some Centaur Meteor Hammer, by the way?
Oh, don't say that, Lizard.
No, I'm asking. Honest question. Is it? What do you think?
I mean, it's kind of okay, right? Because it's a nice way of burning through the refraction charges.
It is, and you get some pushing.
Yeah, against the Beastmaster. It's kind of nice as well. You know what, Lizard? Maybe you've talked me into it. Maybe it is a Meteor Hammer game for this Centaur.
A convert. Another one. One of us.
Yeah, I'll never do it. Never. Phil, maybe a fight at the top lane, perhaps. They know that Lilith is in the Roshan pit somewhere. Moo's going to show himself on the Beastmaster. But no real setup. They'll just take the bounty rune for themselves. Albino Zebra going to run right into Lilith as well on the Rubik, so a bit of harassment to be dealt the way of the Rubik on their way out as Hidden Immune. Hits one raise. Can he hit the second? I don't think he can in time. But maybe he could get a 2-raise combo here, because he does have the short and the long one available now. No, looks like they're not going to bother. Instead, they'll use it on Muse. So, Hidden Immune, trying to be very aggressive here with this Undying, and this is exactly what they did last game around, right? They just did not allow the offlane to have a game during the laning stage.
I mean, that's what Undying does the best, so something similar happening in this game.
As we have a pause, another similar thing, a few lag issues here for the side.
CAG issues, yeah.
Hey, let's not bring up the CAG incident. That was well, that was a game. That was a great game.
It was a good game.
It was.
The way it all started.
Talk to me about the mid lane. Gunner and Kits. The Ember versus Tusk matchup. Fear said that apparently Ember gets picked into Tusk as a counter. What do you think about that point?
I mean, it's a decent matchup for the Ember Spirit. At the same time, until level 6, you can't really get out of the shards. So if there's some rotation, you can get stuck. Like, you can't be caught in the lane. Like, usually I like anything that can get off of the across the shards, right? Like, just get on the other side. So if, let's say, a Mirana is rotating or Rubik, like, you'll be safe even if the shards are catching you.
Okay.
Yeah. But on the other side, who do you have to gank with? Like, you literally have the Sky Rat. Like, he's the only one that can rotate, and dying isn't really that relevant.
Speaking of that Skyrath, he's going to be with Fade down at the bot lane against Husky and Yamsa.
Do you like, by the way, you said you were surprised when I called Skyrat perhaps not too serious of a hero. Do you like it?
I'm surprised that you and I have so much in common, Lizard. Because I also hate this hero.
I like you already. Stop it.
Well, how do you think this bottom lane goes? Between Yamson and Husky against Salt. In fact, hold that thought, because Fade. That's a little hoof stomp there from the Centaur. Do you feel like Felt can come out on top at this bot lane, or should Nouns have a decent time?
I mean, whenever I see Skyrat and Scent, I expect these two to be kind of winning the lane at least, right?
Yeah.
They are the two heroes that are basically lane dominators. There's like Sky, there's Undying, these kind of heroes, you always expect them to do well in the lane. But versus TA it might be hard once the refractions are up. Skyrat is... his damage is kind of telegraphed, so it's easy to refract it off.
Yeah. That's kind of the issue I saw as well. Like, you've really got to wait out the refraction charges before you can do anything. Hope that it's just on cooldown, as they are going to go for a concussive shot. Get rid of the charges, but that's going to be about it. They've still got a creep wave to farm up here down at the bot lane, so don't want to miss out on that early CS if you can avoid it. We'll see if they can find a kill later on. Like, it's just very hard against the TA, and even the Mirana can always just kind of leap away. Chances are you aren't going to be able to lock her down.
So far pretty even across the lanes.
It certainly is. No kills popping out quite yet. Top lane, it seems like Moo at the very least is having a much better time than he did on the old Enigma. So far, 11-0 compared to the 9-0 of Hidden Immune, and Albino hasn't been able to do quite as much in terms of shutting him down, as bottom lane Husky was taking a lot of damage on this Mirana, and no, he's got stick charges, but the chase is on.
And the Fairy Fire as well, so...
he's okay.
He'll be fine. Even without the Fairy, I feel like he lives there.
To go back to my point, at the very least, this Beastmaster's having a much better time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, he was struggling in the previous games. Like, both the offlaners were, right? Like, the Enigma and the Lycan were struggling in the laning stage itself. Then later on, they kind of had a ton of impact, both of them.
Absolutely. Mid lane's been a very even affair. Gunner 20-2, Kits 19-1 as top lane. Hidden Immune, bit of a chase happening, but doesn't amount to too much. This bottom lane still very aggressive here from Feld as they continue to just run through the charges of Yamson, and now with a nice little hoof stomp, get some damage out. The problem always is against Skyrath, like, you just accumulate so many stick charges.
Yeah, that you heal up if he doesn't burst you down.
It just, yeah, it seems like it means nothing.
Usually you just need to save your spells, burst people down instantly in one go. If that's the case, that they have magic wands and stuff. But if you're doing that, then you're not really pressuring them. So it's difficult to play this lane for the Skyrat this early on. But he's pressuring them, so that's nice.
This is what I always like. I feel bad for Skyrath players because like they're popping mangoes, they're popping clarities, they're trying their absolute hardest to get any kind of harassment out, and it's like, thank you for the 20 magic stick charges. I'll just pop this now. Thanks for the free HP and mana. Always very nice. And Soldier, I mean, it's just a little bit demoralizing during the laning stage. But at the very least, he is buying Fade a lot of space, right? Like, Fade's freely farming on this Centaur.
And that last game, he was completely dominating with the Mirana. This time around, he's still... it looks like he's doing fine with the Sky.
Well, Tombstone dropped top lane. Albino.
They're diving the tier 2s.
They did this again last time around as well, just creep skipping behind the T1 tower.
Well, they are not going to get punished, right? Tusk is still only level 5. It's very unlikely that he'll TP top.
It's the beauty of it as well, because the dire creep wave coming in now just goes towards the tier 1 tower, and Moo's forced to make some awkward movements to try and secure some creeps.
Yeah, but if Tusk just TPs, like, okay, Husky actually TPs instead.
Yeah, it looks like they might have Albino in their hands now. As Albino, he has a decay in 1, but is it going to do enough?
It's a triple 1, but it still won't be enough.
No. First blood to go the way of Moo.
Yeah.
These creep shenanigans, well, in the end, they're just going to give more gold back the way of Nouns. It's now Kids. Mid lane, trying to get a little bit aggressive here against Gunner. It's going to be okay.
I think the real problem is maybe bottom. But so they switch up the lanes because Mirana TP top. Now they TP Lelis down bottom. Protect the TA.
Jump in, Yamsun. Still fine to fight back. In fact, Lelis setting up here onto Fade. Fade dropping very, very fast. Does pop his own stick charges, but it's not enough. I mean, the rotation does pay off here from Lelis.
Yeah, it was a debate, right? Like, because of Mirana TPing top, they know that he can't come back into the lane. They didn't see Rubik. They misjudged the opportunity to go on TA, and that they get punished by Lelis. Very well played by them on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, much cleaner gameplay so far, I think, here from this Radiant team. Solji, bit of a rotation here into the mid lane. Maybe trying to set up on Gunner, but even the Tusk has a decent enough time duking out these skills, right? Like, you could just pop your snowball.
And he's too big, right?
Yeah.
Like 1100 HP together with the chainmail. You're probably not taking him down.
He'll be all right. Top lane, maybe a bit more pressure to be applied here onto Hidden Mune as they continue throwing these axes out onto the SF. Just gonna stick by that tier 1 tower just in case. Solji, I mean, he's rotating across. Like, he'll stack a camp in the Dire Triangle, but I'm kind of sitting here like, what's he meant to do here? Because it just feels like every lane he goes into doesn't mean anything for his team.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, everyone just wants to kind of chill and farm at the moment. I feel that you need the Ember with the Skyrat, and then you can make plays. Like, these two, they're the combo.
Right now, it's just get level 6. Just don't die. Soak some XP, you'll be alright.
Well, he is rotating top. Maybe we'll try to go on Moose.
He could try, but Moo's got a creep wave behind the tier 1 tower now. It's going to be just fine. In fact, rotation's coming up. Kids going to ramp back the other way, but Snowball is going to connect, and oh, the arrow. Oopsie daisies. Kits still running, still dropping, is going to remnant away. Husky cannot secure. One more hit would have done it, but not quite. He can't get there in time. Meanwhile, Albino, the tombstone is dropped. He's going to go for a bit of a chase onto Lelis. Shards, though, going to block the way here from Gunner. So another kill to go the way of Nouns, as Felt are yet to pick up their first.
Yeah, they give away a tombstone. They set up for Mu to continue farming in the jungle. Like, this was perfect for him. Gets an extra kill with the arcane boots and continues farming the ancient stacks. They did mess up the arrow, at least. That's something that should be a silver lining for Felt.
Yeah.
Like, the arrow and the lift combo wasn't really there. They lifted the Ember back, and the arrow was just off mark.
It's unfortunate. Only allowed to happen once in a game. I think the second time it happens, people get very upset.
Yeah, well, of course. Every time someone is messing up your hit shots, right?
Yeah.
Skill shots, that is.
Top tier 1 tower now under siege here from Nouns. Of course, against the Beastmaster, it's not going to be too hard, though, mind you. He only has level 1 Call of the Wild. But he will have his Helm of the Dom soon.
That's which will not be eaten by anyone.
That is a good... You say that. Here's the thing, right? We were memeing about that so much. But then he still won the game.
So that's the way then, right? Like, you need to have someone...
Don't get smart with me, Mr. Lizard. Don't you dare.
You need to make your hero, like, pretty useless in order to win.
Top lane. Aurora's out. Arrow's going to connect. That should be an easy one here onto Albino, and it will be. And that tier 1 tower is still copping quite a bit of damage here from this creep wave. Maybe not enough to take it down, but certainly setting up for it. Once again, Felt a yet to answer.
Yeah, nice little roar there by the Beastmaster into a tier 1 tower. Can they dive bottom? That's my question. Because they'll take this tier 1 very fast. Will they now rotate bottom and defend it together with the TA?
Surely they can, right? Fade? It's going to move away. Yamsun's doing quite a bit of damage, even onto the Centaur with a Vanguard up. Oh, wait a minute, may have been bait. Hoofstop is there, but no, they don't really have the follow-up. There's no 6 on the Skyrat.
Ember is coming, though.
He is. Yamsun needs some help. His team is just not rotating. He'll go for a TP play out. He'll just clap in front of them, and they can't do anything about it.
The team is the chains. like earlier?
I think he may have.
He did, right? Yeah.
If he didn't, I don't know where they went.
I think he missed.
They are on cooldown.
Yeah. Perfect for Yamson. TPs straight into the triangle. Yeah, you lose the tier 1 tower, but who cares? You didn't die.
That's all that matters. You already got the enemy tier 1 anyway. It's now mid tier 1. Under siege here by Nouns. Felt setting up for a defense. But you don't even have level 6 on Solji. Like, this hero just can't do anything without it. Mystic Flare is so important with this combo.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what the plan is with the Skyrat. Does he have a tome flying in, maybe?
No. Who took the tomb? One of these damn cores just take the tome and now they're like, why aren't you level 6?
Yeah, when your cores take the tome, man, it's the... You know, it's like, first, you took my tome, so I'm useless now. Second, how bad is your game exactly that you needed the tome? Now I not only feel bad about myself, I feel bad about the whole team.
Who knows who took it, though? It could have been Albino Zebra, to be fair. He is level 6 right now. Don't know why he would have taken it as the Undying, but, you know.
Yeah.
Gunner, chains out. Concussive shot will land. They've got the silence, but again, without the Mystic Flare, do they have the damage? A nice arrow from Husky. It's going to ensure that they cannot continue the follow-up. And now the roar out onto the Skyrath. So poor old Solji is going to go down. And Nouns, I think they could probably look to set up again onto this tier 1 mid.
All of these kills, all of them are missed because Skyrat doesn't have 6.
Quite literally.
Yeah, if he has 6, Mystic Flare finishes off every single one of these heroes that they attempted to go for.
This is rough. This is very, very rough for the old Skyrath mage. Now a smoke out from Nouns. They want to keep the aggression up. They might just find the one big target that Felt has left. Hidden Mune, top of the net worth board right now, would really enjoy not dying. Arrow will give it a little bit of vision. They know he's running towards the north. Shards a little bit off the mark, still chasing, looking for some lockdown. Lelis has the
there's
lift.
no way.
Holy hell, Hidden Mune. He actually jukes them out.
There is no way they actually don't get that one.
I couldn't believe it. I was just waiting for a lift.
I think the thing that tricked them was the movement speed from Mask of Madness activated. Like, he was moving a little bit too fast and they were projecting where he'll be, and it was a little bit down south, right? Not towards the tower. But damn. Okay, breaking some ankles, Hit Immune.
Absolutely. Hide and seek champion is the SF. Felt. Now they've smoked up top, but nice back here from the side of Nouns. Again, the saving grace for Feld at the moment is the fact that this SF is still top of the net worth board, though Yamsun is starting to catch up quite quickly, and you'd have to make the argument that TA is certainly going to be online a lot faster than, say, the SF. I mean, it is still a TA after all.
Of course, the whole lineup will be, right? Like, you will have the TA and the Beast. Once that Dazzle is up, I think you just go rush. Obviously, you'd rather have a pick-off first, but Roshan opens up if you get that pick-off very easily. Is there something big that's being built by Felt? Like, I'm trying to figure out what exactly, and I don't see anything.
Husky has a haste rune. Moonlight Shadow popped, giving a lot of information to his team. Solji around, where's the detection? They've only got sentries. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Double stun.
Double stun is there, but there's no follow-up. There's just nothing. Like, the Centaur Skyrath has just...
They weren't together, right? Like, it was the Undying that was nearby.
Right.
They definitely don't need the Skyrat or the Ember to get any of these kills.
That's the thing. Like, you're 15 minutes in, it's 5-0. I guess Volt can continue. Like, as long as Hidammune's farming, maybe you're just like, it's okay.
Yeah, you're still only 1k behind, right? And that's mostly due to the Centaur being a little bit behind. Your other cores are actually doing fine.
Okay. Well, they have managed to hold on to the tier 1 mid as well, which isn't necessarily enabling Nouns to rotate across the map like they'd like to. Bottom. Hidamune going to run into Husky, but it is a Mirana. He should just be able to leap away. The Hidden having a look around, see if he actually has committed those leaps. Husky does a good job of juking out for now, so Hidden back to the creep wave for him.
Maybe there's a Tusk and Rubik.
There is. Punch is there. Albino gonna pop the ulti. Nice little Requiem out as well from Hidden, and that's gonna be enough.
Saves the day.
Certainly does.
Saves the Undying, that is, yeah. Instant second smoke coming from the Tusk and the Rubik. I love that they found this Blink Dagger on Tusk, and they instantly go hunting heroes.
They really want this mid tier 1. We're just going to get back to work with the balls. Now maxed out Call of the Wild. And this time Fade is not going to be around in time to defend the tier 1. They could even set up onto the Centaur. Walrus Punch is there. Stampede has been popped. Arrow not going to connect, but they have the Requiem. It's still not enough. They weren't willing to pop the Roar. So Fade gets away scot-free.
It's about top.
Meanwhile, top lane, they have found the TA, the Mystic Flare finally being put to use, but it's still not doing enough. Yamsun finally goes down. Husky will join, though, with Gunner. They should at least have Soldier's life. There's Gunner. That is very cheeky, Gunner.
They get both, actually.
He was running right towards Solji and just changes his mind and goes right back towards the Emperor. Meanwhile, Dire Jungle. Moo trying to fight. Does roar up Albino. He'll take down one. Does he actually get out of this?
Actually, it looks like he will. Has a TP to use.
Oh,
and
he's
out.
all right. Yeah. I can't believe it.
1v3. Easy game. Roars the Undying, kills him off, and then TP's out. What a Chad, man. Giga Chad right there.
Absolutely. I think Kits will be very upset about that death as well. It's gonna just running straight towards Solji and then just blinks the other way. It's not something he was expecting, that's for sure.
Yep. But that fight on top lane, by the way, where they killed the TA, just demonstrates how important it was for Sky to get 6. Once you have the Mystic Flare, suddenly it looks like everyone is a kill. Everyone is killable. But the problem is, the further the game goes, the harder it is for you to accomplish that, to get these solo pickoffs, not only because heroes are just getting tankier, it's because of the BKBs as well.
Yeah. High ground wards placed here now. They'd love to fight around this Fade. He's going to try and jump in. Mystic Flare pop, but a nice 4-staff away. Going to ensure there's no real damage coming in as Hidden now. Going to get punched by Gunner. Gunner will be fine to walk away. In the meantime, Albino Zebra did go down as they are going to make the chase on to Kids, who does run it back the other way. He'll be okay for now, but now they are still picking them off one by one. What an arrow from Husky! He found Hidden on the SF. And now the stolen Requiem from Lela's gonna lock down Kits.
Straight into the pit. There we go.
Now, this is so much more clean compared to game 1.
That arrow was just perfect, on point. They get the SF, plus the Mystic Flare may be used a little bit too early. You force the 4-staff literally saves the target, so your Mystic Flare is not as relevant. And now you're playing versus a TA with an Aegis, so the game became pretty rough for Felt.
Yeah, you're kind of lacking some answers now. Stun is there, Fade, he's going to try to move. Mystic Flare, that'll get it done. Felt, they find themselves a nice consolation prize. Noun's just not ready for that one, apparently, as Mu will go down, and now Albino Zebra, though, will also drop. Classic Zoo meta.
Just died to creeps. Best feeling ever.
It really was. Top lane. Yamsun with the Moonlight Shadow. Going to be okay to back out of there from Kids. He does have the Aegis anyway. So he might set up for his team, but no. Kids will remnant away. Won't want to risk it.
SF.
Yeah, but they know he's there. Just continuing that farming game, but Yamsun has overtaken in terms of net worth. You're kind of playing for much later in the game now against this TA. Yamsun, especially once he has the BKB up, he's well and truly online.
Yeah, and I'm thinking super late game. If this game does go that way, if they have ways of dealing with refraction charges, it doesn't feel that way. As long as the BKB is on TA, the charges should remain as well.
It might be time to get a hitcher right, I think. Aghanim Scepter time for Fade. That's the only thing that can save this game.
Hagenim's Centaur, let's go.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, but the mid wave just being cleared out by Hidamune, but Nouns are around the corner, ready to make the jump in on the SF whenever they can. Nice game sense from Hidamune to back his way out, but he is still under vision. His kids spot them out. Boris Punch not there yet from Gunner. Eventually will land it. Arrow actually connected. Do they take him out? Oh, they do.
Nicely done by Husky. He's been hitting some really nice arrows this game.
Well, how did he get that one? Wasn't there a creep wave around him?
Doesn't matter how he got it. He got it.
Albino Zebra, he's going to be okay. Now Husky, he's been... Apparently, either side that just takes Mirana, they just win.
The hero is still very, very strong. So, unsurprisingly, the Moonlight Shadow, the arrows, the fact that the laning stage is really not your weakest point, right?
Gunner, cheeky jump in, Solji. And get hit by the snowball. Mystic Flare is dropped. That's actually a lot of damage. He just needs some help. If there was a +1, Gunner would have been regretting his initiation real bad. But sadly, no help here for Solji.
Yeah, that's something that Felt hasn't really connected well with, right? Like the Skyrat. First, he didn't get his ulti fast enough, and then later on, once he did, they weren't really connecting all that well. With the level 6, with the Mystic Flare. And now there's BKBs, there's 4 staffs.
15-2, like this is a miserable game right now for Felt. Yeah, AK behind, not the worst, but not the best either. At least for Felt, I mean. Obviously, Nouns in a great position.
Yeah, if you're Felt, I like the build on SF, by the way. He's going for a Manta. So that's something that you can do about TA. Like you get that Manta to help with the refraction charges, more damage instances. It's always nice. But you need to get it real fast, because this TA is already pushing your high ground.
Yeah.
And there's no black hole or anything like that to completely change the pace of the game once the high ground gets pushed.
That's still a very, very tough position, even with the Manta up. We'll see if it ends up paying off here for Hidamune. Once he does have it, smoke up again. Nouns not looking to slow down. Will rush across to the west of the map.
You can see the Ember and the SF instantly hiding in the trees, deeping away. So they kind of sensed what was going on. There's a ton of vision coming from TA, right? Like, and the Beastmaster. For Radiant, it is much easier to make these calls and see them. But so far, Felt has been doing a really good job as well.
That they are. Hidamune showing by the mid-tier 3 tower. Arrow's not going to connect this time around. Oh, 5-man smoke up. The Aegis will expire.
5-man, high ground smoke up. Straight into the Aegis, like you said.
Who can they find for... Oh, Gunner, he's a big target, but a nice blink away. Breaks the smoke. That'll ruin any plan that Felt had to try and force a fight. And now the turnaround. Nouns, they might find an SF for their trouble. Rush in. They won't see Hidamune yet. Instead, they found Albino Zebra, but he gets the tombstone down. Snowball is there to save from Gunner. Back in onto Fade they go. They're very out of position right now. Maybe Felt can finally punish the side of Nouns, but no, never mind. Yamsun, he'll just turn right back around. No Requiem to come out. Felt, they are melting, but hold on a minute. Fade lands a double stun. It's just not going to make the difference.
Yeah, don't need to hold on a minute.
Gunner's alive. Blinks right back out.
That's a wipe right there. Only the Centaur surviving with the Greaves, with the Crimson, but they just go high ground. Why not?
It's a tough game. If you are Felt, Nouns playing a very clean one, 19-3, 12k advantage. They've got the Crimson Guard to slow things down just a little bit here on Fade.
Yeah.
But I do mean just a little bit.
I feel like you're just slowing down the inevitable.
Fade. Nice little hoof stop there, but is going to pay with his life. Albino Zebra, nothing he can do to help.
Oh, they're going to play the more... They're going to play it in a more disciplined approach, disciplined way, go back, wait everyone up, heal up, refresh your resources, then go again. Because why not? 14k ahead, 20-3. You really don't have to force it too much. But you could see, like, the SF is strong, but just not strong enough at this point, right? Like, if they're on top of him, like the Tusk and the TA, all the TA needs is someone to control him. And that's exactly what Tusk gives you, even through the BKB. So you can dish out all that physical damage.
That you certainly can, Lizard. That you certainly can.
Dire are scanning.
And they haven't completely backed off here now. It looks like they are still going to stick around, see if they can snipe some... Oh, hidden Mune. He's okay. He'll back off to the high ground. Bot lane, they'll stare at Kits as well. Not the easiest target if you don't have Moo around with the Roar.
Yeah, for him, you need a Roar or some random arrow to connect.
Mid lane, Gunner.
Yeah.
He's alright.
For the Skyrat, you don't really need a lot. You just need to look at him in a bad way and he's gonna fall.
A gust of wind will do it.
A gust of wind, exactly.
And Feld, I mean, they are really struggling for an answer. Gunner's just going to jump in, put Albino Zebra out of his misery.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Methodical approach to this high ground push. Just get one pick off after another.
Are fortified.
Reset all your HP and mana, all your spells, then go back in. SF is down bottom, like he's not even interested in defending this.
Top barracks are under attack.
Understandable, right? Like it's kind of hard at this point.
I mean, it's impossible.
Pretty much.
From what I'm seeing.
Yep.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
One rack's down.
You probably don't want to push any further than that at this point. You just continue choking out the map, closing it down for Dire. Felt is not really feeling super comfortable at the moment. The only hero on the Radiant side on the map was the Ember, right? And that's only because he can go in and out very quickly.
Allies disappear.
Like Shadow, I mean, they could sneak up through the top lane if they really wanted it, but they're just going to camp mid.
Is someone poking out? Well, all of them are.
Who do they... Oh, hidden Mute. Did they see him? These kind of maneuvers are very challenging into a Beastmaster because you've always got the added Hawk vision.
Into a Beastmaster, into...
a TA.
Into the TA, into like the Moonlight Shadow. They're difficult versus everything, really.
Invisibility.
The vision game on Radiant is super hard.
Oh, jump in. Nice snowball save, Gunner. He's going to save Lelis for now, but they are going right into the depths of Felt. This is very dangerous. Lelis somehow still alive. He's going to go down. It's not a bad start here for Felt.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, and they're also in this kind of awkward high ground position with the Tombstone, so they're unapproachable. But they're moving back. Okay, let's see.
Dire's bottom
Get some wards down. They need to fight underneath their own vision. Roshan
Yeah, they're just setting up the vision around Rosh.
is up in 30.
Here comes the smoke.
Roar is out. Oh, they found hidden Mune.
Oh, damn. What's he doing there?
I think he was trying to push the wave out, not realizing Nouns was there. Fade. They're still going to try and move in onto Gunner, but they haven't got the lockdown for him right now. Gunner's just casually walking away.
Your base, though.
Your base is dying.
Like, you can continue chasing Gunner, I suppose, but you could also defend the high ground at some point.
They've got to try, but the question is, how do you get back onto the high ground? They're literally just being blocked from their own house.
Oh, it looks like Rosh is respawned, right?
Should be.
Yep. So, if you're a TA and you have a Beastmaster by your side, probably this is the better option. Just go into the pit.
I mean, Kids could try to make some magic happen here, but it's just so challenging without any vision to speak of. He's got to just completely guess, and Lelis is waiting. Sleight of Fist is there, but the lift just to make sure that he has no chance. In fact, Yamsun gonna move in. Arrow barely avoided, but Kids is in huge trouble.
Oh, they get him.
I mean, I guess he had to try.
Yeah, and it was not even a bad attempt, right? Like, he was really close.
Did I just hear a stampede?
You did. You definitely did. I heard it as well.
Yeah, Fade, I think you're a couple seconds late there, mate. Anyway, no stampede for this next fight as well.
Couple of seconds, at least.
Fade just trying to get his exercise in this morning. Nouns. They're going to make that second attempt. Midrax this time around. Felt fighting without their Ember for 25 seconds. The Crimson Guard will slow down things, but the question is how long can they slow things down? Manta is there to avoid the roar from Mu, but now Yamsun happy to get to work onto the SF. This is T3 tower.
8 seconds for Ember.
It's going to go down. The Ember's up very, very soon, but the Rax is falling a lot quicker as now a very nice lift up from Lelis. Knocking all out the hoof stop. That'll be your...
Okay, buyback.
Midrax is down. Buyback is there from Fade, but who are you punishing?
I don't think you're punishing anyone. He just bought back. Maybe they'll smoke out of the base into the Sages. I'm not sure what the plan is. Maybe he was worried they'll go for bottom lane. Bottom set of Raxes instantly.
Not anymore, they won't.
Yeah, when you see the buyback like that, committed, no reason to go ham. You can wait up a little bit, refresh your mana HP, then go. Maybe get a pick off first. If you kill the Centaur, that's pretty much game, right? I mean, it feels like it's game no matter what. 24k ahead, 30 minutes in, that lead is kind of rough to beat.
Yeah. Gunner's got the full Ags up now as well, so you've got the kickback and...
Okay, someone is getting kicked out of their base.
Someone's getting kicked out of this game. Yamsun? Oh, that's a quick silence onto the Centaur Fade. He might be going right back to the graveyard, and he will be. He's down. Requiem was used up, but it hits nothing. BKBs were popped. Kick is there. Roar is out. That's gotta be it. Hidden Immune is down.
Has buyback, but...
The question is, what can he do with it? Yeah, he just calls GG.
Yeah,
just no point using it.
Yeah, they still have game 3 to play, right? So they won the first one, the second one. The draft, I mean, it looked all right. And honestly, I'm just interested in what could have or would have happened if the Skyrat had that tome, if he had more. I'm not sure who ate the tome. Maybe he did as well, but he was severely underleveled.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Yeah. If he had that tome, perhaps they could have rotated on the map a little bit earlier, created some stuff.
I mean, there was like 3 different occasions where he needed Mystic Flare for a kill, and they just didn't have it.
Yep.
Nevertheless, we'll throw back to our panel. We'll see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, MLP and Lizard. Yes, indeedy, it is now an even series, all tied up as Nouns really switch it on from game number 1. Guys, felt, unfortunately, this time around they weren't able to pull off the win. I think when we're looking at where it all went wrong, what are the major factors we're looking at for Felt?
Well, they weren't able to pull off pretty much anything this game, to be completely honest. I mean, Hidden Immune is farming, but you have underleveled supports. Like they just pointed out, the casters, like the Skyrath is underleveled when he needed the Mystic Flare to be up for those kills. And Felt they're just getting outskilled with a TA power spike against them. They don't have enough damage compared to what they have. And one key ingredient for these team fights was the Husky Mirana. Absolute beast with those arrows.
Yeah, for sure. I believe this series really just came down to support rotations. And you can't make the rotations on Felt if your heroes don't really add much because they're really underleveled and they're reliant on their ultimates. And you do have 2 good roaming supports on the side of Nouns, the Rubik and Mirana. They're great roaming heroes if you do have the levels for it. Undying is not the best roamer. Sky can be good, but Centaur didn't really have the best laning stage of all time, so Dagger was pretty late. And even worse, the Skywrath had an even worse game, not really having any levels as well.
I mean, that is explanatory. Rubik Mirana versus Sky Undying. Which one would you choose?
Yeah, I think
depends on the game state.
Yeah, I'm choosing the Skyrath every time because I'm expecting him to get level 6 before 10 minutes.
Hey,
but,
there we go.
Yeah, unfortunately that didn't happen this game. I mean, Nouns did a fantastic job on shutting down that safe lane. I'm not sure where it all went wrong for that lane, honestly. It was kind of hard to see, but overall it was just a bit of a farce down there, unfortunately, for the side of Felt. They couldn't get it put together at all. And yeah, a Sky, which is this poor, is never really going to have much of an impact. You want that Mystic Flare online as soon as possible before the enemy team start getting stats enough to survive through it. And that just wasn't the case this game. So really, Soji not coming online at all in this game. Meanwhile, Lelis and Husky, I mean...
Look at those support stats there.
Yep, those are spicy as hell. And also talking about not just the support stats, but how much that helped Mu this game. Comparing to the Beastmasters that we've seen on the side of Felt, like when Fade's been playing, it doesn't get to level 6, meaning he doesn't have that kill threat in the lane, and he's also behind in farm, so he needs at least that +1 item. You look at Mu playing this Beastmaster with the help of Lelis, the reason why the lane was going so bad eventually was the level 6 timing. He wasn't deprived of experience. He's got an arrow to follow up on Roar, 7 seconds of CC, easy.
Yeah, and just to add to that real quick is Husky went bottom to help Moo get first blood, which really helped his game because he's struggling. And then Laylis repaid the favor, went bottom and killed the Centaur, which helped the TA really propel as well in this game. So the support's really winning both the side lanes here.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job, and I feel like that was a major difference in this game, you know. Talked a lot about Solji, like, okay, you know, yeah, he's had his fill. I think Albino Zebra as well, having a bit of an underwhelming performance on the Undying, unable to really dominate this lane. Moo had a great time. He got kills, he got farmed, and he was one of the richest heroes coming out around the 15-minute marks, which was a stark comparison to game number 1, where, you know, he still got the money, but wasn't able to do anything with it. So really nice to see Moo stepping up.
Yep.
We did give him a bit of a hard time in game number 1, but more than made up for it in this one as well. As for MVPs, I'm not really sure. I think we could give it to either
has to be support.
It has to be support here.
Yeah. I mean, they just played out of their mind this game. Like, if I were to say, like, who won this game or what were the plays that made this game like the way it was just the rotations from the supports, the arrow setups, the side lane rotations, all enabled by the supports in this game.
All right, let's throw up the MVP and see who we've got. There we go. We're going to get it on Husky on the Mirana. Very well deserved, I would say. That arrow was basically the game-making play for Nouns. You know, they're already doing well, but when that comes in on TSF, it's kind of game over from that point.
Yep. Double Mirana MVP so far. If game 1 Mirana was really good, this game 2 Mirana was even better than really good. So I think we've seen both of the early game Mirana doing impact and the late game Mirana saving the game.
They can fuse them and make a super Mirana. They'll be unstoppable.
Carry Mirana, let's go.
Let's see it. Yeah, beautiful performance coming out from Husky and well-deserved MVP from him. Also, Boots Bearing as well. An item we see some people loving, some teams hating. What's your thoughts on it, Fir?
As a support, they're never bad. As a core,
approve.
They can be good, but later on.
Yeah, I approve as well. Like the support building it instead of the core. Never rush it on a core. It's a bad idea.
Absolutely. I would agree with that. Well, Felt now in a slightly scarier position. You know, they don't have that safety blanket. It's down to a best of 1. Can they fight it out and keep their spot in Division 1? Let's find out after this short break.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
Radiant's top
Hello and welcome back as we get into Nouns versus Felt. Game number 3. That's right, these two teams are breaking it down to a third and final match, which is very exciting indeed. And Felt, they've been playing some good Dota, honestly. Even though that last game they did lose, I still just want to say, like, if that was the first game, I still feel like we would have been like, hey, you know what? Felt came out fighting. And that's good, because this is a team which has been slowly improving through the season. And I think for us, one of the teams which we didn't really expect to be taking games off Nouns, and certainly not kind of sitting in this position where we're looking at them going, actually, you know what? They're making some serious advances this year. So I think that's good to see and good for the region overall.
Did you find Fear's copium tank from somewhere?
That's not
My
copium.
copium tank.
That's not copium.
You don't want to know where I put them on my predictions.
Yeah, let's not talk about those. But yeah, you are, after all, you are right about it. I mean, they have been showing promise in several aspects and individuals showing up, Solji having good games as well. When we've kind of been like, Solji's, is he just going to sit in this team at all as opposed for? But everyone is showing some sparks of light in every game, like every moment there now and then.
Yeah.
You know, what I'm trying to say here is I just want a complete package. This is the first time Nouns is forced to play a Game 3 in a best-of-3 series, so maybe there is some kind of magic in here.
Yep. Nouns have been an all or nothing kind of team. They've been all against the lower teams, and then they've been nothing against TSM and Shopify Rebellion. So it's good to see someone push them to a third game. But of course, Nouns were saying before the series that they're taking it chill. They're not doing prep, blah, blah, blah. All the usual stuff you expect to hear from a team which is stuck in third place and can't go up or down. Pretty much.
I mean, it's just, no matter what happens, the result for them doesn't change, right?
Exactly.
So they're pretty much playing for fun, and that's about it.
All right, let's get into it. Draft for game number 3 is now live. How is this one going to go down? Well, we're going to start things off with a Nature's Prophet for the side of Nouns.
Nature's Prophet's win rate is pretty interesting. He's been played in 14 games and 43% win rate at the moment. But it is one of the stronger heroes Hitmune would be playing if he got to play that hero this game, because it is stolen by Nouns. And Nouns, they've only played it as... Nope, they have not played it at all.
Okay.
New hero.
All right, now I can give it a try. Who are you expecting to see play this hero? Is it still very flexible?
It's flexible. I probably think Moo, and I think here's what really happened, right? This game doesn't actually count anymore. Well, it does for Felt, but not for Nouns. And Husky's like, I am not going to play Undying again. If this is our fun game, I am not going to play Undying again and again. So they're avoiding that hero, I noticed, and they're picking something different. But they're still picking strong heroes. They're not going full TSM mode, clowning around. They're just like letting Husky play something new every once in a while. We saw Mirana. He would have never got that 2 weeks ago. So we're just in a situation where...
You're not playing it.
No, for sure. He would not. They had their strategy. They kind of loosened up on that now. Maybe they'll continue playing that as the... Well, there might be a new patch by the time they get to play their next official DPC games. However, they, at that point, have realized we don't need to spam Undying anymore. I can have some fun now.
All right, so thing is, they're playing comfort heroes now. We've got Soldier Mirana, we've got the Pango for kids. Do we go Moo Witch Doctor here? Do we go Moo Nature's Prophet and
I would
think
go
of something
Ember.
completely different? Ember? Okay,
That's
Ember
what I
versus
would go.
Pango makes sense.
Yeah, and versus Mirana, it's pretty good here. See your mid matchup. We do know that Fade doesn't touch this Pango from as far as we know. And it's just kids picking it, so... Oh, of course. Why wouldn't we go Ricky? We're having some fun here.
Yeah, we're loosening the tires a little bit, maybe loosening the belts
We are
as
they.
well. That's it.
Everyone. The viewers, too. Like, everyone involved is having fun.
Literally the hero that is the same name as I have, so I guess I should be happy. I'm
Your
in the
brother.
game.
How come you're not as invisible?
I can be if you want.
Wow,
Much better.
where did he
All
go? Goodness gracious,
Yeah.
what a magician. Nature's Prophet Ricky is going to be the opening for Nouns. Not exactly conventional, but they're relaxing a little bit, having some fun with it. And this Ricky is something which Gunnar has said reportedly that he wants to play it. He wants to play it mid lane. He wants to give it a go, have some fun, and certainly seems like a game for it. Smoke Cloud, very annoying for a Pangolier, not typically a hero which is going to
Mirana.
build force. Yeah, for sure.
It's like the Ember. You have some mobility, you have some lockdown for these heroes, but you get to buy a Meteor Hammer, so instantly
Two
more
tower
fun.
hitters.
I mean, we saw an Ember earlier building a Meteor Hammer, so strictly not just
but
limited to
that's
Ricky.
the build for mid Ricky, so you get a pass from your teammates.
And you have the surprise combo of channeling Meteor Hammer on a target you want to kill. Furion TP's in, he sprouts. Instead of stunning the target where they're like, oh, I'm just going to get stun locked, he has a chance to use something. You can force an ability, but he still gets stunned by the hammer. So say he uses Swashbuckle, for example, he's going to end up stunned in a location, taking tick damage, and Furion gets free hits in. And he's got nowhere to run. Force your ulti, run away.
Yes.
Ulti used.
That, indeed.
I'll quote you on that at some point.
Yeah.
that exact scenario better happen.
Yeah, if it doesn't, then you're in trouble.
But you also have, like, if Moo does play the NP, you have the Agnem's root too, which can set up. I mean, we don't really. This Riki isn't picked to set up Meteor Hammer. I think the Meteor Hammer is kind of like a farming tool.
Exactly.
And to take the mid tower.
Yeah.
It opens up the map. Outside of that, any Meteor Hammer that lands is just a bonus.
Yeah, I'm just building parallel universes,
Yeah.
where you can actually make it viable. Sunlight, he was the 200 IQ player who could make it work by making them walk into your Meteor Hammer without them even knowing it was being channeled or happening. So,
because they couldn't see him, right? But you know who else you can't see?
Mm-hmm.
Ricky. So he can do that too.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Ari landing some pretty nice Invis Meteor Hammers in his game, so not completely original.
It's been 2 months since I've seen this Jakiro for Albino Sepra. It's been a while.
Yeah. we saw it earlier today, but yeah, in the hands of Felt. Is that something very exciting for you?
It's one of the 3 to 4 heroes that he played in Tour 1, alongside the Gyrocopter, the Treant Protector, the Jakiro, and I don't remember the fourth, but I'm pretty sure there was one. But those were the heroes he was forced to play. And
we didn't like the Jakiro, as I recall.
Yeah, and that's the first time he's playing Jakiro this tour. So comfort heroes ×3 for the side of Felt. They're really putting it all in now. But how do they close out this draft? Like, you've got some wave clear, you've got some control, you've got some tempo control. You're missing on building damage. Jakiro is not going to do all the work for you. So would you go against Furion and Riki with a Terrorblade if the game allows you to? Because right now it feels like this could be a good
hanging out with
TB
Fear
setup.
too much.
Naga too.
Game 1, give me Terrorblade. Game 2, give me Terrorblade.
I mean,
Game 3.
that's exactly where you pick Terrorblade, though.
Yeah,
you
and
don't
it's a
pick
game
him-
3.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say pick Terrorblade right now because I only see 2 heroes. If
exactly.
I see 4 heroes, I'll say pick Terrorblade. It's a good Terrorblade game. That's just how this hero works.
And TB is one of the best 18th picks. If it's the situation, it allows it to be picked. It is one of the strongest 18th picks you can actually bring up on the drafting board. And usually, going back to that asking about a specific hero, in a game 3, when I said, okay, let's go Tusk and Hoodwink, we get Tusks and Hoodwinks, we get the Porridge guy, you got Warlock coming in. There's always these nice heroes that we get, what we've been begging for.
Love the Porridge guy.
The Porridge guy.
Always comes around town when I need him.
He always does, yeah. Always reliable as well.
Does Husky play Porridge guy?
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. He plays it. It's not something... he gets to have fun, right? We're talking about you finally get to have fun. You're released from your IO and undying duties. Do you ask?
Yeah, that's a hero.
That's a new hero, yeah.
I wouldn't consider this very fun either, but...
That
to
is
each
our
their own.
uncontested Omni Knights.
So you can remove arrows, you can remove Ice Path. That's about it.
Well, pretty much all of Jakira's stuff except Macropire, right?
Yeah, and you've got the physical damage block, but there's no real physical damage on the side of Felt currently, except for Swashbuckle, Mirana right clicks. It's not a lot of damage you'd love to use Guardian Angel for, but the Heavenly Grace, I was about to say Repel, Heavenly Grace is really good this game in terms of opening up these... Nature's Prophet is kind of a glass cannon early on. He ramps up in stats later on into the game. Riki kind of the same thing, kind of squishy. You'd love to save these 2 heroes. They have their own escape mechanisms. You want to open them up. So Omni Knight's got a lot of good spells to dispel.
Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord.
No TB? All right. Troll
No,
Warlord.
it's not TB. It's a troll
It's no
game
longer
now.
a TB. Yeah, I agree. It's not a TB game, really.
What makes it a Troll Warlord game, my friend?
It's because you buy Aghanims and you destroy Omni Knight.
That is true. We've seen it.
You actually destroy him. And as a carry, this hero is incredibly annoying to play against if you don't have an early Nullifier. That's the item. Sorry, getting a little bit late here. Or if you just go Troll, which is good versus the NP. Good versus the Riki to some degree. That one's a little questionable. It's not bad by any means. If you just need a BKB, it's not it's bad. If you root him once, he's kind of dead. But it's definitely good versus the NP. Super good versus the Omni, and Tiny is just Tiny. It's whatever. Man.
Tiny is
Exactly. All right, Fade, what do you want to play this game? We've seen the Centaur. Every other hero he's played is banned. Night Stalker's obviously an option,
Troll
but it's not
Warlord.
great. Offlane Troll. Wow.
No, I just want to troll now.
You just want to troll.
I just want to pick it now because
fair enough.
Pick the carry, defend it with some bans, and then just go into whatever your Fade hero is
I
going to be
just
as the
see
last
this
pick.
I see this 2 melee supports, right? And I think
Piper.
You can 100% play a melee like carry with the the Omni Knight, but you need a ranged with the Tiny. And I think they really want to play this NP in the offlane. It's like it's gonna be their go-to. There's no Enigma, there's no DP. Whatever options are left are gonna be like some Viper, which you can ban. Venomancer, I just will never care about that hero ever in competitive Dota right now. So like your options are very limited for your offlaners to pick here. So punishing this troll will not be easy. And it's already a strong laner, and I think you're gonna just settle to put this NP in the offlane. And then you have your counter to the GA, so it could be good, but they're not going to do it because they don't like listening to me, but that's fair.
Hopefully they can't listen to you, to be honest. That would be cheating, and that is frowned upon. But Tidehunter is going to be the pickup from the side of Felt. Now,
Watermelon.
this, I mean, you talked about the amount of melee heroes they have on the side of Nouns and how you think they're going to go for another. Therefore, it's a pretty good pick in my opinion.
Let's talk about why it's good too. Like, you want to save people GA, right? But if you get the Ravage in there, it's really hard for Omni to get close to the unit to get the... What's it even called nowadays? It's not even called Repel.
The Heavenly Grace.
Heavenly Grace.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. It's like very difficult for him to go up there and get the GA. If there's this huge AoE stun, especially by a Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. So that does make sense.
Yeah, Omni Knight's a great solo target. He's not great at AoE control, basically. That's where his ulti kicks in. But you also got to pop it off as you see the ulti running in. Or it could just be, tendrils on Omni and ravage the rest, and what you gonna do?
And Pango can get on the back lines quite easily as well here. I do want to see... They don't have an answer right now for the GA. They have a decent amount of magical damage. I'd like to see whatever carry they pick up here in the last picks. They banned the TB. I mean, it's fine. It's good, this game. Last picking a TB in a game like this, against the Riki, against the NP, they don't have a lot of, and especially Omni, he doesn't have a lot of tools to deal with like illusion. So I think this is fine. I still think they could go for a troll pick, but they have the overall last pick of the game here, so they have their choice they carry. I just think having the option of buying Nullifier is really important.
Yeah, for sure. It's always something in the back of your mind when you're playing against Omni Knight. That's a definite. So, Nouns, now it's time for the final pick for them. They banned out the Ursa and the Slarks, so heroes in that category, I guess Monkey King, looking around that area.
I don't think you want another melee necessarily on the side of Nouns.
You could. I don't think Omni hates playing with that. Like, PA is not the greatest in lane.
A strength core could work, but that's the one that I was thinking about, the Razor. I thought Felt could also be very happy with the Razor pick for themselves, but yeah, no more Troll now. No TB, no Troll. Razor's the one I was really thinking about that could actually work well for Nouns. But... I mean, you don't have like these fantastic picks you can go for now when Felt is going to counter with the carry-to-carry matchup. Razor is always nice.
I like more for PA now. Those could be some really good options. Or if you want to outrange, versus Riki, it's hard.
Hit immune.
Oh, that's a classic hit immune.
Okay.
My old friend.
We should have known. They're all going comfort heroes. They're so snuggly right now. They're in their duvets. They've got a warm hot of cocoa off their hands. They're just going to go for what they know and what they love in this game, which they really need to win. And they're going to go for the Chaos Knight. Do you like it?
I see its advantages. I don't think it's the I'm going to just 1v9 this game type of hero that he could have picked. It is good versus the Razor 1v1 matchup. It's also good against the NP. Doesn't really answer the GA whatsoever, and it's quite bad against the smoke screen. So it's not a free carry game. It's just it's going to enable their whole lineup, but it won't scale to the point where I'm like, this hero's just going to win the game solo.
Yeah, it is a bit of a game to repeat, hopefully not scoreline wise, but it's going to be a lot on the supports this game. Basically, the Jakiro, sorry, it's a late hour. Jakiro and the Mirana basically around those team fights when they go in with their Moonlight Shadow and the Smoke Ups. How can they achieve the best possible fight on the side of Felt if they're the ones initiating? Nouns can kind of freely allow them to go for the jump early, because if Omni Knight's in position, you can turn it around.
You can indeed, yeah. I think Nouns have more options in the team fights, but at the same time, if Felt find the right angle of initiation and they get the start of the fight, I think they can really take this game in their hands, Felt. Are they going to be able to do that in a high-pressure situation? I'm not sure this team has the experience, but I would love it if
Now's the time to show it, really. I mean, if you win this, you're in a three-way tiebreaker. If you lose it, it's out of your hands, and you might be facing a relegation tiebreaker. So give it your all, Felt.
Absolutely.
That's all I want to see.
Well said, Teeth Panda. Give it your all. Can they do it? Can Felt fight it back? That is a question. We're going to find out the answer. We've got our casters of MLP and Lizard for game number 3.
Well, thank you so much, Nomad. Game 3 here between Nouns and, of course, the side of Felt. Lizard, you heard the boys. They are fighting to avoid tiebreaker relegations here, the side of Felt. You've seen the drafts. What are you thinking?
Interesting drafts, right? Like on one side we have a ton of team fight on the Felt side. On the other, we have some shenanigans here and there. Like the Ricky mid lane, I have seen it. It is becoming more popular. You build that meteor hammer. You're very annoying across the map. I'm looking forward to it.
So am I. The one concern I had about Nouns is they have literally one stun, right? Apart from when you have Ricky shards up, which I guess you can consider a stun. It's a disable, right?
Yeah, the setup is only on the Tiny, but they do have setup, so that is something, you know. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean it's something. We'll see how it all pans out. Game number 3. Again, Felt if they win this game, they might be able to avoid the tiebreaker situation, which I'm sure they want to. They don't want to be relegated if they can avoid it. Nobody does, to be fair.
Yeah, relegation is not fun.
And we are gonna. I mean, we're guaranteed tiebreakers already, so there's that. But you don't want to add even more tiebreakers if you can avoid it as well. Nouns want to have something to say about that, though.
Maybe they just want to play some more Dota, so
that's fair.
They want the tiebreakers.
I give props to the boys as well, right? Like on the side of Field, as the weeks have gone by here in Tour 2, you've got to admit they have looked more and more like
Tiny.
a Div 2 as they are moving in. A Div 1 team as Lilith is getting jumped right now, and he is gone. First blood to go the way of Solji, and I don't know what it is about these Miranas in this series, Lizard. I mean, these Miranas are just always popping off, apparently.
Yeah, whoever plays the Mirana is having a really good time. Not sure, but the hero definitely looks amazing between these two teams.
It certainly does.
Another arrow.
Another arrow's gonna land. This time around, Gunner gets caught, but you do have the Heavenly Grace there from Husky as Yamsun also gonna go for a cheeky static link. Gonna be just fine. We'll start off with the mid lane, of course. You're gonna have Kits on his signature Pango. He'll be up against Gunner.
On his signature Ricky?
I wouldn't say signature, but it's a mid Ricky for sure. What do you think? I mean, who should have the advantage here, Mr. Lizard?
I don't think you'll lose the lane as Ricky versus almost anyone, I guess. At this point, like the armor is high, the region is decent. You just farm up. You don't necessarily win versus anyone as well, I guess, until you get that meteor hammer and then you just become annoying.
Yeah. There's something that surprises me about this hero every time, like you play against it. The amount of region, like the base region's 4.5 at level 1. That's so ridiculous.
Yeah, there's something about like all of these built-in invis heroes they had. Like it's just something that is stuck around forever now, right?
Yeah.
From old Dota 1 days, Dota 2, whatever, when it just started. Like Nyx Assassin had high region, still has it. Maybe a bit lower than he had before. Ricky. So Bounty Hunter, I believe, at some point as well.
Yeah, something is about these Invis heroes.
Yep.
They just have high region. And the funny thing,
the idea back then was like, okay, if he's Invis, he needs high region to stay Invis and heal. Never goes base.
Oh, the old tech.
Yeah.
You love it. It was such a simpler time. It really was. Oh, well, what can you do?
Good old times. Let's reminisce.
Let's reminisce a little bit, shall we?
We were younger. Grass was greener. Sky was brighter.
Don't take me back that far, man. I'm getting old. My birthday was the other day,
Happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you. At least somebody said it today.
There you
Goodness me. Because I'm just not important enough to be wished a happy birthday.
I think you're very important, Mike.
Yeah, you do.
I think the chat is also going to say happy birthday to Mike.
Oh,
to MLP.
That'd be very sweet. Even though I kind of baited the happy birthdays out. I'm one of those, but I'm basically clout chasing now.
It's
terrible. It's terrible.
Bro, like I have a
don't
frog
say
on my head.
I mean, he does quite literally have a frog on it. That is a cute frog. Look at that. Look at that. I love the fact that we just have frogs randomly in these cosmetics.
He actually does have a frog.
Is that a frog or a toad?
Dude, I literally thought he has a frog IRL. Like
I mean, that would
life.
be concerning.
I was like, did the frog jump in through the window? What's happening? I didn't see that. Didn't see that.
That is kind of cute because every time he walks now, you can see it bobbling. It's just bobbleheading like on his head.
Yeah,
I'm going to get very distracted this game, Lizard, let me tell you.
Yeah, he has a frog.
I want that cosmetic now. Bottom lane, Solji and Fade going to be going at it here against Husky and, of course, Yamsun. This should theoretically be a bit of a tougher lane, right? Like for the Tide against Razor, you'd imagine Yamsun should have a pretty solid time.
Yeah, should be easy for him, but he's with an Omni Knight. I don't really expect a lot of kill potential from the two of them. Like if he had something with the slow, perhaps. I guess you can with Hammer of Purity, but nothing crazy there.
Yeah.
By the way, Omni and Ricky. Interesting.
Why is that interesting?
I don't know, just both of these heroes. Like Ricky, okay, he's been picked up a little bit lately, so I can see where it's coming from. But Omni, like I don't know, I just haven't seen it. Why has it been picked up? What's your professional analysis?
I mean, there's a lot of stun, like a lot of disable on Feld. It feels like the Heavenly Grace does have heaps of value. Plus, against the CK, Guardian Angel is very, very strong, right? Like he's all physical damage. So
wasn't CK like last picked here, or?
It was. That is fair. I'm just trying to make a point here for Nouns, Lizard. No need to throw me under the bus.
I'm not. I like your points. Like I think your points are very valid.
Thank you.
Regardless when the CK was picked.
I personally like Omni Knight. I think it's very strong. But like you said, it's not picked up. Not very strong if you're Sir Action Slacks. I notice he does not level up Hammer of Purity at level 1, which is questionable to say the least.
Yeah, Husky didn't level it up as well. So
oh, Husky makes me look stupid. Well, no, he did.
Level 2 he got.
Yeah, but he had to get Heavenly Grace for the arrow. That's the connector.
That's true. That's true.
I had to save myself on this cast. Goodness me. Always on my toes with you, Lizard. What about top lane? We haven't talked about that at all.
Gotta keep it interesting, you know.
You certainly do.
Top lane, what is there to talk about? Lelis is trying to toss this poor Zebra Jakiro into the loving hands of Nature's Prophet all the time. He does succeed a couple of times, but Jakiro 800 HP, a little bit too tanky for the two of them to take down at the moment. That's pretty much it. CK farming up. Strong laner, obviously. Once they hit a couple of levels, it should be easier for them to maybe even take down move.
Fade. A lot of damage being dealt, but a nice arrow from Soldier. Gonna ensure there's no follow-up. Husky kind of just stuck in the tree line, blocking the way for Yamsun, so he just gives up on it. At the very least, Yamsun's still very happy with the amount of farm he's getting, and well, you heard the Tide earlier. Fade's not having a very good time. 9 and 3 in terms of CS. Suppose he should still be happy at the very least finding the XP in this lane, but it is a bit of a rough affair.
A bit.
A little bit.
A little bit. 9 CS versus 17 on Razor.
Gunner. Get aggressive. Kit's in the meantime going to go for both water runes and should be able to get away with it. Mer. He'll be okay on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, if you're just Ricky mid, like, you'd like to take one rune just to prevent Pango from getting both of them. But at the same time, it's not a disaster that you didn't get one at least, because you're going for Ring of Health into Meteor Hammer anyway. Like, that's what you're rushing. So you don't have a bottle.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting you point out as well, like, you never see Omni Knight. What about Jakiro? Like,
Jakiro has been picked up lately a bit more than before.
Okay.
Like, it has been picked up on the offlane a couple of times. I've seen the support a couple of times as well.
Husky. A lot of damage being dealt. Soldier gonna just leap over the cliff and...
He didn't try with Yarrow. Unfortunate.
He did not.
Yeah. It would have been higher risk play, obviously. Very low possibility of a reward, but still. Would be flashy.
There you go, Jakiro. Thank you, PTP, for throwing Lizard under the bus this time. One pick of Jakiro here in the NA DPC.
Yeah, in the NA DPC, but that's NA DPC.
This is where the meta's set, Lizard.
Oh, okay,
right? I don't know what regions you're talking about, but...
I just some Chinese and Western Europe, you know, like... Obviously, NA is the one that innovates and sets things up.
No. Top lane. Could be in trouble. Or excuse me, rather Hidden Immune could be in trouble because Lelis is looking to set up here on the Tiny. Won't do so. He was within the fog, but just doesn't see the opening. Albino Zebra has left the lane though, so there is... Oh, arrow. They've got an arrow. Gunner. He's okay to tricks the trade out.
Yeah, no mana on kits anyway for the Shield Crash, for the Rolling Thunder, sorry, so...
Power Rune's very important here as well. 6-minute mark. Kits definitely wants those.
Albino, Zebra.
They do get it on Husky. Arcane Rune given the other way, but Gunner, very, very low right now. Gets the silence off into the tricks, and somehow is avoiding them. Oh, he's actually making it out. I can't believe it.
I don't know, these jokes in game 1 by the SF, game 2 now by Gunner.
Oh.
Really well played, considering they did have a sentry there. But he managed to somehow get away.
That's the damn nighttime vision.
Yeah, nicely, very nicely done by him. Jokes behind those trees that are also just out of sentry.
Trees to Imba.
Yeah.
Fade.
You gotta rework trees, please. Volvo. Nerf trees.
Well, 0-1. Only one kill happening so far. And that was at the boundary rune spots before the game even started. As I say that, Fade does get tossed back here by Lilith, but gonna be okay, as now Gunner has that signature meteor hammer on this Ricky. And this is where his farm certainly starts to escalate. Naturally, though, I believe you are still waiting for that 15-minute timing so you can have the shards up.
Yeah, you can start pushing with it. Like, you don't have to even rush the shard. You can go for something like a diffusal. Top lane moves.
A lot of damage being dealt, but they just don't have quite enough. Mu still okay to back out. The thing is, a Jakiro as well, like, when you've got the Omni Knight behind him, it's like you're not killing Mu. Yeah. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, Mu's been gone on many times, but he just, like you said, Omni Knight behind, you're not killing anyone when that guy is nearby.
I mean, Omni likes the extra debuffs, you know? Throw as much as you want onto my my Prophet. Hidden Immune. They're bringing more bodies up, Kits and Solji.
Bottom lane, Lilith as well. Top lane.
Oh, they're going to move on to Mu. Husky not around to try and save. Will back his way up, but Solji is going to go for a bit of a chase. They do have the vision on the high ground, so they will see exactly where Husky's going. In fact, he'll run into even more vision now. Trying to tank up with that Heavenly Grace. Solji is holding on to the arrow, looking for that perfect moment to throw it out. Husky, I mean, eventually he's just going to die anyway. No problems.
I just ran him down. Meanwhile, Ricky, even with the haste, didn't even think about connecting top. He's just using that Meteor Hammer to take down the mid-tier 1. He brought it not in the nigh range, but close enough.
It's just so much damage. This damn Meteor Hammer.
You like it, don't you?
I mean,
you're a fan.
They leave the lane for like 40 seconds, and their tower is just disappearing to a Ricky, of all people.
Yeah. You don't see him. He's invis. Meteor hammering your tower. Hard to deal with.
It certainly is. You know, I don't blame Gunner for just not leaving the lane. Like, I'd rather my support dies than me just deal all this damage to the tier 1 mid. Here we go again.
Yeah, he's coming in. There's a sentry though, so if he tries to go just like that, it should be ice patted off. Right, let's see. Yeah, this was a random one.
Yeah.
He didn't really see where the Ricky was, so he just tried.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the tier 1 mid tower going down with absolutely zero action here from Gunner. You may not like it, but this is what peak meta looks like right now in Dota 2.
Peak Dora, right there.
Gunner?
Plus the smoke screen later on, right? It's gonna work wonders against the Pangolier. They'll need some force staffs. Maybe on the Mirana, maybe on the Jakiro.
Hidden Immune though, he's farming extremely well on the CK in the meantime. Like, basically free farming. Is Gunner actually going to land the stun? Smokescreen is there as well. Will miss out on the invis, but is going back after the Mirana as he will just leap away, but Gunner is still chasing him down. Eventually, Solji does get to the high ground. In the meantime, Husky does get caught. Gunner does kill off Solji. So all leap charges were expended. Husky is still alive here on the Omni Knight as they will finally lock him down. But in comes Gunner.
Can he get kits? Very unlikely, right?
It's a huge kill if he can, but the swash is there. TP away, nothing to cancel.
Yeah, like you said during the draft, they only have one single disable. And that is the tiny, if you don't count the Meteor Hammer, obviously, at this point, right? So it's easy for anyone on the side of Feld to go for these crazy mad moves under the towers, and then they can just TP out every single time. It would be nice to just let Lilith find some farm, let him get his dagger, because if you realize that you're lacking in the disable department, at least give your one disable, your one stunner a good time.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. They have a media hammer now, Lizard.
Yeah, of course.
That's 2 stunts.
Look at him. He's moving top.
Get immune.
You won't know what hit him.
Quite literally. No, they won't go any deeper.
Yeah, he just wants the tower really on Ricky.
More damage being dealt to the tier 1. Bottom lane, looks like there may be a bit of action to break out as Fade will be spotted here by the plasma field of Yamsun, forcing the Ravage out.
Oh, damn.
TPs are incoming, or rather rotations are incoming here against Yamsun. Kits is here, but a nice avalanche. Lelis landing perfectly, and Kits is gone. Bit of charity here for Yamsun. He'll happily take it.
Yeah, they rotated a lot of heroes, both of sides. And Ravage was used. However, the damage on the Razor was a little bit too high for Pangolier to roll through there.
Suddenly a slight net worth lead to the way of Nouns, 4-4 here. You start to get a little bit concerned about how well Yamsun's suddenly farming, and it seems like the CK has slowed down quite a bit. Goes back to this mid-tier 1 tower, Lizard. I mean, the map's just open now as well, so if you're Nouns, once you have the levels, you deem it appropriate to start rotating across the map, you just can. As I believe they are going bot lane as well. Kits is going to be able to get the Rolling Thunder this time around. But you expend that, and that means Nouns can think about going after the bottom tier 1 tower if they want.
Yeah, Ricky is coming from behind. They don't have any sentries here set up for Ricky to get scouted by.
Solji. Oh no, the Meteor Hammer. Fade's Meteor Hammer is gone. Very cheeky.
Very unfortunate.
Arrow. Gonna land. They've got Lelis, but the Meteor Hammer channel is there. Avalanche does connect as well. Ice Path does at least land onto Gunner, but they've got the Heavenly Grace, and Lelis is still going. He still wants to fight. Knowing the Rolling Thunder was not available. In goes Gunner. But I don't think they have the damage or the control to deal with Kits here. So that'll be about it. 4-4 remains, but they got the tier 1 bottom tower, and this damn Meteor. I mean, this Meteor Hammer, man.
Look at that.
Look at the damage. Oh, he's actually killed him. I can't believe it.
I really did not expect a kill there. I expected him to be able to get away somehow, but okay.
Oh, God. What have we become? What are we even doing anymore? Onto the Jakiro Albino. At least he's okay.
We're on each day, as the meta passes, we're straying further and further away from the light man. Like, the Meteor Hammer, Ricky, Maru just picking the strongest mid laners off.
At the very least, I think there should be... Hold on a minute.
Lelis, is this a Ravage? It's a Ravage.
Yeah, he'll just Ravage. I mean, he's having a tough game. Just take whatever you can get.
I mean, it's solid. Just slowing down Tiny's progression towards the Blink Dagger is always important to do. And you're not going to use that Ravage anyway, so...
There needs to be a change where in these heroes that use Meteor Hammer, like, you should at least see the thing on the ground. Like, you should see it coming.
You think?
Don't be sarcastic with me, Mr. Lizard. We're going to have another pause now.
I mean, it is pretty damn strong, so...
Yeah.
Maybe having some sort of an indicator would be good. But Meteor Hammer just got buffed up. It's not only that Ricky is buying it. You can see even the Tide is buying it, right? So there's something fundamentally not necessarily wrong, just really good with the item at the moment. It's cheap for what it gives, so I can understand every player that buys it at the moment.
Of course. You'll have a Diffusal Blade very soon here on this mid Ricky as well. No, PTP, we're not doing that. Everyone just buy Meteor Hammer. Everyone. Screw it.
Meteor for everyone.
Oh.
You get a Meteor Hammer, and you get a Meteor Hammer. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree. Delete that damn item. Get rid of it. Well, it seems like Felder...
What's your best Meteor Hammer hero, by the way?
I don't use Meteor Hammer.
I mean, what do you think is the best Meteor Hammer hero?
I haven't thought about this.
For me,
I really haven't.
For me, it's still Phoenix. Like, no one buys it on him.
Oh, the Icarus Dive Meteor Hammer.
Icarus Dive Meteor Hammer, yeah.
Actually, that's the only time I think I've bought it.
Yeah?
That and maybe, like, in this new meta, I think I bought it on Jakiro once, and I was like, this is not good. Get rid of it. I mean, it's kind of good. Maybe I'm just a trash player, but you get my point, listen.
You're a really good player, don't worry.
Thank you,
It's the item. It's the item that's the problem. It's never you.
Hidden Mune. Here we go again. Flop.
Steals the creep. Oh, almost steals the creep. He tried. He did the same thing last game. Just tries to steal creeps.
And there's the Diffusal Blade, almost done. This is where things get very, very fun. No need for the shards. Screw that. Diffusal Blade just allows you to be an actual core.
Yeah, you get the diffusal, you get the smoke screen as well, the meteor hammer. There's suddenly a ton of slows, ton of control silences coming from this mid Ricky. Like, most heroes only get one of these, right? You either have a stun or a silence or a slow. He's got it all now with this item build.
Unless you're Earth Spirit.
Unless you're Earth Spirit.
Then you get all of it.
Yeah,
but you don't win any games. Bot lane. Lilith will get stunned up. No help incoming. Lilith will be left behind.
He was playing a little bit too far out there. And he was alone completely, so...
The thing is, he's buying space for Gunnar to just Meteor Hammer towers. That's kind of the trade-off, right? It's like, yeah, you killed our Tiny. But have you seen your tier 2 tower?
Yeah, that top lane tier 2 tower is being defended right now by the Tide with the Meteor Hammer. It was also...
It really was.
Yeah, it was also attacked by the Tide Hunter, by the Ricky with the Meteor Hammer, so... But because Tide TP top, maybe this is a chance for Nouns to fight bottom, actually.
Oh,
Meteor Hammer on 2.
Oh, he jukes this time. And that's quick. I believe he was just farming the wave. It doesn't really matter anyway because the silence was there. Still, they do find Mill on the Prophet. So a great trade here for Hidden Mune.
Yeah, nice ice path.
But they're going to continue. Hidden Mune, maybe man's up here against Husky, but he's a tanky support. So he's going to try for the TP play out and he might just make it. Nice ice path just to ensure it.
Can Mirana get the Omni? No,
Solji.
she cannot. Yeah, Solji tried to go for him. Tried to go for Husky's Omni Knight. Didn't manage to. Ice Path is doing a ton of work, by the way. Level 4 Ice Path. So much control coming from Felt.
Yeah.
You need a couple of these. What are they called? Like these very famous items that make you magic immune and you glow in a yellow light.
I've never heard of it.
Never heard of it? Yeah. It's some king bar, something. I don't know.
Okay.
Some bar.
Fade. Well, they've already found Husky. They believe they do have Ravage available here. They do pop it. Gunnar has been caught. Meteor Hammer is flying in, and even the Rolling Thunder from the low ground.
Is he gonna
still
run?
the blink away? Not quite. How did that Rolling Thunder even connect?
I don't even know. Nicely done by kids. I was thinking maybe Ricky survives, like he blinks on the Mirana, then he has tricks of trade. Like I'm thinking, yeah, this is possible, and then he just eats another stun. They have way too many on the side of Fault.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tiny. 20 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Once that is up, the game kind of changes. Mu is also going to have an Aghanims.
Solji caught out. Lilith. Avalanche toss-up will be enough with the Purification. Now you've got the blink up on the Tiny. This is the timing that you've been waiting for if you're Lilith. Finally, he can go for those toss-back plays with the blink initiation. Also, Gunnar, of course, as pointed out, is going for the shards just after the Diffusal Blade. Just wants to be an even more of a nuisance here in this game number 3. And it seems like they'll be targeting that tier 2 top tower once again. Because why not?
Yeah, moving straight into it. Why not? Maybe it's because of the Tide.
I said cause why not? That was my reasoning for it. But you can explain why not if you like, Lizard.
No, I'm good with that. I think I like that explanation better than my own. Tide, bottom lane, yeah.
Ags up on Moon now. Fade. Moonlight Shadow, he'll be okay. Lilith won't even bother trying to make a jump in, even though he did have dust up, but it is a Tide after all.
He just wants to use another Meteor Hammer, I feel it. I can sense it in my bones. He's sticking around.
Speaking of Meteor Hammer, Kits is going to try and rotate here on the Pango. Does it have a Haste Rune? We'll go for the perch back in onto the Ricky. Rolling Thunder, Arrow, everything connecting. But can they actually finish the job? Because Gunner's just casually walking out of there right now. Ice Path is there. He blink strikes right into the Jakiro, but he will go down. Yamsun has shown up, and so is the rest of Nouns now. Kits eventually will drop, so a 1-for-1 trade in the mid laners. Hidden Immune now the next target of Yamsun, and he has popped the BKB, but diving that T2 tower is going to be a little bit rough, I think, for Nouns.
Yeah, his BKB is gone. There's Ravage now.
Oh, Hidden Immune still trying. Ravage is up. Big Ravage being thrown out by Faye to set up, and now the Meteor Hammer. It is eventually going to land thanks to the setup of Hidden Immune. And suddenly Yamsun has given his life away to the side of Felt as they will even find Husky.
All right, Yamsun. That was a little bit deep, right? Like
it was.
He pops that VKB, he gets blocked by Nature's Prophet 3-end, so he can't really get on top of, I believe it was the CK to get the kill. Then his BKB is out, and obviously if you're Tide Hunter, you're like, oh yeah, this is all exactly what I needed. And it was a nice jump from him. He could have caught a different angle on the Razor, but he wanted to make sure he catches Omninet too.
Rough position now. Like Nouns, they had it so good for quite a while, but now, or rather Felt, 1k advantage. You look at the farm of the CK, the net worth, he is just really pulling ahead. And even though you might have a nice counter in the Omni Knight, you don't really want to have to rely on that. Like, it can come a point where Hidden Immune, he'll just buy a Nullifier and make it so this Guardian Angel is not really too much of a problem.
Yeah, for sure. That's an item that can mitigate the pain versus Omni. And anyone can get it, right, from their cores.
True. Roshan gonna be targeted here by Nouns. Doesn't seem like Feld are fully aware that this is really happening, so they aren't gonna be around the area to try and contest. Bit of an unfortunate situation here for Feld.
Yeah, and it's not really the fastest rush, but they're just not responding to it. They're not reading the move at all. It surprises me. But okay, maybe they kind of read it, but they didn't want to, you know, deal with that at the moment. I don't know, it didn't look that way. Mage Slayer now completed on the Chaos Knight. Who's the Mage Slayer for? Razor, Prophet?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, he does do a lot of magic damage here on the Razor. Prophet's also kind of annoying with the Wrath of Nature, I suppose.
Yeah, some plasma field, I guess, from the Razor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, like the Prophet as well. Like, he's standing far, far away.
It's just a super value item, right? Like, this Mage Slayer, so cost efficient for what you get.
Yeah, there's a ton of players that love to buy it. Usually I do see it into heroes that dish out a ton of magic damage, so it slays them, but this is not that case.
Meteor Hammer Gaming, in we go. Yamsun will not pop his BKB yet. He had the Heavenly Grace to save from the arrow. Kit's gonna move in, actually gets a very nice Rolling Thunder, and now the Ice Path. Still, Gunner's gonna be okay to get out. Nouns, I don't know if they really want this fight, but they see the BKB used up by Hidden Immune, so maybe they can force it. Ravage though, Fade, he lands on 4. Yamsun somehow alive, but the Ice Path gonna lock him down. Can they reach him? It doesn't seem like it. The smoke screen gonna make it so they can't follow up.
Where's your Meteor Hammer, Ricky? Come on, use it. You saw Tide, Fade, Giga chadding it out using the Meteor Hammer during the fight.
That was a nice Ravage.
Yeah. They tried to... The Ravage was nice again, exactly. Ricky?
Kids is still going. He wants a bit more, but the Sleeping Dance going to hold him down into the Meteor Hammer, of course. Can't leave without that.
Parting gift.
10-13. 2k advantage. Blink now up on the CK, so you're going to have a lot of gap close here for this POS 1. Here we go. 4-man smoke up. They want to try and surprise with this blink, I think. Yamsun
no
shows...
Ravage, though, right?
No Ravage?
No Moonlight Shadow, no Ravage, no CK ulti. But they do have Rolling Thunder at least, so they can use that.
Oh boy, they found Gunner. That's a big one.
Can they turn?
Now they're still going to try and fight. Static Link out. The Pango's stuck. Kits, he'll eventually go to the low ground, but he's down. Moo picks him off. Hidden Mune. Oh, he hasn't got BKB for another second. He'll pop it eventually, but the treants are just blocking his way. But the Ice Path eventually going to save anyway.
And the arrow on the Razor, right? Like that saves him.
The supports.
Every time I feel like Felt get a kill on the Nounce's mid laner on Gunner, kids instantly gets picked off afterwards. So they always punish. Like no matter what, one thing that Nounce is always doing is punishing them really well.
Yeah.
For every move, they're just close enough, if not to save the hero, then to get a counter kill of the same worth, more or less.
Still feels like anyone's game here in this game number 3. There's definitely no clear kind of victor in these fights as Fade. Avalanche is out. Toss is up. Fade, he's still a very tanky boy, but the damage is incoming as the BKB is there in time. Moonlight Shadow, is it going to save? No. Plasma Field will get it done.
Now Yamsen has no BKB, has that Aegis to work with, but needs to be careful.
A big trade. Ice Path not gonna land. Lelis coming in. Avalanche toss onto both supports. No turning even for the Aegis.
Very nicely done by Lelis and Yamsen. I expected more heroes to perhaps be there, to come over, punish Yamsen for his over-aggression on the Tidehunter, but okay.
Meteor Hammer in again. Avalanche tosses up from Lelis, setting up onto the CK. No BKB available. In fact, no, there was. I thought it would have still been on cooldown, but it's not the case. So, I mean, Felt still in the net worth lead, but it's starting to feel like now they're just slowly overtaking this game. You are going to have the Gleipnir as well, as pointed out by PTP, so a lot more control coming in from Felt, and these BKBs, they are getting shorter and shorter.
They are.
You're smirking at me, Liz. What is it?
Just BKBs getting shorter and shorter completely changes the game.
Yeah, but why are you smirking at me like I'm saying something wrong?
You aren't. I completely agree. I can agree with you from time to time, man. You...
Kids?
With the Prophet Aghanims completed, that route always comes in handy to kill off these heroes that have mobility spells. And the nade toss, right? Like, you went full control on Prophet. That's the thing, right? Like, you were complaining, they only have tiny, it's their only way of initiating, disabling them. Well, they just itemize, right? You get the Axe, you get the A-toss, Meteor Hammer, suddenly there's a bunch of stuff. Still not perfect, I agree, but it's something.
Is there going to be a smoke from Felt? Big group up, they'll pop the smoke. This is without Kits for another 8. Keep in mind, Kits just bought an Aghanim Scepter, so he does have a bit of a surprise reveal incoming. Problem is they do break the smoke already, so Moonlight Shadow going to be popped. Gunner was underneath the sentry, but managed to get out of range. Now in they go. They found the Omni. Ravage is out. It's a huge Ravage coming in from Fade. Yamsen, he still gets his BKB off in time. He doesn't have an Aegis, but he's going to go for the TP play out. Do they have it? Oh, they don't. He barely survives. Lelis will go down instead, and so will Husky.
Damn, if you're announced, you should be happy with this, because that Ravage was perfect.
Every Ravage Fade's pulling off here is perfect. There's just not enough follow-up.
Yeah, it was so damn good. The only two they got were the supports, but still, can they turn anything out of this? That's the only question.
Well, that's a huge kill. They found the mid-Ricky. 14 to 18. What's Dota Plus saying? What does Gaben think?
Consult Gaben, please, in my name.
48 to 52. Now I'm still in the lead by 2%, or rather 4%. 52 to 48. That's a close game.
It feels that way as well, right? Like it's anyone's game. If you get good Ravages, you can win teamfights on one side. I feel like maybe there is a bit better scaling on the side of Felt.
Love how PTP waited just a second so the odds would change. So you could, you know, make me look like an idiot. 51 to 49. There you go, PTP. Have it your way. Downs. 4-man smoke up once again.
I saw.
You did?
I saw it.
You
it's
saw
fine.
it. We'll have a talk with him afterwards.
Yeah. I got you. Don't worry.
Kids. Oh, that's a nice pick off, though. He does have a double damage rune if there was a way for Felt to try and connect. Instead, Nouns, they're actually running towards the mid lane. They are underneath vision once his smoke does expire, and it seems like Felt have a very good idea that this is happening. In fact, a lot of vision around this area for the Dire side. Nouns will put down some of their own.
Oh, he
Lilith
goes
is
in.
Avalanche toss, that's the big one. They've got the tide. Ravage still down for 20 seconds. Still the 4-staff away is going to allow him to get out as Lelis. He will be the first one to go down. Wrath of Nature did root up the tide, but he is still fine to move back in with the Tendrils of the Deep. Husky, now targeted, will be rifted back the way of Hidden Mute. They'll find the Omni as well.
Yeah, that's so sad for Nouns. Like, you're the ones that are initiating. Moo as well.
That's a big one. Moo's been very quiet, just split pushing the lanes, but now he's been caught out, he's gone. A triple kill for the Chaos Knight. And now it starts to feel like Felt are definitely in the lead of this game.
Yeah, it couldn't be better. He also has a heart completed now. It's flying, or should be flying out very soon to him. But that's the issue, right? Like, Lelis jumps in. He does manage to get a good catch on the Tidehunter who doesn't have a Ravage, but you still don't have enough damage. Like, who's playing with Lelis to get these big pickoffs? Because of the itemization, that's pretty good, I have to say. On both the Ricky and the Prophet, they needed catch, they needed more control. But because of this itemization, they don't have any burst damage. Like, the amount of damage that they can dish out in the first 3 seconds of a fight is pretty insignificant.
Smoke up again, Felt they feel it now. They know their advantage. Oh, Husky gonna get spotted. Hidden Mew won't mind taking the easier kill. Omni Knight just so important for these team fights to be successful.
I feel like Hittermune just messed up hard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe a bit of a misstep.
Yeah, just a tiny little bit.
Missed opportunity, it happens. Games like this, though, you can't really afford those kind of little errors because they can cost you some bigger opportunities later on, that's for sure. Yamsun pushing down bot lane by himself, but I believe he does have his BKB TP up. There's a big stun, a Ravage committed, Yamsun. He's gonna BKB now. I don't think he has the time anymore, though. He gets blocked into the tree line and Fade hands the tip over. Nouns, that's a tough one. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, returning the tips a little bit. What's he building? Yeah, of course. Refresher next for Tidehunter.
Hidden Mew looking for that tier 2 mid tower. I mean, Fade, he really has been the star of this game for Felt.
I have to say, I'm still waiting for the Ricky Maru impact from the mid lane.
I mean, he made a lot of impact the first 20 minutes.
Well, he took some towers. I think anything on mid lane can build a Meteor Hammer and take some towers, right?
Okay. I feel you. A refresher orb on Fade, that's going to be a real problem. Like, he lands the first one. You didn't get those BKBs off, you're in big trouble. Like, sometimes we see huge ravages, but there's just not enough follow-up. But with the double ravage, that's
you're your
story.
own follow-up.
Exactly, yeah, exactly right.
And hopefully your team, if they cannot reach you in time of 1 ravage, they can reach you in time of 2.
$9K advantage now. What do you even build as this Razor? Like, that's my thing, right? Like, is Moo just becoming the carry now for the side of Nouns? Like, looks like they're going for a Satanic on Yamsun, which makes enough sense.
Yeah, AC on Moo, Satanic on the Razor. The team will benefit quite a lot from a bit of armor extra. And also, you are playing... yeah, you're just playing to rack up that armor. Gunnar moving slowly towards the Manta.
I mean, just bottom lane, seems like that's where they're going to go for the push. Now it's maybe trying to force Hidden back to defend, but Hidden just casually taking the tier 2 and another double damage for Kit.
How convenient.
I mean, why the hell not? You know?
Is Fade in the right position? He is, but Yeah, he also shows himself, never mind. Just wants to defend instead.
Oh, Bloodthorn up now as well. Could be big problems. Gunnar, he's going to go for the Meteor Hammer. Does land it. Hit Immune has brought himself into the fight. Gunnar, he will get dusted, but does Blink Strike Ray. Meanwhile, Yamsun will be able to BKB TP away, so now they definitely can't fight. Ravage has been committed, but they only found the Omni. Maybe you call that a win for Nouns.
Yeah, it's definitely a win for Nouns. You're not happy with that. If you're tied, you're not happy with just that, with what just happened.
Yamsun just going to continue farming. Obviously had to pop his own BKB. There's an Octarine core, and I suppose that makes him even unhappier now, considering he had to Ravage before that. Just didn't get the added benefit of the reduced cooldown on the old Ravage, sadly. But yeah, I get it. We got the tendrils. You know, he's still got a stun.
Yeah, he'll get it for the next time he uses Ravage.
Kids, he's in. Yamsun already losing all his mana. They just need some backup. Keep in mind, this Razor does not have BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Moon
attack.
is thinking about TPing to make sure they cannot connect.
Radiant are scanning.
He'll move in. Dust is out. Albino Zebra will be spotted. 4-staff away, but in goes Fade. He lands a stun, but the Ice Path not going to land. No, the arrow. Oh, it's still not enough. Yamsun, it was too short, but he's still running, and it is going to go down.
Yeah, he still didn't have the BKB to work with, right?
Oh.
Like, it was still on cooldown.
Oh, man, this is Fade's game right here. Fade is doing it.
Yeah, it's a bit of Fade's game, quite a lot of CK game as well. He's got 25, 26 net worth.
Another stun out from Fade, another setup move, forced to BKB. Gonna be forced to man fight, in fact. Kitz is there to back him up. Basher is there as well. Seems like they will at least find the Mirana. Moo, hold on a minute with Gunnar. He's actually fighting back. Kitz is gone. Moo is still alive. Finally gets taken down. And now Gunnar. Sleeping Tart.
There's a gem on Tide, right? So it's very difficult for this Ricky to just run away.
Oh, Meteor Hammer juked out. Still the CK is right there. They'll have another stun very, very soon with the tendrils. Gunnar is eventually going to go down. It's still a win for Felt.
Yeah. All things said and done. What looked like it could be pretty damn...
Fade! This guy's just not stopping.
Just on the hunt.
Oh, he's quite literally.
He was thinking about going for a refresher. Instead, he went Travels and Octarine Core. And I'm happy. It definitely suits him more, it feels like.
Yeah. 11k advantage now for Felt. Obviously, they love the next Roshan. Still a while till that's going to pop up, though, sadly.
Yeah, they can chill out a little bit, wait for the Pango, right? No unnecessary movements needed here. If you look at the way that Nouns are playing, they're feeling a little scared, even though they have Ricky on their side. He's dead, so gotta chill out, wait for him a little bit, perhaps smoke out of the map at this point. 12k ahead for Felt. This is not how I expected the series to go, man.
I mean...
Yeah, very nicely done by them, really.
Now the overwhelming blink is up on the CK. That's going to make times even harder. Very hard to get away once that blink is in. Oh my goodness gracious me. I mean, come on.
Another one?
That's too much.
Well, it is for anyone on the map, right?
That's very funny, Lizard.
It just happens that Felt is around.
Yeah, I mean, every single time. All right, can they actually make use of it, though? Like, apart from farming, they are going to smoke up. They're going to try and blow somebody up with this.
There are, besides the Omni Knight, no huge saves on the side of Now, so you can jump in, catch him +1.
Here we go. Phantasm popped. They know Gunner's around there somewhere. Ravage Fade, he got him. Oh, they found the Ricky. He did it blind. The toss back is there. Fade still 4-staffing out. He'll be just fine as Hidden Immune finds another. Lelis is down.
Where did they go?
They just disappear.
Nice arrow.
Moo brought back in. Hidden Immune will take him out. An ultra kill for the CK. No
Damn.
Rampage. They're taking this very seriously.
One last thing to do before he says goodbye. Fade uses that Meteor Hammer on the tier 3. Actually, never mind. No goodbyes. They're going back in. No buyback on the Prophet, no buyback on the Ricky. Really nicely done by Fade, by the way. Maybe the Omni Knight was positioned a little bit too close as well, but still.
Where was this guy the whole of Tour 2?
He was hiding.
Yeah.
Preparing.
Scheming to himself, apparently. Roshan's up in 8 seconds, by the way. But Rax is more important for now. No Ravage. Tendrils of the Deep is up, though, and that's a 15-second cooldown with the Octarine, so...
They don't have Ravage, they don't have BKBs. They could get punished if they overstay their welcome here.
Phantasm's back up, though. I mean, this is a 5k HP CK. That's a big boy. Harder to ask up. Meteor Hammer is all Gunner can do to slow this down. And I doubt that's going to be anywhere near enough. The Rax is gone. Now you just go for Roshan. And the game becomes infinitely harder for Nouns. I mean, if it wasn't already.
It already is. Like 2 sides down. Being 1 side down, whatever. 2 sides down, it just fundamentally changes the way the game's played, so. They're in a rough spot, and that's why they're smoking, but only the 2 of them, which is only the supports.
Are we sure we don't want to give them another double damage rune? You sure they can Roshan right now?
I'm surprised they didn't get it.
Here we go. I mean, it feels like Nouns have to try and fight. It's going to be a very hard defense without this Aegis up on their end of things.
I believe they will send 1 Manta illusion into the pit, but the problem is by the time that illusion comes, I believe Rosh should be already on 15% HP. Yep.
Yeah, just haven't got the time now. And they are slowly moving up, but Roshan still going down. That's going to be an Ag's Blessing as well, by the way. I guess Hidden could theoretically just keep that himself if he really wants.
They gave it to the Jakiro instead.
I mean, it is a lot of damage. Pierce the spell immunity, pure damage.
Yeah, he uses it. He used it, yeah.
The thing is as well, like, if you just pop macro while the racks are being taken, it's like, can you actually fight anymore as Nouns?
Yeah. How do you approach the fight?
Yeah.
That's a fair question. Plus the amount of damage that you're gonna dish out with the Ravage and all the setups is insane.
There's 200 pure damage per second from that macro pyre. Now, for a total of 25 seconds.
That's a lot of damage.
Moves in. They're onto the CK. Hit immune's just fine though. In fact, Lilith, he's the one to go down. That's 1 down already. Nouns, they haven't got the buyback on this Tiny. They're still trying onto the CK. They might at least find the Aegis, and they will. But Kit is still going onto Yamson. Yamson is in the middle of nowhere. He is gone. There are no buybacks left. This has got to be it. Felt have done it. GG is called.
Felt,
they have done a 2-1 victory against Nouns.
Where was this before?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what, they look like a real Division 1 team in this series.
They definitely did look, and because of this, they stay in Division 1 as well, right?
There may be tiebreakers, not 100% sure. I'm going to leave that to our panel to discuss because I know T-Pan has been looking at all the stats, so he's the man that knows these things, but I mean, it felt at the very least...
Incredible, yeah. I'm super surprised by the way they played. They managed to shut down a Ricky mid.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. And I tell you what, if I see anyone MVP but Fade, I'm going to get very upset at this panel. So let's throw back to them. Let's see what they've got to say.
What a game, what a series, what a performance, and what an arc coming out from the side of Felt. This is great to see and what we've been waiting for in the NA region for quite a long time. But here we go with Felt taking a series off Nouns. I mean, they looked great, honestly. Like, you could sure, like, muddy the water and say, Nouns weren't playing 100%. I don't care, because Felt played some damn good Dota.
Yeah, Kits might be the MVP there, I would think, personally.
Just to piss off Mike. But yeah, real upset value in this series. Even though we did know Nouns were not playing for an actual stake on this game, it is incredible to see that Felt is able to overcome a top 3 team in NA.
Yep, and the situation we're at now is a 3-way tie between Bait, Dogchamp, and the side of Felt as they now battle it out to figure out who's getting relegated, which is kind of crazy for Dogchamp and Bait, because at the start of the day, that's something we were like, oh, it could happen. Probably not going to happen, but now it's happening.
Yeah, it's definitely happening here. As the Felt, they played good. They played around the map. Their drafts are good as well. I think Nouns were trying some stuff out, but Felt is not a team that you can just try new strategies out, especially if you're Nouns, a team that really has a certain identity. I would even say Omni Knight's going out of the archetype of what they like to do as well. They like playing the heals, they like Husky playing that. Omni Knight kind of does that. It's just a hero that isn't picked very much in the region.
And the things also clicked in those team fights as we kind of expected. Like, you get that Ravage out, but before or just as you're doing it, Jakiro has already located the Omni Knight, or someone in the team knows where he is. He gets the long-range Ice Path into Arrow follow-up. You're not saving anyone, not even that one guy with Heavenly Grace, and they're just getting blown up in those fights. But then things started to turn a bit more difficult. Now they've got more itemization, they've got more ways to approach into fights, but still, I felt like Felt just found another tool after another tool. And especially Fade, he's popping off like the item build. At first I was like, all right, Tide Hunter going 4-step, yay! And then I was like, it's actually paying off, and he's doing a lot of great work. Kits and Fade really made this game what it was, and one of the rare good CK games that we get to witness here.
I mean, I think he's got not getting any credit here, Hidamune. I think, this is a hard hero to pull off, especially against a team like Nouns. You got to be on the front lines. You got to be making decisions. It's not a hero you can back out of a fight with. Yep. And quite honestly, 12-0-10 by the end of the game, he didn't die on a CK.
So what are you trying to tell me here?
I'm trying to tell you that we might be giving Hidamune the MVP. But let's talk through the board first. I mean, we have Albino Zebra on the Jakiro, making this hero work. He landed some sick ice paths through the mid game.
5 comfort heroes. That's really what made Felt click together here. Comfort heroes, good execution, good understanding, everybody on the board and showing, and that was just great to watch.
Mirana wins every game of the series. Jakiro had great ice paths. Mirana was just, take Mirana, you win, clearly. Fade, I will say in his defense here, if he doesn't get the MVP, he had a hard lane, a very hard lane. He itemized really well for the situation. Blink Dagger, 4-staff. That's all he needed. That was his toolkit. Went into some Octarine Core after, which was fine, but it was mainly about the Ravages he found in the game, disabling the Omni Knight, following it up, I think, Solji with the arrows as well, and then Hidamune just being the rock of the team, as usual, getting a lot of farm. And then Kits, he farmed super well too. I think it was a big team effort here, and I believe at the beginning of the game, I felt like they were a little bit sloppy, but they really pulled things together in that mid-lane game.
They did indeed, yeah. There's no true most valued player because it's the most valued team from Felt, but we will be giving it to Hidamune for his 12-0-10 scoreline here. Huge net worth and generally just being the battering ram which Felt really needed to knock down the walls of Nouns. And ultimately, he's what's been the success. He's been the cornerstone of this team for Team Felt for a very long time throughout this season. And I've been loving watching him play, and honestly, he hasn't even progressed that much through his season because he started out pretty damn strong. So yeah, definitely looking forward to watching Bernard or Hidamune continue to play. And hopefully we get to see him next season. But of course, we'll get to see him even sooner than that in those 3-way tiebreakers.
Yep.
For the relegation slot as well. Man, that is spicy.
For DPC points. Yes. They will not play relegation. That is now cleared out.
Who's going to break the news to Mike that Fade didn't get the MVP?
Not me.
Puppy eyes.
Not me. I'm not doing it. But what I am doing is we're gonna have a little interview. We're gonna get to talk to the side of Felt, and I believe we get to speak to Albino Zebra or Albino Zebra, as he likes to be called. Sir, I mean, that was a hell of a series. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling after that one?
I'm feeling great. I think everyone is the same. It's a bit hard to believe. We definitely weren't expecting this, and we're just happy riding the high right now.
Absolutely, you deserve it. I mean, that was some of the best we've seen you play all season. In fact, maybe for a long time. What did you get right this series, which you struggled with in the past?
I think that we did pick a lot of comfort, and I think that helps a lot, especially because we aren't a team that gets to scrim very often. One of our players has a job, and overall, it's not. I mean, I think that for some of them, it's the first time in Division 1, and they're not necessarily all in, which is fine. But when we don't have these strategies that we've practiced many times and know exactly what to do with, I think it really does help when everyone just knows exactly what to do with their individual hero.
Yeah, comfort was a big thing in this. And are you the captain of this team? And what's it been like to work with this team throughout the season as a group of individuals?
I wouldn't say I'm the captain. I think I'm a pretty dominant voice. I think that we have a lot of those, actually. We have a lot of people who have a lot of ideas. And if anything, we struggle to filter it effectively. So I think that the captain title is pretty evenly shared in this team compared to previous teams that I've been on.
Okay, that's very interesting. So now this leads you into a three-way tie where you get to play against Bait and DogChamp. So is this like a scary thing for you, or are you just excited to play some more Dotes?
I'm fine with it. I don't really have a feeling either way. I just like playing, honestly. I think that pubs are a bit unfortunate a lot of the time. So anytime that I can play scrims or officials or really anything, it's just a lot more fun for me. A lot more interesting. Awesome stuff. Well, T-Panda, I'm sure you've got questions.
All right. Congrats on your win. Great to have you here on the interview. And also talking about that, what was your previous preparation against Bait and DogChamp? You're going to be sharing that three-way round-robin tiebreaker. And how do you adjust specifically for these games against these two teams?
I don't exactly remember what our preparations were. It was a little bit ago. I think that the preparation would probably change for DogChamp is we probably just don't want to play against the Tinker. I don't even know if it is necessarily the problem, but it's just not. It's just not fun. We don't get to play our game. We barely get to play Dota.
Yeah, it's like a safe route.
For Bait, I think that we had some draft issues, and they had some really good draft ideas actually that I thought were a bit innovative and I respected. So we would have to come up with answers to that. And I think that in general, the more footage you have on these teams, you really get a clearer picture of what they value and what they're comfortable with and what they think is good. Whereas if you play them earlier in the season, you just have to look at their one or two series before, maybe ban what worked for them in those series, and then see what their plan B is. Because every team has a plan A, B, and C.
Yeah.
But now we get to know what we're getting into a bit better.
Yeah, they're very different teams now, definitely, than compared to the start of the tour. Who in the team have made the biggest improvements during this tour? You jumped into a new team, but from the start to finish, how do you feel like? Was there a particular individual, or was it as a team effort?
If I had to pick one, it would probably be Fade, I think. I think that he was always good at his niche heroes, but I think that he's had a good improvement in understanding how they affect the rest of the game and how to utilize them, the kinds of things that he needs, and just how to have impact, especially when he's having a good game. I think he's gotten a lot better at. I think that second person that comes to my mind is just Solji, because he is new to the role, and when you're new, you tend to, get better quickly to some extent before you stagnate a little bit. So just simply switching to a role, and then the first week is going to be worse than the third week.
All right, sure. And last of all from me, do you feel like you accomplished your goals this tour? Obviously, you still have that three-way tiebreaker, but you get to stay in Division 1. So was that the goal that you set? You definitely accomplished that one, but was there something else to it?
No, I mean, when I joined this team, it was sort of at the last minute. I was, not in the best situation with with what I had available to me. No shade to these guys, I like them a lot, and I'm happy that they took me in and really through it went so well. But I was honest with them because I think that that's just a good foundation. I think I said verbatim, like, I think that we should set our goal to stay in Division 1. I think that we can do it, and it may be tough, and it may or may not happen, but, what we do should just be trying to work towards that goal. Because I think that having a concrete goal that's within reach can really help. So, yeah, I definitely set that as our goal.
All right, thank you a lot.
Congratulations on the win there. I wanted to ask you about that game number 3 there. You pulled out a Jakiro, a hero that isn't seen very much in the DPC. What was your reasoning behind picking up that hero in such a high pressure situation?
Well, first of all, I just like it a lot. I'm comfortable on it. I know how to play it. I feel confident in basically every situation. But concretely, that game, we already wanted to ban the Rubik, which is really the only ban I care about. You know, Omni, Legion Commander, Abaddon, these things, to me, they're not a big deal. So we got to ban Rubik on 14, Picken on 15, and the two heroes that we're showing are Natures and Ricky, which I think are both good matchups. I think that the Ricky, when he comes out of his E, it's like really his only defensive tool, and he just like puts a circle on the ground saying, I'm going to be here in 1 second. And it's very easy to, you know, abuse that. And then the Natures, you know, I think that hero is incredibly strong, and I don't know if we won our lane, but it's a decent lane against it. So
sure,
those are the
that
main
makes
reasons.
sense. Yep. All right, so next question I have for you is going to be for towards like the mid-late game when you guys started gaining momentum, getting kill after kill. What was the communication on your team once you realized that you're probably going to win that game?
So we said beforehand that, our communication is going to be a little hectic, especially in draft. And I think before this game, Kits asked everyone just to be quiet, just to be totally silent for a minute, just so we could collect our thoughts, because we were just screaming about our picks. And then, you know, we reset there, but then it always builds up. It always builds up in intensity when you're winning, when you have the momentum, and eventually we're just talking over each other again. But what we said before that was, let's just have fun, which I know every team says in these high pressure situations, but I really think that there's, you know, something to it. And we were, you know, for me, I was joking around and clowning and, you know, just trying to lift people's spirits. But Berna was like typing in the team chat, like, guys, I'm getting angry. I really don't want to lose this. Please focus. So, you know, he is really passionate. He tries really hard, but I think that we were all very chill. We thought that we scaled better. We thought that the game was in our control, and we're just going to have fun and let it come to us.
Fun and confidence. I mean, it's a winning combination for you guys for sure. And we're definitely excited to see you guys play it out in that three-way tiebreaker. So thanks for coming to talk to us, Albino Zebra, and best of luck in your remaining games.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
See ya. Good luck.
See ya, bro. Wow. I mean, great guy, very friendly, and couldn't quite believe that they were able to bring down Nouns, which I think is reasonable. Nouns are a very, very good team, but Felt just came out fighting, and now they get to secure their spot in Division 1, and they'll be playing in a tiebreaker for those all-important DPC points as well, which might lead into qualification towards the qualifiers for TI in the long run as well, which is a great goal for this team. So it's going to be interesting watching these guys develop. You know, after this series, I mean, what were their major strengths for you overall as a team?
I think the development of Fade this series was really nice to see. He had some really rough series in the past, and hate to say it, I pinned a lot of their losses on his performance, or I guess him and Solji. It was a combined effort, I would say. But they fixed that up, and even though he had rough laning stages, he was able to come back with the Tidehunter. He had that Lycan game where it was a rough game, but he came back as well. So I think them really sharpening up their offlane really helped them in this series.
Yeah, it was a huge redemption for Fade and Solji, and he even got a shout out on the interview as well, saying like, you know, these guys,
both of them, right?
Yeah, they're both working hard to kind of improve, and that's all you can ask for, really. And it certainly showed in this series, and it was against a really tough matchup. You know,
yeah, and considering
what a time to bring it up.
Considering the circumstances as well, as he said that he kind of jumped in the team last moment. The last time we talked to a team with that, they scored 1 victory during the course of the first tour. So them going up to 3 and still getting to play tiebreakers for DPC points. Hell of a job. I mean, that is really admirable.
Yeah, no, it's been a great story to witness for Felt here, one of the underdogs of the NA region. And this win is going to leave the leaderboard looking something a little bit like this. They now move themselves up into the 6th position, I believe. Well, shared 6th, 5th, and 4th position with 3 and 4 at the moment, putting them well clear of 5-4 staff who were previously breathing down their necks. And now...
And still had a chance to stay in. Now it's bye-bye 5-rat. They're out.
It is, which means we will be playing the 5-rat versus wildcard series, which is, a little unfortunate because, both those teams are relegated.
Yeah, and it's also I think it was the last series that we have, and if wildcard wins that, they play against each other again. It's going to be infinite 5-rat wildcard to end off the second
They are
tour.
playing for money, so it's not a meaningless series
Very
whatsoever.
true. That's the reason why they are playing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will get to see that one. And yeah, TSM and Shopify Rebellion are our teams making it to the major. Can't help but reiterate that point. Wildcard versus 5-Rep Falstaff, as we mentioned, will be the next game coming up for us. So this one is going to be interesting because Wildcard are yet to get a win. Some way, somehow, they just haven't been able to make it work. 5-Rep, meanwhile, they were a team which came in with a lot of ambition. They really wanted to be one of these middle running teams, but, you know, they just dropped the ball one too many times. And now it's time to put it together. Even though it's a relegation series, even though, you know, it only means $1,000, it's still a chance.
It's more than that, too. It's you get to say, you have a little bit of pride online.
Yeah. Old chat banter.
You weren't the last in the division, so that's something.
That's something. It is indeed. Well, guys, as we head towards the end of the day, the sun is dawning on another day of NADPC. What's been your big takeaway from today? What surprised you, T-Panda?
What surprised me? Definitely this last series. I mean, Felt coming out with the win, and TSM and Rebellion get to go to the major again. And most importantly, TSM having that streak run, the back-to-back tour victories. Can they go back-to-back-to-back in the next tour? Would they be the first team to do that in the current DPC format? That's up for 2 or 3 to decide, but that's something that I like to see. Records holding, not being ended or broken, holding.
Plugging the next NADPC already. Give this man a promotion.
I mean, I would say TSM, there's a lot of surprises. TSM surprised me with their drafts.
I think they surprised everyone.
Felt surprised me with just their performance in the last series. And in the first series, I was a little surprised Bait didn't put up a better showing, because on Tour 1 against Rebellion, they did a little bit better. So I think there's a bit of surprises in every series today.
I think so as well, but that's going to just about do it for today's action. It's been a hell of a day of Dota 2, ending on an absolute stormer of a series, which we love bringing to you guys. So goodbye, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.